Chapter 1: A Night of Drinking and Fate with Mu Qianxue. A small hotel near Todai. When Qin Shela woke up, he felt dizzy and his head was spinning. Damn, I'm drunk. Last night, Qin Shela remembered that he was drinking with a very beautiful girl. The girl looked cold, but she could drink quite well. Even I, a veteran in bars and nightclubs, almost couldn't drink more than her. My mind was reminiscing about what happened last night. He supported the bed with his left hand and touched his forehead with his right hand. Suddenly, Qin Shela felt something was wrong. Oh my god, it's a ghost. Qin Shela was startled and almost frightened to death. Damn. Why the hell is there someone beside me? A full half hour. The two of them digested all the content, put on their clothes, and sat down facing each other. Mu Qianxue's face was covered with frost, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Qin Shela was full of murderous intent. Last night, she came to the bar to have a drink because she was in a bad mood, but she didn't expect to sleep with this unknown boy in front of her. This was the first time I came to a bar to drink alone, and I encountered something like this. I was really careless. May I have your name? Qin Shela was stunned and looked at Mu Qianxue's appearance. She had fair skin, attractive bright red lipstick, and a white shirt on her upper body, a typical queen style. Such a beautiful scene would be difficult for any man to grasp. Seeing this, Qin Shela couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by the other party again. Forget it, we won't have much interaction in the future anyway, so the name doesn't matter. Just pretend that nothing happened today, and let us go our separate ways. We owe nothing to each other. In her opinion, the two of them would never have any intersection in the future anyway. After all, they were not from the same world. So, it is better to let things go their own way. What happened today is not Qin Shela's sole responsibility. She got drunk and cannot blame others entirely. She can only blame herself for her bad luck. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue took out a few $100s from her bag and placed them next to Qin Shela. Then she looked at him deeply, opened the door and left in her high heels. There is no drag at all. Qin Shela looked confused at this time. It seems like I was slept with by a woman. Moreover, after sleeping with each other, the other party even gave me money? Depend on. What is this? Do I count myself as being prostituted? Qin Shela suddenly felt that his dignity as a man was gone. He took a deep look at the several $100s lying quietly on the bed and fell into deep thought. Although he was handsome, he really didn't want the money earned in this way. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting rid of the title of magician and obtaining the challenger system. Challenger system? Qin Shela was stunned. Why is there still a system? This system provides various challenging tasks from time to time. After completing them, the host can obtain a certain ability at will. Host, Qin Shela. Value, 99. Height, 186 centimeters. Strength, 20 normal adult, 10. Speed, 15 normal adult, 10. Toughness, 13 normal adult, 10. Skills acquired, none. Qin Shela couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the personal attribute panel suddenly appearing in front of him. I was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't expect that there really was such a thing as a system in the world. He had only seen it in novels before. Be good? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first main mission, capture Mu Qianxue. Mission explanation: as the host's first woman, she has a special influence on you. Please improve her favorability. I wish you success. Mission reward: 1 random skill. Failure penalty: none. Good job. The first mission is here? Anyway, there is a reward for completing the task and no punishment for not completing it, so Qin Shela naturally would not refuse it. Accept. Qin Shela accepted it with a smile. So the woman's name is Mu Qianxue. Not bad, she's nice, has nice black stockings, and a nice name too. Qin Shela turned his head and looked at the place where Mu Qianxue had slept, and was suddenly stunned. The bright red blood on the bed stained the sheets, and a red blush appeared in front of Qin Shela's eyes. He was really stunned. It turns out that this is her first time too. Qin Shela swallowed, somewhat incredulous. Nowadays, there are very few women who are having sex for the first time, especially those who were met by chance in places like bars, where there are even fewer. This made Qin Shela determined to complete the main mission. Mu Qianxue, he will definitely catch up with her. After packing up in the small hotel, Qin Shiola hurried out. Today is the first day of registration for the University of Tokyo. Southeast University is one of the top universities in China, and ranks among the top 3 among all universities in China. Before, the top 2 universities in China have always been Peking University and Tsinghua University. But later, Peking University rose strongly and directly suppressed Tsinghua University. Those excellent candidates voluntarily went to Peking University. Without the support of top candidates, Tsinghua's status declined sharply. Up to now, Peking University is in the leading position, followed by Tsinghua University and Southeast University. Therefore, Southeast University can be said to be one of the top 3 universities in China, or even more than third. In fact, Qin Shiola's grades were the best in the province, and with his scores he could definitely get into Peking University. At the beginning, Peking University's admissions office called him directly, but he refused and applied directly to Tokyo University, leaving him no room for maneuver. Even their high school class teacher was dumbfounded and didn't understand what was going on. Why would a provincial top student go to Southeast University instead of Peking University? This doesn't seem right. What's more, in recent years, Peking University has become one of the top universities in China and even in the world because of 2 people. But Qin Shiola has always been so free-spirited and never cares what others think. He just wants to be happy. At this moment, he was standing at the gate of Dongda University with his luggage, feeling very happy. Everyone yearns for college life. Same with him. Tuda, here I come. Qin Shiola showed his white teeth and walked towards the reporting place with a smile. Chapter 2 College Report. Today is the day for freshman registration at Dongda University. People are coming and going, and in front of me are parents sending their children to school, carrying one suitcase after another. Hello, is this the registration place for the School of Information? Qin Shiola walked to a tent and asked with a smile. Yes, classmate, what major are you in? Leing, who was on duty under the tent, suddenly raised his head. When he saw Qin Shiola's face, he was stunned. Exquisite facial features, a high nose bridge, double eyelids, and fair skin. Even international stars can't compete with her beauty. So handsome indeed. To be honest, Leing has seen many handsome guys in all these years at Tokyo University, but none of them can compare with Qin Shiola. She swallowed, and for a moment she was stunned, unable to move her eyes away. You know, Leing has a very good appearance. She is definitely one of the best in the University of Tokyo, where there are so many beautiful girls. There are countless boys chasing after her. Especially in the School of Information Science and Technology, where there are more boys than girls, the presence of a school beauty makes countless boys bow down to her. But not only was she not moved, she even felt bored. But today, when she saw Qin Shiola's face, she finally understood that a boy could be so handsome. Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said, Computer Science and Technology. Computer Science and Technology, abbreviated as CSCE, is a very important major in the School of Information Science and Technology. There are 9 majors in the School of Information Science and Technology of the University of Tokyo, and computer science ranks among the top 3. It is also one of the top majors in the whole of China. Upon hearing this, Leing smiled happily and said quickly, What a coincidence! I am also from the Department of Computer Science and I am your direct senior. Come on, students, come and sign your names and registration information. Leing was so enthusiastic that Qin Shiola was a little overwhelmed. Oh my god, is this my senior? He coughed dryly, put the things in his hand on the ground for the time being, and then picked up the pen to register. Qin Shiola, from Subei City. Watching Qin Shiola finish writing the message, Leing smiled. It turned out that this handsome junior was called Qin Shiola. Good name, he. After registering, Qin Shiola handed the form to her and said, I've finished registering. I'll go to the dormitory first. Hey, wait a minute. Just as he was about to leave, Leing suddenly called him and said, Junior, the University of East China is very big, and freshmen are not familiar with the place. You can't grasp it. How about this, I will take you to the dormitory. Suddenly, the people queuing behind were stunned. Damn. Why didn't those who just left have the same treatment? Can you do whatever you want just because you are handsome? However, Qin Shiola directly refused. No need, senior. I have a map of the University of East China on my phone. It's okay. He is not a fool. Looking at Li Ying's expression, he knows what the other person is thinking. Qin Shiola thought that he was not a scumbag. Since he had such a relationship with Mu Qianxue, he could not be ambiguous with other girls and had to keep his distance. Ah? Leing was obviously stunned. Damn, is this junior so unromantic? Dumb head? Leing was dejected, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Qin Shiola had already said this, and she had no reason to insist any longer. He just looked at Qin Shiola with a somewhat depressed look. Well, okay, how about we add a Penguin account, and if you have anything you can contact me in time, how about that? Leing said with her bright big eyes twinkling, cutely. If her classmates saw this, they would be shocked. You know, Leing is a goddess in her daily life. Although her face is not as cold as a stone, she will not make such an expression. Qin Shiola coughed dryly and nodded. All right. Qin Shiola thought he couldn't reject a girl, especially a senior student, in front of so many people. Besides, it's just a Penguin account. As long as he sticks to his original intention, everything will be fine. Hee, I'll add you. Leing was so happy that she quickly took out her mobile phone and scanned the QR code to add Qin Shiola. It was not until Qin Shiola left with his suitcase and Leing came to her senses as she looked at his departing back. The people behind were stunned. A little guy stood up excitedly, holding his phone and said, Senior, I'm also a freshman. There are many things I don't understand when I first enroll. Can you add me as your contact? WeChat or Penguin is fine. He looked at Leing earnestly and eagerly. However, Leing's expression instantly returned to coldness, and she was completely different from when she was talking to Qin Shiola just now. Oh, no, I don't really like adding strangers. Everyone? Goddamn don't like adding strangers. What about Qin Shiola just now? Not a stranger? What is wrong? It wasn't you who was so proactive just now. But what happened just now? The little guy still wanted to rescue him. However, Leing snorted and said, Oh, that one, I feel like he looks familiar to me, an old friend. Seems familiar? Old friend? Oh shit. What the hell are these words? It's because I think he's handsome and I want his body. Sure enough, this is what a woman is. However, no one dared to say anything more. After all, this was the senior's private matter. Professor's office at the University of Tokyo. Mu Qianxue pushed open the door and walked into the office with an awkward step. It was my first time after all. Although I didn't feel anything because I was drunk, when I got up and walked this morning, I felt like my lower body was torn apart. The pain is hard to describe. This was her first time in more than 20 years. Qianxue, where have you been? I sent you a message last night but you didn't reply. Seeing Mu Qianxue coming in with a tired look on her face, Xia Sijia hurried over and said worriedly. Both of them are teachers at the University of Tokyo and are of similar age, so they have a close relationship on a daily basis. Last night, she sent Mu Qianxue several messages, but received no response. She thought something had happened to her. Last night, I drank too much and fell asleep. Mu Qianxue's pretty face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but feel a little hot when she thought of the scene last night. Oh. Xia Sijia didn't doubt it. After all, Mu Qianxue basically had no interactions with men on a daily basis and didn't have many male friends. Hey, what happened to your foot? Seeing that there was something wrong with Mu Qianxue's walking, Xia Sijia, with her sharp eyes, noticed it immediately. Foot? Mu Qianxue coughed dryly. She couldn't say that she did that last night, right? So embarrassing. Oh, I accidentally twisted my ankle last night. Yes, my foot is not feeling well. Having said that, Mu Qianxue took her seat. Xia Sijia said oh and nodded without any doubt. Then you need to have a good rest and spray some Yunnan Baiyao. Good. Chapter 3 The Lively Dormitory. There was still something to do in the college, so Xia Sijia left first. Before leaving, she told Mu Qianxue to have a good rest. Looking at her departing back, Mu Qianxue sighed slightly. Thinking of the tearing pain in her lower body, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but have a headache. How did you end up sleeping with that guy without even thinking about it? I have been single for more than 20 years and have never even held a boy's hand, but I actually gave away my first blood. It's unbelievable just to think about it. But I have to say that the little boy is really good looking. Both his figure and appearance are top-notch. There are many good-looking students in the University of Tokyo, but few of them catch her eye. Qin Xiaola not only caught her eye, but also gave her a stunning feeling. Thinking of his face, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but blush and feel a little hot. Her head felt dizzy, as if it was burning. Sometimes, appearance is really important. If you go to a bar and an ugly guy tries to chat up girls, people will say you are a hooligan. Approaching a handsome guy is the real way to flirt with him, and the chances of getting him are very high. Some girls may even pay for you directly. Anyway, the readers of Tower Read are all more handsome than each other. Ah, no, Mu Qianxue, how can you still think about that man? From now on, you will never have any contact with each other again. Forget about that matter, forget it quickly. Mu Qianxue patted her little face repeatedly, urging herself to forget about that incident as soon as possible. On weekdays, she, who was always cold, suddenly had a figure in her heart, and that figure seemed to be calling her all the time. And her heart was unconsciously moving closer to that figure. It was as if that figure had a special attraction. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue suddenly became a little panicked. However, feelings are not something that can be forgotten just by wanting to. What's more, this was the first time a boy took her virginity. Girls always have a deep memory of their first time, let alone someone like Mu Qianxue who had never had any emotional experience before. How could she forget it easily? Besides, people are like this. The more they force themselves to forget something, the harder it is to forget it. This is inevitable. So, Mu Qianxue lay on the table in annoyance, feeling angry and confused for a moment. She didn't know what to do. Maybe, we will never see each other again, and time will dilute everything. Dongda Menace Dormitory, Area A. This is the male dormitory of Tokyo University. Standing at the dormitory door, after registering with my roommate, I found out my dormitory room number, 315. After all, Southeast University is a key university in China, ranked among the top 3 universities, and even well known in the world. Therefore, the dormitory conditions are among the best in China. The undergraduate dormitory is for 4 people, with a bed above and a desk below, spacious, hot water, shower and air conditioning. It can be said that these conditions are among the best in China. Pushing a black suitcase and carrying a school bag, Qin Xiaola walked to the door of dormitory 315. When he opened the door, he saw his 3 roommates turning around at the same time. When they saw Qin Xiaola, their eyes widened with inexplicable emotions in their eyes. Damn, I didn't expect a handsome guy to come to our dormitory. TSK, this appearance is something. I have to say, I'm tempted, old Wu. I can't quite control myself. Seeing Qin Xiaola's appearance, everyone swallowed their saliva. This guy is so delicate and good-looking. Yes, it looks good. Fair skin, handsome features, and a high nose bridge. It can be said that he is more delicate than girls. If he puts on makeup and wears a wig, he will definitely look like a crossdresser. This is much more handsome than those stars on TV. Qin Xiaola? Looking at the 3 people's coquettish looks, Qin Xiaola was stunned. Damn. Good man, do you have to be so showy? Is this my roommate for the next 4 years of college? Why do I feel like everyone is not normal? There is a strong and vigorous aura coming towards me. Qin Xiaola couldn't help but shudder, smiled awkwardly, and greeted the 3 people. After entering the door, the 3 people enthusiastically helped him get his things, which made him a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't resist their enthusiasm. You are in bed number 1, right? This is your seat. Make the bed and we will help you. That's right, don't be polite with us, we are all brothers in the same dormitory. That's right. The few of them were very friendly, and their words and actions did not treat Qin Xiaola as an outsider at all. This couldn't help but warm his heart. I feel like the university dormitory seems pretty good. At least, there is temperature. Thanks, guys. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and thanked them. The 3 of them waved their hands, as if it was unnecessary. Several people talked to each other while helping Qin Xiaola clean up. Qin Xiaola also learned a little during the conversation. Among the 3, the tallest is called Tang Meng, who is about 184 centimeters tall and has a strong build. His hometown is Tangshan, and he always speaks with a strong accent. After all, the Tangshan accent is difficult to change, especially for people who grew up there. It is basically impossible to change it. The other 2, one looks a little thin, fair and clean, quite good looking, wearing glasses and looking serious, but in fact he is extremely repressed. His name is Zhang Yu, and he is from Shanghai. Among the three of them, he is the coolest and the one who leads the trend. The other one is called Wu Luo. Although he is not as handsome as Zhang Yu, he looks good too and is also a native of Shanghai. He and Zhang Yu were roommates in high school. The two were known as the two hotties in high school. I got a general understanding of my roommate's basic situation. Qin Xiaola probably understood in his heart that their dormitory 315 would probably be happy in the future. One dormitory, two funny guys, and Tang Meng, a hero from Tangshan. However, he was quite happy. After all, it's quite fun to meet such an interesting roommate. When Qin Xiaola packed up her things, it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Yu smiled and rubbed his hands. Brothers, today is our first day at college. How about we have a barbecue and some wine together tonight? Wu Luo was the first to respond. Okay, I have no problem with that. What about you? Tang Meng had no objection, he chuckled. Sure, I have no objection. I've never lost to anyone in a drinking contest. The three of them turned their eyes to Qin Xiaola. Brother Lo, let's go have a drink together. That's right. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and said. Let's get beer at the night market. Qin Xiaola himself is not a nerd. He likes to eat barbecue and flirt with girls in bars on weekdays. The four of them laughed. Great. Let's go, guys. Chapter 4, Using Straightness to Overcome Softness. In the evening, at a barbecue restaurant near Dongda University. The four of them sat around a table, looking particularly excited. Today is their first day at college, and they have met several roommates, so they are naturally excited. People are like this. When they arrive in an unfamiliar environment, even if they tell themselves to relax, they will still get excited unconsciously. This is human nature. The four of them chatted and started ordering food. Ding dong. While they were ordering food, Qin Xiaola's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, and it was a message from the senior student who registered today. Hello, Junior Xiaola, what are you doing? Cute JPG. Qin Xiaola felt a headache when he saw the message sent by Leing. When a girl asks a boy for his contact information and then takes the initiative to chat with you, it is obvious what it means. It's obvious that I want to pursue you. If it was before, it wouldn't matter. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend. Even if he didn't have any feelings for Leing, he could still get in touch with her. After all, she is not bad looking and she is my senior. But now it's different. He has slept with that girl named Mu Qianxue. Not only is it Mu Qianxue's first time, it's also his first time. Most boys have a virgin complex in their hearts. Therefore, Qin Xiaola naturally felt a strange emotion in his heart. In addition to the task assigned to him by the system, he must pursue Mu Qianxue. So, Qin Xiaola originally didn't intend to pay attention to Leing, but after thinking about it, out of politeness, he still replied. I'm having dinner with my roommate. A simple reply without any additional tone. Originally, he thought that the other party would just let it go and not disturb them while they were eating. However, Li Ying's reply was beyond Qin Xiaola's imagination and caught him off guard. Ah, where are we going to eat? I haven't eaten yet. Give me a seat. I want to have dinner too. Qin Xiaola. Good job. Could this be a high-level player? Just ask for the location to meet by chance? Depend on. Seeing this, Qin Xiaola wanted to slap himself a few times. If I had known, I would have just pretended I didn't see anything. For a moment, Qin Xiaola was really at a loss and didn't know what to do. At this time, Zhang Yu, who had just ordered the dishes, turned around and saw Qin Xiaola frowning. He smiled and asked. Brother Lu, what's wrong? You look so sad. Wu Luo and Tang Meng also looked over and stared at him curiously. Qin Xiaola shrugged helplessly and said. I just entered the school today, and a senior girl added my Penguin account and wanted to pursue me. I don't know how to refuse. Suddenly, the three of them looked at each other and said in unison. Depend on. Tang Meng gave a thumbs up. No way, Brother Lo, it would be unjust if you didn't pick up girls. Wu Luo also nodded. That's right, you can let senior sister go, are you still human? Qin Xiaola. Sure enough, the three of them were too sexy, and Qin Xiaola felt that he could not keep up with their pace. He waved his hand and said with disdain. Stop talking nonsense. Give me a way to refuse. Wu Luo chuckled and said. Brother Lu, you have to ask Lao Zhang about this. He knows a lot about this. Zhang Yu? This guy looks harmless, but he is actually very reserved. Maybe there is a way. Zhang Yu smiled slightly. Brother Lu, would you mind showing me the chat history? Qin Shiola didn't hesitate and handed over the phone without saying a word. After a few seconds, Zhang Yu finished reading, returned the phone to Qin Shiola, and said with a smile. This senior is quite interesting. Well, what should I say? Zhang Yu thought about it, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, and suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Yes, you say. Our dormitory eats at food stalls and drinks beer at night, which is very greasy and easy to gain weight. You are not thin to begin with, so you should eat less greasy food. Qin Shiola's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He has also been in the bar business for many years, and he understood immediately after Zhang Yu mentioned this. This move is called using directness to overcome hardness. Since Leing wanted to come, Qin Shiola dissuaded her in such a straightforward tone. Firstly, it made Leing angry and unhappy, so she didn't come, and also her good impression of Qin Shiola decreased. Secondly, it also creates an image of yourself as a straight man for the other party. After all, players with higher ranks like Leing usually have little interest in straight men. High, really high. Qin Shiola smiled and gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up. I have to say, this guy Zhang Yu is quite something. He replied to Leing according to Zhang Yu's instructions. In the dormitory, Leing heard the sound coming from the mobile phone and hurriedly opened the Penguin account. But when she saw Qin Shiola's reply, she almost died of anger. What do you mean you are not thin to begin with? Could it be that I am fat? Girls always pay special attention to their appearance, especially good-looking girls, who pay more attention to it. No girl wants you to say that they are ugly or fat. However, this is what Qin Shiola replied. Never mind. Considering your looks, I'll let you go this time. If he wasn't so handsome, Leing would have wanted to pick up a knife and chop his heart out. However, thinking about Qin Shiola's appearance, she still held back. It's not that girls are obsessed with appearance, but almost everyone in this world is more or less a beauty-conscious person in their hearts. People who are good-looking generally have higher salaries than those who are average-looking. This is a common phenomenon. Leing took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, looked at her phone, and replied with one word. Oh. When girls reply with an "oh," you can basically conclude that they are in a bad mood at the moment. However, when Qin Shiola saw the "oh" from Leing's reply, he was immediately happy. He picked up the wine glass and said with a smile. Lao Zhang, awesome. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Yu also chuckled, picked up the glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Brother Lu, this is nothing. We are brothers from now on. Roommates during 4 years of college live together every night and spend the most time together. Such a relationship must be much closer than that of ordinary people. However, whether college friends can eventually become brothers depends on each individual's personality. As it stands now, Qin Shiola feels that his 3 roommates are all pretty good. Each has their own characteristics, but they are also very loyal. Interesting. Qin Shiola was drinking happily, and after Leing replied to Qin Shiola's message, she threw her phone on the bed in annoyance and began to fall into anxiety about her appearance. She looked at her roommate and said earnestly, Xiao Yu, do you think I'm fat? Ah. The girl named Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. She never expected Leing to ask such a question. She immediately shook her head and said, How is that possible? If you are fat, no one will dare to say that they are thin. Chapter 5, Run. New book launch, please vote. It's past 11 o'clock at night. Several of them could drink a lot, but since it was their first drinking contest, they couldn't help but feel a bit overconfident. They were all drunk and their faces were red and pale. They spoke slurredly and with a lisp. Lu brother, no, I can't do it anymore. I'm a little sleepy. I need to go to bed. Alcohol is something that can easily make you drunk and dizzy if you drink too much. Although the beer was low in alcohol, the 4 of them drank a lot, resulting in them all being in a mess after the meal. Qin Shiola shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. He coughed twice. I'm going to pay the bill. Wait a minute. Having said that, he stood up and walked to pay the bill. Although his mind was still clear enough, his steps were not so smooth and he was staggering. In his current state, he could notice that he was staggering when walking, but he just couldn't control it. After finally paying the bill, the four of them supported each other and walked towards the school. For drunks, bragging loudly as they walked. When people drink too much, they tend to talk. No one knows what they say, but the voices have to be loud, the louder the better. Fortunately, it is nighttime now and there are not many people around, otherwise my post would probably be posted online and I would be socially dead. Lou. Brother Lou, you have a really good alcohol tolerance. I have never admired many people in my life, but I was impressed the first time I saw you. Zhang Yu's tongue flashed, his fingers kept moving in the air, and he spoke while being too drunk to speak. That's right, our brother Lou is a rare talent among men. Yes, if I were a woman, I would love it too. What's wrong? You can't love just because you're a man? Love, love, love. I love it even though I'm a man. Qin Xiaola burped and shook his head. A few people had just walked to the east gate of the school and were about to go in when they were suddenly stopped by the security guard. What do you guys do? What are you doing? Tang Meng, with a red face and a drunken look, took a step forward and put his arm around the security guard's shoulders. Uncle, we are freshmen at Dongda University. We just entered the school today. We are all family. Student? One of us? Look at these four drunks. Is this guy a student? Who the hell is your friend? The security guard frowned and said. Where's your student card? You won't be allowed in without one. Card? Hurry, find the card. Every decent person doesn't have a card. That's right. The four drunken men were groping about their bodies for their cards. They were given student cards today when they first enrolled. Zhang Yu burped and said in confusion. I think I left my card in the dormitory. No. It's okay. Wait for me. I'll go in and get it first. Security guard? I just let you guys get your card to get in. Do you still want to go in and get the card first? You must have drunk too much. Shit, I think I forgot my card in the dorm too. Me too. None of the four people brought their cards when they went out. Because they never thought that they would need to show their student card to enter and exit. Of course, normally the security guard wouldn't look at it. After all, it's a university and its jurisdiction is not that broad. However, they are a bunch of drunkards and must not be allowed in easily, otherwise what if they cause trouble? The security guard cannot bear this responsibility. So, they will not be allowed in without a card. Qin Xiaola was also drunk, and patted the security guard on the shoulder and said. Uncle, you, just listen to my advice and let us in. We're just going to go in and take a nap. That's right, Uncle, you can't control it. We are really students. We really didn't drink too much. Good man, you're not drunk yet? Everyone's face turned red and they couldn't speak clearly. Security guard, no, you are not allowed in without a card. Qin Xiaola frowned, then turned around and glanced at his three roommates. The four of them looked at each other in tacit understanding. They were both drunk, but they had such a tacit understanding. Really not letting you in? Security guard. No, unless your counselor comes over. Counselor? It was my first day and I had no idea who the hell was the counselor. In this case, Qin Xiaola sighed and walked up to the four people. The four people gathered together. He shook his head, woke up and said. I have a way to get in. Are you afraid, guys? What's so scary about this? That's right, Lego, just tell me. Yes, don't be afraid. Qin Xiaola nodded with a smile, then waved his hand, motioning for everyone to come over. The four people stood together at the east gate and said this in a low voice. When the security guard saw this situation, he felt something was wrong. However, Qin Xiaola and the other three spoke too softly for him to hear. These four drunks are such a threat. Suddenly, the security guard hasn't reacted yet. All I heard was Qin Xiaola shouting. Run! In an instant, four figures ran into the school from in front of the security guard and then ran in four directions. I have to say, they drank quite a lot. Once you start running, you are no longer running in a straight line. You can only try your best to control your body so that it does not deviate. However, the security guard who stayed where he was looked confused. Damn it, you little bastard, follow me and do this. However, these four guys ran in four different directions. Even if he chased them alone, it would be impossible to catch up with them all. Pick up the intercom and shout inside. Captain, I'm Zhao DeBeo, the security guard at the East Gate. Just now, 4 drunks who claimed to be students from the East Gate ran in from the East Gate. DeBeo requests support, DeBeo requests support. On the intercom, the security captain attached great importance to it and said quickly. Got it, got it. I'll send someone to help immediately. We must find them quickly and not let them cause any more trouble. DeBeo received. After hanging up the intercom, Zhao DeBeo looked at the direction of the 4 people, then randomly chose a route to chase them. At this time, if you catch one, you can follow the clues to find the others. After all, these 4 people are obviously acquaintances. It was already past 11 o'clock and the dormitories were closed. So, the 4 of them didn't run to the dormitory, but ran around the school, trying to find a place to rest and sober up. Qin Shiola had been running for a while when he suddenly heard Zhao DeBeo's voice coming from behind him. Stop, kid. That's right, Zhao DeBeo chose the direction that Qin Shiola escaped. In his opinion, this guy must be the mastermind and the biggest threat. Qin Shiola? Depend on? Why are you chasing me? Don't think you can outrun me. Although he drank too much, his physical fitness is not to be underestimated. Besides, he has been forced to train by his father since he was a child, so his physical functions are extremely strong. So, when Qin Shiola saw that Zhao DeBeo was about to catch up, he suddenly accelerated and left him far behind. Although he didn't run in a straight line, he was very fast. Zhao DeBeo tried his best to catch up with him. Chapter 6, In Jail. Qin Shiola has good physical strength and he is very brave. However, I drank too much tonight and couldn't run in a straight line. The road ahead looks straight, but in fact, it is winding when you run on it. After a while, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on empty air. With a scream, he was thrown out and fell directly into the air. Fortunately, he had a good physique, so nothing serious happened after the fall. However, Zhao DeBeo had already rushed over from behind. Looking at Qin Shiola who had fallen to the ground, he took a few deep breaths and was indeed exhausted. You little brat, you're such a runner. This kid can really run. Although he is old, in his 40s, he was also a good fighter when he was young. He also trains regularly now, and ordinary college students can't even outrun him. But he really didn't expect that Qin Shiola could run so fast. I run so fast even when running curves. If this guy hadn't fallen down, Zhao DeBeo really wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. 30 minutes later. Police station near Dongda University. Qin Shiola was sitting on a chair with handcuffs on his hands. In front of him were 2 middle-aged policemen, who were recording information with papers and notebooks. Name? Qin Shiola. Age? 19. Why did you break into Dongda University? What are your intentions? Qin Shiola. What could I intend? I just want to go back and take a nap. Qin Shiola coughed dryly and said with a joking laugh. Ahem, police officer, I'm really a student from Dongda University. I just drank too much with a few roommates at night, and I didn't bring my student card back to the dormitory, so I broke in. Please believe me. Looking at the middle-aged policeman, Qin Shiola's eyes were pitiful. Can anyone prove it? Qin Shiola. On his first day at college, he didn't know anyone. He didn't even know the counselor's name or phone number. Who can prove this? Faced with the police officer's questioning, Qin Shiola felt like he was about to collapse. Uncle Police, I'm really not a bad person, I'm really a student of the University of Tokyo. Although he had been to the police station since he was a child, but not in this capacity. When did I find myself being handcuffed and interrogated? The middle-aged policeman's eyes were calm, and his expression did not change at all because of Qin Shiola's pitiful appearance. You must find your counselor to prove your identity, otherwise we can't let you go. Although I am somewhat inclined towards Qin Shiola in my heart. After all, for such a handsome boy who looks harmless, there seems to be no need for him to break into Dongda University late at night. There is no reason. However, it is impossible to let Qin Shiola go without proving his identity. This is the rule. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first side challenge mission, prove your innocence. Find a way to leave the police station within 12 hours. Reward, a random skill draw. The sudden sound of the system in his ears made Qin Shiola stunned for a moment. Oh my goodness, the side quest is out. I have to say that this task is quite difficult. Let him leave the police station within 12 hours. But it's already 12 o'clock now, and basically everyone who needs to sleep has gone to bed. What's more, he didn't know anyone at Tokyo University, let alone a counselor, and he didn't know where his roommates had gone. He was the only one caught. Damn. What a damn bad luck. Suddenly, Shin Shiola seemed to have thought of something. Who said he didn't know anyone at Tokyo University? Isn't there such a thing? Shin Shiola suddenly became excited and said quickly. Uncle Police, give me your phone so I can make a call. Two middle-aged policemen. However, I still handed him the phone. Shin Shiola opened his mobile phone and successfully found Leing's contact information on the Penguin account. Fortunately, Penguin had a Penguin phone, so he directly dialed Leing's Penguin phone. On the other side, Leing, who had just finished washing up and was about to go to bed in the dormitory, heard the sound of a Penguin phone coming from the mobile phone on the table. She walked over with a puzzled look on her face. Their computer science students go to bed very late at night. It's the same whether you're a boy or a girl. It is basically impossible for people who study computer science to go to bed early. Of course, this is also one of the causes of baldness. When she saw the Penguin display, she was suddenly stunned. Shin Shiola? At this moment, Leing was confused, with countless thoughts flashing through her mind. What does it mean when a boy calls you out of the blue late at night? This goes without saying. Could it be that this man has figured it out? Want to confess to her? Thinking of this, Leing appeared calm on the surface, but ripples were rising in her heart. Oh my God, he actually called me. Is he going to confess his love to me? Should I agree right away, or pretend to consider it before accepting it? So confusing. She was quite angry at first. Because the message Shin Shiola just sent was very unfriendly to a girl and it was infuriating. If it were someone else, Leing would have blocked him long ago. But Shin Shiola is so handsome. Blacklist? She can't bear to do it. Leing was already imagining the moment when Shin Shiola confessed to her. That scene must be very sweet. After thinking for a long time, she finally answered the phone. Seeing that the call was finally connected, Shin Shiola, who had been worried, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, it's God, the call finally got through, there's hope. However, before Shin Shiola opened his mouth to speak, Leing spoke directly. You don't have to say anything, I understand, I agree, let's be together. Shin Shiola? I haven't said anything yet? You agree with me? Shin Shiola, no. No, you misunderstood, senior sister. I wanted to ask you for the counselor's contact information. As Shin Shiola's direct senior who also works in the student union, Leing must have the counselor's contact information, so it would be a good idea to find her. Leing? Why do you need the counselor's contact information at this time of night? Shin Shiola took a deep breath and looked at the two police officers beside him. I want to talk to her and have a heart-to-heart talk. Leing? You want to talk to the counselor late at night? What are you doing? However, since Shin Shiola said so, she couldn't refuse, but after thinking about it, she reminded him. Our counselor's last name is Mu, you can just call her Professor Mu. The professor is an iceberg goddess with a bad temper. Remember, don't mess with her. There is an unwritten rule in the School of Information. You can mess with anyone, but don't mess with Professor Mu. The title of iceberg goddess is not something that ordinary people can bear. Hearing Leing speak so mysteriously, Shin Shiola also became a little curious. Soon, Leing sent Professor Mu's phone number to Shin Shiola. Chapter 7 I'm Not a Liar. Without any hesitation, Shin Shiola dialed Professor Mu's number. On the other side, in the faculty and staff dormitory, Mu Qianxue lay on the bed, still feeling a little unreal. Feeling the tearing pain coming from below, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She just drank some wine, but why did she lose a blood without knowing why? Just as I was feeling upset, Shin Shiola's face suddenly appeared in my mind for some reason. That boy was indeed the best-looking boy she had ever seen, no doubt about it. Mu Qianxue has always had high standards. She doesn't even look down on ordinary boys, let alone think about them. She always feels that Shin Shiola has a unique temperament that is very attractive. Although they didn't spend much time together, she could still feel it clearly. But what if I felt it? The two met by chance and slept together because they were drunk. She didn't even know each other's name, and they would definitely have no contact in the future. Thinking of this, she sighed quietly. Maybe, we won't see each other again. Yes, there are more than 1 billion people in China, and the probability of people meeting each other again is really too small. Forget it, forget it. Let's forget about it as soon as possible. Just when Mu Qianxue's mind was full of thoughts, suddenly, her cell phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. She frowned. It's already 12 o'clock. How could a strange number call me so late at night? Could it be a liar? That's impossible. How could a scammer call so late at night? That's too professional. Mu Qianxue hesitated for a while and finally chose to answer the call. Hello? The cold voice sounded like a savior to Qin Xiola's ears. Oh my god, there is finally salvation. Is it Professor Mu? Mu Qianxue's brows relaxed slightly. Since the other party knew her name and sounded relatively young, he should not be a liar. Only. Why does this voice sound familiar? That's right, the voice feels very familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. She didn't have time to think about it and replied. I am, who are you? Qin Xiola was overjoyed. Professor Mu, I am your future student. I am at the police station. Come and save me. Mu Qianxue? Future student? In the police station? Good man, after confirming it through eye contact, he is definitely a liar. Late in the night, there's a guy who claims to be your future student, and he's in the police station. The next thing to do is to bring money to save him. She had no idea how these scammers came up with such a cheap scam. Too low. Mu Qianxue snorted coldly and slowly uttered 2 words. Boring. Immediately, he was ready to hang up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Qin Xiola and the 2 policemen looked at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room fell into a certain awkwardness. He coughed dryly, then continued to fight with unremitting efforts. Mu Qianxue hung up the phone twice in a row. When Qin Xiola made the 3rd call, Mu Qianxue finally answered the call impatiently. I say, can you, a liar, have some professionalism and let people sleep in the middle of the night? Qin Xiola. No. No, Professor Mu, I'm really not a liar. My name is Qin Xiola, a freshman majoring in computer science and technology. If you don't believe me, you can check my information. I'm really not a liar. Mu Qianxue frowned when she heard this. Qin Xiola? She seemed to have seen this name when she was looking at all the student information a few days ago and had some impression of it. The main reason why Mu Qianxue was promoted to associate professor at such a young age was her IQ. Although he has not reached the level of photographic memory, his memory is still far beyond that of ordinary people. So, she was impressed by these 3 words Qin Xiola. According to what he said, it seems that this guy is not a liar. Then, Qin Xiola told Mu Qianxue the specific reasons. Professor Mu, I am now at the police station near Dongda University. Can you come and prove it for me? Although Mu Qianxue was speechless, she couldn't just ignore him after all. After a moment's silence, he said. Okay, wait for me for a moment, I'll be there soon. Qin Xiola was instantly overjoyed when he heard Mu Qianxue's words. Oh my god, there is finally help. He said excitedly. Thank you, Professor Mu. I love you so much. Mu Qianxue. If you say that, I want to go. Mu Qianxue hung up the phone, sighed and shook her head. There's nothing I can do, after all, he's her student. Although she hadn't met him in person yet, as a counselor, she couldn't refuse. We can't just leave him in the police station, can we? That's not appropriate. When she was about to change her shoes and go out, the pain in her lower body made her feel uncomfortable again. It was her first time last night and she had no experience at all. Plus, they both had a little drink and seemed to have more fun in their days. Qin Xiola is strong enough in himself. As a result of so many incidents, Mu Qianxue has not fully recovered until now. After thinking about it, she decided to call Xie Xijia. Half an hour later. The police station near Dongda University. Qin Xiola, who was under custody, was informed by the police that someone had proved his identity and he could go out. He was immediately delighted and walked out happily. As soon as I walked out of the police station, I saw a girl wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and jeans. She had an average figure and I couldn't see her face clearly because her back was turned to him. Could it be that this is the legendary Professor Mu? This figure doesn't seem to be worthy of the title of Iceberg Goddess. Although he didn't see the face, Qin Xiola guessed the approximate appearance of the other person based on his figure, which seemed to be average. He called out tentatively, "Is that Professor Mu?" The other party turned his head and glanced at Qin Shiola. "You guess." After seeing who was coming, Qin Shiola shook his head decisively. "No," Xie Sijia said with a puzzled look. "Have you met Professor Mu? How can you be so sure? This boy is a freshman, so logically he should have never seen Mu Qianxue." Qin Shiola said seriously. "I haven't seen her, but I heard from my senior that Professor Mu is an iceberg goddess, so I'm 100% sure that you are not." Xie Sijia nodded first, but didn't react at first. But when she carefully thought about what Qin Shiola said, she felt something was wrong. "Professor Mu is an ice goddess, you can tell she is not when you see my face." "You mean I'm ugly?" Suddenly, Xie Sijia's eyes turned unfriendly. "Women always pay special attention to their appearance. You mean I'm not good looking?" In an instant, Qin Shiola felt that the air around him seemed to suddenly become quiet, and he sensed a murderous aura. His strong desire to survive made him shake his head quickly. "Of course not, I mean you and Professor Mu are both beautiful in your own ways. She is an iceberg goddess, and you are a lively, lovely and beautiful female goddess." Chapter 8 Eye-to-eye contact with the security guard seeking votes. Xie Sijia snorted lightly and let Qin Shiola go. Although she is not as good as Mu Qianxue, her appearance is over 80, which is considered pretty good. "Let's go, Professor Mu is not feeling well, let me pick you up." "Oh." Although he was confused, Qin Shiola didn't say anything. "I am lucky that someone came to pick me up. That's a lot of requirements." Qin Shiola followed Xie Sijia out of the police station silently, and then he felt relieved, as if he had been set free all of a sudden. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing self-rescue. Get reward, draw a random skill once, do you want to draw it? Qin Shiola was overjoyed when he heard the voice of the system. This was the first system task he completed and the first time he acquired a skill. You can imagine the surprise in his heart. He had only heard of the system in novels and had never seen one, let alone thought that he would actually have one. It's simply incredible. Extract. As Qin Shiola extracted it, suddenly, a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of him. The roulette wheel was evenly divided into many parts, each of which was equal in size. After a quick count, there were probably more than 100 parts. Qin Shiola guessed that each one should correspond to a skill. While walking on the road, he looked at Xie Sijia and saw that there was nothing unusual about her. He then understood that the huge roulette wheel in front of him was only visible to him. Only then did he feel relieved. Soon, the needle on the roulette wheel starts spinning. 10 seconds later, the pointer rests on an area. The next second, the system's voice sounded in Qin Shiola's ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, top-level fighting technique. Top fighting technique. Qin Shiola's eyes suddenly widened, and before he could react, countless memories began to surge in his mind. These are all about the force techniques and various moves in martial arts. In just a short moment, Qin Shiola felt as if he had learned fighting skills for many years. Those moves and power techniques were completely imprinted in his mind. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Qin Shiola was immersed in the memories of fighting techniques for a moment. Xie Sijia suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Shiola, who was standing still, and asked curiously, "What are you doing there?" Interrupted by Xie Sijia's voice, Qin Shiola quickly came back to his senses, coughed dryly and said with a smile, Nothing. I was distracted by accident." Xie Sijia looked at him suspiciously for a few seconds, then turned around and sighed. Young people need to know how to exercise moderation, otherwise you will lose your memory when walking on the street. Although it was late at night, Xie Sijia could still see Qin Shiola's face clearly. 2 words, stunning. Yes, this is her true inner thought. I have been in Tokyo University for such a long time and have met many handsome guys, but none of them can compare to Qin Shiola. In Xie Sijia's opinion, Qin Shiola is so handsome and well-mannered, he must have had many girlfriends. Poor health is understandable. Qin Shiola. My goodness, I really didn't realize that you were so dirty. I was just wandering around, but it turned out to be something like that. He rolled his eyes, did not refute, and followed Xie Sijia silently. Along the way, the two walked and talked. Qin Shiola learned that her name was Xie Sijia, and she was also a teacher in their college and a good friend of Professor Mu. Because Professor Mu was not feeling well, Xie Sijia was asked to bring Qin Shiola back. Not long after, the two arrived at the east gate. With her proof, Chin Shiola was brought into the campus smoothly. When passing by the east gate, Chin Shiola saw the security guard, Zhao Debao. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. They saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. It's just, quite sudden. Ahem, classmate, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were from the University of Tokyo. Zhao Debao rubbed his hands, looking a little embarrassed. He was really careless. I didn't expect that Chin Shiola was really a student at Donghua University. You said you are a student, why are you running? Chin Shiola coughed and said. Ahem, uncle, I was wrong too. Remember this in the future, okay? Remember. Zhao Debao nodded with a smile. Xia Sijia, who was in front, saw the two of them like this and covered her mouth and laughed. I really couldn't help it. So funny. Chin Shiola. Xia Sijia brought Chin Shiola to the dormitory door. She talked to her dorm mother and opened the door smoothly. Before leaving, she looked at Chin Shiola deeply. I have to say, this boy is really good looking. Although Xia Sijia is not a flower maniac, she does have a preference for people with good looks. This seems to be the state of society. There will always be more tolerance and patience towards people with good looks. She coughed dryly and warned. Go back and have a good sleep. Don't go to the police station again. There will be a class meeting tomorrow morning. Professor Mu will personally hold the meeting for you. Got it? Go to jail again? Who do you think I am? I'll never be able to get in again in this lifetime. Chin Shiola nodded, as if he had thought of something, and said with a grin. I see. Ahem. By the way, Mr. Xia, is Professor Mu really that good looking? In fact, he was also quite curious about what this so-called Professor Mu looked like. You know, Chin Shiola knew from Leing that Professor Mu had the title of Iceberg Goddess. Leing's appearance is considered pretty good, almost reaching the threshold of 90, more than enough to be the campus belle. Even she praises her highly, so you can imagine how beautiful this ice goddess Professor Mu is. Looking at Chin Shiola's eyes, Xia Sijia rolled her eyes at him. You are still young and you don't know how to learn. You only know how to ask about women. She paused and continued. Professor Mu is very beautiful, so beautiful that you can't even imagine it. You'll know when you meet her tomorrow. Mu Qianxue's beauty is recognized by the whole school. As her best friend, Xia Sijia has to admit that there is still a big gap between her and her in appearance. Chin Shiola scratched his head with a smile. He was just asking out of curiosity. Anyway, no matter how beautiful this so-called Professor Mu is, he is too lazy to flirt with her. Brother, you have a girlfriend too, okay? Mu Qianxue is his first woman. No matter whether it is due to the system's mission or a man's responsibility, he will not easily choose another girl. I didn't talk much with Xia Sijia. I just thanked her before leaving and went upstairs. After all, it is quite touching that a girl went to the police station to save someone in the middle of the night. The dormitory was empty, but since they were not in police custody, they should still be wandering around the campus. Anyway, your life should be safe. It's better than him, the unlucky guy, being caught by the security guard and sent to the police station. Sighing, Chin Shiola shook his head and fell asleep alone on the bed. Chapter 9 Class Meeting. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Chin Shiola was lying on the bed, feeling sleepy. Although his physique was different from that of ordinary people and he was strong enough, he was naturally exhausted after drinking so much and working all night. So, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Time passed slowly and Chin Shiola slept soundly. In his sleep, he once again dreamed of the queen sister in black stockings in the small hotel. The ultimate temptation of black stockings and the exquisite face are simply unforgettable. Not to mention that this is Chin Shiola's first time. Before this, although he had been to bars, he had never done it, and he still valued his virginity very much. That's why he has such strong thoughts about Mu Qianxue. After all, the other person is also a first-timer like him. No matter what, he has to take the initiative to find the other person and take responsibility. Immersed in the dream, Chin Shiola didn't know how much time had passed before he heard a noisy sound coming from the room. In his sleep, he rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them. As he looked, he saw his 3 roommates opening their doors and walking in with a smile on their faces. The campus of Tokyo University is very large. They luckily escaped the disaster last night and the 3 of them ran to the playground and slept all night. Although the sleep was not very comfortable, fortunately I was not caught. when Chin Shiola sat up from the bed with a confused look on his face. The three roommates were all startled and looked at him in confusion. The four of them just looked at each other, confused. After a while, Tang Meng broke the silence and said directly, "Fuck, brother Lo, when did you come back?" "That's right, I thought there was no one in the dormitory. It's so fucking scary." Zhang Yu followed up with a sentence, with some confusion in his eyes. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning and the dormitory had just opened, but they sneaked in smoothly. How could Chin Shiola be earlier than them? Looking at the three people's eyes, Chin Shiola coughed and said, "I came back after 1 o'clock. "A little over 1? Wu Luo said in disbelief. "Fuck, brother Lo, you came in after 1 o'clock? The three of us slept in the playground all night and were bitten by mosquitoes all the time. It was so hard. I envy you so much. Damn it, have all the mosquitoes in our school become spirits? I saw a mosquito that was half the length of my thumb." "That's right, I saw it too. The playground is sleeping, although it looks nice. But it was an open-air venue with no beds or quilts, and even scarier, there were a lot of mosquitoes. The three of them were all wearing shorts, and each of them had several bite marks on them. It's really not easy to fall asleep. I guess the three of them fed all the mosquitoes in the playground, and the mosquito army let them go and let them have a good sleep." Chin Shiola smiled bitterly. Comparing it this way, it seems that going to the police station is not a bad thing. The four of them rested in the dormitory for a while, and then at 8 o'clock in the morning, they washed up and went out together. "We will have a class meeting this morning. The main content is for everyone to get to know each other and the counselors to avoid not knowing each other when the time comes. Of course, in addition to this, we must also determine the candidates for squad leader and deputy squad leader to facilitate notification of various matters during military training." 4 people had breakfast in the cafeteria. The breakfast in the school cafeteria is not expensive. A full and delicious meal costs only 4 or 5 yuan. Of course, this refers to the benefits only available at good universities like the University of Tokyo. Every year China provides a lot of subsidies to these first-class universities, and the school canteens are naturally also subsidized. Food and drinks are much cheaper than buying outside. The 4 of them all come from well-off families and can afford to eat well. Tang Meng ate the most. He finished 4 meat buns, 2 vegetarian ones, a cup of soy milk and an egg. Looking at his appetite, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo looked at each other in confusion. You know, since they were young, most of the people they have come into contact with are local people from Shanghai, and they have never seen anyone who can eat so much. The 6 buns are not the small ones that you can eat one in one bite, but real big buns. They are big in size and most people are almost full after eating 2. Zhang Yu swallowed and said, "Old Tang, you ate so much this morning, aren't you full?" Tang Meng drank some soy milk, breathed a sigh of relief, and said calmly, "I'm not full. Isn't this a normal amount of food? Is this normal?" To them, it must be abnormal. But Chin Shiola could understand him quite well. Because he has a big appetite. He is big and strong, and he exercises a lot, so his food intake and appetite are naturally bigger than those of ordinary people. The military generals in ancient times ate a lot, especially meat and fish, and they had to eat a lot. Why? Because the more you eat these things, the more chi and blood you will have. This is why there is a saying that the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. Without adequate nutritional supplements, no amount of training will be of any use. After the 4 of them finished their meal, they looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, so they prepared to walk towards the teaching building. They had just arrived at the school and were not very familiar with the place. They searched for a long time according to the map on their mobile phones before they found the location of building number 6. Classroom 6203. The small classroom was full of people, both boys and girls, about 30 or 40 people. These are students from the computer science and technology class. There are 3 classes in computer science, each with about 35 students. Chin Shiola and his classmates are in class 1. It was still a few minutes before 9 o'clock and Professor Mu had not arrived yet. The 4 of them arrived on time. When they walked into the classroom, the front row was basically occupied, so the 4 of them walked towards the back. When they learned that Professor Mu was their counselor and class teacher, they were so excited that they couldn't express it in words. Good job. The most beautiful ice goddess in the school is their counselor and class teacher. Doesn't this give them a lot of opportunities to get close to her? You can see that the first row is full of boys. When Qin Xiela and 3 others came in, they immediately attracted everyone's attention in the class. Qin Xiela was walking in front, and when the girls saw him, they couldn't take their eyes off him. The same goes for boys. This is the first time they have seen such a handsome boy. Oh my god, this boy is so handsome. Oh my god, this look, this height and figure, I love it, whoa. Hey, sisters, do you know what his name is? I don't know. I don't know either. Along the way, Qin Xiola's appearance aroused discussion among all the girls. Girls all look at faces, no exception. If she tells you that she's not a beauty-conscious person, then it's obvious that she's just average about your face. The appearance of Qin Xiola was enough to make them extremely excited, and they were all eager to add contact information. Chapter 10. The counselor turned out to be. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Qin Xiola felt a little embarrassed. He touched the tip of his nose and sat in the last row. Sitting in his seat, Zheng Yu touched Qin Xiola's arm, glanced at him, and said mysteriously, "Brother Lo, the quality of the girls in our class is pretty good. I saw that there are 15 girls in our class, and some of them are pretty good looking." Qin Xiola? How do you know it's 15? Zheng Yu laughed and said, "Didn't you see it when you just came here? Wow, I think there's a girl who's really pretty. I think she can compete for the title of campus beauty." Zheng Yu touched his chin and said in a mean way. There was a little excitement in his eyes. "I originally thought that there weren't many girls studying computer science, and that they didn't look that good. However, after taking a quick look just now, they're really pretty. The average appearance score of the girls is above 70, some even reach 80, and there is one girl he thinks is at 90, comparable to the belle in school." Qin Xiela and Tang Meng, who were standing by, were stunned. In those few seconds when they walked in from the door, they didn't even look at each other's faces, but this guy not only looked at everyone's face, but also counted their number. Really awesome. I have to say, Qin Xiela is really convinced. This is also a unique skill. Anyway, he can't do it. Wu Luo came up and said, "This guy has always been like this. He's so good at judging girls." Qin Xiela and Tang Meng looked at each other, then clasped their fists and whispered, "Brother." The 4 of them chatted for a while in the back. Suddenly, a female figure walked in from the door. The man was wearing a professional worksuit on the upper body, black stockings on the lower body, and black boots on his feet. Walking with a fragrant and charming breeze makes people's hearts sway. The slender and straight long legs walked towards the classroom with a ticking sound. The royal sister's style is clearly visible. Tempting, extremely tempting. This kind of outfit is unbearable no matter where it is placed. There were voices talking in the class, but at this moment, everything was silent. Especially the boys, when they saw the scene in front of them, their faces turned red and their breathing became rapid. They had just finished the national examination and were still young. They had never seen such a seductive young woman. Some girls wear black stockings to prove that the quality of the black stockings is really good and their mentality is really great. However, the black stockings in front of me are really to prove that black stockings have incomparable temptation. To be honest, they can't control the temptation of black stockings. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Mu Qianxue stood on the podium, looking at everyone with a calm gaze. When she turned her head to face everyone could see her face clearly. That face was so delicate, like a heroine from a comic book, so beautiful and unparalleled. She is serious and her face looks cold, but it is this coldness that gives people a strange feeling. But it is this kind of strange beauty that is particularly attractive. The unique beauty touches everyone's heart all the time. In the class, the air seemed to become hotter and hotter. Boys and girls alike were all stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their entire lives. It's amazing. At this moment, Qin Xiela, who was still lying on the table looking at his phone, was suddenly patted on the arm by Zheng Yu anxiously. His voice was a little hurried and trembling. "Fuck, brother Lulu, stop looking at your phone. Look, Professor Mumu, she is so beautiful." Excited, so excited. At this moment, Zheng Yu was completely dizzy. His face was red, as if he had drunk too much. Not only him, Tang Meng and Wu Luo were not much better. They all had dry mouths and kept swallowing saliva. It's like seeing some absolutely delicious food. Qin Xiela also put down his phone and slowly raised his head. When he looked at Mu Qianxue, it happened that Mu Qianxue also saw him. Instantly. Their eyes met, their gazes dull. Then. Both of them were stunned. Holy shit. No way, Professor Mu. Professor Mu is the Mu Qianxue that he slept with in the small hotel that day? The woman with the seductive black stockings who gave him several $100 after sleeping with him? Fuck. Qin Xiula was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that the world was so small. The absolutely gorgeous lady in black stockings in the small hotel that day turned out to be his professor and counselor. That is to say, he and his counselor. Damn, this world is so crazy. I can't bear it. However, not only Qin Xiula, but Mu Qianxue's inner world was also in turmoil. I thought what happened that day was just a passing cloud in her life. After all, China has a population of more than 1 billion. The probability of two people meeting again after sleeping together is lower than buying a lottery ticket, and it is basically impossible to meet again. She has slowly persuaded herself to forget what happened that day. But little did he know that not only did the two meet again, but the other person was also her student. Is this a joke on her? Even the soap operas aren't written like this. When Mu Qianxue saw Qin Xiola's face, she suddenly remembered what happened that day. Her pretty face turned red and her body trembled slightly. Zhang Yu poked Qin Xiola's arm and said with a smile. No way, brother Lo, I see your eyes are about to pop out of your head, don't scare Professor Mu away. Qin Xiola coughed dryly and reacted quickly. He didn't know whether Mu Qianxue was scared or not, but he was scared anyway. Oh my god, what kind of fate is this? I slept with my counselor the day before yesterday. The discussions in the class woke Mu Qianxue from her memories. Feeling her face burning, she coughed dryly to hide her inner embarrassment. Ahem, hello, classmates. I am your counselor and class teacher, Mu Qianxue. I simply introduced myself and instantly there was thunderous applause from the audience. Qin Xiula touched the tip of his nose and clapped his hands. Mu Qianxue waved her hand and continued. It's nice to meet you all. Now please come up to the stage and introduce yourselves so that I can get to know you all. Self-introduction is something that every freshman class meeting will include. According to the student number, the first person to go up was a girl. Zhang Yu quickly whispered to the others. See? That's her. I think her looks are comparable to the campus belle. Isn't she pretty? Tang Mang also nodded in agreement. Hiss, not bad, I didn't expect there would be such a pretty girl in our class. Although the girl in front of him was not as good as Mu Qianxue, she was also good enough to be considered the most beautiful girl in the school. She and Mu Qianxue are completely two different types. One has a sweet look, the other has a queen-like demeanor. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Zichuan, I'm from Sichuan in Chongqing, nice to meet you all. Chapter 11, Backstab by Mu Qianxue. Make sure to vote for the latest chapter. Bai Zichuan's sweet smile instantly captured the hearts of many boys. So sweet. This type of fresh and sweet girl is definitely the favorite of many boys. Especially the older men in society. Girls like this can easily give people the feeling of first love. After a brief self-introduction, Bai Zichuan talked about his interests and hobbies, then walked off the stage and sat quietly in his seat, without any shyness at all. Although she looks sweet, she still has the boldness and confidence of a girl from Sichuan in Chongqing. After Bai Zichuan finished his self-introduction, many people came up to the stage to introduce themselves. Although the girls in the class are all good-looking, they are still not as good as Bai Zichuan, not to mention Mu Qianxue. They are not on the same level at all. Therefore, it did not cause much sensation. However, with such a group of good-looking girls, the boys in the class were quite happy. Although, boys all like girls like Mu Qianxue who wears seductive black stockings or Bai Zichuan who is a sweet campus girl. However, given their looks and talents, it is basically impossible to catch up with them. The only girls they can pursue are other girls in the class. Soon, as everyone introduced themselves one after another, it was Qin Xiola's turn. He stood up and immediately attracted all the attention in the class. Even Mu Qianxue couldn't help but look at him with a somewhat unnatural look in her eyes. I have to say, this boy is really handsome. He walked slowly towards the podium step by step. The girls in the class looked at his face without looking away for a moment. Even Bai Zichuan, who was sitting in the front row, was the same, his eyes following Qin Xiola's movements. There were bursts of peach blossoms in her eyes. There is no doubt that she took a liking to Qin Xiula at first sight. With this look, this height, and this figure, which girl wouldn't love him? However, watching Qin Xiula slowly walking towards her, Mu Qianxue felt that the air around her seemed to be a little hotter and her breathing became rapid. Her hands were behind her back, trembling slightly, and she didn't dare look at Chin Shiola. Because she didn't dare look directly into Chin Shiola's eyes. That's right, her heart has been shaken to its core. Soon, Chin Shiola walked up to the podium and smiled at Mu Qianxue. When the two looked at each other, Mu Qianxue avoided his gaze again. Chin Shiola naturally understood. He knew in his heart that Mu Qianxue not only remembered him, but also had a deep impression of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted like this. It is estimated that Mu Qianxue must be very panicked at this moment. After just a few eye contact, Chin Shiola roughly knew Mu Qianxue's mental state. He has a better grasp of completing the system's tasks. Thinking of this, he stood on the podium, facing everyone, and smiled gently. However, his smile once again captured the hearts of many girls. Hello everyone, my name is Chin Shiola, and I'm from Subei City. With just one simple sentence, the atmosphere in the class became lively. So his name is Chin Shiola. Is this the name of my idol? I love it. Wow, that's so pretty. That smile just now almost melted my heart. Subei City, I've traveled there before. It's said to be the hometown of the former Peking University idol, the Chinese star. That's right. Bai Zichuan was in the audience, supporting his chin with his hands, staring at Chin Shiola with his dark eyes, which were full of curiosity and interest. Unlike everyone else, Mu Qianxue's eyes looked a little strange. It turns out that this guy is Chin Shiola. The guy who was taken to the police station last night. No wonder his voice sounded so familiar when he made the phone call, that's it. Last night when she heard Xiexija come back and talk about Chin Shiola's affairs, she couldn't help but be speechless. I wondered how there could be such a stupid person. However, Xiexija spoke highly of Chin Shiola, saying that his looks were top-notch. At first, Mu Qianxue didn't believe it, thinking that Xiexija had been single for a long time and was hungry. Looking at it this way, she is quite right. Chin Shiola paused and continued. I play basketball occasionally, but I'm not very good at it. I also sing sometimes, but of course my singing is just average. I don't have any special talents. Thank you for listening. If being able to play is considered a talent, then Chin Shiola feels that he should have quite a lot of talents. He is a frequent visitor to various bars and KTVs. Fortunately, this is modern times and there are no brothels, otherwise he would definitely be a frequent guest in a brothel, hanging out there every day. After he finished speaking, the audience became restless again. Ah, I love singing too. Oh my god, I feel like I can practice singing with my idol. TSK, that's nothing, I like delivering water the most. I deliver water when my idol plays basketball. This is called complementary hobbies. Looking at the fangirl-like voices and gazes from the audience, Mu Qianxue felt a little unhappy for some reason. This guy, who is a playboy and attracts so many young girls, is obviously not a good person. Snort. It turns out that all men are the same. Just as Chin Shiola smiled and was about to go down, Mu Qianxue called him. Student Chin, wait a moment. Chin Shiola, He turned around and looked at Mu Qianxue with a confused face. He didn't know what she wanted to do, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Mu Qianxue took a step forward, her eyes calm and her face cold. She said calmly. Student Chin has so many talents, why not perform for the students? Chin Shiola? What the hell? Isn't it a self-introduction? How did it become a talent show? Besides, I don't have any fucking talent. Do you want me to show you my talent of drinking in a bar? Although Chin Shiola was speechless and was about to refuse, the girls in the class were extremely excited. Show your talent, male god, please give me one. Yes, let's have a talent show. I love what Professor Mu did, whoa. Later, Zhang Yu and the other three were even more delighted. They shouted at the top of their lungs. Brother Lu, show us your skills. That's right, it's already this time, don't hide it, come on. After the three of them finished shouting, it immediately caused the other boys in the class to shout. The whole class was cheering and wanted to see his talent show. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chin Shiola couldn't help but feel a little confused. What the hell is going on with all of them? What a talent show. Goddamn talent. He glanced at Mu Qianxue with resentment, but Mu Qianxue's expression remained normal, nothing unusual. She still looked at him coldly, but there was a special emotion hidden under this coldness. Damn. Chapter 12 Girls' Reactions. Looking at the lively atmosphere in the class, although Chin Shiola appeared calm on the surface, he was actually cursing in his heart. Sing? Sing it. He has to learn it too. There was no way. So many people were staring at him, he couldn't just let it go like this. He coughed dryly, cleared his throat and said, "Then I'll just sing a random excerpt from a song I personally like, called, Will You Be My Wife?" After he finished speaking, the girls in the class started to look at him strangely. Regardless of whether this song is good or not, the title of the song is very meaningful. Could it be that? Is this a hint from the male god? In an instant, countless girls began to have wild thoughts in their minds, and their faces turned red as they stared at Chin Shiola, even by Zichuan. In fact, she herself was even more excited. Why? Because in the entire class, and not as she is bragging, she is the most beautiful one except for Professor Mu. However, there is no possibility for Chin Shiola and Mu Qianxue to be together, so it is very likely that Chin Shiola sang this song for her. Therefore, she supported her chin with both hands and listened more carefully. Among all people, Mu Qianxue had the most subtle emotions. When she heard the title of the song, her whole body trembled slightly, and then she looked at the man in front of her. Could it be that this song has a special meaning? Thinking of what happened that night, Mu Qianxue blushed a little. However, she secretly refuted it in her heart. No way, there is definitely no special meaning. Besides, what happened that night is in the past, just pretend it never happened. In her heart, Mu Qianxue began to deceive herself. However, before she could think about it, Chin Shiola started singing. He didn't sing the prelude, but started directly from the climax. If you don't know where to go tomorrow, just stay with me and be my wife, okay? My arms that are not broad enough will also be your warm embrace. When Chin Shiola's voice came out, everyone was stunned. Look at him in amazement. Everyone looked at each other. It's not because it sounds so good, but because it sounds so bad. My goodness, when normal people sing, there should be some tune in their singing, but Chin Shiola's singing is really out of tune. If it weren't for the fact that his lyrics were still audible, people really wouldn't have known what he was singing. This tune has been changed directly. Zheng Yu opened his mouth wide and said in confusion, "Damn, Brother Li's singing really refreshed my worldview. Tang Meng, after listening to Brother Li's music, my worldview has been shattered. Wu Luo, I'm dead." However, although Chin Shiola sang very badly and had no tune at all. But it was as if each of the girls in the class was automatically beautified in my mind. Use your own imagination to beautify it 10,000 times. Oh my god, the male god sings so beautifully. Wow, that's right, especially the word wife, it's so touching. That's right, my heart is melting. Ah, I want the embrace of my male god too. The girls in the class looked at Chin Shiola like crazy fans with stars in their eyes, and even Bai Zichuan was no exception. Although she knew that Chin Shiola sang badly, the subconscious in her mind told her that it was very nice. She could listen to this voice for the rest of her life. There is no way this is the effect of appearance. Looking at the expressions of the girls in the class, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but feel speechless. They are all little girls, but because of their looks, even their taste in music has changed. For some reason, Mu Qianxue felt a little unhappy when looking at the girls in the class. This feeling of unhappiness was very faint, but it was real. Even she didn't know why she was unhappy. Possible. You must be annoyed by the terrible music played by Chin Shiola. This guy is really good at flirting with other girls. Snort. Soon, the song ended. Chin Shiola only sang a section of it, then bowed to everyone with a smile and said, "My singing is average, please forgive me." After saying that, he glanced at Mu Qianxue and then winked at her slightly. Mu Qianxue naturally saw it. Her pretty face suddenly turned slightly red, but she turned her head and pretended not to see it. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Below the stage, Zhang Yu and the other two looked at each other in silence. Bro, you call this normal? Are you sure it doesn't sound bad? Damn. However, as soon as Chin Shiola finished speaking, the girls in the class raised their heads and said excitedly, "The male god sings so beautifully, woo. That's right, this voice is so special, I love it. I just love this song, so much. My god, please sing another song. Good job." Looking at the performance of the girls in the class, the boys looked at each other in confusion. Is this what you call nice? One by one, they began to doubt their hearing. Is there something wrong with my ears? Mu Qianxue took a step forward, glanced at Chin Shiola, then coughed dryly and said, "Okay, Chin Shiola, please go down first and let other students continue to introduce themselves." Qin Shiola breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He turned his head, with his back to everyone, facing Mu Qianxue alone, and raised his eyebrows with a smile. Okay. Seeing Qin Shiola raising his eyebrows, Mu Qianxue's delicate little face turned red again, and the image of the ice goddess seemed to be slowly melting. She coughed dryly, trying to hide her embarrassment. Her eyes shifted slightly to the left, not daring to stare into Qin Shiola's eyes. This guy seems to have some kind of magical power. If you watch it for a long time, you may even feel your heart beating unconsciously. Qin Shiola walked off the stage, but the girls in the class were still staring at his back reluctantly. It seemed as if that tall and straight body possessed infinite magic power. After returning to their seats, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo looked at each other, then came up to him with a smile. Brother Lu, I have to say that your musical talent is incredible. In a word, make your debut. Hee, that's right, I feel like you alone can take on an entire team. Tang Meng also came over and gave Qin Shiola an affirmative look. Looking at the mocking eyes of the three people, Qin Shiola was speechless. He is not a fool, how could he not know his singing level? These three guys are really sexy. He glanced at the three of them and said. Just now it was you three who tricked me into singing. If Zhang Yu and the other three hadn't stood up and made a scene, Qin Shiola might not have had to go on stage to sing. Hearing this, the three of them chuckled and scratched their heads embarrassedly. We are doing this for your own good. It's a chance for us to show ourselves. Chapter 13 Election for Class Monitor. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yu and others took turns to come on stage to introduce themselves. Although Zhang Yu is not as good looking as Qin Shiola, he looks good too. The most important thing is that this guy is very sexy. His words were graceful and elegant, but the passion and vigor in them was hard to suppress. Of course, he didn't tell any dirty jokes in front of so many people, otherwise, he would have been beaten down by Mu Qianxue long ago. After about half an hour, the self-introductions in the class were finished. The students in the class have also become more familiar with the students around them. When you come from a familiar place to such a strange place and meet a group of new classmates, everyone feels a little nervous and excited. This is especially true for freshmen like them. Everyone has this feeling, but the depth of each person's feeling is different. After finishing her self-introduction, Mu Qianxue took a step forward and stood in front of the podium. At this time, all eyes were on her again. She looked around at everyone, but her gaze lingered on Qin Shiola for a second or two when she passed by him. Then quickly take it back. The self-introductions are over, and everyone has gotten to know each other a little bit. From now on, you are all classmates in the same class, so you should help each other. As for deeper communication and understanding, it depends on you to slowly get used to each other. The friendship between classmates who have been in the same class for 4 years is naturally special. The ancients often said that the friendship between classmates. That's exactly what I said. It is definitely a great fate to be able to gather in one school and one class from all over the world. Mu Qianxue paused and continued. Next, we need to appoint 2 squad leaders, 1 chief and 1 deputy, to temporarily take charge of the upcoming military training matters. The chief and deputy squad leaders will liaise with me personally. If there is anything, I will take the initiative to contact the 2 squad leaders, and then the squad leader will convey the message. After the military training is over, we will re-evaluate the squad leader candidates. This time, we are going to select 2 temporary squad leaders, 1 chief and 1 deputy, who will be temporarily responsible for military training matters. After the military training is over, the class will re-elect the monitor, deputy monitor, and other class committee members. Of course, if the 2 squad leaders perform well during military training, then the probability of re-election is naturally very high. The most important thing is that as a squad leader, I can directly communicate with Mu Qianxue. What does that mean? It means you can add her WeChat, Penguin ID. Check out her circle of friends on her space. What does this mean? It means that the distance between us and her has become closer. So, many people in the class were tempted. After all, Mu Qianxue's appearance is so stunning, a royal sister with black stockings, I'm afraid no one can resist her. Such wild temptation deeply aroused the hearts of the boys in the class. Next, let's elect the class monitor. Students who want to be class monitor, please come on stage. Zhang Yu swallowed his saliva and said with a smile. The monitor can meet with Professor Mu in person. Wow, brothers, I'm excited. Zhang Yu tried to suppress his excitement and felt a little dry in the mouth. Qin Shiola glanced at Mu Qianxue on the stage and had some ideas in his mind. He will definitely pursue Mu Qianxue. No matter it was the system's task or his inner feelings, they all leaned towards her. After all, she was his first woman, and he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The first step to pursue a girl is to approach her and get close to her. Otherwise, you can't even get close to her and you can't say a few words to her all day long, so how can you pursue her? That's not a joke. Is it possible that you can only rely on your appearance? Appearance is effective for ordinary girls, but for a goddess-level figure like Mu Qianxue, relying solely on appearance is absolutely not enough. Because deep down, they care about more than just a boy's appearance. That's too superficial. All I can say is that appearance is a necessary pass to pursue them. Only if you have good looks can you proceed to the next step. Therefore, almost as soon as Mu Qianxue finished speaking, Qin Shila was the first to stand up and said with a smile, "Professor Mu, I want to compete for the position of class monitor." Suddenly, Zhang Yu, who was sitting next to him, was dumbfounded. He just thought about it and hasn't made up his mind to make a decision yet. But Qin Shila was so good that he actually stood up. When Mu Qianxue saw Qin Shila stand up first, she was stunned. Damn! I forgot there was such a guy. Looking at Qin Shila's laughing face, Mu Qianxue felt a little weird for some reason. There were two different emotions intertwined in her heart. Reason told her to forget what happened that night and it would be best not to have too much contact with Qin Shila. However, deep down in her heart, a deeper feeling told her that she must let Qin Shila be the class monitor. The two emotions kept interweaving in her mind. She hadn't come to her senses for a while, but the noise in the class woke her up. She came back to her senses, coughed dryly, glanced at Qin Shila and said, You should come up and tell us about your advantages and the reasons for running for election." Qin Shila smiled and without hesitation, walked up quickly and stood on the podium. After looking at Mu Qianxue with a smile, he said to everyone, "Hello everyone, I'm Qin Shila, I believe you all remember me." Qin Shila's looks are so good that you can remember him at first sight. He is tall and handsome, and his appearance can be remembered at first sight. He paused and continued. "I want to run for the position of class monitor. I was the class monitor in high school and have some experience in handling class affairs. Of course, my purpose as class monitor is also very simple, which is to serve my classmates and Professor Mu." "Thank you everyone." After saying that, Qin Shila smiled at everyone and bowed. No one thought there was anything wrong. However, Mu Qianxue, who was standing on the podium, was stunned for a moment. Qin Shila's last words, "serve Professor Mu," immediately caused ripples in her heart. What does it mean to serve Professor Mu? This statement is ambiguous. Others may not know, but she knows it. Especially when thinking about what happened that night, Mu Qianxue felt as if her body was slightly hot and a little restless. She coughed dryly, trying to hide her inner embarrassment. "Ahem, okay, you go down first. Are there any other students who want to run for class monitor? You can come up." Suddenly, the class fell silent. They looked at each other, somewhat hesitantly. It was naturally impossible for the girls to compete with Qin Shila for the position of class monitor. When the boys saw Qin Shila coming on stage, they all hesitated. Because Qin Shila was confident and experienced, and the girls in the class definitely supported him. So, none of them were sure. Chapter 14, Deputy Class Leader Vote for the latest chapter. This also led to the fact that after Qin Shila came on stage, no one was confident enough to go up again. Because if they go up, the probability of them losing is very high. It would be better to give up the opportunity of being the class monitor and strive to be the deputy class monitor yourself. This is almost what most people think. After all, Qin Shila's software and hardware are truly top-notch. Although they are extremely envious, they can only envy him. As for jealousy? Not really. When someone is just slightly better than you, you may feel jealous and want to compete with him or her, or even want to bring him or her down. However, when someone is much stronger than you and it seems like you are not on the same level, then, it is highly likely that others will not feel jealous, but rather envy, as well as admiration in belonging to the strong. This is human nature. People don't dislike people who are better than them, they just dislike people who are just a little bit better than them. So, for most of the day, no one came up from the audience. Mu Qianxue looked at everything in front of her, not knowing whether she was happy or sad. Anyway, it was difficult to describe. Another half-minute passed, and no one came up. She coughed dryly and said, "In that case, Qin Shila will temporarily take over the position of class monitor." To be honest, she didn't expect that no one dared to compete with Qin Shiola for the position of class monitor. So, there was no difficulty and Qin Shiola was directly appointed as the class monitor. However, looking at his playful eyes, Mu Qianxue didn't know why she always felt like beating him up. Trying to keep her face calm, she glanced at the other people in the class and continued. There is also a deputy monitor position. Who wants to run for it? Now, there are more people who want to run for election. The first person to stand up was a boy, about 1.75 meters tall, wearing black framed glasses, a little thin, and looking weak. He walked to the podium, faced the crowd and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Zhong, and I want to run for the deputy monitor this time. When I was in high school, I served as a disciplinary committee member and was also a member of the class committee. On weekdays." In the next minute or two, Chen Zhong continued to talk about his experiences and strengths. You can see that he is very serious. The classmates in the class were not impatient. After he finished speaking, the class broke into warm applause. Immediately afterwards, the second person went up, also a boy. After him, there were two more people, a man and a woman. Now, there are 4 people running for deputy monitor, 3 men and 1 woman, and each of them has her own strengths and experiences. After all, they are all top talents selected from various provinces and cities in China. Those who can be admitted to the University of Tokyo are basically the top 1 or 200 geniuses in each province and city. Don't think that such a genius can only study. The world of genius is simply unimaginable for ordinary people. Many of them have many hobbies and specialties, and have some experience as class committee members, so they are very competitive. This is what a genius is, not just good at studying. What's more, other aspects are not bad either. Mu Qianxue glanced at the people in the audience and continued. Are there any students who want to run for election? As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, a beautiful figure in white stood up in the front row, and everyone could see her face clearly, Bai Zichuan. That's right, the person who stood up and prepared to run for election was Bai Zichuan. With a confident smile on her face, she walked up to the podium with confidence. Although, at first glance, she seems to be a quiet girl. However, quietness is just her appearance. She is more bold and outgoing. After all, she is a girl from Sichuan and Chongqing provinces, so she is not that shy. When she walked to the podium, the class's attention was immediately drawn to her. Especially the boys. Bai Zichuan and Mu Qianxue stood on the stage together. One left and one right. Most people simply can't see it. Some people looked at Mu Qianxue for a while, then glanced at Bai Zichuan. Just look back and forth like this. Zhang Yuxian was extremely excited. He quickly patted Qin Shiola's arm and said, "Brother Lu, I found that beautiful women all have one thing in common." Qin Shiola? Common characteristics? These two are totally different styles. What common characteristics can they have? He asked curiously. What are the characteristics? Zhang Yu chuckled and said, "That is, it is beautiful, so beautiful that you can't stop wanting to see it." Qin Shiola. Damn. I thought you had some brilliant ideas. Isn't this bullshit? Aren't all beautiful women good looking? Can someone who is not good looking be called a beauty? He shook his head helplessly, too lazy to pay attention to this guy. On the other side, Bai Zichuan stood on the podium and smiled brightly at everyone. Her smile is so sweet, as if it has a healing power. Bai Zichuan and Mu Qianxue have completely different personalities. A girl next door with a sweet smile. A queen with a royal sister style, an iceberg goddess. Hello everyone, I'm Bai Zichuan, and I'm here to run for deputy monitor. I was the class monitor in high school, so I have a clear understanding of class affairs. I also like to interact with my classmates, and I hope everyone will give me a chance. After saying that, she glanced at Qin Shiola. In fact, when he was speaking just now, Bai Zichuan's eyes were always on Qin Shiola. Then she bowed deeply to everyone. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the class became lively and the boys applauded loudly. Everyone is very excited. Bai Zichuan walked off the stage with some longing in his eyes. Of course, it was not for the position of deputy monitor, but for Qin Shiola. If Qin Shiola hadn't run for class monitor, she probably wouldn't have run for vice class monitor because she thought it was unnecessary. However, since Qin Shiola has become the class monitor, she must run for the position of deputy class monitor so that she can get closer to Qin Shiola in the future. After all, the monitor and deputy monitor usually communicate more with each other. Wouldn't it be tiring to work with men and women together? Many relationships are developed while working. Thinking of this, Bai Zichuan smiled brightly. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and asked again if anyone still wanted to run for vice-class monitor. Of course, the result is naturally no. There are only 5 of them running for election. Mu Qianxue glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, take out a piece of paper and write down the 2 names of the vice-class monitor you most want on the paper. After writing, fold the paper and hand it in. That's right, only in this way, through an anonymous method, can we fairly get their truest thoughts? Otherwise, many people would basically vote for their roommates out of consideration for their personal relationships, and the results obtained would not be accurate." After hearing this, everyone started writing seriously on the paper without any hesitation. Chapter 15: The Monitor and the Deputy Monitor Actually. About 2 or 3 minutes later, everyone had finished writing, and Mu Qianxue asked everyone to bring up their notes and put them on the podium. Immediately, she turned her gaze and looked at Qin Shila again, coughing dryly and saying, "Monitor, come up and count the votes." Qin Shila, who was still sitting in his seat, smiled slightly, stood up and walked to the podium. After going on stage, he smiled at Mu Qianxue with his eyes full of laughter. This boy looks so good and charming whenever he smiles. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly, and there was no change on her face. Soon, Qin Shila began to pick up pieces of paper and record the number of people. There are 35 people in a class, and each person writes 2 names, a total of 70. Qin Shila counted on the side and then recorded the results on the blackboard. Soon, there were results. Zhao Lei, 7 votes. Zhang Wenlong, 8 votes. Wu Qian, 10 votes. Kai Yuan, 13 votes. Bai Zichuan, 32 votes. When everyone saw the result, they knew there was no suspense. Basically, among the 2 names written by every student in the class, one of them was Bai Zichuan's. That's why her votes are so high. After all, everyone is willing to vote for Bai Zichuan because of her outstanding looks and lively and lovely abilities. This is especially true for the boys in the class. It is wonderful to communicate with such a beautiful deputy monitor. When Bai Zichuan saw the result, he could hardly hide his surprise. Although she had guessed it in her heart before, she was still a little surprised when the result came out. There is a saying that goes, "The one who is closest to the water gets the moon first." Since Qin Shila and I will be colleagues in the future, we will naturally have more opportunities to communicate. Plus, she is very confident about her looks. Maybe. He. Bai Zichuan raised his head and looked at Qin Shila with a faint smile in his eyes. With a smile in the eyes. Such a look gives people a sweet feeling. Qin Shila on the stage also noticed Bai Zichuan's eyes and thought it was a friendly greeting from a future colleague. He also nodded with a smile. This scene naturally did not escape everyone's eyes. After all, Qin Shila and Bai Zichuan are the 2 most handsome people in the class besides Mu Qianxue. Later, he served as the class monitor and deputy class monitor, and the relationship was close. Naturally, he gained most of the attention in the class. Oh my god, what's going on? The monitor and the deputy monitor are flirting with each other? TSK, brother Lo, I saw it. Haha, that's right, I saw it too. There was something wrong between the male idol and the vice-class monitor's eyes just now. Of course, everyone was not just making groundless assumptions. Instead, he really saw the encounter and change in the 2 people's eyes just now. Bai Zichuan felt a little shy when she heard this. She looked at Qin Shila again, then lowered her head shyly. Qin Shila on the stage looked confused. God damn eyeing? That was clearly just a warm and friendly greeting to my new colleague. It's dirty, so dirty. Qin Shila saw it and thought that it was that bastard Zhang Yu who was causing trouble again. Damn, he sits in the last row, how can he observe so carefully? Damn. Qin Shila felt helpless, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he turned his head sharply and glanced at Mu Qianxue. Her expression was calm and her face looked normal, as if nothing had changed. Everything was the same as before. She even nodded calmly at him. It seems that everything is normal. However, Qin Shila sensed that there was something wrong. Mu Qianxue glanced at the audience calmly and said, "During the military training, our squad leader is Qin Shila and our deputy squad leader is Bai Zichuan. I will notify them of anything that happens." Mu Qianxue's tone was very calm, even mixed with a hint of coldness. If someone knows her well, they might be able to tell that Mu Qianxue is feeling a little unhappy at the moment. Just now, Bai Zichuan's eyes were completely caught in hers, and she saw it clearly. It can be seen that Bai Zichuan's attention is completely focused on Qin Xiaola. As a girl, Mu Qianxue knew very well what that look meant. Although she had never been in love, she was very familiar with this kind of look. It might be something that women knew naturally. When she thought of Bai Zichuan's initiative and the close connection between them in the future, Mu Qianxue felt a little unhappy for some reason. Do you think a boy would reject a girl who looks sweet and pure and is very proactive towards him? Although black stockings are tempting, girls with a sweet, girl-next-door style are probably also the favorite of many boys. God knows what type Qin Xiaola likes. Unconsciously, Mu Qianxue's mind was filled with many such thoughts that came from nowhere. Even she herself didn't know why she had such an idea. She took a few deep breaths and quickly dispelled such thoughts from her mind. No. Why would I care what type that guy likes? What does it have to do with me? Even if he likes fat guys weighing over 200 pounds, it has nothing to do with me. Yes, it doesn't matter. Mu Qianxue repeated it silently several times in her heart, then looked at Qin Xiaola and said, "Okay, you go down first." Mu Qianxue's face was calm, but her tone seemed a little turbulent. However, this kind of wave is very small, and even Qin Xiaola is not sure whether it exists. He said oh, then walked down quickly and sat in his seat. As soon as he came back, Zhang Yu cast an envious look at him. Not only Zhang Yu, but also Tang Meng and Wu Luo were the same, their eyes were full of envy. Looking at the three of them like this, Qin Xiaola shuddered. This look is a bit scary. If you don't know, you might think there is something wrong with their sexual orientation. What are you three doing? What are you looking at? Zhang Yu chuckled, came over mysteriously and said, "Brother Lu, this is not easy." Qin Xiaola? What's not simple? Zhang Yu glanced at Tang Meng and Wu Luo, then said with a grin. Bai Zichuan on the left, Professor Mu on the right, you are hugging the goddess of our class, no, our college. What Zhang Yu said does make sense. As the class monitor, Qin Xiaola is naturally closer to Professor Mu and Bai Zichuan than others. To outsiders, isn't it true that whoever is closest to the water gets the moon first? If it were someone else, they might only be able to sigh in despair and serve as their squad leader honestly, but with Qin Xiaola's looks, he definitely has a chance. Zhang Yu patted Qin Xiaola on the shoulder and said, I hope that one day, I can see Professor Mu and Bai Zichuan fighting for favor. Qin Xiaola? Chapter 16. A small group of three. Seeing Zhang Yu like this, Qin Xiaola was speechless. Bro, are you crazy? These two, one is the deputy monitor and the other is the counselor, they are so jealous. Besides, he and Bai Zichuan are just ordinary classmates, colleagues at most, and there is no way they can go further. Qin Xiaola felt that Zhang Yu was probably crazy. He shook his head and remained silent. On the stage, Mu Qianxue briefly talked about a few school rules, all of which were quite serious and if violated, one might even be expelled. Of course, normal college students basically don't need it. These are just said out loud to instill a sense of awe in them. About 10 minutes later, Mu Qianxue stopped and looked at her watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Today's class meeting ends here. In the afternoon, the monitor and deputy monitor will lead the whole class to get the military training uniforms. I will inform you of the specific time then. Now, everyone can go. Oh, squad leader and deputy squad leader, please stay for a while. As soon as Mu Qianxue finished speaking, the classmates in the class stood up one by one and began to leave reluctantly. After all, Mu Qianxue's black stockings are really attractive and absolutely beautiful. When their high school teacher held a class meeting, these guys were impatient and wanted it to end quickly. However, as for Mu Qianxue's class meeting, they wished they could hold it for a whole day and night and not go back. Just keep watching. Don't think they can't do it. With the temptation of black stockings in front of you, men should be fearless. Soon, all the students in the class left one by one. Zhang Yu and a few others left first. In the entire classroom, there were only 3 people left, Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaola, and Bai Zichuan. Qin Xiaola stood up and walked to the podium, and the 3 of them gathered together. Bai Zichuan had a smile on his face and stood obediently beside Qin Xiaola. They looked quite a match. When Mu Qianxue saw this scene, she felt inexplicably unhappy for some reason. However, there was still something she hadn't finished talking about. She suppressed the slight dissatisfaction in her heart, glanced at the 2 of them calmly and said, Do you have WeChat? Have. The 2 said in unison without discussing it. Nowadays, who doesn't have a WeChat Penguin account? Young people, of course, all have it. However, when Mu Qianxue heard the two people's synchronized answers, she felt something different. Oh. What a tacit understanding. She glanced at Qin Shiola calmly, then took out her cell phone and said, "Let's set up a face-to-face group so we can contact each other if anything happens." Good. Naturally, the two of them had no objections and said yes in unison again. Mu Qianxue took another deep breath, then opened the face-to-face group chat. Soon, Qin Shiola and Bai Zichuan also joined the group successfully. The small WeChat group of 3 people looks a little strange. She glanced at the two of them calmly and then said, "Okay, it's getting late. I'm leaving first. You guys should go back too." Bai Zichuan looked at Mu Qianxue with smiling eyes and said, "Okay, Professor Mu." Qin Shiola also coughed dryly. Good. After the two of them finished talking, Mu Qianxue turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Bai Zichuan said with a smile, "Squad leader, I've added you as my friend on WeChat, please agree." Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's feet, which had just taken a few steps, were suspended in the air. After landing, it felt as if there were 1,000 pounds of weight on the soles of her feet and she could not move. She deliberately slowed down her pace, wanting to hear what Qin Shiola had to say. Qin Shiola didn't think much about it, and nodded with a smile. Good. After all, they are the monitor and vice monitor of the class, so they will naturally need to communicate about class matters in the future, so they must add each other as friends. Seeing that Qin Shiola agreed and she successfully added him, Bai Zichuan was very happy. She giggled and suddenly said, "By the way, I don't usually use WeChat, how about we add another Penguin account, do you mind, monitor? I don't use WeChat much, so I added a Penguin account." This is, of course, just an excuse. Bai Zichuan usually spends more time on WeChat, and the updates he posts are all in the WeChat moments. However, there is one advantage to the Penguin. That's things like Clover, Sparks, and Giant Wheels. You can cultivate these things by chatting on Penguin every day. In the future, even if there is nothing to talk about work every day, it is normal for Bai Zichuan to take the initiative to say a few words to maintain the spark. This is her little thought. It can't be called a white lotus, it's just an active pursuit of the boy I like. Many boys do this when pursuing girls. This is called strategy. Have questions? No problem. Qin Shiola smiled and said, "No problem." He doesn't care what contact information is added, since Qin Shiola uses both Penguin and WeChat anyway. Soon after adding it, Bai Zichuan sent an emoticon. Qin Shiola saw it and replied with an okay expression. Immediately, a clover appeared on their screens. Bai Zichuan smiled sweetly at Qin Shiola, his eyes full of smiles. "Look, squad leader, there's a clover." Qin Shiola smiled and nodded. On the other side, Mu Qianxue, who was almost at the door, felt unhappy for some reason. It's as if something that belongs to you is being taken away by someone else. The key point is, because of her aloofness, her status, or some other reason, she can only watch from the side and act as if she doesn't care. Although she wanted to stay away from that thing, there was always an emotion in her heart telling her that she couldn't stay away from it. Mu Qianxue considers herself to be an extremely rational person. She has never even had a romantic relationship in the past 20 years, and she always maintains an objective and rational attitude towards things. However, when it comes to feelings, she really can't be so objective and rational. "I can only restrain myself." However, she may really not be able to control her feelings. Turning her head and glancing at the two of them out of the corner of her eye, Mu Qianxue walked out of the classroom in her high heels, ticking away, as if nothing had happened. Qin Shiola was also embarrassed to be alone with Bai Zichuan in the classroom. He coughed dryly and said with a smile, "It's getting late. I need to go to lunch. I'll be leaving now." Bai Zichuan raised his head, looked into his eyes and said, "Squad leader, I haven't eaten either. How about we eat together?" There was some hope in Bai Zichuan's eyes. She really likes Qin Shiola, the kind of love that comes at first sight. This man seemed to have a kind of charm that was particularly attractive and even irresistible. However, Qin Shiola shook his head without hesitation. Now that he has found Mu Qianxue, Qin Shiola will definitely not get so close to other girls and have dinner with them. This is too ambiguous. He smiled and refused. "My roommate is still waiting for me, sorry." Chapter 17, The Flirty Qin Shiola New Book, Please vote. After hearing Qin Shiola's answer, Bai Zichuan felt a little disappointed, but still nodded. Well, in that case, squad leader, I'll be leaving first. Bai Zichuan smiled sweetly at Qin Shiola and waved. Qin Shiola also smiled and nodded, then looked at Bai Zichuan's back as he left. He stayed alone in the classroom for a while and then left. Bai Zichuan has a sweet appearance, which is the ideal of first love in the eyes of many boys. But what a pity! Qin Shiola met Mu Qianxue. If it weren't for what happened in the small hotel that day, perhaps Qin Shiola's obsession wouldn't be so deep, and he might not have rejected Bai Zichuan's invitation so readily. He smiled, stopped worrying, and strode away. The other side. Mu Qianxue returned to her office somewhat unhappy. His face was cold and covered with frost, and he looked a little chilly. However, she looks almost the same as usual. After all, that's how she got the title of Ice Goddess. Therefore, no one noticed anything unusual in her expression on the road, and instead thought that this was just the normal Mu Qianxue. In the office, Mu Qianxue put the book in her hand on the table, then sat in her chair and took a few deep breaths before she slowly calmed down. Even she herself didn't know why she suddenly felt so unhappy. Could it be that he is jealous of Qin Shiola? When this thought came to her mind, she was shocked. I haven't been jealous for more than 20 years. This is absolutely impossible. She quickly shook her head and kept telling herself in her heart that this was impossible. On the side, Xia Xijia saw that Mu Qianxue looked a little strange after coming back, so she hurried over and asked with concern. Qianxue, what's wrong? You don't look well? Although Mu Qianxue is usually this cold. However, as her best friend, Xia Xijia could still tell the difference. Mu Qianxue at this moment was a little different from usual. There seemed to be something more on his face besides the coldness. After hearing Xia Xijia's shout, Mu Qianxue finally reacted. Looking at her best friend, she shook her head and said, "It's okay, I'm just too tired." Xia Xijia thought about it and it made sense. Mu Qianxue's feet were uncomfortable yesterday, so she must have been tired. She asked with concern. That's good. Take some rest in the afternoon. As if she had thought of something, she then asked with a smile. Oh, by the way, have you met the Qin Shiola I told you about? What do you think? Isn't he handsome? After picking Qin Shiola up from the police station that day, Xia Xijia excitedly recommended Qin Shiola to Mu Qianxue and talked a lot about how good-looking Qin Shiola was. It is even asserted that there are only a few boys in the whole of China with such outstanding looks. Of course, Mu Qianxue naturally didn't believe that. After all, she has very high standards and ordinary boys are not in her eyes. Furthermore, the appearance of the boy in the small hotel that day had already penetrated her heart. Although I was slept with without knowing it, I have to say that the boy was so handsome. So at that time she told Xia Xijia very confidently that she didn't believe it. But when she found out that Qin Shiola was the same person who was in the hotel that day, she almost collapsed. Faced with Xia Xijia's question, Mu Qianxue didn't know how to answer for a moment. She lowered her head and coughed dryly, and a faint blush appeared on her originally fair face. Yeah, it's okay. Ha ha ha, I told you, how could my vision be bad? Xia Xijia seemed to be very happy because she got the affirmation from Mu Qianxue. Even Mu Qianxue affirmed Qin Shiola's appearance, which shows that her aesthetic taste is not wrong. Xia Xijia paused and continued. Actually, I think that you two are quite a good match in terms of looks. This is Xia Xijia's inner feeling. Judging from their looks alone, Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue are both top-notch. Not to mention the entire Tokyo University, even in the whole of China, there are few people who can compare to them. Xia Xijia, this is just a casual remark. However, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Mu Qianxue's pretty face suddenly turned red, the kind that felt hot. She stammered and retorted. Where is it, Xijia, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that Mu Qianxue was blushing, Xia Xijia came up to her with a smile as if she had discovered something new. TSK, Qianxue, after knowing each other for so long, this is the first time I see you blush. Facing Xia Xijia's words, Mu Qianxue lowered her head and remained silent. She really didn't know how to respond. In the cafeteria, Qin Shiola sent a message to Zhang Yu and the other three, then quickly walked over and found their locations. After buying the food, the four of them sat facing each other. Wu Luo took a sip of water and said with a smile. Brother Lu, why are you back so soon? Is it that Professor Mu is not good looking, or is Bai Zichuan not charming enough? Zhang Yu was immediately happy when he heard this, and nodded. Old Wu's words make sense. Could it be that? Brother Lo, you are not interested in women? As soon as Zhang Yu said this, Zhang Yu, Wu Luo and Tang Meng stared at him with strange eyes. Good job. Can't it be true? Could it be that Qin Xiaola likes men? In other words, she was actually a daughter, just like Mulan, who disguised herself as a man and went to war for her father. After all, Qin Xiaola is so handsome, the kind that has the ceiling in appearance. For a moment, the three people had different ideas. Even Zhang Yu had a bold idea. Or check at night? Thinking of this, he shuddered. My god, is she too slutty? That's right, this guy even thinks he is too sexy. Qin Xiaola looked at the three of them speechlessly. Originally, Tang Meng was quite normal. However, ever since he started interacting with these two cool guys, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo, things have slowly started to change. First of all, the eyes. Look at this flirty look. Does this make sense? Something's wrong. He rolled his eyes at the three of them, then coughed dryly and said righteously. After turning off the lights at night, come find me in my bed, you know what I mean. Zhang Yu? Wu Luo? Tang Meng? Damn, do you have to be so flirty? Say the most sexy words in the most serious tone. You are worthy of it. Qin sang. Seeing Qin Xiaola's ferocious physique, the three of them swallowed their saliva at the same time, dared not speak, and started eating. Are you kidding? With Qin Xiaola's height and physique, who would dare to go to his bed late at night? After dinner, it was almost 11:30, and the three of them went back to the dormitory together to rest for a while. Arriving at the dormitory and sitting on the bed, Qin Xiaola was just about to lie down for a while. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound on WeChat on my phone, and a message came in. In a small group of 3. Mu Qianxue, take everyone to the bottom of building number 3 of the school to get the military training uniforms at 3 p.m. Chapter 18 Mu Qianxue's rejection. After seeing the message from Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaola replied. Receive. However, as soon as he sent it out, he saw that Bai Zichuan had replied with the same received as him. The two of them responded one after the other, almost instantly. Seeing the two replies in the group, Mu Qianxue was stunned sitting in the office, and then snorted. These two people. They have quite a good understanding. She had a cold look in her eyes and said nothing. She simply locked her phone, threw it aside, and sat in her seat in a daze for a while. On the other side, Qin Xiaola clicked on Mu Qianxue's avatar. Her avatar was an anime character, Hybera AI from Detective Conan. She has short light brown hair, deep dark blue eyes, and a cold expression, giving people a deep, blurry, and hard-to-see-through feeling. It turns out that she likes Xiao AI. Qin Xiaola was looking at her profile picture while thinking. Through a person's profile picture, the space he posts on, and his circle of friends, you can roughly judge what a person likes, what hobbies he has, and even have a general idea of his personality. Often, the character personality of this kind of anime is likely to represent the personality of the person himself. Qin Xiaola wanted to check her circle of friends, only to find that he didn't seem to have added Mu Qianxue as a friend. He was stunned at first, things developed too quickly and he had no time to add Mu Qianxue as friends. I had already slept with him, but I didn't expect that I didn't even add him as a friend. Careless. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaola quickly clicked on a friend request. The other side. Mu Qianxue, who was sitting on a chair, heard a ding-dong sound from her cell phone. She frowned, picked up her phone and opened WeChat. When she saw the friend addition, she was stunned. This is Qin Xiaola's friend request? For a moment, Mu Qianxue was stunned. She didn't accept, nor did she reject. She just looked at the friend request in front of her calmly, her mind working rapidly. Do you agree or not? Or refuse? Although her reason told her that it was impossible for her and Qin Xiaola to be together, and what happened that night was purely an accident, she should keep her distance from Qin Xiaola as much as possible. However, there was a voice in her head that continued to brainwash her. The two of them are just a normal counselor and class monitor relationship, so adding each other as friends is normal. Besides, this makes it easier to manage the class. Of course, in addition to this, Mu Qianxue also had some other thoughts hidden in her mind. Two voices kept spinning and entangled in her mind. Finally, the balance in her heart tilted in her favor, and she was about to agree to Qin Xiaola's friend request. After all, as a counselor, it would be more convenient to contact the class monitor directly if there is anything. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's phone rang again. It's a friend request from Bai Zichuan. As the class monitor and deputy class monitor, adding a counselor will make it easier to communicate if there is anything. However, this action was not what Mu Qianxue saw. These two people always reply to messages in unison, and now, they can even add friends in sync. Oh. They really have a tacit understanding. Seeing this, Mu Qianxue unhappily rejected Qin Xiola's application. Scumbag. Who wants to be friends with you? You don't deserve it, huh? Immediately, she looked at Bai Zichuan's friend invitation, thought about it, and clicked to accept. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Bah, she and I are not enemies. Seeing that his friend verification was passed, Bai Zichuan smiled and sent a cute expression to Mu Qianxue, and then sent another message. Hello, Professor Mu. However, Mu Qianxue's emoticon package did not contain this type of emoticon. In fact, she did not even have an emoticon package, so she replied with one word. Very plain, but also very much in love with Qianxue. Fuck, why was my friend request rejected? Qin Xiola, who was originally lying on the bed, sat up straight instantly. What the fuck is this? The class monitor added the counselor's WeChat. Is this a problem? No problem. So why did she refuse? For a moment, Qin Xiola really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Mu Qianxue didn't recognize that this was his WeChat? Very likely. Qin Xiola thought about it, and sent another friend request, and this time he wrote a note in the request. I am your dear squad leader Qin Xiola. In the office, Mu Qianxue was stunned when she saw the friend request on her phone. Dear monitor? Who the hell is your dear? Shameless, you bastard. In Mu Qianxue's heart, Qin Xiola has already been labeled a scumbag. First he flirted with Bai Zichuan, and now he starts sending this kind of stuff to himself. Snort. So, without a doubt, Mu Qianxue clicked refuse again. Qin Xiola was stunned when he saw that he was rejected for the second time. Damn. What the hell? Maybe she didn't recognize it was him the first time, but Qin Xiola said it so obviously the second time. How could I not recognize it? On the side, Zhang Yu was lying on the bed, looking at Qin Xiola who was sitting up straight with confusion, and asked curiously. Brother Lo, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the day? What are you doing? Qin Xiola took a deep breath. It's okay, I'm adding friends. Add friends? Zhang Yu was puzzled. Is this a physical job? Why does Qin Xiola look like he's out of breath? After saying this, he really didn't believe it anymore. Qin Xiola started applying frantically. I just don't believe that my sincerity can't defeat you. However, every time Qin Xiola applied, Mu Qianxue rejected him. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. One would apply and then be rejected, and the other would apply again and then be rejected. However, when Qin Xiola applied for friend status again, suddenly passed. That's right, the friend request was approved. Qin Xiola was stunned and stared at the chat box in amazement. This passed? However, before he could say anything, Mu Qianxue suddenly sent a message. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Please delete each other. Qin Xiola? Is it a ghost that I accidentally clicked the wrong button? Deleting each other? Damn. He said quickly. Professor, it's me, Qin Xiola, your favorite monitor. Don't delete it. In the office, when Mu Qianxue saw the message sent by Qin Xiola, her pretty face suddenly turned red and she coughed dryly. Favorite monitor? He is indeed a scumbag, he can even say such disgusting words. Mu Qianxue, oh. As if she had thought of something, Qin Xiola had a question lingering in her mind. As Mu Qianxue's friend was also in the picture, she couldn't help but ask. Professor Mu, I have a question for you. Mu Qianxue, ask. Her replies were always so simple and efficient. Qin Xiola coughed dryly and kept tapping on the screen with his fingers. Well, after that night, did you take the emergency contraceptive pill? That day, both of them were drunk and there were no safety precautions. This is what Qin Xiola thought of the next day. Chapter 19 I've taken the medicine. After waiting for half a minute, Qin Xiola didn't see Mu Qianxue's reply. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, Mu Qianxue replied. If you keep talking about what happened that night, I'll delete you. Qin Xiaola. Suddenly, he didn't dare to ask. But, that's also true. For a girl, the first time is definitely precious, not to mention that it was taken away by a stranger, Qin Xiaola. Even though it was unintentional. However, Qin Xiaola felt that Mu Qianxue was still quite rational as she didn't use the knife to cut herself. Most people would probably be confused about whether to use a fruit knife or a machete. Therefore, Mu Qianxue's inner anger is understandable. After a moment of silence, Mu Qianxue thought for a moment and replied. I've taken medicine. Okay, nothing else, I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Mu Qianxue turned off her phone, looked at the computer in front of her, took a few deep breaths, and wondered what she was thinking. I lay on the computer desk, but couldn't fall asleep. I didn't know what to do in the future. This may be fate. I thought I would never see you again in this life. I didn't expect that I would become her student. It's just fate. Originally, Mu Qianxue, who had never had any emotional changes in more than 20 years, was no longer as calm as before because of the appearance of Qin Xiaola. Sometimes, I would even feel unhappy because he got close to other girls. She even began to wonder if she and Qin Xiaola had a future together. There is a big age gap between him and me. Will he mind? Even if he doesn't mind, will his family mind? Unconsciously, Mu Qianxue had an extra figure in her mind, and she was even wondering whether Qin Xiaola would dislike her age. After all, for many men, age is an insurmountable gap. It took a long time for Mu Qianxue to wake up from this fantasy. When she came to her senses, she was shocked. She patted her head, feeling a little annoyed. Why did you start thinking about these things? Mu Qianxue, there is absolutely no chance for you to be with him, relax. Mu Qianxue kept giving herself psychological hints in her heart. It is absolutely impossible for her and Qin Xiaola to be together. Let the past be the past. But what she didn't know was that some things were impossible to get over. In fact, the more you hope it passes, the closer it will get to you, as if God is playing a joke on you. In the dormitory, Qin Xiaola breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mu Qianxue's reply. I'm fine after taking the medicine. You don't have to prepare to be a dad as soon as school starts. Thinking of that scene, Qin Xiaola couldn't help but shudder. Just a few days after school started, he became a father. This feeling is so terrible. Then when he graduated from college, everyone else was wearing their bachelor's gowns, but he took photos with them holding his baby. That scene was so horrible. He even wondered if he would be beaten to death by his father if he told him. Fortunately, it is still safe for now. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Xiaola woke up, looked at the time, and opened the class group on his phone at all members. It's almost time. Everyone, pack up and get ready to go to building number 3 to get your military training uniforms. Everyone in class 1 of computer science received the news at the same time. Bai Zichuan was the first to reply. Got it, monitor. Afterwards, everyone started to reply with the word received. The boys lived very close to each other, so after Qin Xiaola tidied up the dormitory, he knocked on the doors of each dormitory one by one, waiting for the boys to go together. There are a lot of people in building number 3 today. Basically they are freshmen who come to receive their military training uniforms. I found a place under the shade of a tree and waited for everyone in the class to arrive. Not long after, suddenly, a voice rang out. Squad leader, here we come. I saw Bai Zichuan walking towards me with a smile, followed by a group of girls from the class. When they saw Qin Xiaola, smiles appeared on their faces involuntarily. That face is so beautiful and healing. Moreover, Qin Xiaola is also their class monitor, and it would be an honor to tell others that they have such a handsome class monitor. The girls from other computer science classes were crying with envy. Qin Xiaola greeted them with a smile, and then said, There's already a class lined up. We're all here, so let's get in line. Good. Everyone said hello and immediately began to line up according to their student numbers. Girls' student numbers are in front and boys are in the back. Qin Xiaola and Bai Zichuan, as the class monitor and deputy class monitor, stood at the front of the team and led the class together. Bai Zichuan turned around, looked at Qin Xiaola with a smile and said, Squad leader, did you have a good lunch break? Qin Xiaola smiled and said, It's pretty good. There are air conditioners and fans. The accommodation conditions in our school are pretty good. I have to say that Southeast University is worthy of being one of the top universities in China, and its accommodation conditions are really excellent. Located in Shanghai, with beautiful environment, the dormitory has a bed above and a desk below, and it is a 4-person room. And there is an independent bathroom, so you don't have to go to the bathhouse to take a shower. More importantly, every dormitory and classroom in the school is equipped with air conditioning. This is very important. In this hot summer, if there is no air conditioning in the dormitory, most people would collapse long ago. Hey, I think so too. Bai Zichuan smiled, nodded, and stood beside Qin Shiola very obediently. Soon, Class 1 of the Computer Science Department lined up at the back. They came relatively early and there was only one class in front of them, so they would probably be able to receive their military training uniforms quickly. Those who come here to distribute military training uniforms are students from the student unions of various colleges. As one of the top universities in China, the Student Union of Southeast University is pretty good. Not so much trouble. Qin Shiola stood in front of Class 1 of Computer Science, and his height and good looks were very conspicuous. When some girls from other majors saw Qin Shiola's appearance, they all had peach blossoms in their eyes and stood there hesitantly, wanting to go up and ask for contact information, but there were so many people around and they didn't dare to, so they could only stand at a distance and watch. Bai Zichuan, who was standing by, naturally noticed this scene keenly, and she was quite happy in her heart. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water will get the moon first. Other girls didn't even know Qin Shiola's name, but she not only added Qin Shiola's WeChat and Penguin ID, but also had a clover. Let us talk for a few more days, small sparks, big sparks, and even giant ships. He. Thinking of this, Bai Zichuan felt extremely happy. However, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Brother Qin, what a coincidence, you are here too. A girl wearing a black and white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts came over surprisingly. She had light makeup on her face, and her already delicate facial features looked even more beautiful under the light makeup. Seeing the person coming, Qin Shiola was stunned at first, then he smiled and greeted. Hello, senior sister. What a coincidence. Why are you here? The person who came was Leing, who added his Penguin account when he first entered the school. He didn't expect to meet him here. Chapter 20 Bai Zichuan and Leing's first meeting. New book, please vote. Leing said with a smile. I'm here to distribute military training uniforms to you. Who is this? As he spoke, Leing turned his attention to Bai Zichuan. Bai Zichuan's appearance is no less than hers, and he even has a more pure feeling, and he is so close to Qin Shiola. Leing couldn't help but feel some pressure. On the first day of school, Leing fell in love with Qin Shiola, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to add him. So, at this moment, she felt a little wary. However, Bai Zichuan is the same. This girl who seemed to be very familiar with Qin Shiola had a delicate appearance and was one of the best in the entire academy. Qin Shiola was stunned, then smiled and introduced. This is our class's vice monitor, Bai Zichuan. However, she said to Bai Zichuan. This is Leing, a senior from our major. The two looked at each other and knew each other, but there was a hint of caution and hostility in their eyes. Of course, on the surface, you can't tell anything about the two of them. Leing smiled at her and said. It turns out to be Junior Bai. She is so pretty. Her outstanding appearance must have attracted the attention of many boys in our major. Bai Zichuan smiled slightly and said. Senior is truly beautiful, and she looks good even with makeup on. The brief exchange between the two seemed as light as the wind in clouds. However, Zhang Yu, who was standing behind them, stared at the two girls' every move, and couldn't help but touch his chin and smacked his lips. What are you talking about? Brother Lu is not simple. Two girls are fighting for his favor. He is a role model for our generation. Tang Meng was stunned. Really? Aren't they very harmonious? Wu Luo smiled and patted Tang Meng on the shoulder and said. Old Tang, you are too small, your vision is small, this is what girls are like, they are all competing secretly. Hiss. Are all girls so scary? Leing turned his gaze to Qin Shiola, blinked, and said with a smile. Brother Qin, you have to treat me to a meal for what happened that night. That night, if Qin Shiola hadn't found Leing and asked for Mu Qinshua's phone number, he might have really had to stay in the police station for a few days. Not to mention completing tasks and acquiring skills. Qin Shiola was clear about this and knew that he really owed her a favor. So, he smiled and said. Thanks to you, senior. I will definitely treat you to a nice meal someday when I have time. When Leing heard this, she immediately smiled and was very happy. She glanced at Bai Zichuan without leaving any trace, then nodded with a smile in her eyes and said, "Okay, then I'll wait for Qin Shueti's arrangements." As she spoke, she glanced at the student council members who were working behind her and said with a smile, "I'm going to be busy now, we'll talk about it later." Good. Qin Xiaola said hello and then watched Leing leave. But Bai Zichuan beside him felt an inexplicable sense of tension. This senior named Leing is very good looking and has a good temperament. Moreover, it seems that he has a special relationship with the squad monitor. For a moment, Bai Zichuan couldn't help but become nervous. She looked at Qin Xiaola and said, "Squad leader, what is your relationship with her? Why did you invite her to dinner?" Qin Xiaola said, "Senior helped me before, so I have to treat her to a meal." In Qin Xiaola's opinion, inviting Leing to dinner was just to repay a favor. When it comes to favors, it's best to repay them as soon as possible. Don't delay. The longer you owe this thing, the harder it is to pay it back. If you don't return the money, firstly, you may lose a friend. Secondly, in the eyes of others, you are immature, and other friends will stay away from you, and you may lose a lot of friends. Therefore, when it comes to favors, try to repay them as much as possible. Bai Zichuan said oh, and seeing that Qin Xiaola didn't want to elaborate, she didn't ask any more questions. Soon, it was their class turn, and everyone began to receive their military training uniforms in order. It is very quick to get the uniforms. Basically, you just report your height and weight, and then someone will distribute the military training uniforms of the corresponding size to you. After receiving the uniforms, the students in Class 1 did not rush to leave. Instead, they unpacked their military training uniforms and put them on to try to see if they fit. After all, this kind of thing is to be worn during military training, which involves a lot of physical activity. If it doesn't fit properly, it will be very uncomfortable. Qin Xiaola had just changed his clothes, put on his clothes and pants, and put on his hat. His military training uniform was the perfect size, neither too big nor too small when he wore it. On the side, Bai Zichuan came over and looked at Qin Xiaola's expression and said in amazement, "No way, squad leader, you look so handsome in it. I feel like you have the temperament of a soldier." Qin Xiaola stood with his back straight, and the military training uniform matched his figure perfectly. Not only her, but other students in the class also gathered around involuntarily. "Damn, Brother Lo, it's just a military training outfit, why do you have to be so cool?" "That's right, are our military training uniforms the same? Why do I feel like I look uglier in them?" Fuck, be more confident and get rid of the feeling. You are indeed a male god. You look handsome in anything you wear. Whoa, I love it so much. The classmates surrounded Qin Xiaola and stared at him. This outfit is so handsome. It turns out that they thought wearing military training uniforms would lower a person's appearance. After all, the workmanship of this thing is very ordinary and rough, far inferior to the formal military uniform. But when they saw Qin Xiaola, they were all stunned. It turns out that good-looking people look good in anything they wear. The reason why they think they don't look good in military training uniforms is because they don't look good. What a cruel reality. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Qin Xiaola smiled bitterly and said, "Have you tried it on? If there's anything that doesn't fit, I'll change it for you." "Okay, squad leader, no problem." "Yes, it's good." Everyone nodded in agreement. The clothes are made on site according to their height and weight, so there will basically be no major deviation. Qin Xiaola nodded and said, "That's good, everyone go back, you can buy some things for military training." In this weather, the sun is still very strong and the sunlight is very scorching. If you are not careful, it is easy to get sunburned or tanned. It is necessary to prepare sunscreen and insoles for military training in advance. After all, the quality of these rubber-soled shoes is really terrible. It hurts my feet when I walk. It's very uncomfortable. Okay. Squad leader will be leaving first. Goodbye, squad leader. Everyone waved goodbye to Qin Xiaola. Bai Zichuan walked up to him and said with a smile, "Squad leader, I'm leaving first." "Okay, bye." After watching everyone leave, Qin Xiaola and several roommates prepared to leave. They first went back to the dormitory to put away their military training clothes, and then when it was a little later, they went to a supermarket near the school to buy some sunscreen and insoles. Chapter 21 Just a Suggestion. At a supermarket near the school, Qin Xiaola and his 3 roommates bought some sunscreen and a few pairs of disposable insoles. Basically, supermarkets near universities will have these disposable insoles. It sells very well during military training every year. This disposable insole is not that soft, but it is much better than pure soles. It is quite comfortable to wear for military training. Everyone prepared several pairs of shoes. After eating in the cafeteria and preparing to go back, Qin Xiola's cell phone suddenly rang. He opened his phone and saw that it was a message from Mu Qianxue. Come to my office, classroom 6320. Mu Qianxue's message was very concise and brief, and she did not mention why she asked Qin Xiola to come over. Professor Mu, what's the big deal? Come over here and talk. Hurry up. I want to see you in 3 minutes. Mu Qianxue didn't say anything, so Qin Xiola didn't ask any more questions. I guess it must be something important. Otherwise, the word hurry up would not be used. After looking at the phone screen and thinking for a moment, he replied okay. Afterwards, he asked Zheng Yu to take the insoles and sunscreen he bought back to the dormitory, and he ran to Mu Qianxue's office. Building number 6 is the teacher's office, on the 3rd floor, classroom 320. Qin Xiola jogged all the way, took a few breaths, and finally ran to the office door. Boom boom boom. Qin Xiola stood at the door, looking at the closed office door, and knocked gently a few times. In the office, a familiar voice suddenly came. Come in. Qin Xiola didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. As far as the eye could see, Mu Qianxue was the only one in the small office. She was still wearing the same outfit as this morning, except that she was wearing a white shirt on the upper body and the same black stockings on the lower body. The typical style of an urban white-collar woman. Coupled with her incomparable beauty and attractive figure, she is simply stunning. Mu Qianxue is not particularly thin, but she has a well-proportioned figure, fat where it should be fat, and thin where it should be thin. For example, her legs are slender and straight, without a trace of fat, and are simply beautiful. Qin Xiola stood at the door and couldn't help swallowing. He was already out of breath after running over, and now his breathing became even heavier. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing Qin Xiola like this, Mu Qianxue was not angry at all, but was quite proud in her heart. However, she coughed and said, Don't stand at the door, come over here. Oh. Qin Xiola finally reacted and said oh quickly, then walked up to her quickly and said with a smile. Professor Mu, what's the matter with calling me here? Mu Qianxue hummed calmly, raised her head and looked into Qin Xiola's eyes and said, The school has notified all students that they will gather on the playground at 8 a.m. tomorrow to prepare for military training. The school just recently notified us that tomorrow is the day when the military training officially begins. The next 15 days may be very difficult for many students. Especially for those students who are in poor health, they can say that every day is like a year. However, Qin Xiola was stunned. That's it? Why don't you just talk about this on WeChat? Why do you have to call me over? That's it? That's all? Qin Xiola looked at Mu Qianxue with a confused look on his face and asked. Mu Qianxue shook her head and said affirmatively. No more. Qin Xiola. Damn. It's a pity that I ran all the way here, fearing that something big had happened and I was extremely worried. Damn it. Looking at Qin Xiola's expression, Mu Qianxue looked at him coldly and said. Why, you can go with the deputy squad leader to get the military training uniform and chat and laugh, but I can't call you to my office? Mu Qianxue's tone of voice was very flat, and it seemed that her voice was no different from before. But Qin Xiola heard something wrong in the tone. First of all, this is not true. He and Bai Zichuan went to get their military training uniforms together with the whole class, not just alone. Besides, what is the connection between getting military training uniforms and coming to the office? Not at all. However, when he saw Mu Qianxue's eyes when he was about to refute, he swallowed the words that he had not yet said. Because he felt a murderous aura. Ahem, but yes, of course, no problem at all. His strong desire to survive made him change his words instantly. Women are so scary. Mu Qianxue's expression softened a little, and her tone of voice was not as harsh as at the beginning. Instead, she started talking about something else. Do you remember my office? This was Qin Xiola's first time to come to Mu Qianxue's office. He had never been here before. Qin Xiola was stunned, not knowing why Mu Qianxue suddenly changed the subject and asked this. However, he still answered honestly. Remember. Recite it again. Qin Xiola? What the hell? Do you want to recite it again? Why do I feel like admitting my mistake to my wife? This feeling is a bit weird. He swallowed, coughed, and said, 6320. Hearing Qin Shiola recite it, Mu Qianxue nodded in satisfaction and hummed. Good, that's enough, go ahead. Qin Shiola? Just left like that? I finally came here, and this is it? However, looking at Mu Qianxue's expression, he did not dare to refute, and said with a dry cough. Ahem, then. Professor Mu, I'll go back first. After saying that, Qin Shiola glanced at her, and seeing that she had no other ideas, he prepared to leave. Wait. Mu Qianxue called him again. Qin Shiola turned his head and looked at her blankly and said, Anything else? Mu Qianxue coughed dryly, her eyes looking a little unnatural as she said, In the future, don't get so close to Bai Zichuan. One of you is the monitor and the other is the deputy monitor. If you get too close, people will gossip about you. Of course, I'm just suggesting it, it's up to you whether you listen to it or not. This afternoon, she went over to see how her classmates were getting their military training uniforms and whether they needed any help. By the way, let us also take a look at Qin Shiola's organizational skills. Unexpectedly, I saw Qin Shiola and Bai Zichuan standing in front of the team, talking and laughing. After watching for a while, Mu Qianxue left unhappily. I asked you to manage the class, and this is how it is organized? Standing in front of the team, chatting and laughing with the deputy monitor. Qin Shiola was stunned. What kind of advice is this? It's like having someone point a gun at you and telling you it's just a suggestion. Qin Shiola heard a strong sense of jealousy from Mu Qianxue's words. Just like a jealous little girl. After a moment, he realized that it was no wonder that Mu Qianxue was so strange just now. I see. Chapter 22 Don't be strange in front of me. However, Qin Shiola was not at all angry or upset about Mu Qianxue's behavior. On the contrary, I felt a little happy. Why? Because when a girl is jealous and angry with you, it proves that you are in her heart. If a girl doesn't care about you, doesn't even bother to answer you, let alone being jealous, then I can say bluntly that there is absolutely no chance for you and her. Even if it succeeds in the end. Then you are definitely a bootlicker. You don't even know how many backup plans the other party has. How to pursue a girl. The most important point is also the most crucial point. That is, to cause changes in girls' inner emotions. The purpose is to cause emotional fluctuations in their inner world. Whether you are jealous or angry, this is one of the most intuitive and effective ways. Looking at Mu Qianxue's appearance, Qin Shiola said with a smile. Since the professor has ordered me to do so, I can only obey. Order, command? I don't. It's just a simple suggestion. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said a little embarrassedly. I didn't order you, that was a suggestion, you know that. And, don't talk nonsense when you get out. Mu Qianxue seemed a little embarrassed when she spoke, with a little blush on her face, which actually made her look cute. Qin Shiola didn't show any change on the surface when he heard this, but he was actually laughing like crazy in his heart. Mu Qianxue's appearance was really funny. It is really unexpected that Mu Qianxue, who has always been an ice goddess, actually has such a cute little girl side. If this were to be made public, it would definitely surprise countless people. He smiled slightly, patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Professor. I understand. I promise I won't say anything nonsense. He chuckled, and his delicate facial features looked particularly handsome when he smiled. There is a feeling of being a gentleman. It seems like you will fall in love with it at first sight. It can be said that if Qin Shiola was born in ancient times, it might not be the four most handsome men in ancient times that would be passed down to the world, but five. Mu Qianxue took a look and was stunned for a moment. When she reacted, her pretty face suddenly turned red and she coughed dryly and said, Okay, that's enough, just know it, get out. Qin Shiola's mouth corners slightly raised when he heard this. One could feel that Mu Qianxue's breathing was unstable and fluctuating at the moment, and her voice was not as confident. He said hello with a smile and prepared to go out, but just as he reached the door, Qin Shiola suddenly stopped. Mu Qianxue was also stunned, and looked at him curiously and said, What's wrong? Qin Shiola chuckled, looked at the direction of Mu Qianxue's chest and said, Professor Mu, next time you wear a white shirt, I suggest you button it up. Although you don't have to be so reserved in front of me, you still have to be careful in front of outsiders. After saying that, Chin Shiola didn't dare to stay at all. He smiled at her, then opened the door and ran away. Mu Qianxue, who was sitting in her seat, looked confused and lowered her head. I was stunned. Oh my god. The first two buttons of the white shirt were not buttoned, and her breasts were relatively large, so a hint of white was visible from time to time on her chest, which was very conspicuous. Moreover, Chin Shiola was standing in front of him just now. Looking down from a high place, you can naturally see more clearly. But this guy stood there for a long time without saying a word until he was about to leave. In other words, everything on her chest had been seen by Chin Shiola, and he stared at it for a long time without blinking. In an instant, Mu Qianxue's face turned red and hot, as if she had drunk too much. This is the first time she has been so embarrassed in all these years. No, this is the second time. The first time was when I woke up with Chin Shiola in the hotel in the morning. She quickly buttoned up her clothes, covered her chest with her hands, and murmured, "You bastard, you dare to tease me, you're dead." That's right, in Mu Qianxue's opinion, Chin Shiola was just teasing her. Moreover, she also said that there was no need to be so polite in front of him. If this isn't teasing, what is this? Snort. He is indeed a scumbag who even dares to tease the counselor. She huffed a few times, her chest boiling with anger, and she made up her mind to teach Chin Shiola a lesson. Just wait, you will regret it. There is a saying that goes, never mess with girls. Because once they get angry, it's serious. On the other side, Chin Shiola came out of the office. It was getting dark, so he walked along the road and returned to the dormitory. Sitting under his bed in the dormitory, he sent a message in the class group, telling everyone to gather in the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you have to wear military training uniforms. The formal military training is about to begin. Suddenly, the class group became lively. Oh my god, military training is about to begin. The painful days are coming. It's so hot in the sun. I feel like I'll be 2 shades darker after the military training. You are already dark enough. If you are any darker, you will become a black man. Fuck. Looking at everyone's discussion in the group, Chin Shiola laughed out loud. These guys are so funny. However, I have to say that military training is indeed not a very pleasant thing. The weather is extremely hot. Even if you apply sunscreen, you will definitely get tan 1 or 2 degrees if you continue to be exposed to the scorching sun. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to recover. In the evening, after taking a shower, everyone went to bed early. Because everyone knows that military training will start tomorrow, and the difficult military training time is about to begin. The next morning, at 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone in the dormitory got up. After taking turns to wash up, they started to put on their clothes and shoes and prepare to have breakfast. Fuck, old Tang, these shoes are so fucking rubbish, and they're heavy. Zhang Yu put on the vulcanized shoes issued during military training, stomped on the ground a few times, and complained a lot. I knew this shoe was rubbish, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. Tang Mang felt the same way. Although he didn't wear any big brand name shoes, no matter how bad the shoes he bought were, they were still 10,000 times better than this pair. This guy is a dare. Chin Shiola smiled and shook his head. Come on, stop complaining, we're all the same, hurry up and get ready to eat, if you're late you won't even get breakfast. They were supposed to gather at 8 in the morning, and it was already 7:20. If I don't hurry up, I will really be late for breakfast. The 3 of them understood, so they quickly applied some sunscreen and went out together. They ran to the cafeteria to have breakfast, bought a bottle of mineral water, and then the 4 of them ran to the playground. The playground was crowded at this time, and people were crowded everywhere. If they hadn't stood in their seats according to their class early on, they might not even be able to find anyone in their class. Chapter 23. The confused trio. Today is my old minister's birthday, hee. Seeing Chin Shiola coming over, Bai Zichuan's eyes suddenly lit up, his heart was filled with joy, he came up to him with smiling eyes, stood beside him obediently and said, "Hey, good morning, squad leader." Bai Zichuan greeted him, Chin Shiola was startled, and then responded with a smile. "Morning." After a brief exchange between the two, Chin Shiola began to gather everyone in the class to line up according to their student numbers. Not long after, a group of soldiers in military uniforms walked up to the podium in unison. These are all active duty military personnel, and are also Chin Shiola and his instructors. Every year, the instructors at the University of Tokyo are active duty military personnel, and because of this, the military training is more rigorous. Standing in the front is the chief instructor. Then, the principal and other major school leaders took their seats, facing the crowd. This was considered an opening ceremony before the military training, and it was also one of the few opportunities for them to meet the principal and so many school leaders since they entered university. The next hour was filled with all kinds of high-sounding formalities. The principal spoke and each leader said a few words. Until an hour later, the chief instructor held the microphone and yelled, "I declare that the half-month military training will begin now. Each instructor should find his own team and take them to training." Yes. Immediately afterwards, a loud and uniform roar broke out among the instructors. Then, all the instructors started running towards their teams. Shin Shiola and the others stood there for a while. Soon, an instructor who was not tall, about 1.78 meters, with a strong build, a dark face, and exuding a military aura, ran over and stood in front of them. "Everyone in Computer Science Class 1, listen to my command. Turn left. Go to the basketball court. March in step." Immediately afterwards, the instructor walked in front to lead the team, and Shin Shiola and the others followed behind. The division of the military training grounds was made long in advance. Shin Shiola and his classmates from the School of Information are all on the playground. It has to be said that Shin Shiola and his group were relatively lucky, as the area they were assigned to happened to have a few big trees that could block some of the sun. Some classes were assigned directly under the sun and endured the scorching sun. Facing the crowd, the instructor's eyes were sharp. He looked around, then slowly said, "My name is Yang Tianju. You can call me Instructor Yang. From today on, I will be your military training instructor. Do you understand?" Clear. No one dared to say anything more. Yang Tianju nodded and said, "Who is your squad leader? Come out." Shin Shiola heard this and strode out. "Report, it's me." Looking up at Shin Shiola, Yang Tianju was stunned. He had just noticed the student. Although he was standing in the crowd, his temperament was difficult to conceal no matter what. When you look closer, it's even more amazing. This is not the kind of effeminate handsomeness that young boys have, but a real masculine air. Yang Tianju still likes this kind of boy. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "May I have your name?" "Shin Shiola." Yang Tianju nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay, that's good. If I'm not here, you'll be in charge of the class. Do you understand?" Clear. Shin Shiola replied loudly. Yang Tianju nodded and waved his hand to signal him to go back. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "What we are practicing today is very simple, standing at attention. Everyone listen up, stand at attention, chest out, head high, anyone who moves will do 20 push-ups for every move." Soon, under the training of Yang Tianju, the entire Computer Science Class 1 began the first step of their military training career, standing at attention. I have to say, this is definitely a very difficult stage to get through. Many people have lived a life of luxury before and cannot bear to stand for half an hour or even more than an hour. What's more, it is even more painful under such scorching sun. At the beginning, the expressions on many people's faces began to gradually distort, and they were in excruciating pain. I wanted to stop several times, but was frightened by Yang Tianju's eyes. You know, doing 20 push-ups at a time is not a small number. After an unknown amount of time, everyone felt as if they were numb. The whole person stood there, as if frozen. There were beads of sweat on everyone's forehead. Of course, Shin Shiola was better off. He had a good physique and had been trained by his father since he was a child. He had a strong physique, so he only felt a little sore after standing for such a long time. However, his roommates were not having such a good time. Zhang Yucheng held his body up, his face flushed, beads of sweat flowing down his face like water. He muttered softly, "Shit, it's been an hour, is the instructor crazy? Why hasn't he stopped yet? Wu Luo, I feel like I'm almost dying. I'm so tired. Tang Meng, you two are just pretenders. You two are not very good." Zhang Yu glanced at him and said, "Old Tang, please stop shaking. You're shaking so much." Wu Luo was also amused and chuckled. "That's right, I feel like you're not as good as me and Lao Zhang." Suddenly, Shin Shiola, who was standing on Tang Meng's right, coughed dryly and kept winking at him. Tang Meng glanced at Shin Shiola and said with a smile, "Brother Lo, what's wrong with your eyes? Is there something wrong? Are you as weak as them?" He, I feel the same way." Just as the three of them were laughing, suddenly, a voice came from behind them. You three seem to be having a great time chatting. Hearing this, the three of them glanced back at the same time. Suddenly, the three of them were almost scared to death. Teach, instructor? Damn, when did he run to the back? The three of them were totally frightened. Suddenly, Shin Shiola was speechless. The reason he coughed just now was to tell the three of them that the instructor was here. I didn't expect these three guys to be more stupid than each other. Yang Tianju walked around to the three of them and snorted coldly. What did you three just say? Tell me about it. Yang Tianju's eyes swept back and forth among the three people, but none of Zhang Yu and the other three took the initiative to speak. After a while, Yang Tianju's eyes fell on Tang Meng, and he came up to him and said, What about you? What did you just say? This. Tang Meng was confused. Looking at Yang Tianju's terrifying eyes, he swallowed and said, Report. Report to the instructor. I just said that the two of them were just fake. As soon as Tang Meng finished speaking, everyone in the computer science class almost laughed out loud. But the instructor was right beside them, so everyone could only try hard to hold back their laughter. This guy is so fucking smart. Yang Tianju looked at him coldly and said, You three, get ready for push-ups, 50 each. After saying that, he looked at Tang Meng. You're pretty strong, 100. Suddenly, the three of them looked miserable. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 24 Collision. A slender figure with long white legs and a short black skirt slowly walked towards her. She stood in front of the computer science class 1, with countless eyes focused on her. Some boys even swallowed their saliva, it was so beautiful. She is definitely a school beauty. Leing. That's right, when Shin Shiola saw who was coming, he was stunned and didn't know why she came. Just then, a loud broadcast was heard in the school. Then the voice of the chief instructor was heard. Break time begins. Each instructor should arrange their own break time. This is the collective break time for the whole school's military training. Basically every school has this time during military training. Yang Tianju blew a whistle at everyone and then said, Everyone, take a 20-minute break. All of a sudden, everyone who had been standing in military posture with their bodies tensed relaxed. Everyone's face was filled with relief. Oh my god, I finally got some rest. Of course not. If I stand there any longer I feel like I'm going to die. That's right. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. If I stand there any longer, I might not be able to hold on any longer. One by one, they found a cool place to rest and drink water. However, it's just other people who are resting. Zhang Yu, Wu Luo, and Tang Meng were still doing push-ups miserably. Looking at the miserable condition of the three people, Shin Shiola held his forehead, speechless. So miserable. Other students in the class also looked at him with sympathy. At this time, Leing ran over through the crowd, stood in front of Shin Shiola and said with a smile, Little Lu, you're great. You look so handsome in your military training uniform. As soon as Leing saw Shin Shiola's position, his eyes were full of joy and he ran over excitedly. When she got closer, she realized that Shin Shiola was so handsome even in his military training uniform. He is simply a natural clothes hanger. No matter how you wear it, you look handsome. This kind of person, even if he is wearing beggar's clothes, you will think he is the leader of the beggars sect. Temperament is something that cannot be hidden. Shin Shiola smiled bitterly and said, It's okay, it's okay. Why are you here, senior? Leing smiled slightly, then took out a bottle of cold pulse from behind. I am here to bring you some water because I am worried that you might be tired. As she spoke, Leing handed over the pulse and looked at him with a smile. Leing knew the specific schedule of their military training. After all, she worked in the student union, so she knew this stuff. So, she specially chose her break time to come and bring water to Shin Shiola. Suddenly, the entire computer science class was in an uproar. Fuck, what's going on? Why is there someone delivering water during military training? I'm so jealous. Is this the class monitor? She's so charming. If I were such a pretty senior student delivering water to me, I would be so happy that I would die. That's right, I'm so envious. Everyone in the class looked at this scene, their eyes filled with envy. Don't even mention such a pretty girl delivering water. Even if they just came to see them, they would feel satisfied. Sure enough, the gap between people is really too big. On the side, 3 people who were doing push-ups were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. I almost cried with envy. Damn. This. Shin Shiola was stunned for a moment. To be honest, Leing came to the military training ground to see him and bring him water in such a hot weather. Any boy would probably be touched. However, he didn't want to accept it, and he couldn't accept it. His target is Mu Qianxue, so he should stay away from other girls and not get too close to them. After thinking about it, Shin Shiola politely refused. Senior, you are so polite. I brought some water. This, you don't need it. However, Leing didn't care and said with a smile. This is an energy drink, and it's cold. Your water has been heated up by the sun and doesn't taste good. Try this instead. After that, Leing continued. Besides, I've already taken it. I can't just watch me take it back in disgrace. As she spoke, Leing stared at Shin Shiola with her big watery eyes. Shin Shiola suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Indeed. What Leing said makes sense. After all, she is a girl, and she brought water with good intentions in front of so many people. If I reject it directly, it will be too hurtful. What's more important is the loss of face. This is not good. So, Shin Shiola thought about it and said, well, okay, thank you, senior. I'll transfer the money to you later. Shin Shiola didn't want to owe Leing anything, so he told her directly that he could make money. Of course, Leing had no objection. As long as Shin Shiola accepted her water, everything would be fine. It was just a few dollars. She said with a smile. Okay, you decide. After saying that, Leing handed over the water. This time, Shin Shiola did not refuse. He took the water and thanked her. Bai Zichuan, who was sitting next to his roommate, frowned and felt a pang in his heart. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't stop Shin Shiola from drinking water. Besides, she and Shin Shiola were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so she had no right to stop him from taking Leing's water. So, Bai Zichuan just sat there, watching this scene unhappily. However, just as Shin Shiola took the pulse gauge handed over by Leing, a cough suddenly sounded from nowhere. The familiar coughing sound scared Shin Shiola. He suddenly raised his head and saw a familiar figure. The person was wearing a black tight miniskirt, revealing her curvy figure and long white legs. When Shin Shiola saw this person, his heart suddenly tightened. Mu Qianxue. That's right, the woman who was slowly walking towards Shin Shiola was Mu Qianxue. Her expression was calm and her eyes were fixed on Shin Shiola, very cold and calm. However, Shin Shiola felt a murderous presence beneath this dullness. That's right, it's murderous intent. He swallowed, feeling a little panicked. Soon, Mu Qianxue walked in front of Shin Shiola. At this time, Leing also greeted her with a smile. Professor Mu, why are you here? Leing is a member of the college student union and usually helps the teacher with some things, so she has known Mu Qianxue for a long time. Mu Qianxue glanced at her and said calmly. I came to see their military training. Why are you here too? Leing glanced at Shin Shiola with a smile, with an inexplicable tenderness in her eyes. Although Shin Shiola didn't notice it, Mu Qianxue, as a woman, keenly captured it. She was already unhappy and now she was even more unhappy. This guy is really a philanderer. It's only been a few days since school started. A senior student from the same class and major as me. And they all look good. Snort. What a scumbag. I'm here to bring some water to junior brother Shiola. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Good. Mu Qianxue said hello, watched Leing leave, and then looked at Shin Shiola. Chapter 25 Mu Qianxue's Revenge. When he saw Mu Qianxue's gaze, Shin Shiola's heart suddenly tightened and he had a bad feeling. Although everything seemed calm on the surface, he could sense the turbulent waves hidden beneath the surface. Shin Shiola couldn't help but swallow and smiled at her. Mu Qianxue looked at the pulse in Shin Shiola's hand and asked calmly. Is pulse delicious? Shin Shiola coughed and said. I haven't drank it yet. I don't know. Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and said calmly. Oh, drink it now and see if it tastes good. Looking at Mu Qianxue like this, Shin Shiola is not stupid, how could he drink in front of her? Isn't that just digging a hole for yourself? He quickly shook his head and said with a smile. No. No, Actually, I didn't plan to drink it, cough cough. Mu Qianxue looked at him coldly without saying anything, then walked over and came to Yang Tianzhu's side, ignoring Qin Xiaola. Seeing this, Qin Xiaola breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Yang, what's going on with these three? Yang Tianzhu was stunned. He had been an instructor at Dongda University for several years, so he naturally knew Mu Qianxue. He had met her before and was deeply impressed. Moreover, he knew that he would be managing Mu Qianxue's class this time. The three of them were talking while standing at attention, so I made them do push-ups as punishment. Mu Qianxue nodded after hearing this. This is also a routine operation in military training. Military training is a discipline training. If you are caught by the instructor while standing at attention and talking, you will be punished 100%. He looked at the three people and asked each of them, "How many push-ups do you have left?" Zhang Yu raised his head and said with some difficulty, "There are 20 left." Wu Luo, 22. Tang Mang, 71. After the three of them finished speaking, Mu Qianxue nodded thoughtfully and said, 20 plus 22 plus 71 makes a total of 113. He continued to ask the three people. Qin Xiaola is your three roommate, right? Ah, yes, yes. The three of them nodded and spoke in unison. Mu Qianxue nodded. That was easy. She looked at Yang Tianzhu and said, Coach Yang, Qin Xiaola is both their roommate and the monitor, but he doesn't lead by example. I think we should let the three of them get up first, and let the monitor take charge of the remaining 113. Suddenly, Qin Xiaola was confused. He stared at Mu Qianxue with eyes wide open, a look of disbelief on his face. What the hell is this operation? Is this the legendary using public power for personal gain? It is true that women have the most vicious hearts. He looked at Yang Tianzhu with longing, hoping that he would not be bewitched by Mu Qianxue. However, his wish ultimately came to nothing. Yang Tianzhu pondered for a moment, felt that it made sense, and nodded. What Professor Mu said makes sense. In that case, then the three of you should get up. Suddenly, Zhang Yu and the other two stood up as if relieved, with smiles on their faces. Zhang Yu was very touched. Damn, Professor Mu is simply an angel. Woohoo, how can there be such a kind and beautiful woman? Wu Luo, that's right, I love it, Wu. Tang Meng sighed. What a pity for Brother Lu, I wish he was still alive last night. It's impossible to do more than 100 push-ups without some skills. This thing has relatively high requirements on physical fitness. Without training, doing dozens of push-ups will make your arms feel like they are filled with lead. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Xiaola. There was more or less sympathy in his eyes. Squad leader, this is so miserable. Mu Qianxue stared at him, gave him a look and said, Right here, let's start. 113, I'll count for you. Qin Xiaola. Oh shit. This is the most vicious heart of a woman. Too cruel. Bai Zichuan felt a little bit reluctant, so he stood up and said, Professor Mu, I don't think the class monitor should be punished. There are over 100 of them, which is too many. Upon hearing this, some girls in the class also spoke up. That's right, the monitor is right. Yes, Professor, that's too much. Oh. Seeing so many girls pleading for Qin Xiaola with concerned eyes, Mu Qianxue turned her gaze, raised her eyelids slightly, and looked at him. 113, is that a lot? In an instant, Qin Xiaola couldn't help but shiver. Jealous girls are scary. More than 100? Of course more. But if Qin Xiaola said more, it might be doubled. He coughed dryly and said quickly. No. Not much, I'll do it right away. After saying that, Qin Xiaola lay on the ground without hesitation. Then he supported himself on the ground with his hands and started doing push-ups. 1. 2. Qin Xiaola's frequency was very fast and steady. He did more than 20 times in just a few tens of seconds without getting red in the face or out of breath. Not only that. When Qin Xiaola did push-ups, the strong muscles in his arms were clearly visible. The huge muscles are explosive and you can tell at a glance that they are full of strength. What is the most important thing for boys? Strength, muscle. Only in this way can girls feel safe. The girls were stunned, especially when they saw the muscles. They swallowed subconsciously and became a little excited. Love this muscle. Not long after, more than a minute passed, and Qin Xiaola's speed did not slow down at all. At this moment, he has completed 70 of them. Even the instructor was dumbfounded by such a speed. This kid looks like he's practiced before, not bad. There was a glimmer of joy in young Tianju's eyes. I didn't expect that I could discover a talented student during the military training. Even he might not be able to match this physique. As Qin Xiaola continued to do push-ups, more and more people gathered around him. Most of them were students from other professional classes in the School of Information, especially girls. They surrounded Qin Xiaola and stared at him without taking their eyes off him. Oh my god, this boy is so handsome. The most handsome boy in our school is just like this. No, I feel like even celebrities, let alone the school idol, may not be better than him. That's right, the key is that there are muscles, I love it. Listening to the discussions and fangirling voices of a group of girls around her, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. This wave was too sloppy. Doesn't this give Qin Xiaola a chance to show himself? Let him show off his muscles in front of so many people. I was giving him an assist. Manually help him attract women. Damn. Careless. He should go to his own office and do it slowly. She snorted in her heart, feeling a little unhappy. At this moment, Qin Xiaola was almost done. Countless girls stared at him closely, as if they were cheering him on in their hearts. Chapter 26, My mood improved all of a sudden. New book, please vote. 113. After finishing the last push-up, Qin Xiaola stood up and took a few deep breaths. This thing is really tiring. What's more, you have to do more than 100 of them in one go, which is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although my hands were shaking slightly, it was okay and not that serious. After all, he had been exercising since he was a child, and he had 6 abdominal muscles all over his body, and his shoulder muscles were also very visible. With his physique, not many people can bump into him even when he is playing basketball on a baseball field. When Qin Xiaola stood up, the people watching him were extremely excited, as if they were the ones standing up. Wow, this is awesome, 113 of them were done just like that. Really, I feel like I can't even do 13. Oh my god, the key is that he is still so handsome. Wow, please add me as your boyfriend's friend. I want one too. The girls around were already stunned, looking at Qin Xiaola's body as if they were seeing Tang Monk's flesh. Eager. Zhang Yu and the other two looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Qin Xiaola's physical fitness really exceeded their imagination. This push-up is amazing. Old Tang, look at Brother Lu. His push-ups and endurance are so impressive. Which girl wouldn't love him? Wu Luo also echoed. Exactly. If I were a girl, I would love it too. Tang Meng. Last. No wonder they are called Hong and Ha. Something as normal as doing push-ups can be said in such a passionate way. In one word, absolutely. Qin Xiaola looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said, Professor Mu, I'm done. Mu Qianxue uttered an unclear "oh," but in fact, she swallowed hard in her heart. This is full of male hormone power. It's amazing. Even Mu Qianxue is not immune to this. Young Tianju came over, his eyes full of admiration, and clapped his hands. Qin Xiaola, right? You have strong physical fitness. You must have practiced since you were a child, right? Qin Xiaola was stunned, looked at young Tianju and nodded with a smile. I practiced a little when I was a kid. Hearing this, young Tianju nodded. In fact, you can see a little bit just by looking at the muscles on Qin Xiaola's body. This kid has very good physical fitness. He smiled and said, Have you ever considered joining the army? With your education and physique, being a soldier is definitely a good way out for you. With Qin Xiaola's academic qualifications and physique, it would be easy for him to be promoted to an officer, and his future will surely be bright. However, before Qin Xiaola could speak, Mu Qianxue spoke first. No. Qin Xiaola? Everyone? Feeling everyone's gaze, Mu Qianxue coughed and said, Ahem, he hasn't finished his studies yet, so he can join the army later. Really? Although many college students join the army, they usually serve for 2 or 3 years and then retire to continue their studies. But in that case, there will be no chance of promotion. Qin Xiaola glanced at Mu Qianxue with a half-smile, then said, Professor Mu is right. I won't consider it for now. I'll think about it later, maybe after I graduate from university. Yang Tianju nodded and said. Good.
Qin Shiola finished his push-ups, and most of the students surrounding him dispersed. However, some girls not only did not leave, but instead surrounded him and wanted to add Qin Shiola's contact information.
But
Mu Qianxue was still around, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although she wasn't staring at herself, it was noticeable that she was always glancing at herself out of the corner of her eyes.
Qin Shiola didn't dare to take the risk.
There will be big problems. So, facing the girls who came one after another, Qin Shiola rejected them one after another.
Mu Qianxue was quite satisfied with this scene.
The slight unhappiness I had just felt disappeared, and I felt much better. The rest time is always short, and it will be time to start training again soon.
Mu Qianxue walked up to Qin Shiola, patted his shoulder and said, Follow me. Qin Shiola was stunned.
Although he was curious, he still followed closely.
The two walked under a big tree, away from their classmates. Everyone was resting at the moment and didn't notice the two people's actions at all. Qin Shiola was stunned and asked curiously, Professor, what's going on?
Mu Qianxue raised her head and stared at Qin Shiola for a long time without saying a word. After a while, she took out a bottle of mineral water from the bag she carried with her.
The water bottle was still a little cold.
Pulse water doesn't quench your thirst, drink this, cold mineral water will quench your thirst better. Mu Qianxue had bought the mineral water before she came and had kept it in her bag. She had originally intended to give it to Qin Shiola. But who would have thought that Leing would suddenly appear, making her feel uncomfortable instantly? If this guy hadn't just rejected someone and performed well, Mu Qianxue might not have taken it out. Qin Shiola was stunned and fell into deep thought as he looked at the mineral water in front of him.
Why, don't. Forget it.
Seeing that Qin Shiola was still thinking, Mu Qianxue snorted, picked up the mineral water and prepared to put it back into her bag. Seeing this, Qin Shiola knew what she meant. He quickly grabbed the mineral water with a smile and said,
Yes, of course I won't.
I'll take whatever Professor Mu gives me, even if it's shit. Girls all like to hear sweet talk, and she is no exception.
After hearing Qin Shiola's words, Mu Qianxue felt happy. That's more like it.
Immediately, she changed the subject and said,
Then, what about the pulse that your senior sister Li gave you? It would be a shame to throw it away. Good job.
Now begins the test.
Qin Shiola immediately understood what she meant and said with a dry cough, I've given him to my roommate.
After saying that, Qin Shiola opened the mineral water and took a sip right in front of Mu Qianxue.
This look made Mu Qianxue instantly satisfied. Well, mineral water is enough.
As soon as Mu Qianxue finished speaking, the assembly whistle began to blow. Qin Shiola was stunned, and then hurriedly said, Professor, we need to gather and continue training.
I'm leaving now. Well, go ahead.
After saying that, Qin Shiola turned around and ran towards the team. Looking at Qin Shiola's back, Mu Qianxue's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. Perhaps even she herself didn't know why she took the initiative to come and bring water to Qin Shiola, and why she felt so upset when she saw Leing.
Or maybe she knew everything but just didn't want to admit it. After all, there is still a gap between the two of them, and they don't have much contact, so they don't know each other well enough. Take your time and let nature take its course.
Seeing Qin Shiola return to the team, Mu Qianxue returned to the office contentedly. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, a long-lost smile appeared on his face.
Chapter 27 Tang Meng's Social Death Moment. I stood in the shade of a tree in the distance and watched for a while.
Mu Qianxue's eyes were always fixed in Qin Shiola's direction, never moving away for a moment.
After a while, she looked at her watch and remembered that she still had things to deal with at the college.
So, after looking at him again, I left reluctantly.
The morning military training time passed quickly.
But for those who were participating in military training, time passed especially slowly.
Every minute and every second seemed like torture.
Standing in the scorching sun in a military posture, motionless. This is the compulsory course on the first day of military training in college.
Everyone is like a standing mummy. Apart from breathing, nothing can be done. Noon, 12 o'clock sharp. As the bell rang, young Tianju did not embarrass them too much. He stood in front of the team and shouted, Everyone, disperse. Yes. Suddenly,
when the announcement of dismissal came, everyone seemed to be relieved, with smiles on their faces, and everyone was extremely excited.
Oh my god, it's finally over, oh my god. It's hard to believe that I stood for the entire morning. I haven't been so tired in a year at home. Stop talking and go eat.
Shit, I was careless.
Wait for me.
When everyone in the computer science class heard the words eat, they all started running towards the cafeteria frantically.
12 o'clock noon is lunchtime.
It is not an exaggeration to call such a large group of guys who have just completed training starving ghosts. When such a large group of people pour into the cafeteria, there will inevitably be a bloody storm.
Qin Xiaola and his friends were no exception.
The four of them ran towards the cafeteria with eager expressions on their faces.
No way. I'm hungry.
The cafeteria was packed with people. Qin Xiaola and the other three finally managed to grab lunch and ate it up in ravenous mouths. His face was full of satisfaction. This is the first time in all these years that food tastes so good. After finishing the meal, we returned to the dormitory to rest for a while, and then at 2:30 in the afternoon, the military training started again. Under such repeated training and torture. As time went by, everyone was no longer as fragile as they were at the beginning and began to grit their teeth and persevere. In the afternoon, we no longer practiced standing at attention, but instead added a new activity, marching in step.
Yang Tianju stood in front of everyone and said,
"You have 4 rows in total, divided into 4 groups, and practice marching separately.
I will come back in half an hour to check which group has done well and can take a break, understand?"
Understood. Everyone in the class responded loudly. Then, each row found a position and started training. Qin Xiaola, Tang Meng, and the other 3 were in a row, a total of 9 people. Among them were Bai Zichuan and 2 other girls. The 9 of them found a place and gathered together.
Bai Zichuan said,
"I think we should have a team leader among the 9 of us to lead us in training. I suggest that we let the squad leader lead us in training."
I agree. I have no objection. Me too.
Soon, they quickly decided to appoint Qin Xiaola as the team leader.
Qin Xiaola didn't object. After all, if they practiced well, everyone could take a break.
The 9 of them discussed it briefly and then began formal training. With Qin Xiaola's high demands and everyone wanting to rest, everyone was very serious.
Holy shit, what is that?
After the 9 people trained several times, they began to rest for a while.
Suddenly, Tang Meng pointed to a place not far away and said with a confused look on his face.
On the ground, there was a long strip of something similar to a tissue. Because the sunlight was quite dazzling, no one could see clearly and didn't know what it was, but they just felt it was somewhat familiar. Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Tang Meng smiled, stood up, walked over quickly, picked up the things on the ground, and then ran back with a smile.
"Brother Lo, Lao Zhang, what do you think this is?"
He said this with a grin as he waved the thing in the air.
He looks as happy as a child. Suddenly, Qin Xiaola was stunned, Zhang Yu was shocked, and Wu Luo was dumbfounded.
When Bai Zichuan and the other 3 girls saw the scene, their faces turned red and they looked a little shy. Seeing that everyone looked strange, Tang Meng was startled and asked curiously,
"What's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking?" Zhang Yu coughed and said, "Old Tang, don't you recognize this thing?" "Tang Meng, I don't know him."
He looked calm, but became even more confused when he heard Zhang Yu's question.
Qin Xiaola coughed dryly and said awkwardly,
"Old Tang, this thing is called sanitary pads."
"Oh, this is my aunt."
Before he could finish, Tang Meng was stunned. He stared at the thing in his hand with a dull look on his face.
This is the legendary sanitary napkin for girls?
This is the first time he has seen it in his life. In an instant, Tang Meng shuddered, and then his hand shook, and he threw the sanitary napkin away somewhere. Seeing the strange looks from several people, Tang Meng panicked instantly.
"Damn. I'm really not a pervert. I simply don't recognize this thing. Trust me. Woo woo woo."
That's right, Tang Meng is indeed not a pervert, he just simply doesn't recognize this thing.
He was quite innocent since he was young and never had a girlfriend.
The only things he focused on at school were games and basketball. He had only heard of this kind of thing used by girls, but had never seen it before. Even if he had seen it before, he had only seen it packaged in stores. This was the first time Tang Meng had seen it unpacked like this.
I didn't expect it to turn out to be such a big joke. It's so embarrassing.
He was usually thick-skinned, but his face instantly turned red.
Thinking of how foolish he had been just now, he even felt like crawling into the ground. Damn. However, this is not the end.
When the atmosphere here fell into an awkward situation, suddenly, a familiar voice came and broke the awkwardness.
Who threw this thing? Come here. Everyone in the computer science class looked over at the same time.
Yang Tianju was holding the sanitary napkin that Tang Meng had just thrown away, and she was shouting loudly with an angry look on her face. Just now he was standing here watching a group's training. Little did he know that a sanitary napkin would fall from the sky onto his head.
Moment. He was completely dumbfounded. In broad daylight, there are still people throwing sanitary napkins? It's so outrageous. When everyone saw what Yang Tianju was holding, Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Damn. How did it end up in the instructor's hands?
He was totally stunned for a moment. He just threw it casually, and never expected that it would hit Yang Tianju's head.
Tang Meng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This is fucked. Chapter 28 Fellowship. Yes, it's really over.
Qin Xiela, Zhang Yu, and Wu Luo looked at each other.
Following right on. I really can't hold it in anymore. Everyone burst into laughter.
Old Tang, that's fucking amazing, ha 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 ha. Brother Lu, I thought I was already quite coquettish, but I didn't expect that old Tang was the real hidden talent. Zhang Yu looked at Tang Meng's dazed figure and chuckled.
To be honest, he was really confused by this operation. He even had a premonition that after today, the name Tang Meng would probably become famous throughout the entire computer science department. No. Not just Jike. The entire School of Information will remember these two words. Qin Xiela coughed dryly and wanted to say something naughty to describe Tang Meng.
But after thinking for a long time, I found that it was really difficult to describe his coquettishness.
This is so fucking awesome.
Tang Meng just coughed dryly, lowered his head and slowly walked in front of Yang Tianju.
Everyone stopped training and stared at the two of them. Seeing Tang Meng coming over, Yang Tianju was stunned.
I thought the person who had this thing should be a girl.
Unexpectedly, he is a grown man. Boys, do you use this thing too? Soon.
The two had a cordial and friendly exchange. Because we were far away, I didn't know what the two of them talked about. All I saw was Tang Meng repeatedly lowering his head and apologizing like a good boy, while Yang Tianju was furious at first, but he became weak later on.
Immediately afterwards, Tang Meng was seen heading towards the playground. Run 10 laps around the playground.
1 lap is 400 meters, and 10 laps is 4,000 meters.
Moreover, Yang Tianju gave him a limit: he must finish the run within 20 minutes, otherwise he would have to add 5 more laps.
Faced with all this, Tang Meng did not dare to refute and ran to the playground alone in silence. Looking at Tang Meng's desolate back, everyone felt sad and funny for no reason.
Zhang Yu, old Tang is so pitiful. Wu Luo, a moment of silence for him.
Qin Xiela, oh, how pitiful. The three sighed, but soon the whole class started laughing.
6 o'clock in the afternoon. With a whistle, Yang Tianju announced the end of this afternoon's training. However, we will continue to gather here at 7:30 in the evening. Everyone shouted yes. Then, it disbanded. There is still plenty of time in the evening, and we are not as rushed as at noon. Walking and chatting on the road. However, Tang Meng walked beside the three people with 2 words written all over his face: embarrassment. The three of them were tactful enough not to mention what had just happened, for fear of embarrassing him. At times like this, knowing that the other person is feeling embarrassed, don't rub salt into their wounds. This is a very unwise and unfriendly move.
The three of them seemed to have chosen to forget all of this tacitly, and chatted and laughed about other things on the way. After dinner, I stayed in the dormitory for a while, and the sky began to gradually darken.
It's almost time, shall we go and gather?
After taking a look, Qin Xiela said to the three of them.
Good.
The three of them said hello in unison and went to the playground together. Because mobile phones were not allowed during military training, even at night, the 4 of them only brought water and nothing else. After all, the military training at Tokyo University is still very strict. Once you violate the rules, for example, if you are caught with a mobile phone, once discovered, you will most likely fail the military training and have to continue military training next year.
Donda University is very beautiful at night. The road is full of lights. Even in a place like a basketball court, there are many street lights around. So, when everyone gathered, it wasn't so dark that we couldn't see clearly. Looking at the neatly organized team, Yang Tianju smiled. Good evening, everyone. Hello, instructor. Yang Tianju nodded, and then he continued. We don't have training at night, so we don't have to be so nervous. The nighttime is your social time. It's up to you to decide which class you want to associate with.
After hearing what Yang Tianju said, everyone in the computer science class 1 suddenly became less calm.
Everyone started to get excited. Oh my god. The hard times are finally over. Class get together, love it.
Instructor, let's go socialize with the new media.
Yes, there are many beautiful girls in Xinchuan. That's right.
Boys are a group of creatures who love to look at beautiful women. No matter how old they are, boys' love for beautiful women will never change. Not to mention that some boys are in their 30s or 40s, even if they are in their 70s or 80s, their favorite will always be 18-year-old girls.
This is what a man is.
Looking at everyone's excitement, Yang Tianju smiled slightly.
Okay, let's start with the new transfer. Suddenly, Yang Tianju's words ignited the atmosphere of the entire computer science class 1. Oh my god, long live the instructor.
That's right, the instructor is the most handsome, I love him so much.
Wow, I finally get to meet the girl from the new biography. What's this wave called? Heart to heart.
The so-called Xinxin Shining refers to the School of Information and the School of Journalism. Soon, the computer science class 1 marched towards the new communication department in a mighty procession. Along the way, he attracted envious glances from students from various majors in the School of Information.
What a great instructor this is! This is so great. However, they can only envy.
Soon, the group arrived at the chassis of the new car.
Their military training venue is on a road.
At night, the surrounding lights are very bright and there are lush green trees all around, creating a very good atmosphere. As a breeze blew by, the big trees rustled. When a group of people from computer science class 1 came over, the eyes of every boy lit up.
Beauty. This one is also a beauty. Damn, that one is not bad either. Oh my god, what kind of fairy palace is this? I love it so much.
Coming here, everyone feels as if they are in a country of women.
Journalism is an art major.
There are 30 people in a class, and 24 or 25 are all girls. With a large base, there will naturally be more good-looking girls.
Cardinality can sometimes produce quality.
What's more, art students, generally speaking, are good-looking or have some special talents to a certain extent.
Yang Tianju was also very helpful.
He was a good friend of the instructor of broadcasting class 2.
After the two of them discussed it, they successfully launched such a socializing plan. There are 2 classes in broadcasting.
Seeing that class 2 was getting together with Yang Tianju and his friends, the instructor of class 1 took the initiative to join in. Then, the current situation came into being.
There are 3 classes in total. There are 1 class of computer science and 2 classes of broadcasting.
You know, most of the girls who study broadcasting are beautiful and have nice voices. There are 60 students in the 2 classes in total, more than 45 of whom are girls, and the quality of each of them is quite good.
Zhang Yu's face was full of excitement and he looked very excited. Fuck, Instructor Yang is so awesome. I love him so much. I really want to hug him and give him a kiss. Chapter 29, Picking Up Girls Invisibly, What a Scumbag. Please vote.
Soon, the 3 classes sat together. Before the party started, a figure slowly walked over. The beautiful figure seems particularly eye-catching. Under the lights of this night, the visitor seemed to have a little more mystery and attraction. She walked in front of Yang Tianju and said in a cold voice,
Instructor Yang, why are you here? Yang Tianju was stunned, and after seeing who was coming, he smiled and said, It's Professor Mu.
We're here for a social gathering tonight. At the request of the students, we're here to socialize with the new media. That's right, the person who came was Mu Qianxue. She was wearing a black long dress at night, and the breeze blowing in the evening seemed to add a bit of tenderness. She looked around, took a look, and said lightly,
What major is this? Yang Tianju smiled slightly and said,
Broadcasting class 1 and 2, these guys want to see beauties, and there are so many beauties in the broadcasting class, ha. There are indeed many beautiful announcers, and it is the same in every session.
Mu Qianxue was very clear about this.
There are quite a few good-looking students in these 2 classes. Although it was night, I could still see clearly because of the lights. She said oh and then glanced at Qin Xiela. Seeing that his eyes were normal and there was no special change, he nodded and said,
I'll watch for a while, you guys start. Yang Tianju didn't care. He was so happy that Mu Qianxue, the famous ice goddess professor, was watching him. Good.
Soon, he and two other male instructors stood in the middle of the three classes and said with a smile, "Tonight, our three classes will have a get-together.
If you have any performances, please step forward. There are so many beautiful women watching. That's right. With so many good-looking girls watching, if I could perform a talent, I would be able to show off my talent soon. By then, when the military training is over, I can still find a partner. That would be so cool." All of a sudden, many people's minds became active. This is a good opportunity.
Zhang Yu chuckled, rubbed his hands and said,
"I want to charge in. Is there anyone who wants to assist me? Qin Xiala? Tang Meng? Charge? You think this is a war? Go for it." Qin Xiala asked curiously, "What do you want to do?"
Before Zhang Yu could speak, Wu Luo at the side spoke directly. "Singing, this guy did this in high school.
Sing a love song, find a girl and look into her eyes while singing, so sexy." Qin Xiala was stunned when he heard this. I understood it immediately. Gave him a thumbs up. Damn it. This move is so clever. You have to know, singing a love song in front of so many people and looking at a girl hard. The other person's heart must be beating fast. As long as you look okay and can sing decently, your chances of success are very high. With the help of the sisters around, there is a high probability that it will be done in one night.
When it's over, it's natural to add each other on WeChat and leave contact information.
TSK. It's terrifying when you think about it.
I have to say, although this guy is a bit slutty, he is also very smart, especially when it comes to flirting with girls. He is really awesome.
Qin Xiala had to admit that this was really awesome. Tang Meng swallowed and said, "Lao Zhang, you are so good at this, how many have you dated?"
Judging from Zhang Yu's smart look, he must have had quite a few girlfriends.
Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so experienced. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This sentence really makes sense when applied to love.
If you have never been in love, you will never understand the various things in love, the joy and sorrow. It is difficult to comprehend them thoroughly.
No matter how much others say or how much TV you watch, it will be of no use. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Don't ask. If you ask, I'm single from birth." Single mother? Damn.
The two of them did not doubt that the other person had been single since birth. But Zhang Yu said that he has been single since birth, which is so fake.
It's simply a bunch of fakes. Tang Meng was the first one who didn't believe it. "I don't believe you, damn." Zhang Yu chuckled and didn't care. Then he looked at Wu Luo and stood up together.
When they were in high school, they were known as the two sexy guys. In such critical occasions, of course, there was a lot of cooperation. Therefore, facing the gazes of so many people, the two were not timid at all. Instead, seeing the gazes of so many beautiful girls, they felt a little happier in their hearts.
Yang Tianzhu saw the two people standing up and smiled slightly. "Okay, finally someone is willing to perform a talent show, let's give some applause."
Suddenly, everyone sitting there burst into applause. After all, he was the first one to perform on stage, so everyone felt a little happier.
The two walked to the center, and Yang Tianzhu continued. "What are you two planning to perform?" Zhang Yu and Wu Luo looked at each other and said with a smile, "We two are going to sing a song together and give it to everyone." As they spoke, the two looked around and smiled. Do you think they just took a look around? Too small. The pattern is small. The two of them were actually confirming their target by doing this. Even if you want to use a skill, you have to find a suitable target. What's more, when it comes to flirting with girls, you can't be careless at all. Yang Tianzhu smiled and said, "What song are you two going to sing?" The two smiled at each other and said in unison with tacit understanding, "Love that never loses connection." Yes, it is such a love song. The reason they chose this song is that they both often sang this song when they were in high school, so it is very familiar to them. Soon, Yang Tianzhu didn't waste any time. He placed the borrowed small speaker in the center, connected it to Bluetooth and played the accompaniment. "My dear, where are you hiding? Is there something that I can't let go of? We always think too badly of life. Like the weirdness that others don't allow us to have." When Zhang Yu opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Sounds good. Yes, it sounds good.
His voice had a gentle lowness, which seemed to give people a sense of sadness. However, although his voice was gentle and low, his eyes were full of aggression. After finding a target, he would keep staring at the person with his eyes.
The eyes seemed to be emitting electricity.
On the side, Tang Meng couldn't help but smack his lips and said,
"Fuck, this guy is such a scumbag." Qin Shiola couldn't help but nodded and agreed. "I would like to honor him as the #1 scumbag in the dormitory."
However, Tang Meng shook his head and said,
"No, he's #2. Second?"
Qin Shiola was stunned, looked at him puzzledly and said,
"Who is the first one?" Tang Meng said calmly, "Nonsense, you." "I." Qin Shiola was stunned. "Am I a scumbag? Damn. I'm so innocent, how can I be a scumbag?" Tang Meng sighed and said,
"With your looks, the senior schoolmate is chasing you, and the vice class monitor is showing his affection to you. It's like picking up girls invisibly. The point is, you are totally indifferent.
"Tell me, if you are not a scumbag, then who is?" Qin Shiola. "Depend on." I was speechless. Chapter 30 Taekwondo.
Here, Qin Shiola and Tang Meng were chatting, while the performances of Zhang Yu and Wu Luo were coming to an end.
I have to say, it's no wonder that the two of them have been working together since high school. Perfect understanding. Moreover, this song is very good in terms of both voice and technique.
It attracted a lot of attention.
Plus, both of them are pretty good looking, a bit like pretty boys.
Therefore, with all these factors added up, the performance of the two made quite a stir, and some girls had gleams in their eyes. The targets they each chose gradually blushed on their faces as a result of their clever moves. After they finished singing, they bowed together.
Soon, there was thunderous applause and endless cheers. Looking at the two people who had finished singing, Yang Tianju laughed and said, "You sang well, is there anyone else who wants to come up and perform?" As soon as Yang Tianju finished speaking, a boy from the broadcasting class stood up quickly. He is about 1.80 meters tall and looks quite strong. Although he cannot be said to be handsome, he is definitely not ugly. With such good looks, she is still very popular in the country of girls like broadcasting. At least, you will have the right to choose your spouse during your next 4 years in college. He strode to the center, his mouth corners slightly raised, his face full of confidence. "Hello everyone, my name is Yang Haoan, from Broadcasting Class 1. Today, I will show you a taekwondo show. Is there any friend who wants to practice with me?" Yang Haoan didn't have any talents since he was a child. "The only one that I can show off is taekwondo."
You know, he has been practicing taekwondo for nearly 10 years, so his strength is naturally extraordinary. Basically, he will not be a rival to these people. If he can show off his skills in front of all the girls majoring in broadcasting, he will have a girlfriend. I have to say that Yang Haoan's idea is very good.
Most girls have one thing in common. That is, admiring the strong.
In ancient times, there was a saying that beauties love heroes.
What is a hero? He is a strong person with social status and fame.
Nowadays, most girls like boys who are rich and powerful.
It can be seen that the rich second generations are always surrounded by all kinds of beauties.
In college, although girls are not as snobbish, they still have a natural admiration for strong men. Military force is also a manifestation of strength. Yang Haoan looked around and saw that no one came up, and he couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. He turned his gaze to the computer science class 1 and said, "There are so many boys in the computer science department, don't they even dare to practice? No way, are you so timid? Ridicule. Naked ridicule." All of a sudden, all the boys in the computer science class were furious. This kind of sarcasm, which is to belittle others in order to elevate oneself in front of girls, is even more annoying.
Tang Meng snorted coldly, full of dissatisfaction. "Damn, this guy is so fucking crazy, I'm going to go up and practice with him."
Qin Shiola frowned and said, "Old Tang, since this guy dares to speak so arrogantly, he must have some stuff."
Zhang Yu also nodded and said,
"That's right, what Brother Le said makes sense."
However, Tang Meng sneered and said, "Don't worry, I've had plenty of fights since I was a kid. I'll go and give him a try."
Having said that, Tang Meng stood up suddenly.
All eyes were on him. Seeing that someone finally came, Yang Haoan's face showed some more joy.
Only by fighting with someone can he better demonstrate the strength of his own abilities. As for whether or not to lose,
he really hadn't thought about it.
After all, he has practiced Taekwondo for 10 years and has now reached the level of black belt.
Even his teacher couldn't help but praise his talent. How could he, who was so proud, lose?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them.
Tang Meng snorted coldly, staring at Yang Haoan's face and said, "Come, I'll practice with you." "Okay." Yang Haoan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered. The two of them said little and took their positions.
The people who were originally sitting in the front rows all sat back a little, fearing that they would be hit by the two men's actions. In the middle, there is a large empty space. The three instructors smiled at each other and did not say anything to stop it. Instead, they watched the show from the side.
This is also a kind of performance.
When I was in the army, this kind of confrontation happened frequently and it was no big deal.
However, the three of them still stood around Tang Meng and Yang Haoan, and would take action immediately if the two encountered any danger.
After all, they were both still students and they didn't hold back when they attacked.
If they accidentally used too much force, the three of them must pull the person out immediately.
Everyone's eyes were focused on the two men, who stared at each other, neither willing to give in. One has been fighting since childhood, and the other has been practicing Taekwondo for 10 years.
Suddenly,
Tang Meng, who was still looking for flaws, suddenly moved and took the first step.
Experience tells him that it is better to strike first. Disrupt your opponent's position first. Move your feet quickly, followed by a side kick.
His movements were swift, without any delay.
However, Yang Haoan was not nervous at all.
He dodged and avoided Tang Meng's sidekick, and then punched Tang Meng directly in the stomach.
Dang dang dang.
Tang Meng was knocked back several steps by this punch. Seeing this scene, the three instructors couldn't help but look at each other and felt it was quite interesting.
This student named Yang Haoan has actually practiced it before. The action is done in one go. While dodging the opponent's attack, you can also quickly counterattack.
And the movements are typical Taekwondo movements. You can tell at a glance that he has been practicing for many years.
Zhang Yu frowned. Although he didn't know anything about fighting, he could still see that Tang Meng seemed no match for Yang Haoan. Brother Lu, is old Tang going to suffer a loss? Qin Xiaola pondered for a moment and nodded. Good.
Although it was only a brief contact, he could feel that the boy named Yang Haoan was definitely much stronger than Tang Meng. In fact, the two sides are not even of the same weight class. The game had almost ended just as it had begun. Qin Xiaola had just finished speaking when Tang Meng, who had been defeated, refused to give up. He snorted coldly and looked for another opportunity to rush forward, intending to rely on his height to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the opponent. However, Yang Haoan obviously had no such intention. Seeing Tang Meng rushing towards him, he found the right moment and took a step back to accumulate strength.
Then, a side kick came violently.
A kick full of power and speed.
Suddenly, it hit the defenseless Tang Meng. Next second,
he was kicked to the ground, feeling a dull pain in his chest, and the gray shoe prints were particularly obvious.
It was obvious that Tang Meng lost. A complete defeat.
Qin Xiaola, Zhang Yu, and Wu Luo saw Tang Meng lying on the ground in pain, so they quickly got up, ran to him and gently helped him up.
Chapter 31 Mu Qianshue's Intervention.
Everyone in the computer science class 1 looked at what was happening and they were all worried, fearing that something might happen to Tang Meng.
Are you okay, old Tang?
After helping Tang Meng up, Qin Xiaola looked at his pale face and asked with some concern.
Tang Meng shook his head. It's okay, just a little pain in the chest, no big deal. In that kick just now, Yang Haoan did not hold back at all. The powerful kick shook Tang Meng's chest hard.
Mu Qianxue stood in front of Yang Tianzhu, frowning slightly. After all, he was her student, so she would naturally feel unhappy if he was beaten by others.
Coach Yang, is Tang Meng okay? Yang Tianzhu shook his head and said. His physical condition is fine. He can still stand up now. There shouldn't be any big problems. He just needs to recuperate.
I didn't expect that Yang Haoan was so ruthless.
He didn't hold back at all when he kicked me just now.
After all, he is an expert, and Yang Tianzhu saw clearly what the two of them did just now.
That guy didn't let up at all. Every move was aimed at injuring Tang Meng.
People like this are scary. Because they have no mercy at all. For one's own selfish desires, one can seriously injure others.
Hearing Yang Tianzhu's words, Mu Qianshue's face showed a hint of coldness. The other side.
Not only did Yang Haoan not feel the slightest bit of guilt, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his face was full of pride.
TSK, 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 are you okay? I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to be so weak.
You couldn't handle it after using half of your strength.
Suddenly, Tang Meng was furious. This guy is really going too far.
He wanted to rush up and fight him again, but was held down by Qin Xiaola. If Tang Meng goes up to fight him again in this state, he will only be more seriously injured. Seeing this, Yang Haoan smiled and said, "You are still far from it, our Taekwondo is the world's top martial arts.
Of course, if you want to learn, I can teach you for free."
Of course, he was referring to the girls in the class.
There are so many beautiful girls in the class. This is a good opportunity to show yourself. If you take the opportunity to pick up one or two of them, you will definitely make money. Sure enough, after hearing Yang Haoan's words, some girls were already moved.
After all, everyone saw the battle between Yang Haoan and Tang Meng just now.
Yang Haoan is really good at Taekwondo.
If you can learn something from him, you can also protect yourself.
However, just when he was looking smug, Qin Xiaola sneered and said disdainfully, "Taekwondo? It's just a joke. It's funny that you treat Korean garbage as a standard."
Everyone knows what kind of country Korea is. In ancient times, it was even a vassal state of China.
In the eyes of real Chinese martial arts, their Taekwondo is just like children playing house, which is really funny. Hearing Qin Xiaola's question, Yang Haoan's face instantly turned ugly.
He stared at Qin Xiaola and said, "From your tone, it seems that you are very powerful.
If you are capable, fight with me. If you win, it means Taekwondo is garbage. If you lose, get away from me. How about it, do you dare?" Yang Haoan's words were very aggressive.
Of course, it was actually a deliberate provocation to Qin Xiaola. Only by constantly defeating others can he prove his strength and attract more attention. He has made a good calculation.
It's a pity that he met Qin Xiaola.
Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the side quest.
Defeat Yang Haoan, fight against Taekwondo, and avenge Tang Meng. Reward, 1 random skill draw.
Qin Xiaola, who was about to take action, was suddenly stunned.
I didn't expect that it would trigger a side quest. This guy is really my lucky star. It seems that another skill is about to arrive.
Seeing that Qin Xiaola remained silent for a long time, Yang Haoan thought that he was afraid, so he continued to taunt.
Why, you don't dare. It seems that you only dare to talk but not to do, huh?
As soon as Yang Haoan finished speaking, Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, stepped forward, and said,
"Okay, let's have a fight." However, as soon as Qin Xiaola finished speaking, several opposing voices emerged. No. The first one came from Bai Zichuan's voice in the class.
When she heard that Qin Xiaola was going to fight with Yang Haoan, she immediately became nervous. Yang Haoan just injured Tang Meng with just 2 moves. She couldn't bear to see Qin Xiaola go up and get beaten. The second one came from Tang Meng behind Qin Xiaola.
He has witnessed Yang Haoan's strength.
Although this guy is crazy and makes people feel uncomfortable.
However, it must be said that his strength is indeed impressive.
I had almost no ability to fight back in his hands.
Qin Xiaola, who was of similar size to him, would not be his opponent. Unless you have practiced it specially.
The third voice came from Mu Qianxue. She glanced at Tang Meng and Bai Zichuan, ignored them, and slowly walked forward and stood next to Qin Xiaola. He stared into his eyes and said,
"You can't fight him." Qin Xiaola was stunned. He didn't expect that even Mu Qianxue would stand up to stop him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure." "Are you sure? How is that possible?"
In Mu Qianxue's opinion, Qin Xiaola was just trying to show off by doing this.
Even Tang Meng was defeated so easily, what could Qin Xiaola do? Besides, Yang Tianju just said that every move of Yang Haoan was ruthless. What if something happens to Qin Xiaola?
After all, it is a competition, and there will always be some unexpected things happening during the fight.
No, it's too dangerous, you can't go. Mu Qianxue's attitude was very firm. Today, no matter what Qin Xiaola said, she would not let him play.
Qin Xiaola, she is saved. No one can hit him, I said.
This. Qin Xiaola was speechless. The key is that I still can't explain it to Mu Qianxue. He said he was sure, but Mu Qianxue didn't believe him. What can he say about this? On the side, Yang Haohan sneered and deliberately angered Qin Shiola. I say, do you dare to come?
If you don't dare, then stop wasting time here. However, before Qin Shiola could speak, Mu Qianxue stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Shiola.
Your name is Yang Haohan, from Broadcasting Class 1, right?
Hearing Mu Qianxue's voice, he glanced over.
I was stunned for a moment. Stunning face and cool temperament.
She is like a fairy in the sky, detached from the mundane world. Beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Although there are many beauties in Broadcasting Classes 1 and 2, there is no one like Mu Qianxue, not even one. In fact, the gap is too big.
How can mortals compete with fairies? Not even qualified to compete.
This was the only thought in Yang Haohan's mind. However, at this moment he had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, and was even still wondering whether his performance just now had touched Mu Qianxue's heart. He nodded and said with a smile.
Yes, it's me. May I ask your name, beautiful lady? Can I add your WeChat? Chapter 32 Professor Mu's threat is terrifying. 3 more chapters sent, please vote. When Yang Haohan's voice came, everyone in the computer science class couldn't help but gasp. Good job. Is this guy teasing Professor Mu Qianxue? Is he tired of living?
You know, the entire School of Information knows that you can mess with anyone, but never mess with Mu Qianxue.
Otherwise, you will die miserably.
After hearing what Yang Haohan said, Mu Qianxue, who was already unhappy, became even colder.
She sneered and said, Want to know my name? Yang Haohan didn't realize that anything was wrong.
Instead, he kept nodding with a smile on his face.
Yes, of course.
Okay, I promise, your counselor will come and tell you in person tonight.
Suddenly, Yang Haohan was stunned. What does it mean that the counselor will come and tell me in person? Obviously, he hasn't understood the meaning of this yet. However, everyone in Class 1 of the Computer Science Department was already extremely excited. Damn, Professor Mu is so handsome. This threat is so domineering. It seems that guy hasn't reacted yet. It makes me laugh to death.
That's right, he probably hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. Seeing the strange looks in the eyes of the people around him, Yang Haohan was stunned and inexplicably felt a little nervous.
Really? Any questions?
At this moment, he was still standing in the same place when he heard someone in the class shout, "This is Professor Mu."
Suddenly,
he was originally confused, but suddenly he came to his senses.
Who in the entire Dongda University doesn't know Mu Qianxue's name? The most famous ice goddess in the University of Tokyo. You may not know the name of the president of Tokyo University, but you must have heard of the title of Tokyo University's iceberg goddess. Next second, Yang Haohan couldn't help but shudder, and his voice trembled. No, Professor Mu, you misunderstood, I just said nonsense.
He was not stupid and knew that the consequences of offending Mu Qianxue would be very serious, so he changed his words on the spot.
You know, teasing Mu Qianxue. I'm afraid he is the first person in the history of Tokyo University.
Mu Qianxue snorted coldly, but before she could speak, Qin Shiola smiled and said, How about this, let's continue the game we just had. If you win, I promise that Professor Mu won't hold you accountable.
In an instant,
Yang Haohan was stunned, and the people watching were also stunned.
Do you promise? How can you guarantee that? That's Professor Mu, can you make the decision for her? Are you crazy? However, Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Shiola with confusion.
She had clearly changed the subject, so Qin Shiola didn't need to fight with Yang Haohan again, and she wouldn't lose face.
I don't know why, but this guy actually took the initiative to get involved again.
Qin Shiola understood Mu Qianxue's look, and smiled as he leaned close to her ear and said, Don't worry, believe me, I'm sure of it.
He leaned directly into Mu Qianxue's ear so that only she could hear it.
Everyone around was stunned when they saw Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue being so intimate.
Zhang Yu and the other 3 were even more confused. How many years?
I have never seen a boy dare to talk to Mu Qianxue at such a close distance.
And there was not even a trace of anger on Mu Qianxue's face. This is simply incredible.
After hearing Qin Shiola's words, Mu Qianxue was a little confused.
But seeing his determination, she still chose to believe Qin Shiola. This guy wouldn't do anything without confidence, right?
In fact, she didn't know why, it was just like a sudden trust.
You, be careful. If you really can't do it, just admit defeat. I'm still here.
Mu Qianxue thought about it and whispered in Qin Xiola's ear.
Qin Xiola heard this and nodded with a smile. However, this scene once again shocked countless people. Good job. After all this time, they are too intimate.
However, before everyone's shock was over, Mu Qianxue continued. Just do as Qin Xiola said.
If you win, this matter will be over. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Good job. Qin Xiola actually persuaded Mu Qianxue. Oh my god, this is incredible. Of course, this is a rare opportunity for Yang Haohan. Just defeat Qin Xiola, that's all.
He thought it was a very simple matter.
Yang Haohan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and even said impatiently. In that case, let's get started. At this moment, he can't wait any longer. However, Qin Xiola smiled and said. Wait, what if you lose? Lose? He. How could I lose?
As a person with 10 years of Taekwondo experience, he is naturally full of confidence. A black belt master who is qualified to participate in national level leagues would lose to an ordinary college student. Although this college student is very handsome, this has nothing to do with strength. So, he was not worried at all. What do you say?
Qin Xiola smiled slightly and said.
How about this, if you lose, you will kneel on the ground and shout 3 times, Taekwondo is garbage, Yang Haohan is trash.
How about it?
Although Qin Xiola's condition was not very harsh, it was definitely insulting. Of course, he did it on purpose. He bullied his roommate and insulted Chinese martial arts by promoting South Korea's rubbish Taekwondo. Such a guy who worships foreign things and fawns on foreigners needs to be taught a lesson. Hearing Qin Xiola's words, Yang Haohan frowned. But he changed his mind and realized that he would not lose at all, so what did it matter how insulting the conditions Qin Xiola offered?
It's all useless.
So, after a little thought, Yang Haohan smiled confidently.
Okay, I agree, come on. Good.
Seeing that Yang Haohan agreed, Qin Xiola's mouth corners slightly raised.
Just accept it. Now it's time for you to kneel. He glanced at Zheng Yu and the other two and Mu Qianxue, and said with a smile. You guys go down first, and then watch my performance.
Zheng Yu, Wu Luo and Tang Meng looked at each other and said worriedly.
Brother Lu, be careful.
Yes, be careful, this guy is very strong. Looking at the concerned looks of the 3 people, he smiled slightly, patted Tang Meng on the shoulder and said.
Don't worry, I know. Good.
Seeing this, the 3 of them stopped trying to dissuade him and helped Tang Meng to sit in their seats. Although Mu Qianxue's face was calm, her heart was full of worries. But she knew that there was no way to persuade Qin Xiola at this point, so she just took a deep breath and said.
Be careful.
Mu Qianxue looked at this moment like a little girl who was worried about her husband.
It seems that there is no aura of the ice goddess.
When everyone saw this scene, they were all a little unsure.
Did I see it wrong?
Qin Xiola smiled slightly and said.
Rest assured. Mu Qianxue nodded, then stepped aside, leaving the venue to the 2 of them.
However, his gaze remained on Qin Xiola, and his eyes were still filled with deep worry.
Chapter 33 Qin Xiola's Strength.
When everyone left, Qin Xiola and Yang Haohan were the only ones left in the entire center. Under the light of night, the figures of the 2 people appear very artistic.
Everyone present stared at the 2 of them closely.
Especially Qin Xiola. No matter whether they were the girls from Computer Science Class 1 or the girls from Broadcasting Class 1 and 2, when they looked at his incredibly delicate face, ripples immediately arose in their hearts.
So handsome. So handsome. Especially in such a mood, it is like adding a buff.
However, the 2 of them were now positioned, staring at each other. Although Qin Xiola was very confident, he was not careless at all. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit.
He knew this sentence very well.
Suddenly, Yang Haohan moved. Although I don't know how strong Qin Xiola is, I estimate that he is about the same as Tang Meng just now. He is really not afraid of such strength. So, I just wanted to win quickly and end the battle as soon as possible.
Yang Haohan was very fast.
In just a blink of an eye, he kicked sideways. Mu Qianxue, who was watching from the side, felt a tightness in her heart, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes when she looked at Qin Xiola.
The same is true for everyone around. I couldn't help but feel my heart ached. However,
Qin Xiola was not afraid at all and smiled slightly. When the opponent was about to touch him, he moved extremely quickly and dodged the attack.
Then, a heavy punch. That's right. Just use the opponent's attack to return it to him. Just now, this is how he injured Tang Meng. Qin Xiaola still remembers it.
He is not a vindictive person.
However, he will never show mercy to those who bully his family, brothers, and friends. Because he has never been a saint.
In fact, he himself hated those saintly women. He felt that they were seriously ill and not in their right mind.
Some people always use Confucius's saying of repaying evil with kindness to threaten others. Actually,
what they don't know is that Confucius' original text said,
"How do you repay kindness if you repay evil with kindness? Repay evil with justice, and repay kindness with kindness." It means, repay evil with justice and repay good with good.
Therefore, those saints actually went against the words of the saints. Qin Xiaola did not hold back at all when he punched.
Moreover, the punch speed is very fast. It was so fast that even ordinary people couldn't see it clearly and could only see after images. This is the top fighting technique, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Not so many bells and whistles.
Every move is aimed at hitting the opponent's weakness.
Bang! A muffled sound. Immediately afterwards, Yang Haoan flew backwards.
It slid for a meter or two before it stopped and lay on the ground.
It hurts so much.
At this moment, he was lying on the ground, holding his stomach, and the force just now seemed not to have subsided yet.
Oh my god, Brother Le hit that guy with just one punch, that's awesome. Oh my god, so handsome, this is my idol, I won't accept any rebuttal, woo-woo. This man is handsome and good at fighting. He is absolutely amazing.
With his looks and abilities, I feel like the title of campus hunk is not worthy of him. Whether it was the girls from computer science class 1 or broadcasting classes, they all looked at Qin Xiaola with stars in their eyes.
This man is absolutely amazing. He is handsome and good at fighting.
Yang Haoan was quite strong, but he was subdued by Qin Xiaola with just one move.
He was knocked to the ground and didn't even have the strength to fight back. So cool. Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief.
She doesn't care whether Qin Xiaola wins or not.
The only thing she cares about is that Qin Xiaola is not hurt.
The current situation is the best case scenario.
But,
listening to the admiring words of the girls around her, Mu Qianxue began to feel a little unhappy again.
This guy. He got it done again.
He is a scumbag who flirts with other women all day long. Among all the people, the 3 instructors were the most shocked.
All 3 of them are experts from the army.
They have trained for several years and have a lot of skills. Therefore, they could see at a glance that Qin Xiaola's strength was by no means simple. Although there are no fancy moves.
But, often the simpler the action, the more powerful it is. Why? Because real martial arts is the art of killing. It all comes down to 3 words, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Achieving these 3 points and discarding all the fancy things is the essence of martial arts. Obviously, Qin Xiaola's simple move just now seemed to confirm these 3 words. Although the moves he used were the same basic moves that Yang Haoan used to injure Tang Meng before.
However, in the eyes of these experts, there is still a big difference.
The first point is fast. Qin Xiaola's movements were fast, ridiculously fast.
Before the opponent could react, he punched him out.
It was so terrifyingly fast that even the 3 of them could only see a few after images for a moment. The second point is accuracy.
The place where Qin Xiaola hit was very weak, which is a weak point of the human body. Hitting in such a place is likely to cause greater damage. These 2 points refreshed the 3 instructors' perception of him.
This boy has something.
At this moment, looking at Yang Haoan lying on the ground, Qin Xiaola's mouth corners slightly raised.
Have you admitted defeat? Lose? How is that possible?
Yang Haoan suppressed the discomfort in his chest and slowly stood up.
He snorted coldly. It was obviously you who attacked me by surprise. I didn't lose. Come on, continue. How could he admit defeat so easily in front of so many people? I have to say, this guy didn't learn Korean Taekwondo very well, but he did learn a lot of rogue skills. In Qin Xiaola's view, Korea is a magical country. He always keeps his eyes on Chinese things and likes to shamelessly snatch them away. Not only that, but there is no sportsmanship at all. The whole world knows this. However, seeing Yang Haoan like this, Qin Xiaola was not angry, but felt happy instead. Don't give up? That's great. Keep playing, I haven't had enough fun yet. He smiled and said. In that case, let's continue. As he said this, he waved at Yang Haohan. Seeing this, Yang Haohan didn't dare to come up casually, as if he was frightened by Qin Xiola's recent attack. I still feel a little scared. Seeing this, Qin Xiola smiled disdainfully. Then he walked over slowly. Yang Haohan was like a frightened bird, ready for battle. Standing 1 meter in front of Yang Haohan, Qin Xiola's mouth corners slightly raised. Suddenly, Yang Haohan had a bad feeling and subconsciously wanted to step back. But Qin Xiola moved suddenly at this time. He is very fast. Immediately afterwards, a sidekick came suddenly. The target was Yang Haohan's head. He had no chance to dodge this move and could only watch Qin Xiola's leg attack him. The 3 instructors nearby also panicked and wanted to stop it but found that it was too late for them. Chapter 34. I chat with Professor Mu about study. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Some timid girls even covered their eyes. Even Yang Haohan himself accepted his fate and even closed his eyes. I'm afraid I will be seriously injured after this kick. However, after a few seconds, he found that nothing seemed to be wrong with him. Open your eyes and take a look. Qin Xiola's feet were suspended in the air next to his ears. If he had used a little more force, he would have kicked himself in the face. The distance is just around the corner. Of course, this is not the case with Qin Xiola. But he knew how strong he was. If he kicked Yang Haohan, he would at least suffer a concussion. By then, he will most likely be put in jail. He had healed himself before. Absolutely, I will never go to jail again. The 3 instructors breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Fortunately, Qin Xiola still knew to hold back. If they kicked him out at the last minute and something happened to Yang Haohan, the 3 of them would not be able to escape responsibility. After all, they are instructors and have an obligation to ensure the safety of their students. What's more, they were the ones who organized this party, so they are naturally more to blame. Fortunately, Qin Xiola knew what was going on and held back. Seeing Yang Haohan was frightened, he smiled and said, What do you think? Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? This is like asking you a question with a knife to your neck. This time, he was frightened by Qin Xiola and couldn't bear it anymore. He nodded quickly and said, I give in. He was really scared just now. God knows that Qin Xiola's fighting power is so strong, it's simply terrifying. Although he has practiced Taekwondo for 10 years, he is not even in the same league as Qin Xiola. It was as if I was just a kid, showing off my skills in front of him. When they heard Yang Haohan admit defeat, the computer science class 1 instantly became excited. Damn, Brother Lu is awesome. Brother Lu, strong. My male god, I love you, whoa. Squad leader, so steady. Qin Xiaola won, and won fairly. His every move was engraved in everyone's mind. It was simply too cool. Hearing Yang Haohan admit defeat, Qin Xiaola raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, Since you've admitted defeat, let's start your bet. The so-called bet was made between Qin Xiaola and Yang Haohan just before the competition. If Yang Haohan loses, he will have to kneel on the ground and shout 3 times, Taekwondo is rubbish, Yang Haohan is waste. Qin Xiaola will not let this go just for the sake of creating a positive image. If you lose, you have to pay the price for your mistakes. Otherwise, what's the point of betting? So, if you lose, you have to admit it. What's more, this guy just teased Mu Qianxue. Although he didn't know Mu Qianxue's identity. But even so, Qin Xiaola couldn't bear it. What's up? Still want to poach people in public? This is absolutely intolerable. Looking at the eyes around him, Yang Haohan was a little at a loss for a moment. However, he knew that he would not be able to deny this matter. After all, it was said in front of so many people. If he doesn't comply, his credibility will surely collapse in an instant. After thinking for a while, he knelt on the ground reluctantly and shouted, Taekwondo is garbage, Yang Haohan is trash. Taekwondo is garbage, Yang Haohan is trash. 3 times in a row, very quickly. As soon as he finished shouting, he stood up immediately with a somewhat grim look on his face. Then he walked quickly towards his class. At this moment, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He felt embarrassed by the countless eyes on his face. He couldn't bear this feeling. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, then turned and left.
When he passed by Mu Qianxue, he smiled and showed his white teeth.
Thank you, Professor Mu, for your concern. Everything is fine. I'm not hurt.
As he spoke, Qin Shiola patted his chest to show that he was fine. Mu Qianxue raised her eyes slightly, glanced at him, then hummed expressionlessly and said,
Fine. Qin Shiola was stunned. Fine? Just, that's it? Isn't it too cold? Where is the passion just now? Why is it gone? This is such a good acting.
That's right, Qin Shiola saw through Mu Qianxue's trick at a glance. With such acting skills, it would be a shame if he didn't become an actor.
The actress is steady.
Before Qin Shiola could speak, a voice suddenly came.
He turned around and saw it was Bai Zichuan.
She ran over happily with a smile on her face, holding a bottle of mineral water in her hand.
Hey, squad leader, you must be tired from fighting. I have some mineral water here. Have a sip.
As he spoke, Bai Zichuan handed over the water happily, staring at Qin Shiola. The image of him fighting with Yang Haohan just now was imprinted directly in her mind.
It's so handsome.
So, Bai Zichuan took the initiative again.
What's wrong with taking the initiative for such a treasure boy? The atmosphere suddenly became weird.
Qin Shiola looked at the water in Bai Zichuan's hand, then looked at Mu Qianxue's expressionless face, and for a moment he was a little unsure of her pulse. However, at this moment Mu Qianxue suddenly looked at him and said,
Just drink it, why are you looking at me? Good job. Qin Shiola immediately detected an abnormal tone in these seemingly normal words. First of all, the tone. Why is the first word drink emphasized? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong.
So, he coughed dryly and said with a smile.
No, I'm not thirsty at all, you drink it.
Seeing Qin Shiola refuse, Bai Zichuan was a little unhappy, but he still said oh helplessly.
The lovely face was full of disappointment. It's very painful to be rejected.
Although Qin Shiola felt a little bit reluctant, there was nothing he could do. After all, I'm not a scumbag, I can't have two girlfriends at the same time.
This is not appropriate.
Besides, Mu Qianxue was watching beside him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, when women get jealous, they can be scary.
Bai Zichuan was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said, Monitor, how about, let's go to the back to watch the show? Bai Zichuan still didn't give up and invited again.
If the water delivery just now was just a test, then this time it was a serious attack. Now, even Mu Qianxue became a little nervous. She couldn't help but look at Qin Shiola a little more, but she didn't show it at all and remained as indifferent as before. Hearing this, Qin Shiola coughed dryly and said with a smile,
Ahem, you go first. I'll talk to Professor Mu about some study matters.
As he said that, Qin Shiola glanced at Mu Qianxue with a smile. However, looking at Qin Shiola's eyes, Mu Qianxue subconsciously dodged.
Bai Zichuan glanced at the two of them and felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything. Chapter 35 Mu Qianxue's Problem.
She hesitated for a moment and said,
Well, okay, I'll go over first. You can talk to Professor Mu first.
Seeing Bai Zichuan finally giving up, Qin Shiola breathed a sigh of relief. If she continued to dwell on this, he really didn't know what to do.
So, Qin Shiola nodded and said with a smile, No problem, you go first. Yeah, okay.
Before leaving, she looked at Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue again. The woman's intuition told her that there must be something wrong with these two people. But she couldn't say what it was exactly.
Simply, shook his head and left.
Bai Zichuan left, leaving only Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue. At this time, the social performances of the three classes were still going on, and everyone's attention was on the performances. The place where the two of them were was in a remote corner, and the lighting was dim, so no one noticed them.
Mu Qianxue suddenly said, Why don't you go and watch the show with them? This is a rare opportunity.
Her voice was very calm, as if it was just that cold.
However, Qin Shiola still heard something wrong.
Beneath the coldness, there was a hint of unhappiness.
He smiled and said, I just have some small study problems that I want to discuss with the professor. Study? What the hell?
She rolled her eyes at him but didn't expose his intentions.
There is even a little joy in my heart.
Although Mu Qianxue was happy in her heart, it did not show on her face. Instead, she remained as cold as ever. However, under this indifference, Qin Shiola discovered something slightly different. Just like an iceberg, it has melted a little. Although the change was small, he still saw it clearly.
Tell me, what are your study problems?
Mu Qianxue raised her head, glanced at him, and asked calmly.
Qin Shiola smiled. Sit down and talk first.
As he spoke, Qin Shiola looked at the ground and then at Mu Qianxue. She pondered for a moment and nodded. Although there was dust on the ground, she didn't mind and sat down side by side with Qin Shiola. If this had happened in the past, this would have been absolutely impossible.
However, sitting with Qin Shiola, none of these seemed to be a problem. Tell me, what's the problem? Question. Of course Qin Shiola didn't tea.
This is just nonsense on his part. He smiled and changed the subject.
Watch the show first and we'll talk later. Oh.
Mu Qianxue replied indifferently, but she glanced at Qin Shiola slightly and felt a little excited. Of course she saw through what Qin Shiola meant.
However, they had a tacit understanding and didn't say it out loud. Then, the two of them sat together quietly and watched the performance of the social program.
From time to time, Qin Shiola would give some explanations, which made Mu Qianxue laugh several times. The breeze blows in the evening, neither too hot nor too cold, and gives a very comfortable and warm feeling. To be honest, she hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time.
Being with people you don't hate, watching the show in the evening breeze. This is also a kind of romance.
Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly, and she felt a sweet feeling in her heart.
This feeling is strange, but real. Happy times are always short.
After about an hour, it was almost 10 o'clock, and the time was almost up, so the party gradually came to an end.
The instructor blew a whistle.
Suddenly, all the students in the 3 classes stood up and straightened their bodies.
Yang Tianju said to everyone in the computer science class 1. Everyone gather, stand still. Qin Shiola turned around and glanced at Mu Qianxue. Although I am reluctant to give up the comfortable feeling just now. But it seems that the time has come and we have to gather.
Mu Qianxue seemed to understand the meaning in Qin Shiola's eyes.
She said calmly. All right, hurry back to the line. Good.
Qin Shiola said hello, then quickly ran to the team and stood in his position.
Then, Yang Tianju stood in front of the team and said loudly to everyone. It's getting late, today's training ends here. Everyone go back and rest early, understand? Clear. The uniformed voices shouted out like an overwhelming tidal wave. Yang Tianju nodded and said with satisfaction. Disband. In an instant, the entire computer science class 1 erupted in excitement.
Then, one by one, they took their things and prepared to leave.
Qin Shiola looked at Mu Qianxue standing aside, ran over, and said with a smile. Professor Mu, it's dark now. It's not safe for a girl to be alone. Let me take you back.
Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment, nodded, and hummed softly. Qin Shiola smiled slightly when he heard this.
The two did not leave in a hurry. They stood there for a while, and only prepared to leave after most of their classmates had left.
Mu Qianxue lives in the faculty dormitory on campus, a single room with a very nice environment.
Close to the east gate of the school. The two walked through the dark school and headed towards the east gate.
Along the way, Qin Shiola didn't speak, and Mu Qianxue didn't speak either. They just remained silent, as if they had formed a special tacit understanding. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue spoke while walking halfway.
I have a question for you. Qin Shiola was stunned, took a look, and then asked as he walked. What?
Mu Qianxue hesitated for a while before speaking.
What kind of girls do you like?
As if she was afraid that her words would cause misunderstanding, she quickly changed her words.
No. No, don't get me wrong. I just asked out of curiosity because I saw that you were so cold to a nice girl like Bai Zichuan. How is Bai Zichuan?
Of course. She looks pure and pretty, and the key is that you can see that she is really good to Qin Shiola. Logically speaking, boys should be very fond of such girls.
Qin Shiola was stunned. He didn't expect Mu Qianxue to ask such a question.
He thought for a moment and said with a smile.
Actually, I think it's meaningless to like any type. No point? Mu Qianxue was stunned.
This was the first time she heard this statement.
I only heard Qin Shiola continue. I think that when you meet a special person who makes your heart beat faster and who makes you yearn for love, that person is the one you like. As for the type, it's meaningless.
Liking should be specific to a certain person,
rather than a certain type. Otherwise, it's meaningless. I have to say that Qin Xiola's point of view is very interesting and makes sense. Even Mu Qianxue nodded secretly after hearing this.
She pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and suddenly stopped, looking at Qin Xiola seriously and said,
"There's one more question."
Without waiting for Qin Xiola to answer, she continued,
"Do you think age has an impact on love?" Chapter 36 Qin Xiola's answer.
When Qin Xiola heard Mu Qianxue's question, he was suddenly stunned.
This question? Why does it feel like it's pointing to something?
He raised his head and glanced at Mu Qianxue, who coughed dryly and her pretty face turned slightly red. But under the dim light, Qin Xiola had no chance to see it.
Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm just asking, understand? I'm just pure curiosity.
As if she was afraid that Qin Xiola would think too much, Mu Qianxue hurriedly explained. However, even she herself did not feel confident enough in giving this explanation.
Qin Xiaola looked at her with a half smile and said, "Really just curious?" "Well, just curious." Mu Qianxue nodded affirmatively. "So that's it." Qin Xiaola pondered for a moment, then thought about it and said, "I think it's good to be bigger." "Really?" Mu Qianxue showed a hint of joy in the corners of her eyes and asked quickly. However, he immediately felt that he was a little too enthusiastic, so he coughed and said quickly, Why, what is so good about being bigger?"
"She's older than you, not as lovable as a young girl, and not as lively."
"What's so good about her?"
Facing Mu Qianxue's curiosity, Qin Xiaola suddenly stood still and said seriously,
"Don't you know?" Know what?"
Mu Qianxue was also stunned. She stopped and asked curiously.
Qin Xiaola coughed dryly and said seriously, "A girl 3 years older than you holds a gold brick. A girl 30 years older than you gives you a kingdom. A girl 300 years older than you gives you elixirs. A girl 3,000 years older than you ranks among the immortals. A girl 30,000 years older than you is fed by the Queen Mother. A girl 300,000 years older than you stands in front of the Buddha. A girl 3 million years older than you have the final say in the immortal world.
A girl 30 million years older than you can travel around the 6 realms.
A girl 300 million years older than you."
Watching Qin Xiaola talking nonsense in a serious manner, as if he was telling a crosstalk, Mu Qianxue felt speechless.
"This is poisonous."
So, before Qin Xiaola finished speaking, she interrupted him.
Then he ignored Qin Xiaola and just walked away.
She really didn't dare to communicate with this guy anymore, she was too scared. Looking at Mu Qianxue's back, Qin Xiaola followed her with a smile.
The two of them walked quickly to the staff dormitory, one in front and one behind. Qin Xiaola couldn't get into the dormitory so late at night.
So, standing downstairs, Mu Qianxue raised her head and glanced at him, then said calmly,
"It's getting late. I'm going back first. You should go back early too."
Qin Xiaola smiled and nodded, but seemed to have no intention of leaving.
Mu Qianxue frowned and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?"
Seeing Qin Xiaola standing there without moving, I thought something happened.
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and said, "I was just teasing you.
Actually, I don't think there's anything to worry about regarding age." Without waiting for Mu Qianxue to reply, he continued with a smile.
"Love is something that transcends age, gender, and identity.
If you love each other, age doesn't matter at all."
That's right. Love is actually a very great and magical thing. The power that can be generated by two people in love is enormous. Age, gender, and identity in the eyes of the world are not problems. As long as you love each other enough, what does other people's opinions matter to you?"
Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment, then said hesitantly,
"But, aren't you afraid of what others might say? Or, will your family agree?"
To be honest, many obstacles to love come from the rumors around and opposition from family members.
These are a big obstacle. Many people cannot overcome such obstacles.
However, facing Mu Qianxue's question, Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and said confidently,
"There's a saying, I don't know if you've heard it before. I love her, that's a matter between us two, what does it have to do with outsiders? What's wrong with opposition and rumors?
If you have a rose in your heart, you won't be afraid of swords or guns. If you have roses in your heart, you won't be afraid of swords or guns." When Mu Qianxue heard these 8 words, her eyes suddenly lit up. These 8 words seem to be filled with an inexplicable power.
If you have love in your heart and strong strength, how can you be afraid of rumors outside? No matter how loud the clamor is, what can it do? Why fear it? This sentence is really great.
Mu Qianxue, who was still immersed in these words, had a look of delight in her eyes.
When he looked at Qin Shella again, there was a little more joy in his eyes, no longer the cold feeling from before. It's like an iceberg that has melted a lot.
She bit her lips lightly and smiled at Qin Shella in the soft moonlight.
That smile is as beautiful as a painting. For a moment, Qin Shella was stunned.
One glance can conquer a city, and another glance can conquer a country. These 2 sentences perfectly describe Mu Qianxue's smile. She usually looks very cold, and no one has ever really seen her smile. However, even with her cold appearance, she attracted countless suitors. At this moment, the sudden smile seemed to make the moonlight pale in comparison.
I'm leaving now, you should go up early too.
It seemed that she was a little shy because of Qin Shella's stare. Mu Qianxue's pretty face blushed slightly, she turned around and ran upstairs. Qin Shella looked at her back for a while, and then turned and left until she disappeared into the darkness. Walking on the road, Qin Shella's mouth corners slightly raised. That smile was still etched in his mind. However, as he walked on the road, he felt something was wrong.
It seems, I seem to have forgotten something.
As he was walking and thinking, he suddenly remembered. The reward for completing the task has not yet been claimed. After defeating Yang Haowen, Qin Shella had not yet claimed the reward that appeared from the system, and had been accompanying Mu Qianxue to watch the social performance.
I have completely forgotten about that incident.
He finally understood why some ancient kings did not like early morning court sessions and did not like working.
Who would want to work hard all day long when you have a beautiful woman by your side? The attraction of beautiful women is really too great.
After thinking about it, Qin Shella's mind was immersed in the system. The reward for the previous mission was a random skill draw. Qin Shella did not hesitate at all and said silently in his heart.
Random skill extraction. Ding, extraction in progress. Then, a huge roulette will appear out of thin air in front of Qin Shella's eyes.
It was densely packed with about 100 equal parts, and each part was the same. Only he can see this huge roulette wheel, and no one else can detect it. Therefore, Qin Shella didn't worry at all and just silently said,
Start extracting. Ding, extraction in progress.
Then, the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. After about 10 seconds, the speed of the roulette wheel began to slow down, and then slowly stopped, pointing to a certain point in the middle. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, top makeup technique. When Qin Shella saw the skills he had drawn this time, he was completely stunned.
Top makeup technique? Chapter 37, A Cross-Dressing Man? Host, Qin Shella. Value, 99. Height, 186 centimeters. Strength, 20 normal adult, 10. Speed, 15 normal adult, 10. Toughness, 13 normal adult, 10.
Acquired skills, top-level fighting skills, top-level makeup skills.
Qin Shella looked at the skill introduction carefully and was instantly stunned.
Top makeup skills, superb makeup skills, a must-have for cross-dressers. After just such a simple introduction, Qin Shella felt sick all over.
What the hell? A cross-dresser? Are you kidding? As a grown man, would he need something like this? This thing is too useless.
However, the next second, all the memories of the skills were deeply imprinted in Qin Shella's mind. All the tips on how to put on makeup and how to dress as a woman are available. It was as if he had dressed as a woman countless times before.
Grass.
Qin Shella cursed in his heart. He finally extracted a skill, but it turned out to be such a speechless skill.
Goddamn skills. After a moment of silence, Qin Shella sighed and walked quickly towards the dormitory.
It was already past 10 o'clock, but there were still many people on the streets of the Tokyo University campus. Especially when passing by the snack street next to the cafeteria, there are obviously more people. There were long queues in front of some shops selling kebabs. Many of them are sophomores and juniors from Southeast University, who come here for a midnight snack after studying in the library at night.
Qin Shella walked back quickly.
When I pushed open the dormitory door, I saw Zhang Yu and the other 3 gathered together, with some lewd smiles on their faces from time to time. Seeing Qin Shella coming back, the 3 of them looked visibly happier.
Brother Lu, come here quickly.
Zhang Yu waved towards Qin Shella excitedly and called him over with a smile. Qin Xiaola looked puzzled, but still closed the door and walked over, looking at the three people curiously and said,
"What's going on? Why are you so excited?"
The three of them had strange expressions on their faces, but they were all smiling and looked very coquettish.
Tang Meng patted Qin Xiaola on the shoulder and said, "Brother Lo, Lao Zhang and Lao Wu successfully added the girls' WeChat right after finishing their training." While singing in the evening, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo each set their eyes on a pretty girl. After the training was over, I went to ask the two girls for their WeChat accounts. Because they were the first to perform on stage, they left a deep impression on people. In addition, they deliberately stared at the two girls for a long time, so they got the WeChat accounts with almost no effort. "We are chatting right now."
I have to say, although these two guys are a bit flirty, they are really good at pursuing girls.
Most people really can't play it.
Tang Meng, who was standing by, was filled with envy.
"This is so cool."
As a single person since birth, he definitely won't be able to come and go as freely as the two of them in a short period of time.
"I'm jealous,"
Qin Xiaola said with a smile. "Not bad, worthy of being two scumbags, there's something there."
Hearing Qin Xiaola's words, Zhang Yu stood up with a smile and said, "Brother Lu, this is wrong." "Qin Xiaola, what do you mean?" Zhang Yu laughed and said, "Girls lack love and hope to have a home. I just want to give every girl a home. Is that wrong?"
Qin Xiaola. He is really a scumbag and he feels justified in doing so.
Awesome. He gave Zhang Yu and Wu Luo a thumbs up.
When it comes to chasing girls, these two are definitely the best. Not to mention in the entire dormitory, even in the School of Information, he is definitely a well-known scumbag.
Zhang Yu laughed and said, "Brother Lu, can you help me with something?"
"Help?"
Qin Xiaola was stunned, not knowing what this guy was up to.
Zhang Yu rubbed his hands and said a little embarrassedly,
"That's right, this girl I added has a roommate who just took a liking to you.
After knowing that we are roommates, she wants to add your contact information.
Take a look."
When chatting with that girl just now, Zhang Yu accidentally revealed that Qin Xiaola and he were roommates. Unexpectedly, one of the girl's roommates was so excited that she insisted on adding Qin Xiaola's contact information. For this reason, the girl asked Zhang Yu for help and told him that if Qin Xiaola added her, she would treat Zhang Yu to a big meal in the next 2 days.
"It doesn't matter whether you have a big meal or not. The main thing is that I can be with beautiful women, which is very nice."
The first step in pursuing a girl, besides chatting online, is to make an appointment to have a meal or meet her to chat.
Offline meetings are actually more important.
Zhang Yu would naturally not give up such a good opportunity easily. So, this turned to Qin Xiaola for help. However, when Qin Xiaola heard Zhang Yu's words, he was stunned.
"Is there such an operation?"
But he was a little hesitant.
"It's not that I don't want to help.
The main reason is that I already have enough stalls.
One by Zichuan and one Leing."
He still needs to hurry up and find a way to explain things to these two.
"To be honest, I really don't want to get involved with other girls." Seeing Qin Xiaola hesitate, Zhang Yu coughed and said,
"Brother Lo, after you add me, you don't have to meet or chat, just reply a few words casually." Seeing that Qin Xiaola hadn't spoken yet, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll take care of your breakfast for a week, how about that?"
Qin Xiaola was immediately delighted when he heard this.
This works. Anyway, it's just adding one person, no need to chat, just send a message directly to avoid disturbing.
You can also get free breakfast for a week. But when doing business, you always have to bargain.
He looked embarrassed, sighed, patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder and said, "You know my situation, there are too many girls adding me and I can't chat with them all.
But we are brothers."
When Zhang Yu heard what Qin Xiaola said, he was overjoyed. Judging from the tone, it is obvious that he is planning to relax.
"That's great, you're worthy of being Brother Lu. It's stable."
However, before he could open his mouth, Qin Xiaola continued,
"So, you have to pay more." "Zhang Yu?"
Hearing Qin Xiaola's words, he was completely stunned.
What the hell is that a lewd word? We are brothers, so we need to pay more? Damn. It's such a rip-off.
Then, Qin Xiaola smiled and stretched out 2 fingers.
2 weeks of breakfast. Zhang Yu. Pit. It's such a scam.
However, it has come to this point, and Zhang Yu had no choice but to agree. For the sake of beauty, 2 weeks of breakfast is just 2 weeks. Anyway, as a local of Shanghai, his living expenses are not low, so he can still afford it if he grits his teeth. So, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth. Okay, deal. In the end, Zhang Yu succumbed to the temptation of the beauty. If you want to make further progress, you must have the courage to not sacrifice the child to catch the wolf. Seeing the guy's painful expression, Qin Shiola grinned and said, Okay, send me your WeChat. Suddenly, Zhang Yu seemed to be revived with full blood, and the pain just now disappeared.
Hee, alright brother Lo. Chapter 38 I like singing, don't support the book, please vote.
For Zhang Yu, as long as he can pick up girls, 2 weeks of breakfast is nothing.
Girl
Is the most important thing?
What's more, she is a girl majoring in broadcasting at Tokyo University. She is pretty and has a nice voice. Who can resist this temptation? He couldn't stand it anyway.
After pushing Qin Shiola's WeChat over, less than 3 seconds later, Qin Shiola's phone suddenly rang, and then he saw that someone had added him on WeChat.
Zhang Yu said with a smile.
Brother Lu, her roommate is actually pretty good looking.
Look, this is a photo. You can try it.
As he spoke, Zhang Yu placed the photo in his phone in front of Qin Shiola.
To be honest, she looks pretty good. The appearance can reach about 85 out of 100.
But maybe there are too many beauties around him, or maybe it's because a queen with black stockings like Mu Qianxue has directly raised his aesthetic standards. So, when he saw this photo, he felt nothing.
I can't tell how beautiful it is.
He shrugged helplessly, and then accepted it as a friend. The other party was very enthusiastic at the beginning and chatted with him for a while, but Qin Shiola just replied casually, then said that he was going to wash up and said goodbye.
It's neither salty nor bland.
In fact, if you act coldly like this a few times, the other person will probably know that you are not interested in her.
I won't bother him anymore.
This is actually a very common way to get rid of entanglement. This will neither embarrass the other person nor make your words too clear.
Good for both of you.
After quickly washing up, Qin Shiola went to bed with his cell phone in his hand.
It is a habit for most people to check their phones before going to bed. Ding dong.
Suddenly, Qin Shiola's cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Mu Qianxue.
Have you reached the dormitory yet?
Qin Shiola was quite happy when he saw the message sent by Mu Qianxue.
He smiled and replied. I'm back. I just finished washing up and lay down on the bed. Yeah, that's good. Go to bed early. We have training tomorrow.
Qin Shiola replied, Okay, you should go to bed early too. Although, Mu Qianxue's words sounded very plain, just like her.
However, there is one interesting detail.
That is, after Qin Shiola sent a message, Mu Qianxue basically replied immediately. In fact, the speed at which a girl replies to your message can largely determine her attitude towards you. The lights in the dormitory were soon turned off.
Qin Shiola stopped playing with his phone. He put it next to the bed and fell asleep. The next morning.
Today is the second day of military training, and everyone seems to be slowly adapting to this kind of life.
After hearing the alarm clock, everyone got up early and started washing up quickly. Then, I ran to the cafeteria to eat on time.
Zhang Yu bought him breakfast for 2 weeks.
What a wonderful life.
Tang Meng and Wu Luo, who were standing by, were filled with envy.
But they can't learn this.
After all, Qin Shiola makes a living by his looks.
Without his looks, it would be impossible to learn it.
After eating, the 4 of them hurried to the place where they gathered for military training.
It's still early and the instructor hasn't arrived yet.
However, after everyone arrived at the place, they began to consciously put their water cups aside, and then stood in neat rows, standing in military posture silently.
The morning training was actually a repetition of yesterday's movements. However, with yesterday's experience, training today won't be so tiring. Mu Qianxue didn't come this morning. Qin Shiola didn't know the specific reason, but he looked around and indeed didn't see her.
But in the afternoon, she came to see for a while, and then left again because she was busy with work.
Being a counselor is not as easy as one might imagine.
Especially now when school has just started, there are a lot of things to do and a lot of things to be busy with.
This training lasted for 3 days. Afternoon.
Yang Tianzhu gathered everyone together, then looked at the people in Computer Science Class 1 and said,
In our college, 2 phalanxes are recruiting. One is the National Flag Formation, and the other is the Chorus Formation.
Every year, there is a large-scale performance after the military training. At that time, school leaders will watch their training. This is also a good opportunity to win face for all the colleges. Every college has its own national flag formation and chorus formation, which are used for PK. To put it bluntly, it's the face of the cards. Select the elites from each profession to compete and support the event. Of course, there are many benefits to joining these two groups. The final military training results will be higher than those of ordinary students, and if you win the championship, you will receive rewards. Hearing Yang Tianju's words, Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said to the three people, "Brothers, you must go to the chorus formation." When the three heard this, they all looked puzzled. "Why?" Tang Meng leaned over to look at the instructor, then asked in a puzzled voice. Qin Shiola smiled. "The choir is the worst, they just sing every day and don't need much training. Moreover, the final score is quite high. The reason why I know this gossip." Or was this what Mu Qianxue told herself before she went to bed last night? Maybe she was afraid that he would be too tired from training, so she specifically told herself to choose the chorus because it would be very fun. So, today he told Zhang Yu and the other three this gossip. After all, we are buddies in the same dormitory. Although the national flag formation is also good. But the training volume is too large and it is more tiring than normal training. As those who just want to slack off, they naturally won't go. The three of them understood instantly after hearing what was said. Water. It's hard water. Yang Tianju looked around and said, "Anyone who wants to join the flag square, raise your hand." The next second, a few people in the class raised their hands, but not many. Yang Tianju looked at it carefully, and then said, "Qin Shiola, Tang Meng, you two have the advantage in height, you can consider forming a national flag formation." The first thing to consider when planning a national flag formation is height. The height requirement is relatively high. Qin Shiola and Tang Meng have a great advantage in height. So, Yang Tianju wanted the two of them to go up and give it a try. However, the two looked at each other and refused without hesitation. Qin Shiola said with a smile, "Report to the instructor, the two of us are planning to join the chorus formation." Chorus, square formation? Yang Tianju frowned and said, "Why?" To be honest, he felt that given Qin Shiola and Tang Meng's height, they should just go to the national flag formation to support the team. Qin Shiola smiled and said, "Report, because I like to sing." Yang Tianju? Everyone? Like singing? No way. I still remember the scene of Qin Shiola singing in class that day. Not to mention it sounds good, it's not even in tune. If it weren't for the lyrics, no one would understand. As for Tang Meng, with such a strong Tangshan accent, even humming a song occasionally is almost fatal. No matter how you look at it, he and Qin Shiola have nothing to do with the word music. Chapter 39 I have an idea. Final. After a fierce competition, Qin Shiola and the other three successfully entered the chorus formation. The chorus consists of candidates from various majors of the School of Information, with a total of 120 people. In the afternoon, they left their original classes and went to the choir formation. "Damn it, Brother Lu, this is too watery, just sing a song," Tang Meng said with some excitement. "I stayed here for an entire afternoon and it was absolutely wonderful. There was no standing at attention or marching, just singing along with the chorus. And the chorus was under the shade of trees, so there was no feeling of the scorching sun. Not only that, but there is plenty of time for rest. This is simply paradise." Zhang Yu and Wu Luo were also excited. "Such a great place, it's really great." Qin Shiola smiled but said nothing. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and saw a familiar figure not far away. Black long skirt, high heels, perfect figure, the feminine temptation is clearly visible. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the chorus. That's right, the person who came was Mu Qianxue. However, she stood not far away and did not come over. She just watched quietly without saying anything. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. With the ringing of a bell, this afternoon's military training ended. The instructor in charge of the chorus was a male instructor named Zhang. He was of strong build, not tall, and dark skin. He blew a whistle and said loudly, "Today's afternoon training is over. Everyone has performed well. We will continue to gather here in the evening. Do you understand?" "Clear." Everyone shouted out loudly. The voices of 120 people can definitely be considered loud.
Instructor Zhang nodded. Disband. Yes. Then, a smile appeared on everyone's face. Just as everyone was about to leave, Mu Qianxue slowly walked over. Those who were planning to leave stopped one by one and stared at her blankly. This mature and royal sister style attracted countless eyes. Exquisite facial features and a cool face. It's so beautiful. Qin Xiaola, come here. Standing there, she called Qin Xiola's name calmly. Qin Xiola was stunned. He didn't expect that Mu Qianxue came to see him. Looking at the eyes of the people around him, Qin Xiola coughed dryly and ran over quickly. Professor Mu, what's the matter? Mu Qianxue did not speak, but glanced at him calmly and said, Come with me. Having said that, she turned around and left without caring what Qin Xiola thought. Qin Xiola was a little confused. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still followed obediently. When the people in the chorus saw the scene, their eyes were filled with envy. Damn, Professor Mu is so cool. TSK, they took Brother Lu away so soon. Why do I feel like something is wrong with them? I feel that, too. It's very strange, but I just can't put it into words. Oh, I'm envious. The three of them looked at Qin Xiola and Mu Qianxue's departing backs, shaking their heads and sighing, their envy evident in their words. On the other side, Qin Xiola followed behind Mu Qianxue. He didn't know what she was going to do. Anyway, she didn't answer when he asked her, so Qin Xiola simply stopped asking and followed her obediently. Anyway, Mu Qianxue can't sell herself out. Moreover, looking at this direction, it seems to be the direction of the office. Standing at the door of the office, Mu Qianxue took out the key to open the door, then pushed it open and walked in. She turned around, glanced at Qin Xiola and said, Don't just stand there, come in. Qin Xiola said oh and walked in. Mu Qianxue closed the door. There are only two people in this office, one is her and the other is Xia Xijia. However, Xia Xijia had something to do and was not at school. So, Mu Qianxue was actually the only one left in the office. Mu Qianxue glanced at him, then said calmly, Sit down. There was an empty chair next to Mu Qianxue. Qin Xiola nodded and sat down. Before he could ask, Mu Qianxue suddenly took out two lunchboxes from the side and handed one over. This is? Looking at the lunchbox handed over by Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiola was suddenly stunned and looked at her with a puzzled look. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her cold face. Open it yourself and see. Oh. Qin Xiola said oh and then opened the lunchbox. Suddenly, a fragrance came to my nose. Slices of beef lie on top of the fragrant rice. This is beef bibimbap? Qin Xiola couldn't help swallowing his saliva, looking at Mu Qianxue in confusion and said, This is, you who did it? Mu Qianxue coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. That's right. She indeed made this lunchbox herself. However, she would definitely not admit it easily in front of Qin Xiola. She blushed and coughed dryly, saying, I bought it. Why are you asking so many questions? Why don't you eat it quickly? Bought it? This color, this beef, can it be bought? Qin Xiola is not a fool, how could he not see it? In addition, Mu Qianxue's face was so red, it was obvious that something was wrong. So, he didn't believe that it was bought at all. Qin Xiola smiled at Mu Qianxue. Why are you giving me this all of a sudden? Mu Qianxue suddenly paused when she heard this. I didn't expect Qin Xiola to ask this question on his own initiative. Why? In fact, she herself was not quite clear about it, it was just a whim. After all, military training is hard, shouldn't we eat something good? Mu Qianxue's eyes dodged and she stammered. It's tiring to be a class monitor and manage a class. This is a reward for you. Eat it or not. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue pretended to take the food back from Qin Xiola's hand. However, how could Qin Xiola give away something that he had already got? He smiled and nodded quickly. Hey, eat. I'll eat. After saying that, Qin Xiola picked up the chopsticks and took a big bite. You know what, it tastes really good. It has a nice aroma and the beef tastes great. Originally, he thought Mu Qianxue couldn't cook, but he didn't expect that not only could she cook, but she could cook so well. It's incredible.
Seeing Qin Shiola enjoying his meal, Mu Qianxue suddenly felt happy and a smile flashed unconsciously in the corner of her eyes. Qin Shiola, who was eating, suddenly raised his head and keenly caught the smile in the corner of Mu Qianxue's eyes. He put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands with a smile.
Seeing this, Mu Qianxue asked doubtfully. What's wrong? Is it not delicious? Qin Shiola smiled and shook his head. Tasty. He paused and continued. It's just that I have an idea in my mind. Idea? Any ideas? Seeing Qin Shiola like this, Mu Qianxue suddenly became nervous.
Her heart suddenly tightened, and she stammered.
What idea? Chapter 40. Let's try it.
Staring closely at Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said.
How about we try it together? Try it? Try what? Mu Qianxue was stunned.
Her pretty face flushed, she clenched her fists nervously, looked at Qin Shiola and said.
Try what?
Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said.
Of course, let's try to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
It's your first time, it's mine too, and to be honest, I really don't care about age.
Qin Shiola doesn't care about the issue of age.
Besides, there's not much age difference.
Qin Shiola is 19, Mu Qianxue is 23. Is there a big difference? Not big. Besides, with Mu Qianxue's looks, age doesn't matter. Even if you are 30 and have a child, you can accept it, right? Moreover, that time in the small hotel was the first time for both of them.
And after this period of contact, to be honest, Qin Shiola's heart really began to slowly reflect on Mu Qianxue. Sometimes, when he interacted with other girls, he would deliberately consider Mu Qianxue's feelings.
Qin Shiola would feel unhappy if he didn't see her for a day. To put it bluntly, this is caring. And what about Mu Qianxue?
Qin Shiola could feel it in his heart. If he didn't like me, he wouldn't have asked those questions when he sent her back that night.
If I didn't have feelings for myself, how could I cook for myself today? If he had no feelings towards me, how could he be jealous? Qin Shiola felt it very deeply. However,
when Mu Qianxue heard Qin Shiola's words, she was stunned. His originally flushed face turned red again, and even his heartbeat began to speed up. This was the first time she had felt this way in all these years.
My heart is beating faster and I feel a little dizzy. In the past 20 years, I focused on studying and never had a love relationship.
When she heard Qin Shiola's invitation to love, she was stunned.
The two looked at each other. If it is said that there was an unclear and ambiguous relationship between the two of them before, so now, it is equivalent to breaking that layer of ambiguity. After a while, Mu Qianxue thought about it seriously, then shook her head and said,
No, we've only known each other for a short time.
It's too fast. I haven't fully accepted it yet.
Just as Qin Shiola thought, Mu Qianxue didn't dislike him, and even had some strange emotions in her heart.
This feeling is very strange and I can't describe it. I always can't help but worry about Qin Shiola, feel jealous, and even want to be nice to him. After all, she hasn't been in love for more than 20 years, and facing such a feeling, she has a special attachment in her heart. But, after all, they had known each other for too short a time, and she was really not ready yet. As for the incident at the small hotel, it was completely an accident. However, at this moment, Mu Qianxue was unable to completely give up Qin Shiola. In short, everything still takes time. Love needs time to accumulate, not to be rushed. Otherwise, it would just be a fast food love relationship which has no meaning at all. Qin Shiola roughly understood what Mu Qianxue meant. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of loss, but he even felt somewhat happy inside. Why? Because this is a completely good signal for him. There was an ambiguous relationship between the two of them. Now, let me make it clear that this is a legitimate ambiguity. Different nature. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll wait for you, but what is our relationship now? What's the relationship? Mu Qianxue really couldn't answer this question for a while. A normal teacher-student relationship? Is this normal? The answer is no. But we are not yet lovers. Mu Qianxue thought for a while, but she really couldn't think of anything. She shook her head and said, What do you think? Qin Shiola smiled and said, What do you think of a potential boyfriend? The so-called preparation means that you have not yet been converted to a regular employee and are in the internship period.
Hearing this, Mu Qianxue was stunned at first, but she felt that this statement was quite appropriate. She lowered her head, bit her lips lightly, and hummed.
Good. Mu Qianxue's okay actually represents a further step in their relationship.
In fact, both Qin Xiula and Mu Qianxue need to prepare for the transition stage of being boyfriend and girlfriend.
First of all, there is the issue of their identities.
After all, one is a university professor and the other is a freshman.
Although the age difference between the two is not big, there is still a difference in their status. Secondly, neither of them had ever been in a relationship before.
They are like two love losers who actually don't understand much about true love.
A transition phase is needed.
After discussing all this, the two smiled at each other. Mu Qianxue's originally cold face showed a bit more color, and there was a bit more tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Qin Xiula.
That's right, it's gentleness.
Over the years, few people have been able to see tenderness in Mu Qianxue's eyes. Even if there is, it is definitely not for a man. She smiled and said,
"Eat it quickly, or it will get cold."
Mu Qianxue's words were soft and gentle. Qin Xiula smiled at her and said,
"I know, just like my mom."
Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him and patted his head. No respect for elders or younger ones. Although she said this, Mu Qianxue was actually very happy in her heart. The two smiled at each other, then sat together to eat. The food smells delicious, and you can feel that Mu Qianxue made it with care. This was the first time in all these years that he had a meal prepared for him by another girl other than his mother.
I have to say, Qin Xiula was quite happy. This feeling seems to be quite refreshing.
After about 7 or 8 minutes, Qin Xiula finished his meal. He ate very quickly and was indeed a little hungry after training for a whole afternoon, so he ate voraciously. Mu Qianxue had only finished half of her meal. Looking at Qin Xiula, who looked so happy, Mu Qianxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with a smile,
"Are you full? I can't finish so much. Why don't you eat some more?"
Qin Xiula was stunned when he heard this.
Originally, he was almost full.
However, after Mu Qianxue said this, he felt that he could eat a little more.
He chuckled, then unceremoniously took half of the rice from Mu Qianxue's bowl.
After a few minutes, they both finished eating. Qin Xiula felt very full, but also very refreshed. Mu Qianxue stood up, closed the 2 lunchboxes, and put them aside, preparing to wash them later. After taking a look at the time, it was almost time to go for training. Qin Xiula turned his head and looked at Mu Qianxue and said,
"Are you going to the training tonight?"
Mu Qianxue hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "I still have some things to deal with at the academy.
I'm afraid I don't have time.
It's just the beginning of the school year and everything is very busy, especially for counselors." The reason why Mu Qianxue often visited Qin Xiula these days was that she specially made time to do so. Chapter 41, Our Relationship. Please don't expose it for the time being, please vote.
After hearing what Mu Qianxue said, Qin Xiula also expressed his understanding. After all, she is different from me and she has work to do.
So, he nodded and said,
"Okay, I'll come to the office to see you after training tonight. It's not safe for a girl to be alone at night. I'll take you back."
Mu Qianxue smiled slightly when she heard this.
There are still many students in the school after 10 o'clock, so there is no danger.
However, she did not want to refuse Qin Xiula, so she smiled and nodded.
"Okay, I'll wait for you."
"Good." The two smiled at each other, and then Qin Xiula packed up a little and prepared to leave.
Before leaving, Mu Qianxue stopped him. "For now, let's not expose our relationship. The main issue is their identities.
If they are exposed, they are afraid that others will gossip.
Rumors are scary. In this era, there are always many people like this who like to interfere in other people's lives.
There are many such people, both on the internet and in real life."
Qin Xiula naturally understood what Mu Qianxue meant.
He turned around and said with a smile,
"Yes, sir."
After saying that, he chuckled at her, then turned and left. Looking at Qin Xiola's departing back, Mu Qianxue felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction.
This feeling is very strange.
It's as if I have possessed something precious, and I have an extra concern.
Without thinking too much, Mu Qianxue smiled. After Qin Xiula walked away, she took their lunchboxes and went to wash them.
On the other side, Qin Xiula came out of the office and went straight to the military training place. As the evening approached, the night gradually darkened and it was almost time for training. When I arrived at the chorus formation, I saw Zhang Yu and the other three at a glance. When Qin Shila walked over slowly, Zhang Yu smiled at him and said, "Brother Lo, where have you been? You didn't go to the cafeteria or go back to the dormitory. TSK, there's something wrong with you." Wu Luo and Tang Mang also raised their eyebrows at him. Looking at the looks of the three people, Qin Shila said without changing his expression, "Oh, Professor Mu wants to talk to me about something. There are many things to do as new students are enrolled. Hey!" As he spoke, Qin Shila sighed helplessly, pretending to be tired. The three of them looked at each other and didn't doubt it. Indeed, the school enrollment is very busy for new students, and Qin Shila is also the class monitor, so he is definitely not idle. Furthermore, even if they racked their brains, they would not be able to find out what special connection Qin Shila and Mu Qianxue had. How is this possible? Tang Mang asked with concern. "Brother Lu, have you eaten?" Qin Shila spoke without changing his expression. "I just ate some steamed buns and came here in a hurry." Suddenly, the three of them felt a little distressed. "I ate some steamed buns late in the evening and rushed here. It's really hard." The three of them patted Qin Shila on the shoulder and said with emotion, "Brother Lo, thank you for your hard work." "That's right, it's really not easy to be a squad leader, thank you for your hard work." Qin Shila coughed dryly and endured it while trying hard not to laugh. Soon, the instructor came over and the team quickly stood in line. The evening is not a training time, so it is more relaxing. Most of the people who come to participate in this chorus have one or two special skills. Most of the singing is pretty good. So, for the whole evening, the 120 people in the choir sat in a circle and had a lot of fun. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the queue was disbanded. Tang Meng put his arm around Qin Shila's shoulders and said with a smile, "Let's go, Brother Lo, let's go back to the dormitory." Qin Shila said with a smile, "There's still something else, you guys go back first." After saying that, he didn't explain anything else and just strode in the opposite direction. His steps were fast and a little hurried. The three of them looked at Qin Shila's back, confused. What else is going on at this late hour? "Lao Zhang, do you think Brother Lu is in love?" Zhang Yu sighed and said, "I don't know. Anyway, I think with Brother Li's looks, it's no problem to change him every day." That's right, with Qin Shila's looks, there would be no problem even if he changed a girlfriend every day. There will even be many girls rushing over. Because of his appearance, Qin Shila doesn't need to take the initiative to flirt with girls, as there are plenty of girls who will come to him. Tang Meng. Damn. What he said was so damn envious. Qin Shila quickly walked through the crowd and the asphalt road of the campus and arrived downstairs of the office building. Looking up, there were only a few offices with dim lights. Come to think of it, it's already past 10 o'clock and most of the teachers have gone home. In fact, most university teachers generally have a relatively relaxed job. Just prepare lessons on a regular basis. Those less skilled teachers usually just read from the PPT in class. The content of the PPT is still the same as it was several years ago. However, the teachers at the University of Tokyo are not that irresponsible. After all, as one of the top 3 universities in China, its faculty should not be underestimated. Every teacher is extraordinary. He walked quickly up the stairs and came to the door of Mu Qianxue's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Come in." Mu Qianxue's voice was heard in the office. Qin Shila pushed the door open and saw Mu Qianxue sitting at her seat processing something. He smiled slightly, and the two looked at each other. He sat aside and waited quietly in tacit understanding. Quietly watching Mu Qianxue handle the task at hand. The counselor is an administrative position and is responsible for managing some college affairs. Qin Shila didn't do anything else. He just looked at Mu Qianxue's profile quietly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. That face is incredibly delicate. Especially under the lights at night, such a serious look appears even more graceful. There is a mature beauty all over her body. For a moment, Qin Shila couldn't help but stare in amazement. I don't know how long it had been, but Mu Qianxue's voice suddenly came to my ears. "I'm fine, let's go." Qin Shila finally reacted. Looking at Mu Qianxue's half-smile, he chuckled and didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stood up and said, "Let's go when we're done." Mu Qianxue nodded, then stood up, tidied up the things on the table, turned off the lights, locked the door, and left with Qin Shila. Along the way, after leaving the office building, the two walked towards the staff apartments.
Are you hungry?
When passing by the school snack street, Qin Shiola stopped and looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile.
Qin Shiola ate most of the afternoon meal, but Mu Qianxue didn't eat much.
After working for such a long time at night, Mu Qianxue must be a little hungry by now.
Sure enough, Mu Qianxue touched her belly and nodded. Somewhat.
Qin Shiola smiled and said,
Okay, wait here for me, I'll go get you something to eat. By the way, can you eat spicy food?
Able.
Mu Qianxue nodded without hesitation. Okay, wait for me, I'll be right back.
Looking at Qin Shiola's back as he jogged over, Mu Qianxue smiled slightly, feeling a warm feeling in her heart.
Chapter 42. How about I go upstairs and have some tea? Qin Shiola walked over quickly and looked at his back. For some reason, Mu Qianxue felt a warm current flowing through her heart.
This feeling is very strange, but it is very real. Over the years, no one except Qin Shiola could make her feel this way. Before, there were many boys chasing after her, but Mu Qianxue was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg that never melted.
On the contrary, I hate those boys.
But since meeting Qin Shiola, he didn't seem to have that feeling of disgust, and the iceberg in his heart began to melt gradually. After waiting there for a while, Qin Shiola came over with a box of grilled skewers.
He said with a smile. The skewers are really squid-flavored. They taste pretty good. Try them.
Not knowing what Mu Qianxue liked to eat, Qin Shiola just bought a little bit of everything, about 11 or 12 skewers.
Mu Qianxue smiled slightly when she heard this. Although she doesn't usually eat these things. But since it was Qin Shiola who bought it, she did not refuse.
She picked up a string of big and thick grilled sausages and put them in her mouth.
Rich aroma, the flavors of cumin and peppercorns are just right. After taking a bite, she nodded happily and said, Tasty.
Qin Shiola smiled slightly when he heard this.
Let's go and eat while we walk. Good.
Mu Qianxue said hello, then took the skewers in her hand and ate while walking. From childhood to adulthood, she has basically never eaten kebabs.
After junior high school, I never ate it again.
Maybe it's because of the education her parents gave her since she was young that she rarely eats unhealthy things outside.
And kebabs are the most unhealthy food among all unhealthy foods. Deep fried, and I don't know if it's clean or not.
The oil outside has been fried countless times. In addition, when Mu Qianxue was in school, she had very few friends around her. No one took her to eat these kebabs. So, this meant that the skewer she just ate was the first skewer she had eaten in nearly 10 years.
It's really unbelievable.
After taking 2 bites, Mu Qianxue felt that the skewers were more and more delicious, and she couldn't help but eat faster.
She glanced at Qin Shiola beside her and said, You eat too, I can't finish all this by myself. The portion of skewers is quite big.
If Mu Qianxue relied on herself alone, she would not be able to finish the task. Qin Shiola nodded with a smile, and without any hesitation, he picked up a fried rice cake and put it in his mouth. The surface of the fried rice cake is coated with a layer of ketchup, which tastes very good. The two of them ate as they walked, and by the time they reached the staff dormitory building, they had basically finished their meal.
Mu Qianxue hadn't eaten anything like this for a long time. After eating it, she couldn't help but lick her lips. So delicious. Aside.
Seeing this, Qin Shiola suddenly stopped and smiled.
Wait.
Mu Qianxue was stunned, looked at him curiously and said,
What's wrong?
Qin Shiola took out a pack of toilet paper from his body, then pulled out a piece and carefully wiped Mu Qianxue's mouth.
Mu Qianxue's face is very delicate.
Under the moonlight, her fair and tender skin seems as if it could be blown away.
Even an 18-year-old girl can't compare to this skin. Just like she was born beautiful. Even Wu Qian would call himself an expert after seeing this. However,
looking at Qin Shiola's actions, Mu Qianxue just stood there, her heart pounding. Her heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and her little face couldn't help but turn red.
First time.
Apart from his father, there was no other opposite sex who had such close contact with her and wiped her mouth. This scene deeply struck her tender heart. The more a girl has never been in a relationship, the more irresistible the excitement she will feel at such a scene.
Seeing Qin Shiola's serious and meticulous look, Mu Qianxue's heart couldn't help but soften. There is a different feeling in my heart. It's like the legendary feeling of love. That's right. Mu Qianxue couldn't describe it, but she could feel it.
Your heartbeat and inner thoughts will not deceive you. After a while, Jean Shiola had finished wiping it and said with a smile.
Okay. Oh.
Mu Qianxue finally reacted, her face flushed, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly into Jean Shiola's eyes. The two were silent for a moment. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly, looked at the tissue in Jean Shiola's hand, and suddenly asked a soul-searching question.
Why, do you bring paper with you when you go out?
Generally speaking, boys rarely bring toilet paper when they go out. Only those girls who are more meticulous will bring a lot of things when they go out, such as tissues, wet wipes, etc.
And there are very few boys. Jean Shiola smiled and said. It's become a habit. I bring it with me every day. Do you bring it every day?
Mu Qianxue was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes turned scrutinizing as she looked at Jean Shiola.
What's wrong?
Feeling a little self-doubting due to Mu Qianxue's gaze, Jean Shiola asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment and said.
But I heard that only those scumbags would carry toilet paper every day because it makes it easier for them to pick up girls.
I wonder if you are a scumbag. Jean Shiola?
Holy shit. Whoever said this, come out and get beaten.
Who says that a boy who carries toilet paper when going out is a scumbag? Is it okay to be afraid that you can't hold it in? This is simply outrageous. Jean Shiola coughed dryly and explained calmly. How could I be a scumbag? I'm so innocent and simple.
However, Mu Qianxue suddenly raised her head and looked directly into Jean Shiola's eyes.
Are you simple? This question really hits the heart. Is Jean Shiola simple? Cough, cough.
Anyway, he thinks he is quite simple.
However, it is hard to say what others think. Jean Shiola coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Afterwards, Jean Shiola successfully sent Mu Qianxue downstairs.
He said with a smile.
Professor Mu, we're here.
Mu Qianxue said oh, took a deep breath, and looked up at him. Why does it feel like time passes so quickly, and I'm already at the staff dormitory so quickly?
Or was she walking too fast?
Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but think to herself that she should slow down next time and not walk so fast. Looking at Mu Qianxue's dazed look, Jean Shiola waved his hand in front of her with some confusion.
Professor Mu, we're here. Oh.
Mu Qianxue coughed dryly to hide her inner embarrassment.
I was distracted accidentally just now.
She looked at Jean Shiola, pursed her lips and said.
It's getting late.
I'll just go upstairs.
Jean Shiola smiled and said. Why don't you invite me up for some tea? I don't mind. To put it simply, the staff dormitory is the teacher's apartment.
It is a single room, not small, about 70 or 80 square meters, with a comfortable environment. It doesn't matter even if I take Jean Shiola with me.
But how could Mu Qianxue possibly take him up there? This scumbag might be up to something bad. Chapter 43 is so touching.
Therefore, Mu Qianxue uttered a few words slowly without hesitation.
Scumbag, impossible. Good job.
The image of himself as a scumbag has already penetrated deeply into Mu Qianxue's heart. She kept calling me a scumbag, making it seem like she had stabbed me.
But it seems that he was stabbed once. Damn.
Just as the two looked at each other, a familiar voice suddenly came.
Yuki.
Hearing this familiar voice, Jean Shiola and Mu Qianxue turned around at the same time and saw that figure. Under the night sky, she was wearing a long dress and a ponytail.
Xia Sijia.
That's right, the person who came was Xia Sijia. The three of us looked at each other, and the situation suddenly became awkward.
Wow, I sent Mu Qianxue back and met Xia Sijia. Seeing the two of them, Xia Sijia walked up quickly, stood beside Mu Qianxue, and looked at them with a puzzled look. Jean Shiola, Qianxue, what are you two doing?
Late at night, two people stood face to face downstairs of the faculty and staff apartment building, and the scene suddenly became strange. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue's cheeks immediately turned red, and she was at a loss for words for a moment.
It's like being caught having an affair. She couldn't explain this scene. Jean Shiola saw this and said with a dry cough.
It's like this, I just finished military training and Professor Mu called me to his office to deal with some class matters. It was already so late, and I was worried that it would be unsafe for the professor to come back alone, so I took the initiative to offer to take the professor back. Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this, and she quickly agreed.
Ah, yes, yes. Xia Sijia looked at Mu Qianxue, then at Qin Xiaola. This reason seemed to be tenable. However, she always felt that something was wrong between the two of them. But I can't tell exactly what's wrong. Very strange. After a while, she stopped dwelling on the matter and smiled as she took Mu Qianxue's arm and said, "It's getting late, let's go back, Qianxue." Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge rock in her heart finally fell to the ground. She nodded and said quickly, "Yeah, okay." Then, he looked at Qin Xiaola and said, "It's getting late, you should go back as well. If you have anything to say, we can talk later, ahem." Qin Xiaola raised his lips slightly when he heard this, and nodded. "Okay, Professor Mu and Teacher Xia, I'll be leaving first." Having said that, he waved to the two of them and turned away. Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Xiaola's back, then breathed a sigh of relief and followed Xia Sijia upstairs. In Mu Qianxue's room, Xia Sijia sat on the sofa skillfully, looking at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said, "How about it, Qianxue, isn't Qin Xiaola very handsome, right?" Mu Qianxue, who was holding the water cup, suddenly paused, then coughed dryly and said, "Ahem. Not bad, quite good." Xia Sijia laughed and said, "If I were a few years younger, I might have chased him. How could a girl not like a boy with this good looks?" Even Xia Sijia is the same. However, she knew that she was old and probably wouldn't rank high in terms of appearance. So, there is no idea in this regard. However, Mu Qianxue didn't think so. Her expression suddenly froze and her face looked a little abnormal. Turning around, Xia Sijia saw that Mu Qianxue's face looked a little strange, and hurriedly said with concern, "Qianxue, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said, "It's okay, just a little tired." Xia Sijia didn't think much about it when she heard it. After all, she must be tired from dealing with the academy's affairs until so late. She quickly stood up and said, "Then I'll go back first. You should rest early and don't overwork yourself." "Good." Mu Qianxue said hello calmly, then watched Xia Sijia leave and she breathed a sigh of relief. The other side. As soon as Qin Xiaola opened the door of the dormitory, 3 people looked over at the same time. Qin Xiaola felt a little creepy being stared at by 3 people. This look is so weird. He coughed dryly and said, "What are you 3 looking at?" Zhang Yu smiled and came forward and said, "The 3 of us are paying homage to the scumbag in our dormitory. Trash. Trash Saint. What the hell is that name? Please, be a human being." Really, Qin Xiaola really discovered that his roommates were all gods. Wu Luo said with a smile, "Brother Lo, why don't you go back to the dormitory so late at night? Don't tell me you're not going out to date a girl." Tang Mang also jumped out and said, "That's right, Brother Lo, you've kept it a secret from us, just confess the truth. Who would go out this late at night unless they are dating a girl? Wouldn't it be nice to play with your phone and watch videos in the dorm? Without the temptation of girls, who would go out?" Qin Xiaola was stunned when he heard this, because he found that he really had no way to refute it. "We can't expose Mu Qianxue. That's not appropriate. It's better to let them think they have a mysterious girlfriend. This way they won't have any random thoughts." "Why? It's so hard for me." Qin Xiaola sighed, then said with a gloomy look, "To be honest, I do have a hidden girlfriend, but she's not at the University of Tokyo. I just went to call her." Suddenly, the 3 of them became interested and moved their stools to sit next to Qin Xiaola. "Come on, Brother Lu, tell me quickly." "That's right, let's listen to Brother Li's love story." The 3 of them immediately became curious. Want to know Qin Xiaola's love, hate, and emotions? The love of a male god must be tortuous and full of mystery. Looking at the eager eyes of the 3 people, Qin Xiaola's thoughts raced in his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Got it. It was one early morning, when I woke up, someone suddenly added me on WeChat. I opened it and it was a girl. She said she suddenly saw my phone number in her address book and added me as a friend. From that day on, we chatted for a long time and she encouraged me every day. Later, one day, she told me that tea was not selling well and she was afraid that the tea that her grandfather had grown with so much effort could not be sold and that the old man would be sad. When I heard that, I thought it was impossible, so I bought the 10,000 yuan one directly.
She immediately said she wanted to be my girlfriend to repay me. The three of them were fascinated by Chin Shiola's story.
Good job. This story is so fantastic and mysterious. He is worthy of being a male god. His love is different from others. Most people will never encounter such a love story.
So, the three of them believed it without any doubt. Tang Meng sighed, patted Chin Shiola on the shoulder and said, "Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to have such a past. It's true that good people are rewarded. You bought tea for her, and she returned the favor by becoming your girlfriend. That's right, I'm so envious of such a love story." Chapter 44, I'll show you some color. Don't keep the book, I'm crying. Hearing the three people's undoubting tone, Chin Shiola was suddenly confused.
He's just talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, these three guys actually believed it. But it's okay, it saves me a lot of trouble. In the future, when he went to find Mu Qianxue, he would have an excuse and reason to explain, and it would not be easy to arouse other people's suspicion. Not bad. After bragging to the three of them for a while, Chin Shiola went to wash up with a smile. I glanced at the time and it was already 11:30, not too early. He took off his clothes and shoes and went to bed, with his cell phone next to his pillow. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Mu Qianxue. "Are you done with your work?" 2 seconds after the message was sent, Chin Shiola received a reply from Mu Qianxue. "Yeah, I just finished."
Seeing the news that Mu Qianxue had returned, Chin Shiola smiled and said, "By the way, Xia Sijia didn't suspect anything, did she?" He was afraid that Xia Sijia would suspect the relationship between them, and if the news got out, it might have a bad impact on Mu Qianxue.
However, Mu Qianxue replied, "Don't worry, it's okay."
With Xia Sijia's sensitivity to emotions, as long as the two of them don't hug each other in front of her, the other party should not notice. So, for now, there is no need to worry at all. Chin Shiola breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. After a pause, she continued, "It's getting late, go to bed early, you have training tomorrow."
"Okay, good night." "Good night."
The two looked at each other at the screen for a while, and then smiled at the same time. Just like two young lovers, they say good night to each other before going to bed. After putting down his phone and turning off the lights in the dormitory, Chin Shiola lay quietly on the bed and fell asleep. However, when he was sleeping, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised and he was in a very good mood.
Time just passes by little by little.
During the day, Chin Shiola continued to perform in the chorus, and at night, he would send Mu Qianxue back to the faculty and staff apartment every day, and their relationship quickly heated up. In the blink of an eye, the military training is about to end. In the chorus competition 2 days before the end of the military training, the School of Information performed quite well, ranking 6th among the 18 schools in the university. This result is an improvement compared with previous years. Chin Shiola and his classmates also returned to their class team.
Night. Yang Tianju looked at everyone with some reluctance in his eyes.
Tomorrow they will leave completely and the military training will officially end. I have to say, after spending so many days together, Yang Tianju has developed some feelings for her.
Human beings. They are all emotional animals.
After so many days of getting along and training day and night, there will be some ripples in their hearts to a certain extent.
He looked around and said, "Thank you for your company during this time, it's a pleasure to meet you. After the show ends tomorrow, we will never see each other again. Thank you for your cooperation over the past few days." They were leaving tomorrow, and Yang Tianju did not act like an instructor, but said goodbye to everyone in a serious manner. Some girls who were more emotionally fragile were already in tears. The mood in the team seemed to become sad. Mu Qianxue also felt a little touched. Because of Chin Shiola, she doesn't come as often as other counselors. On the contrary, she comes whenever she has time, and comes often, almost every day. The feelings are naturally not shallow. Looking at everyone, Yang Tianju took a deep breath and smiled. Well, everyone should be happy. There will be no more damn military training, no scorching sun, no military posture, no goose stepping. Hearing Yang Tianju's words of comfort, everyone burst into laughter. Really? Military training is really hard to endure. But when you get through it, you find that you can't go back even if you want to. This is life. Every stop is a journey of life. Once it's over, there is no going back. Okay, everyone have fun tonight, and if you have any talents, feel free to come and show them off. On the last night, there was naturally no special training, just one word, play. After hearing Yang Tianju's words, everyone relaxed instantly.
In fact, when we first started military training, everyone was still a little unfamiliar with each other. However, after such a long time, coupled with frequent chatting in the class group and daily visits between dormitories, everyone has gradually become more active.
Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. Why don't we let the monitor perform a show first?
Yes, I think it makes sense. Class monitor, come first.
Suddenly, all eyes turned to Qin Xiola.
He was completely stunned.
Good job. Performance talent? Do I have to listen to the magic music? I feel a little embarrassed myself.
Besides, you can't ask me to perform as a crossdresser in public.
This is not appropriate.
However, it was hard to refuse such a kind invitation.
Faced with the calls from so many classmates, Qin Xiola was embarrassed to refuse.
He stood up helplessly and watched for a long time, but had no idea what the performance was about. Looking at Qin Xiola's helpless look, Mu Qianxue smiled slightly and stood aside watching quietly.
Yang Tianju stood up, walked to Qin Xiola with a smile and said,
I saw you fighting with the announcer before, you must have practiced before, how about we practice and make it a show? The reason why Yang Tianju took the initiative to step forward was that he couldn't help but feel itchy when he thought of the duel between Qin Xiola and Yang Haohan that night.
It's obvious that this guy has practiced this. The strength should not be underestimated. However, Qin Xiola has not replied yet.
Mu Qianxue stood up immediately and quickly stopped him.
No, I can't.
Yang Tianju was stunned, then turned to look at Mu Qianxue and said with a smile, Professor Mu, I'll try it with Qin Xiola.
Don't worry, I know what to do.
No, if you two get hurt, it will be difficult to deal with. In Mu Qianxue's opinion, Qin Xiola would most likely lose in a fight with Yang Tianju. After all, Yang Tianju came from the army and had real training. The training in the army is different from that of Yan Haohan. It is not fancy moves, but real-life taking techniques. However, Qin Xiola said with a smile,
Don't worry, Professor Mu. Instructor Yang and I will know our limits. Let's just give it a try and stop when it's enough. Hearing Qin Xiola's words, Yang Tianju was immediately excited and said with a smile, Yes, that's enough. All right.
Even the person involved had agreed, so there was nothing she could do even if she wanted to stop it.
Mu Qianxue nodded expressionlessly, which was considered as her agreement. However, he was very unhappy with Qin Xiola in his heart.
This is the second time this guy has contradicted himself.
Snort.
If I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't know who is the boss and who is the second. Mu Qianxue snorted in her heart, but her eyes were still on the two of them, fearing that something might happen to Qin Xiola.
Chapter 45 Qin Xiola's Strength. Qin Xiola didn't understand Mu Qianxue's dissatisfaction, and his attention was now completely focused on Yang Tianju.
The two looked at each other, and their momentum suddenly gathered. The students from Computer Science Class 1 who were around were looking at them nervously, staring intently.
Several people in the front row couldn't help but step back, leaving a large space for the two.
The main reason was that the aura emanating from the two of them made the people in the front row feel a little frightened.
That's right.
This is what people who have practiced seriously should do, and there will be a subtle aura about them.
This is especially true for people like Yang Tianju who have fought in the army.
Soon, not just one class, but many surrounding professional classes gathered around, and some instructors came over out of curiosity. For them, it is rare for instructors and students to compete with each other. You may not encounter it once in several years.
Suddenly, Yang Tianju shouted loudly and moved suddenly.
His speed is very fast, a speed that is simply impossible for ordinary people to achieve. The air rustled, and his eyes were fixed in the direction of Qin Xiola.
Directly kick up continuously. Qin Xiola did not dare to be careless. He could probably feel Yang Tianju's strength, which was definitely not simple.
Even if he possessed top-level fighting skills, he should not be inferior to Yang Tianju in terms of strength and speed. Facing Yang Tianju's fierce attack, Qin Xiola dodged repeatedly, using the strategy of leveraging the opponent's force and avoiding a head-on confrontation with him.
The fighting scenes between the two are comparable to movie scenes. It makes people around watching it feel so excited.
However, Mu Qianxue's brows were furrowed, her heart was beating fast, and she kept her eyes fixed on Qin Xiola, fearing that something might happen to him. Although she was unhappy that this guy ignored her words just now, she couldn't care less at this moment and just hoped that Qin Xiola would not get hurt.
Damn scumbag. It just makes people worry. Mu Qianxue was thinking this in her mind.
On the other side, Qin Shiola dodged several times in a row and was about to take the initiative to attack.
After Yang Tianju's next side kick, Qin Shiola seized the opportunity and dodged his attack, but his body moved towards Yang Tianju. That's right. He planned to fight the opponent one-on-one in close combat.
Rely on martial arts techniques to create space for yourself to win. In a moment, before Yang Tianju could come to his senses, Qin Shiola was only a few feet away from him.
In an instant, the palm turned into a fist. He threw a punch directly at Yang Tianju's chest. Yang Tianju was startled.
It was impossible for him to dodge at this time, so he blocked quickly. He held his hands tightly in front of his chest.
Bang!
He took a solid punch from Qin Shiola.
Thump thump thump.
Suddenly, Yang Tianju took a few steps back, feeling his hands burning.
This kid is really good.
Yang Tianju grinned and hissed a few times to relieve the pain in his hand. He looked at Qin Shiola with a vigilant expression and did not dare to be careless at all.
This kid is really strong and has quick reaction ability.
Moreover, he seems to have practiced some martial arts, and has strong fighting and close combat abilities. When the people around saw Qin Shiola defeat Yang Tianju, their faces were filled with excitement.
Damn, Brother Lu is awesome. Instructor Yang was even beaten back by him.
Oh my god, the fight between the two of them just now was heartbreaking to watch, it was so intense.
Of course not.
I never thought Brother Lu was so powerful.
My idol is so handsome, I love him. Sisters, I'm determined to get this man. The fierce fight between the two was like an action movie.
There was no frills at all, just punches hitting flesh.
Every move was an attack and defense. It's really wonderful. The instructors standing by couldn't help but get excited and get ready to give it a try. However, this is not the end. Qin Shiola wanted to end the battle quickly, so he took the initiative to attack.
While Yang Tianju's hands were numb, he rushed over immediately. Then, he whipped her hard with a kick.
Fast, accurate and ruthless. Go straight to Yang Tianju's shoulder. Yang Tianju's eyes suddenly widened.
Qin Shiola came too fast and too suddenly. He knew it was difficult to avoid him, so he raised his hands to cushion the force of Qin Shiola's legs.
Bang!
Everyone who saw this couldn't help but gasp. Qin Shiola was seen resting his hands on Yang Tianju's, with both hands raised on his shoulders.
Yang Tianju's face turned red and he looked nervous. As if it was bearing some huge force.
The main reason was that Qin Shiola was too fast and had long legs, which was also an advantage.
He caught Yang Tianju off guard.
After looking at Yang Tianju, Qin Shiola smiled slightly and retracted his strength. Yang Tianju also felt it and took advantage of the momentum to push Qin Shiola away. The short fight between the two basically determined the winner. The two stood face to face, and Qin Shiola said with a smile,
Coach Yang is very strong. I'm not sure if we can continue fighting. How about calling it a draw?
It's hard to say what will happen if the fight continues. Although he currently has the upper hand, that is because Yang Tianju has not used his killer move. Most of the martial arts in the army are killing techniques and fighting techniques. However, when he fought against Qin Shiola, he couldn't use it, so he suffered a loss.
Yang Tianju dusted himself off, breathed a sigh of relief and said, You are really good, you are amazing. I am the loser today.
After saying that, Yang Tianju gave Qin Shiola a thumbs up. He is not someone who cannot afford to lose, Qin Shiola is indeed strong.
Qin Shiola smiled slightly and didn't care. Winning or losing is not a big deal.
It was originally just a performance for fun, to try out my skills.
Everyone suddenly became excited. Be good. The instructor admitted defeat on his own initiative. This is so exciting. Damn, this guy is so handsome that even the instructor can't stand up to him. Oh my god, this man is tall and handsome, and he can fight. He's absolutely amazing. My brother Lu is so awesome, my god.
Everyone was extremely excited, with excitement written all over their faces.
Only Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief.
She doesn't care about winning or losing, as long as Qin Shiola is not hurt.
Qin Shiola and Yang Tianju left the center, and some students from other classes who were watching also dispersed.
After the martial arts performances by Qin Shiola and Yang Tianju, the atmosphere in Class 1 of Computer Science became even more lively, with students performing on stage one after another.
Bai Zichuan also acted as the host and was very active.
Qin Xiela and Yang Tianju came to the side. Yang Tianju punched Qin Xiela in the chest and said with a smile, "I can't tell, you are so capable, kid. You are really powerful." Qin Xiela scratched his head with a smile. "I practiced a little bit, but it's nothing." He had trained his speed and strength when he was young, so he is much stronger than ordinary people. As for fighting skills, they come from the system.
Of course, this cannot be spread outside. Oh, classmate Qin Xiela looks very excited. Chapter 46. Do you have a girlfriend outside of school?
Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind.
However, Qin Xiela suddenly shuddered. The owner of the voice is so familiar.
Qin Xiela and Yang Tianju turned their heads at the same time.
That's right, it's Mu Qianxue.
She walked over slowly, her face calm and looking the same as usual, but the careful Qin Xiela could sense that Mu Qianxue's mood at the moment was definitely not that simple.
In other words, on the verge of an explosion. Before Qin Xiela could speak, she said to Yang Tianju, "Instructor Yang, I want to talk to the monitor about study."
Although Yang Tianju felt a little surprised when he heard this, he was sure that he understood the hidden meaning behind Mu Qianxue's words. It was obvious that he wanted to be alone with Qin Xiela.
"He is not stupid," he said with a smile. "Ah, fine then, Professor Mu, you guys chat first, I'll go watch their show." Having said that, Yang Tianju turned and left.
Looking at his departing back, Qin Xiela was stunned and looked at Mu Qianxue's face with a lack of confidence.
It looks like classmate Qin Xiela is very happy. Qin Xiela was stunned and quickly coughed and said, "Ahem, no, absolutely not."
Mu Qianxue took a step forward and stared at him closely.
"Really?
You seem to be enjoying the cheers from the fans in the audience just now.
Do you need me to add your contact information or create a group for you guys? This way it will be easier for you to manage." "Qin Xiela. Let Mu Qianxue help me set up a group exclusively for female fans?"
Unless Qin Xiela is crazy, there is no way he would agree to it. After all, once a woman becomes jealous, it can be very scary.
"If you let her create a group, someone will die and someone will be injured in minutes." Qin Xiela smiled and said, "How is that possible? I have no interest in any of them. You have to believe that you are the only one to me. Good job."
It is also a unique existence.
This sounds like the words of a scumbag.
Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him, but she was still somewhat touched.
This is like being a scumbag.
Although some girls know that the other party is a scumbag, they will forget everything once the other party starts to speak sweet words.
Scumbag? Then let him be a scumbag. Anyway, living a happy life is more important than anything else. This is what most girls think.
Seeing Mu Qianxue's gradually calming expression, he came up to her with a smile and said,
"Professor Mu, today is the last night of military training. Please accompany me to watch the performance."
As he spoke, Qin Xiela winked at Mu Qianxue. He has such a handsome face, but he actually acts cute.
Who the hell can stand this?
Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's cheeks turned red and she hummed softly. As for the unhappiness just now, it was all swept away. Qin Xiela smiled and sat in the back with Mu Qianxue, using the dim light to hide the two of them.
Mainly because there were so many people, Qin Xiela didn't dare to make any bold moves. It would be so embarrassing if we were discovered. The show above is still going on. Suddenly, a figure walked over from the front. "Brother Lu?"
When he walked next to Qin Xiela, the figure suddenly called out. The sound was not loud, but Qin Xiela and Mu Qianxue heard it clearly. They both looked over and found that it was Tang Meng.
Qin Xiela looked at him curiously and said, "Old Tang, why are you here?" Tang Meng chuckled and said, "I need to pee urgently. I want to go to the toilet."
He paused, and when he saw Mu Qianxue, he continued. "So you were watching the show here with Professor Mu. I thought you were on the phone with your girlfriend outside of school again."
"Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to the bathroom first." "Professor Mu, I'm leaving first."
After saying that, Tang Meng ran away without caring about the other two people because he was in a hurry to pee.
Tang Meng ran away. However, Qin Xiela felt as if a huge murderous aura appeared beside him.
Around him, time and space seemed to stand still.
Qin Xiela shivered involuntarily. He knew what was going on without even thinking about it. Mu Qianxue's cold voice came. "Tang Meng is your roommate, right?" Qin Xiela coughed dryly. Ahem, I guess so.
So you have a girlfriend outside of school, that's great. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue also clapped her hands.
He is indeed a scumbag.
I didn't expect he has a girlfriend outside of school.
Is this something a normal person can do? Having the best of both worlds? No.
It doesn't necessarily have to be just two boats. With Qin Xiaola's looks, it's possible that he could be dating more than a dozen people. The more she thought about it, the angrier Mu Qianxue became.
This piece of shit is such a scumbag.
Qin Xiaola paused and quickly explained.
No, I really don't have one. You're my only girlfriend. Mu Qianxue, hee, who is your girlfriend?
After saying this, she couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved.
The first time was given to this scumbag.
It turns out that I met the wrong person. I want to cry, but I can't.
Is she beautiful? After a long while, Mu Qianxue finally uttered these words. Is that girl pretty? Qin Xiaola. The liar selling tea, how the hell do you know whether she is pretty or not? He was just fooling them blindly.
God knows that each of the three of them believes it more than the other. They are all a group of gods. Qin Xiaola grabbed Mu Qianxue's arm, and when she looked straight at him, he said firmly.
Give me 3 minutes to explain.
Many girls, when they are angry and quarreling, don't even give their boyfriends time to explain.
Seeing that Qin Xiaola's eyes did not seem fake, Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and said. 3 minutes, you say?
As she spoke, she looked at the watch on her hand and started counting.
Good job. This equipment is quite complete.
Qin Xiaola sighed, and then repeated everything he had done to trick the three of them that night.
Good for a while. Mu Qianxue then said blankly. You mean, you lied to the three of them?
Qin Xiaola shrugged helplessly and said. I was afraid that you would be exposed, so I made up a girlfriend for you to protect you.
She sells tea.
Damn, who knew those three were so easy to fool?
Mu Qianxue. It's really easy to cheat. There are people who believe such an outrageous thing.
Of course, the main reason was that when Qin Xiaola spoke to the three of them, it was so realistic. Plus, Qin Xiaola himself is so awesome, so what's wrong with having a slightly outrageous love story?
Have questions? No problem. Mu Qianxue looked at him doubtfully and said. Look me in the eyes.
When she was in college, Mu Qianxue also studied psychology for a period of time and was able to tell whether a person was lying by looking through their eyes. Although she didn't study for a long time, she was smart enough and made some achievements after just a few days. Qin Xiaola was stunned, but still stared at Mu Qianxue. Under the moonlight, in the darkness, the two looked into each other's eyes.
Qin Xiaola didn't even move his eyes, just stared at Mu Qianxue.
Originally, she wanted to judge whether Qin Xiaola was lying or not, but now, being stared at by Qin Xiaola like this, Mu Qianxue blushed with embarrassment.
Chapter 47, Scumbag, you took advantage of me. Don't support the book, please vote.
Unable to bear Qin Xiaola's stare, Mu Qianxue's pretty face turned slightly red and she pushed Qin Xiaola away.
Ahem, no. No need to look, I believe you. Qin Xiaola chuckled, looking at Mu Qianxue's blushing cheeks, and said with a grin. Professor Mu, you just misunderstood me and caused me trauma.
You must compensate me.
Compensation. Mu Qianxue was stunned for a moment, raised her head and looked at him and said. Well, what compensation?
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and said nothing, just looking at Mu Qianxue's delicate face. That face was so beautiful, like a favorite of God, a beauty that was carefully carved out.
This is especially true in the hazy moonlight.
Seeing that Qin Xiaola didn't say anything and was still looking at her like that, Mu Qianxue suddenly felt a little nervous.
Why don't you say?
However, before she could utter the last word, Qin Xiaola suddenly leaned forward and kissed her. Although it was just a light kiss without lingering for too long, Mu Qianxue felt as if she had been electrocuted, with her entire body trembling slightly.
Qin Xiaola, this guy, kissed me?
Even at the moment when his lips left hers, Mu Qianxue was still a little bit incredulous. If we don't count the time in the small hotel that night, today would be her first kiss.
After all, she really didn't know whether the two kissed that night.
I was drunk and had no clothes to cover my body, so I did what I should do.
Unexpectedly, this guy was so bold today. He kissed me directly when I wasn't paying attention. Looking at Qin Xiaola's grin, Mu Qianxue felt embarrassed and annoyed.
She looked around and luckily no one saw her, otherwise she would have been doomed.
Mu Qianxue punched Qin Xiaola hard and said angrily. You scumbag, you took advantage of me. Looking at Mu Qianxue's appearance, Qin Xiaola smiled. How can this be considered taking advantage? We are prospective boyfriend and girlfriend, so shouldn't we try too hard? Mu Qianxue? Is it so excessive? Although she has never been in love before, she is not stupid. How could Qin Xiaola talk nonsense like that? However, since she had already kissed him, she couldn't kiss him back. That would be a disadvantage. He gave Qin Xiaola a displeased look. But this is the only way. Qin Xiaola was laughing on the side, making huge profit. Soon, the time for tonight's military training arrived. Because she was afraid of being seen by someone she knew, Mu Qianxue walked to a small pavilion in the distance a few minutes before the end and waited for Qin Xiaola to come and take her back to the faculty apartment. In fact, Dongdai is quite safe at night. There weren't that many black people. Since the previous anti-gang storm, major universities throughout China no longer use the number of international students as a criterion for judging the quality of their schools. This indirectly leads to a decrease in the number of international students and worsening conditions. Correspondingly, the quality of life of Chinese students and the number of scholarships have also increased. International students in major universities can only stay put obediently. Anyone who wanted to cause trouble was immediately eliminated. Naturally, this move also received the support of the broad masses of people. After all, China is the territory of the Chinese people, and alien species have to lie down and crawl. If you want to be a superior person, it's impossible. So, it is very safe to walk on the campus of Tokyo University at night. But Mu Qianxue naturally would not refuse to let Qin Xiaola send her back. Because, in her heart, she also likes that feeling. Soon, after Yang Tianzhu shouted to disband, everyone in the computer science class 1 picked up their things and prepared to leave. When Qin Xiaola was about to leave to find Mu Qianxue, Bai Zichuan suddenly stopped him. Qin Xiaola, wait a minute. Qin Xiaola was stunned, turned around and saw Bai Zichuan's somewhat embarrassed expression. He frowned and said with some doubt. What's wrong? Looking at her like this, it's obvious that something is wrong? Bai Zichuan coughed dryly, looked around and said. Can we find a quiet place? I want to tell you something. A quiet place? Talk about something? He couldn't help but hesitate. After all, Mu Qianxue was still waiting for him at the small pavilion, so he had to hurry over there. Seeing Qin Xiaola's hesitant expression, Bai Zichuan said again. Don't worry, it will only take a few minutes, it will be quick. All right. Qin Xiaola thought about it and thought it would only take a few minutes. At worst he could just run over later, so he didn't refuse. When Bai Zichuan heard Qin Xiaola's agreement, he was overjoyed. The two walked to the other side of the playground, where there were fewer people and the lights were dim. Along the way, Bai Zichuan was secretly staring at Qin Xiaola. Just talk about it here if you have anything to say. After standing still, Qin Xiaola looked at Bai Zichuan and said. She hummed, then raised her head and took a deep breath. She was obviously a little nervous and her pretty face was slightly red. Squad leader, actually, I like you. Mustering up his courage, Bai Zichuan finally said these words. In fact, this idea had been on her mind for a long time, but she had never spoken it out loud. The military training was about to end and she couldn't bear it any longer. This is the girl from Sichuan and Chongqing, generous and simple, daring to love and hate. Looking at Bai Zichuan's appearance, Qin Xiaola felt a little bit reluctant, but he knew that he couldn't keep others hanging. Before, he had been trying his best to avoid any excessive contact with the other party. I send him messages every night, but he rarely replies. I just don't want her to keep people hanging. However, since she had said it, Qin Xiaola could only refuse directly. I'm sorry, actually, I have someone I like. Although I couldn't bear to hurt Bai Zichuan, I still had to say what I had to say. When Bai Zichuan heard Qin Xiaola's words, his heart suddenly tightened. She really didn't expect that Qin Xiaola actually had someone she liked. Suddenly, tears flowed down and my eyes turned red. She raised her head, looked at Qin Xiaola and said. Who is she? Is she pretty? Is she from our school? After all, he still didn't give up and Bai Zichuan couldn't help but ask. Qin Xiaola was stunned. You can't say it's Mu Qianxue. He sighed, and then said quietly. It was one early morning, when I woke up, someone suddenly added me on WeChat. I opened it and it was a girl.
She said she suddenly saw my phone number in her address book. In the next few minutes, Jin Shiola once again described the girl selling tea that he had made up. Bai Zichuan was stunned by what he heard.
What Jin Shiola said was so real and touching that she didn't realize anything was wrong. After a while, Jin Shiola sighed and said, "Well, that's the way it is. I love her and am willing to help her grandfather sell tea. Okay, that's it. I still have to call her back." Jin Shiola didn't want to keep Mu Qianxue waiting for too long, so he wanted to finish off Bai Zichuan as soon as possible.
She took a deep breath, obviously still feeling a little upset.
Unexpectedly. She is not as good as a girl selling tea. Is this fate? Jin Shiola is gone and there is no way he will come back. Chapter 48. Be bold and probe.
After leaving Bai Zichuan, Jin Shiola's pace quickened a lot. Having just wasted some time, he didn't want to keep Mu Qianxue waiting for long. Soon, he saw the small pavilion, which looked particularly hazy in the dark night. In addition, there are rustling leaves around, swaying slowly in the breeze, which creates a unique artistic conception. Just as Jin Shiola was about to walk over, suddenly, a familiar cough made him stop. Jin Shiola turned around and saw that it was Mu Qianxue, who was standing not far to the left of Jin Shiola. After seeing him, a slight smile appeared on her face. However, maybe because he is used to being cold and icy, even the slightest smile is not very obvious.
Jin Shiola smiled slightly, walked over quickly, and asked curiously, "Professor Mu, weren't you waiting for me in the pavilion? Why are you here?" Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said a little embarrassedly, "Ahem, just now, a couple came into the pavilion, and I gave that place to them." In a secluded little pavilion like this, young couples come here every night for trysts. The location is secluded and the environment is good, which makes it a perfect place for a tryst. However, since the place is nice, many people naturally want to come. It's first come first served. We can't have two couples in one small pavilion. That's so embarrassing. I feel embarrassed when kissing.
Jin Shiola was stunned, and when he saw Mu Qianxue's slightly red face, she seemed to understand something.
Needless to say, Mu Qianxue must have seen something she shouldn't have seen when the young couple was having a tryst, which was embarrassing. He said with a smile, "It's getting late, let me take you back." "Yeah, okay."
Mu Qianxue bowed her head and nodded, and the two of them walked side by side towards the staff dormitory.
Along the way, the atmosphere between the two seemed a little weird.
Maybe it was because Jin Shiola kissed Mu Qianxue when they were watching the show just now, which made her a little shy at the moment. After all, this was the first time in her life that she had a proper kiss with a boy. Although he was ambushed by Jin Shiola, that is also the fact. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Mu Qianxue, Jin Shiola smiled slightly. He knew that Mu Qianxue's emotions were very complicated at the moment, but she was definitely not unhappy. It was probably mostly due to shyness and excitement. At this time, Jin Shiola knew that he should take the initiative. Only if he takes the initiative and breaks through the barrier between the two of them, the relationship will develop further. Just think of this. He glanced at Mu Qianxue secretly, then stretched out his right hand and grabbed Mu Qianxue's fair little hand, and then, with lightning speed, clasped their fingers together. That's right. Just hold it tightly like this. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue was stunned and didn't react for a moment to what had happened. But the next second, her pretty face turned red and she was full of shyness. Jin Shiola, you quickly let me go." Mu Qianxue was extremely panicked. This was the first time in all these years that a boy had held her hand and held her fingers tightly. The ambiguous atmosphere was self-evident. She tried hard to break free, but Jin Shiola's strength was beyond her reach. Jin Shiola held on so tightly, exerting a little force, that Mu Qianxue couldn't break free at all. She looked around, afraid that someone familiar might see her, and then said nervously, "Hurry, let go quickly. It will be so embarrassing if someone sees us." Looking at Mu Qianxue's appearance, Jin Shiola smiled slightly. "Can't hold hands when there are too many people?" "No, I can't," Mu Qianxue said with a blushing face. After all, this is on campus, she is a professor and Jin Shiola is a student, so there is still a barrier of identity between the two. Jin Shiola said with a smile. "Then, can I just hold your hand when no one is around?" This. Soul torture. Mu Qianxue blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Of course, she didn't object in her heart, but she just couldn't say it out loud. Girls should be reserved.
good for a while.
Qin Xiaola lowered his head and hummed softly.
Yes, yes. Qin Xiaola was delighted when he got Mu Qianshua's affirmative answer, and then he put down his hand quickly.
After all, on campus, even though it was night, there were still people coming and going, and it would be bad if we were seen by acquaintances.
However, Qin Xiaola still made a profit when he got Mu Qianshua's affirmative answer that it would be fine without anyone.
Of course, he obtained this through deliberate spying.
That's what relationships are. If you don't keep probing forward, the relationship will never move forward. Some people haven't kissed even after being in a relationship for half a year.
Some people dare to check into a hotel room just 1 or 2 days after establishing a relationship.
The gap between them is as big as that of a galaxy. Why is this happening? That's because the former is an honest man.
He doesn't dare to go too far or pry into other people's affairs.
The latter can put aside their pride and keep probing.
Although the girl says she doesn't want to, she is probably more willing than you in her heart, but she doesn't dare to say it out of shame. Seeing Qin Xiaola finally let go of his hand, Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge rock in her heart finally fell to the ground.
But,
in a flash, there was a sense of loss.
Just let go like this?
To be honest, the moment Qin Xiaola held her hand, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. It was as if, even if the whole world was against her, as long as Qin Xiaola was there, she would not be afraid at all. She secretly turned her head and glanced at Qin Xiaola, feeling complicated. This may be what girls are like, their minds are changeable. Sometimes, when you follow their ideas, another idea will occupy their heads. What a strange creature. The two of them walked along the path and slowly came to the bottom of Mu Qianshua's staff apartment building. Along the way, the two of them walked slowly in tacit understanding. Because we were walking on a small road and it was already past 10 o'clock, there were not many people around, so we didn't see many people along the way.
I'm here. You should go back as well. Military training will end tomorrow morning.
After the drill ends tomorrow morning, their college military training career will come to an end.
No more scorching sun and no more hard work. Qin Xiaola nodded and said with a smile. Good.
He was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. After pondering for a while, he decided to say it out.
Is there something I want to tell you?
Seeing Qin Xiaola's shy look, Mu Qianxue was suddenly stunned and said with some concern.
What's up? Qin Xiaola paused and said. Tomorrow night, I plan to treat Leing to a meal.
After all, she gave me your phone number before.
Otherwise, I might have to spend the whole night in the police station.
If it weren't for Leing that night, I would have had to spend the night in jail, let alone the system reward.
That's so uncomfortable. Chapter 49, Senior, I have something to tell you. Mu Qianxue pursed her lips when she heard this.
Although, she felt a little unhappy about letting Qin Xiaola go out to eat alone with other girls.
But she is not unreasonable.
After all, Leing helped Qin Xiaola, and she knew about this.
It is normal to treat someone to a meal. It's just a matter of course. So, after a brief pause, Mu Qianxue nodded and said. Yeah, okay.
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and said. Don't worry, I'll be back after dinner and won't linger.
Hearing Qin Xiaola's assurance, Mu Qianxue felt sweet in her heart. What do girls need?
In fact, it all comes down to 3 words.
Sense of security.
When you can give her a sense of security, she will not be too jealous or angry.
Mu Qianxue smiled and nodded.
Oh, and one more thing, you are not allowed to drink. Drinking is the biggest influence.
There is a saying that goes drunk and promiscuous.
The subsequent story happened because she and Qin Xiaola drank too much. Therefore, she tried her best to avoid letting Qin Xiaola go out drinking with other girls.
Something bad might happen. Should be avoided at all costs.
Seeing Mu Qianshua's nervous look, Qin Xiaola smiled.
Yes, sir. I will never drink. Seeing Qin Xiaola's promise, Mu Qianxue was delighted.
But he nodded calmly.
Well, that's good to know.
The two smiled at each other, waved goodbye downstairs, and Qin Xiaola left after watching Mu Qianshue's back as she went upstairs.
Early the next morning, Qin Xiaola and the others dressed neatly and went straight to the playground. This is the last program of the military training performance. To put it simply, it means showing what they have practiced before and letting the instructors and school leaders take a look and give them a score. To be honest, this part is quite boring. For the so-called sense of class honor,
In fact, after entering college, the concept of class becomes much weaker, and there is no strong concept of class as in junior high and high school. Because there are basically several classes together in college, the concept of dormitory may be more important.
After a busy morning, it's finally over.
The moment the principal announced the end of the military training, countless people were filled with excitement.
After half a month of hard training in the hot sun, I finally made it. That's right. This is what almost everyone thinks. When Chin Shilla and the others were dismissed, instructors including Yang Tianju had already left. Without notifying anyone, he left quietly. Some people feel a little lost. The same is true for Chin Shilla.
I remembered that I had a competition with Yang Tianju last night, but he disappeared today.
It is very likely that we will never see each other again in this life.
After all, the army is not like other places. You may not be able to contact the outside world several times a month, let alone meet.
Maybe, this is life. Some people come into your life, but after a while they leave. A little after 6 in the afternoon, at the east gate of the school.
They had made an appointment to have dinner today a few days ago, so Leing put on her makeup early and waited at the east gate. Suddenly, she saw a figure walking towards her.
She immediately became energetic and waved her hand excitedly. Xiao Lu, junior brother.
That's right, the person who came was Chin Shilla. When she saw him again, Li Ying's face was full of excitement and her delicate face was full of smiles.
Chin Shilla smiled slightly, walked over quickly and said, "Senior, have you been waiting for a long time?" Leing smiled and said, No, I just got here too."
In fact, Leing was so happy that she arrived early after putting on her makeup and waited for Chin Shilla here for nearly half an hour. Today, her makeup is a little heavier. But it doesn't affect the beauty at all. Instead, it has a bit more temptation. Unlike Bai Zichuan, who was a pure girl, Leing was like a typical senior school girl, with a hint of temptation in her words and actions.
Chin Shilla said with a smile, "Come on, I'll treat you to dinner." Leing laughed and was very happy.
Okay. When passing by the east gate, Chin Shilla saw the security guard Zhao Debao who had sent him to the police station that night. The two looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. It was obvious that Zhao Debao had not forgotten Chin Shilla.
After all, what happened that night was so outrageous that he couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. "Hello, security guard." Chin Shilla greeted everyone first with a smile. Zhao Debao coughed dryly, then smiled and nodded. "Hello."
After leading Leing out of the school gate, she asked curiously,
"Do you know that security guard?" Chin Shilla pondered for a moment and said, He was the one who sent me to the police station that day." Leing. "Good job. What a fate."
There is a barbecue restaurant next to the school called Long Time Ago Barbecue Restaurant.
The name of the store is very literary, and the decoration inside is also very nice. Most of the people coming and going are students from the University of Tokyo. This store is doing good business.
Because they arrived early, there were not many people in the store when they entered, so they chose a seat by the window.
This restaurant does not use a menu. There is a QR code on the corner of the table, and you order by scanning the code. Chin Shilla took out his mobile phone and scanned it, and the ordering interface soon appeared. "You order first, and I'll order after you're done."
As he spoke, Chin Shilla handed over the phone.
Leing didn't hesitate and started ordering with Chin Shilla's phone. Grilled kidneys, leeks, oysters.
There were so many nutritious things that Chin Shilla called himself an expert after seeing them.
"These things make me so angry when I eat them."
He looked at Leing, but didn't stop her.
"After all, you are inviting people to dinner, you can't ask them to order something else, that would be inappropriate." Soon, Leing turned around and said, "Let's have a drink to cheer each other up." "Help, add to the fun?" Chin Shilla coughed dryly and quickly refused.
"Drinking a little wine is just to liven up the atmosphere, but Mu Qianxue will kill me."
Forget it. I won't drink anymore." "Ah."
Seeing Chin Shilla's determined expression, which did not seem fake, Leing felt a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do.
"Oh well." After Leing ordered, Chin Shilla ordered some more things, including a bottle of juice, and then submitted the order.
While waiting for the food to be served, Leing held up her chin, looked at Chin Shilla with a smile and said,
"Xiao Lu, the student union election is coming up soon. Are you interested in joining our college's student union?"
Li Ying's idea is very simple.
If Qin Shiola joined the student union, they would have more opportunities to communicate. How does the saying go? Love grows over time. Yes, that's it. After a long time, you fall in love? Qin Shiola raised his head and looked at Leing. He understood what Leing meant. To put it bluntly, she was greedy for his body. After a moment's silence, he said, Senior, there is something I want to tell you. Leing was stunned and asked curiously, What's up? Actually, I have a girlfriend. Chapter 50, Act, and Continue Acting. Please vote, don't support the book. Hearing Qin Shiola's words, Leing was stunned. Do you have a girlfriend? It must be fake. Never heard of it. Looking at Leing's puzzled expression, Qin Shiola sighed and said quietly, Here's what happened. It was a morning, when I woke up, someone suddenly added me on WeChat. I opened it and it was a girl. She said she suddenly saw my phone number in her address book. Qin Shiola found that it was easy to fool people by using the story of the tea-selling girl. The three guys in the dormitory were stunned by what they had fooled. And there is by Zichuan. Everyone believes it abnormally. So, Qin Shiola pretended to speak from the bottom of his heart so that Leing would give up. And he is very confident. After all, his acting is so touching and the story is so subtle and moving. How could no one believe it? When he finished speaking, he sighed. Hey, she and I are truly in love, I believe distance can't stop us. I thought Leing would be touched. However, she didn't, and instead burst out laughing, looking very happy. It was as if he was looking at a fool. Qin Shiola frowned and said, What are you laughing at, senior? Are you questioning our love? Impossible, our feelings are strong, no one can stop us. Leing looked at Qin Shiola with amusement and said, Perform, continue performing. Qin Shiola? Could it be that she figured it out? How is this possible? Qin Shiola didn't believe it and thought Leing was just pretending to be confident, so he continued to act crazy and said, I don't understand what you are saying, senior. How can my love story with her be an act? Leing burst into laughter, stared at Qin Shiola and said, Xiao Lo, although I haven't entered society yet, I'm not a fool. I have heard the story of the tea girl before, so next time you make up a lie, remember to be more serious. At first, Leing found it quite touching and her heart tightened. However, when the tea girl's grandfather came out, she immediately reacted. Isn't this a scam? Qin Shiola uses this thing to make up a story? Does anyone believe this? It must be fake. Only a fool would believe it. However, Qin Shiola coughed dryly. No. No, senior, please listen to me as I continue to make up stories. No, please listen to me as I continue to tell you. Leing chuckled, and at this time, the waitress started serving the dishes. The skewers and other things the two ordered started arriving one after another. Leing smiled and said, Come on, Shiola, talk while you eat. Don't be in a hurry. I'm listening. Qin Shiola. This perfunctory look. Have to. Qin Shiola knew that he couldn't continue to lie. Damn. No, I have to find a better story next time. This one has too many loopholes. Qin Shiola sighed and started eating the skewers helplessly. Leing took a bite of the skewers and looked at Qin Shiola with a smile, feeling a little happy. Qin Shiola is lying, which means he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Then hasn't her chance come? Leing continued. Oh, right, the same question again. Do you plan to join the student union? There are many benefits. You can also interact more with school leaders and train yourself. Qin Shiola pondered for a moment and said, Senior, do you know there is a joke on the internet? Joke? What joke? Leing looked at him curiously. Qin Shiola took a sip of his drink and said, When the university just started, several members of the student union handed out flyers everywhere saying, Students, come to our student union. Don't worry, you will definitely get in. Later, when the student went for an interview, the student union members sat in their seats and asked soul-searching questions like masters. Why do you come to our student union? The student was stunned on the spot. Didn't you ask me to come here? What Qin Shiola said is actually the current situation of the student union. Although this is related to every university, in fact, bureaucracy still exists, it is just a matter of more or less.
Leing was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile.
We in the Dongda University Union don't have so many problems. At least, the Xinyuan Institute definitely doesn't have that.
Qin Shella shook his head and said. Forget it. I'm used to being lazy and don't have that much time to do hard labor. If you have that much time, you might as well hang out in Mu Qianshua's office and exchange some ideas. Why should you work as a laborer for others? The so-called training can actually be learned within a week after entering society. Leing felt a little disappointed when he heard this. But since Qin Shella had already made up her mind, she couldn't say much. The two of them ate the skewers quietly, and the content of their conversation was relatively normal, just some trivial matters in college. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the two had almost finished eating.
Qin Shella smiled and said, Are you full? Leing nodded. I'm full. It's late at night and we have a lot to eat. It will probably be difficult to walk later. I'm so full.
Qin Shella said with a smile. That's good. Immediately, he picked up his phone, scanned the code again, and ordered a few skewers or something. 2 grilled sausages, a lamb kebab, and something like grilled gluten.
Leing looked at him with a puzzled look and said, Why are you still ordering? Aren't you full? Of course, I ordered these to take them back to Mu Qianxue. Last time, Qin Shilla noticed that Mu Qianxue actually liked to eat these skewers, so this time she happened to be at the barbecue restaurant and took some extra back. However, facing Li Ying's questioning, he naturally couldn't tell the truth. So, just open your mouth.
Oh, I brought it for my roommate.
Oh.
Leing nodded after hearing this, without any doubt. After all, Qin Shilla doesn't have a girlfriend, so he naturally brought it for his roommate.
Soon.
Qin Shella packed up the skewers he had just ordered, picked up his food and stood up and said,
Let's go? Good. Leing smiled and nodded. Today was a very fruitful day for her.
I had a meal alone with Qin Shella and found out that he probably didn't have a girlfriend. Harvest, perfect. The two separated at the east gate. Qin Shella watched Leing walk away before walking towards the office, as he was afraid that he would be seen by her and would have trouble explaining. After all, his relationship with Mu Qianxue was still kept secret.
Mu Qianxue's office was still brightly lit, and she was alone in the office dealing with things. Qin Shella approached the door cautiously and took a quick look through the gap. There was no one else inside except Mu Qianxue. He smiled slightly and gently opened the door.
Maybe she was too serious about handling things and didn't notice Qin Shella for a while.
Qin Shella tiptoed, controlling his steps and breathing.
Then, he stood quietly in front of Mu Qianxue. The moment she raised her head.
Ah! Suddenly, Mu Qianxue screamed. Oh my god! Why is there another person?
After seeing clearly that it was Qin Shella, her heart beat faster and she patted her chest repeatedly.
You're going to die, how can you be so scary? Chapter 51 Qin Shella does whatever he wants.
Mu Qianshue's heart beat faster out of fright, and she quickly patted her chest with her little hands. He was so frightened that it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It took her more than 10 seconds to calm down. She glared at Qin Shella fiercely with her eyes wide open.
Qin Shella smiled and walked forward and said, Isn't it because I don't want to disturb you because you are working hard? Are you serious about your work and don't want to disturb me? So? Is this why you scare me? Damn! Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him.
Seeing the dissatisfaction written all over Mu Qianshue's face, Qin Shella chuckled, then took out the skewers that he had just hidden behind him and placed them in front of her.
Suddenly, the aroma of grilled skewers filled the air.
When she smelled the familiar barbecue flavor, Mu Qianshue's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva subconsciously. She raised her head sharply.
Grilled skewers. Qin Shella smiled and said, I bought it especially for you, no.
As he said that, he handed over the bag of skewers in his hand.
Although Mu Qianxue didn't say anything, she was happy in her heart.
This dog thing, although a little broken, is still pretty good to me. For a girl, when judging whether a boy is good or not, she mostly looks at the little things in daily life. For example, if you go out for a meal and remember to bring some food for your girlfriend, that's very touching.
So,
at this moment, Mu Qianxue felt warm in her heart. It happened that she hadn't eaten dinner in the evening because she was busy with work, so her stomach was growling at this moment. She took the skewer from Chin Shella, held it in her hand, then picked up a big sausage and started eating.
This barbecue has a very good taste and a very authentic flavor. Mu Qianshue's appetite immediately grew and she began to eat happily.
Chin Shella watched with a smile on his face.
To be honest, there was basically no one except him who could see the scene of Mu Qianshue. Because in front of outsiders, she always looks like an ice goddess. How could she eat skewers so wantonly and not pay any attention to her image? Do you want to eat?
Mu Qianshue, who was eating with big mouthfuls, suddenly took out a skewer and handed it to Chin Shella.
Chin Shella smiled and shook his head. You eat, I'm full. I ate too much with Leing at night, and now my stomach is still full and I can't eat at all. All right. Mu Qianshue didn't force Chin Shella.
Soon, she finished all the skewers, and her hungry stomach finally felt satisfied. She patted her belly contentedly, her face full of smiles. Seeing this, Chin Shella smiled slightly. This image doesn't look like an ice goddess at all, it just looks like a little girl.
Just know how to eat.
Chin Shella smiled and shook his head, then took out a pack of paper from his body, took out a piece of paper from it, stood up slightly, bent over and carefully wiped Mu Qianshue's lips.
The skewers I just ate have grease all over the corners of my mouth.
Such a close contact made her feel nervous and her blood pressure seemed to rise all of a sudden. She clenched her hands tightly, but did not resist. She just closed her eyes silently and waited for Chin Shella to wipe them.
After a while,
feeling that Chin Shella was no longer wiping her lips, she slowly opened her eyes.
It's done. Shall we go now? Wait for me for a moment, I still have some work to do. Okay. Chin Shella naturally would not refuse.
He smiled and moved his chair slightly towards Mu Qianshue, and the two of them leaned against each other tightly.
Then,
his right hand silently climbed up Mu Qianshue's shoulder and stroked it gently.
Suddenly,
Mu Qianshue, who was looking at the computer, felt a tingling sensation on her shoulder. She moaned, her pretty face slightly red, and turned to look at Chin Shella.
What are you doing? Chin Shella smiled and said. Didn't I tell you last time that you can do whatever you want when no one is around? Mu Qianshue? Did I say that? No one can do whatever they want? Did I say this? For a moment, Mu Qianshue couldn't help but doubt her own memory. Chin Shella chuckled. Of course there is no such thing as doing whatever you want. However, what I said before is that you can hold hands casually if there is no one around. But how can a person be so rigid? You need to be flexible, you know? Didn't holding hands only mean holding hands? It's too small and the pattern is too small. Some people even bring their ID cards and chargers when they go out to watch a movie. This is why they are so powerful. Layout is so important. Looking at the confused Mu Qianshue, Chin Shella said with a smile. It's okay, just do your thing, I promise I won't mess around. Sure? Why do I feel more afraid because of your promise? However, I still have to deal with academy matters and have no time to deal with this guy. So he rolled his eyes at Chin Shella and continued working. Her fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, her eyes fixed on the screen. Mu Qianshue was in charge of the academy's official business, and he had no say in these things, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. His hand rested gently on Mu Qianshue's shoulder, and he didn't move it around. After all, she was still dealing with things and he couldn't disturb her too much. The two of them just stayed quietly in the office, and the atmosphere was eerily harmonious. Chin Shella put one hand on Mu Qianshue's shoulder and used the other hand to browse his cell phone. The military training ended today and many people posted comments. Chin Shella read through the pictures one by one with a smile on his face, and found them quite interesting. Suddenly, when he was looking at his phone, he happened to see a post. For the rest of my life, all 4 seasons in you, it's all about you. The picture below shows 2 hands tightly held under the moonlight. Damn. The military training has just ended and someone has found a girlfriend? Oh my god, it's only been half a month since school started, it goes by too fast. I have to say, Chin Shella really admires this speed. Some people got tanned during military training. But some people took advantage of this time and quietly found a girlfriend. This is fucking outrageous. The person who posted this message is Chin Shella's high school classmate. He is now studying in Kyoto, which seems to be a 211 university, which is not bad. Chin Shella gave him a thumbs up and commented with 9999999. Don't ask, the question is to maintain the formation.
After taking a quick look around the space, I saw that on the other side, Mu Qianxue had also finished her work. She stretched, turned around and saw Qin Xiaola playing with her phone.
I'm done. Qin Xiaola heard this and immediately put away his phone with a smile. Okay, it's getting late, let's go. Mu Qianxue, can you please put your hands down before you leave? This kid is not honest.
Even though he put his hand on his shoulder.
But
this guy has long arms, and he hooks them down from time to time.
This hook accidentally hooked Mu Qianxue's chest.
There were times when she wanted to speak.
But this kid is very smart. Before she could even open her mouth, he took it back swiftly like a gentleman. Chapter 52. You must sit in the first row tomorrow. So, even though Mu Qianxue was so angry that she vomited blood, she could do nothing about it.
Qin Xiaola chuckled, then reluctantly took his hand off Mu Qianxue and said with a smile,
Let's go.
After rolling her eyes at him, Mu Qianxue began to pack her things. Soon, she stood up with her bag on her back. Qin Xiaola also understood, so he stood up straight and then gently took Mu Qianxue's hand.
Just holding hands. Have questions? No problem. Mu Qianxue just rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything.
Holding Qin Xiaola's hand tightly and feeling the strength coming from the other's hand, she couldn't help but feel a sense of security. I felt sweet inside, but I said nothing and pretended to be calm and cool.
The two turned off the lights, doors and windows, then went downstairs and walked towards the apartment.
It was almost 11 o'clock and there were basically no people on campus, so Mu Qianxue did not stop Qin Xiaola from holding her hand. She walked slowly along the way, with the evening breeze blowing, and she couldn't help but feel a different atmosphere.
This is the feeling of being in love.
When I was in college, my roommate was in love. He came home very late every day and always had a sweet smile on his face. At that time, she couldn't understand why this happened. But now, Mu Qianxue seemed to understand a little.
In love. But it is very sweet. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up.
After secretly glancing at Qin Xiaola a few times, she coughed dryly, breaking the silence.
Ahem, classes will officially start tomorrow. Are all your things ready?
This sentence seems like a normal teacher caring about students' learning situation.
But, when it happens to the two of them, it always sounds a bit weird. Especially when they are holding hands and talking about this kind of thing. Qin Xiaola nodded and said, Well, everything is ready. Mu Qianxue nodded.
Remember, my class tomorrow is the first in the morning.
Sit in the front row. Do you hear me?
Although Mu Qianxue is only a professor, she is definitely a top-notch figure in the field of computers. The course she was going to teach Qin Xiaola and their classmates was the Introductory Computer Language, C language.
This is almost the introductory language for computer majors in major universities.
It is relatively basic and easy to understand, without so many twists and turns.
Unlike Java or C++, which are quite difficult, the C language may be more difficult in aspects such as linked lists and pointers.
However, in fact, major internet companies have long stopped using C language. No matter whether it is a Chinese or international giant, there is no need.
But, you still have to learn. Why?
Because this is the foundation.
A tall building starts from the ground.
If the foundation is not solid, then it is basically impossible to learn other more difficult languages, let alone learn other more difficult languages.
Qin Xiaola nodded and said with a smile. Are you begging me? Mu Qianxue? Could you please sit in the front? He. You dream. Mu Qianxue said coldly. You think too much. This is in order.
Qin Xiaola smiled and said. Come on, I'll get up early tomorrow morning and save a spot. The seats in university classrooms are not fixed, but according to your own preferences.
If you don't want to attend class, you can sit in the last row every day and play games or use your phone. This is all allowed. As for whether the teacher will care? The answer must be no. Why? Because in college, most teachers don't pay much attention to students. Students from good schools don't need to be bothered.
There is no need to care about students from poor schools.
So, this leads to a phenomenon. College students are basically not disciplined.
Even if the teacher sees you playing games in class, the teacher will basically pretend that you didn't see it, as long as you don't affect other students.
You don't even have to go to class. Because some teachers are too lazy to even call the roll. Mu Qianshue's lips curled up slightly, she felt a little happy, and said calmly. Soon, Mu Qianshue saw the door of the apartment. I don't know why. The staff apartment usually seems far away from the office building, but when I come back with Qin Shiola every night, it feels so close. Time passes by too fast. I'm here now. Go back early. Remember tomorrow, go early and sit in the front row. Got it? Looking at Mu Qianshue's serious expression, Qin Shiola couldn't help but feel amused. But still serious. No problem, I'll go to sleep when I get home, and I'll get up at 4 in the morning to grab a seat in the classroom. I took up all the seats in the first row, and no one else was allowed to sit there. I was the only one sitting in the row. Mu Qianshue? One person sits in one row. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Although she knew that this guy was joking, Mu Qianshue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Don't be so mean. Also, don't get up so early. It's bad for your health. It's good to go to bed early and get up early. But getting up at 4 in the morning is too early, and not getting enough sleep is bad for your health. It will also make you feel tired during the day. Qin Shiola chuckled when he heard that. Knowing that this was Mu Qianshue's concern, he nodded and said, Don't worry, I got it. Qin Shiola also saluted to show his respect. Mu Qianshue chuckled. Okay, go back and have some rest. Good. After standing there and watching Mu Qianshue go upstairs, Qin Shiola turned around and left. The men's dormitory is always full of joy at night. Walking in the corridor, you can hear the sounds coming from each dormitory, some playing games, some exercising, everything. Although the University of Tokyo is a top university, all those who are admitted to the school are top students. However, top students are also human beings and have their own interests and hobbies. Some people like to play games, some like to do sports, and some like to do sports in bed doing push-ups in bed. It just depends on personal preference. So, not every top student is a nerd. Most of the top students are good at studying and play more than ordinary people. It's their IQ that determines how well they can play. Open the door. Qin Shiola saw his 3 stupid roommates. The 3 of them were seen gathered together, staring closely at Zhang Yu's mobile phone screen. Seeing Qin Shiola coming back, the 3 of them were more excited than each other. Tang Meng and Wu Luo looked at each other and said excitedly, Brother Lu, you're finally back, hurry up, come here quickly. Qin Shiola was stunned and asked curiously, What's wrong? The 2 people's anxious look made Qin Shiola a little confused. Zhang Yu stood up with a smile, glanced at Tang Meng and Wu Luo beside him, and then said, Nothing, just that buddy got it today. Got it? Qin Shiola reacted for a while, and the next second, his eyes suddenly widened. Did Zhang Yu take down that announcer girl? Chapter 53, Where Scumbags Gather. The book club is here, the group number is at the end of this chapter. After a long time, Qin Shiola slowly raised a thumbs up. Awesome. Really awesome. The military training had just ended, and most people, let alone girlfriends, had just gotten to know their classmates. This guy is so good that he already has a girlfriend. Qin Shiola also became interested and came up to him with a smile. Lao Zhang, tell me the details. Tang Meng and Wu Luo looked at each other and smiled evilly. Yes, details. We want details. Zhang Yu. It's so thin. It's not like I'm booking a room. He coughed dryly and said. It's actually quite simple. When it comes to love, all that matters is that both parties are willing. I never chase girls. Tang Meng was a little confused. He had been single since birth and had no experience at all. So, when I heard Zhang Yu's words, I was a little confused for a moment. Lao Zhang, how can you succeed if you don't chase? Girls, isn't it all about chasing? However, Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head. It's too small, the pattern is too small. Girls don't rely on chasing, but on mutual attraction. For example, if I am 160 centimeters tall and weigh 160 kilograms, like a ball, do you think I can find a girlfriend? This is definitely not possible. First of all, it loses in appearance. Moreover, the loser will lose everything, not even a single piece of armor will remain. With such looks, it would be difficult for him to find a girlfriend, let alone a female friend. So, Tang Meng shook his head without hesitation. Zhang Yu smiled mysteriously. But even if I'm short and fat, if I have assets worth over 100 million, do you think I can find a girlfriend? Assets over 100 million? Depend on. This is so awesome. And there are a lot of beautiful women throwing themselves at you, calling you handsome guy all the time. How could they not know whether he was handsome or not? But they had to shout it out even if it went against their conscience. Zhang Yu chuckled and concluded. So, finding a girlfriend actually depends on your attractiveness. Height, appearance, and capital are all core competitive advantages to attract people. Do you understand what I mean? Suddenly, Tang Meng understood. Good job. This is the core key. Before, he always thought that to pursue a girl, he had to rely on his sincerity to impress the other person. In fact, this is a big mistake. You are not tall or handsome, and your family background is average. Why would girls be with you? Just because of that little bit of emotion? Come on, brother, this is impossible. Even if she agreed to you because of a brief moment of emotion, sooner or later, you will lose her. Don't ask. That's human nature. Qin Xiaola couldn't help but applaud. I have to say, this guy really has something. His analysis is very logical and there is no mistake at all. Love is attraction, not pursuit. What makes you chase is not love, but a bootlicker. Qin Xiaola asked curiously. Hey, why didn't you make it official when you two established a relationship today? When Qin Xiaola was browsing his space just now, he saw that a high school classmate had posted a message about finding a partner, and he even commented on it. However, I haven't seen any official announcement from Zhang Yu. Tang Meng also looked at him curiously and said. Yes, Lao Zhang, why didn't you make an official announcement? Zhang Yu chuckled, sighed, and said. It's too small, and the pattern is too small. Will there be any benefit for me in making my relationship official? Qin Xiaola? Tang Meng? Zhang Yu cleared his throat and glanced at Wu Luo with a smile. Old Wu knows, let him speak. The two were roommates in high school, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. Wu Luo smiled and said. If you make your relationship official, the fish in the pond will know you have a girlfriend and jump out of the pond. Secondly, once you break up in the future, you will have to delete the official announcement information, which is very troublesome. Thirdly, isn't it good to be single in front of others? Showing off your affection will lead to death sooner. Zhang Yu added with a smile. Another point, mainly, is that I don't know how long we can talk. Love is something illusory, and who knows when the feeling will disappear. Quiet. The whole dormitory was as quiet as a ghost. Qin Xiaola and Tang Meng looked at each other and could see deep shock in each other's eyes. Good job. This dormitory is a gathering place for scumbags. These two guys spoke very convincingly, and their remarks were obviously those of scumbags. The key is, what she said makes a lot of sense. Is it necessary to make a relationship official? No need. Are there any problems after the official announcement? Of course. Accidents can easily occur. Immediately, Qin Xiaola and Tang Meng both gave the two of them a thumbs up. Awesome. The word awesome contained deep shock in the words of both people. The four of them discussed the details in the dormitory, then looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so they washed up and went to bed. Qin Xiaola, who had just laid down on the bed, took out his mobile phone and saw Mu Qianshue's message as soon as he opened it. Mu Qianshue, I'm going to sleep, you should go to bed early too, good night. This was sent 10 minutes ago. He had just been chatting and bragging with a few people, and then went to take a shower. He just saw it now. Estimating the time, she should have fallen asleep by now, Qin Xiaola replied with a good night expression. Just when he was about to put down his phone and go to sleep. Qin Xiaola's cell phone rang again. Mu Qianshue, what were you doing just now? Why are you replying to me now? Qin Xiaola was stunned when he saw Mu Qianshue's questioning words. Didn't you say you were going to bed 10 minutes ago? How come you replied so quickly? Although Qin Xiaola was puzzled, he still replied. I was just chatting with my roommate and then took a shower. Shouldn't you be asleep? Why aren't you asleep yet? Qin Xiaola's words made Mu Qianshue pause. She had intended to sleep. But she felt unhappy because she had not received a reply from Qin Xiaola for a long time. I was vaguely worried whether Qin Xiaola was chatting with other girls. It is because of the guidance of this feeling. Mu Qianshue didn't fall asleep. Instead, she became more energetic the more she thought about it. These 10 minutes.
She was in high spirits at the moment.
Looking at the screen, Mu Qianxue didn't know what to say for a moment.
After thinking for a while, she tapped on the screen with her fingers. Oh, I wasn't asleep just now, but I am asleep now.
Qin Shiola didn't think much about it. Okay, then you go to bed early. I want to sleep too. Okay, good night. Good night.
After they said good night to each other, Mu Qianxue seemed to feel instantly at peace. For girls, if a boy doesn't reply to them before going to bed, they may start to have all kinds of thoughts and won't be able to sleep all night. But if they replied to me again and explained the reason, I would feel relieved. So, Mu Qianxue slowly closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her mood became happy, and she fell asleep in a short while. On the other hand, Qin Shiola did not stay up late. After setting an alarm on his mobile phone in the morning, he put it aside, closed his eyes and went to sleep. The dormitory soon became quiet, with only the sound of breathing.
Chapter 54. Do I need to set an alarm to pee early in the morning? Early in the morning, before daybreak.
Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded in dormitory 315, but the sound only lasted for 3 seconds before being turned off instantly. Qin Shiola stretched in bed, then sat up straight, his head a little dazed.
He rubbed his eyes and couldn't help yawning. There's no way, I'm just too sleepy.
Several roommates were also startled by Qin Shiola's alarm clock, and they all picked up the mobile phones beside the bed to check the time. Suddenly, everyone was stunned.
Damn it, Brother Lu, you're already up at 6. That's right, you're crazy, this isn't senior year of high school. How can a serious college student get up at 6 in the morning? If you get up at 6 in the morning, can you still be called a serious college student?
The three of them asked questions one after another, and each of them was in a state of confusion.
It's only 6 o'clock in the morning.
It was not yet completely light outside. Although it was not dark, there were basically no people on the campus streets outside. At this point, most people are still asleep.
You know, this is not the third year of high school, this is college.
Qin Shiola was helpless. He also wanted to sleep a little longer, but if Mu Qianxue hadn't said that the first class this morning was hers and let him sit in the first row, Qin Shiola would have been so bored that he would have gotten up so early. However, you definitely can't say this to your roommates, as it will arouse their suspicion. It would be bad if his relationship with Mu Qianxue was exposed. The relationship is still in its infancy, so it cannot be exposed so early.
Just do it secretly, don't shoot, hee. Qin Shiola coughed and said. Get up and pee, you guys continue to sleep, don't worry about me. 3 people? Do you need to set an alarm to get up and pee? What the hell?
The three of them were confused, but sleepiness overwhelmed them and they lay down groggily without saying anything and fell asleep. Qin Shiola stayed in bed helplessly for a while, then rolled off the bed and started to wash and pack up. People say it's troublesome for girls to go out, but in fact boys also have to pack up before going out.
There is nothing wrong with washing your face and hair. Apply some skin care product, then some sunscreen, and finally some perfume. In Qin Shiola's opinion, this is all normal. Although I studied computer science, a science and engineering major that involves writing code. But Qin Shiola usually pays great attention to his image.
Dressing up, clothing style, perfume and sunscreen, everything is included.
As a person, you can't be sloppy every day, that would be too boring.
At around 7 o'clock in the morning, Qin Shiola had finished everything, then he gently opened the dormitory door and walked out. At this time, his 3 roommates were still lying in bed, unconscious. He glanced at the time and saw that it was still early, just around 7, so he leisurely went to the cafeteria to have breakfast.
There are only 2 classes in the morning at university, starting at 8:30 and lasting until 12 o'clock. Although there are only 2 classes, each class is 1.5 hours, which is much more terrifying than high school. Because after studying for an hour and a half, the brain is already exhausted. Not to mention thinking, I'm even too lazy to think about what to eat for lunch. I'm too tired. 7:30 in the morning.
After finishing breakfast, Qin Shiola went to the classroom. However, when he walked to the door of the classroom, he was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. There were actually quite a few people sitting in the huge classroom, all reading and studying on their own. You know, it's not even 8 o'clock yet, and there are so many people coming to the classroom to study early in the morning.
So scary. But if you think about it, it's normal.
After all, it is the top university in China.
In addition to talent, the students who are admitted here also need their own efforts.
And, most importantly, the first period is Mu Qianxue's class.
Who doesn't want to be closer to the ice goddess? Qin Shiola didn't say much and quickly walked into the classroom. The first row was almost full, and Qin Shiola saw that there were still 2 seats in the aisle. He walked over quickly. Among the 2 empty seats, there was a school bag placed on one of them, which must have been occupied by someone. The other location near the aisle had nothing. Qin Shiola sat on it with a smile. I have finally got a seat in the first row. Now, I just have to wait for Mu Qianxue to come over and give her a big surprise. I got up at 6 in the morning to reserve a seat. Just to sit in the front row and have close communication with you. Isn't this worth being moved by? It's simply touching. Qin Shiola was almost moved to tears by her own touching gesture. Wouldn't this be one of the top 10 most touching people in China? He sat in his seat, reading and studying quietly, waiting for Mu Qianxue's arrival. Time just passes by little by little. 8:20. Qin Shiola saw that his 3 roommates had also arrived. When the 3 of them walked in from the front door and saw Qin Shiola sitting in the first row studying, their eyes suddenly widened. Fuck, brother Lu, you came to the classroom to study when you were supposed to be peeing. That's right, we are so worried about you, but you are studying here, in the first row. Qin Shiola. Looking at the resentful eyes of his 3 excellent roommates, Qin Shiola coughed dryly, not knowing how to explain. It was almost time for class, and the 3 of them didn't talk much. They found a seat in the back and sat side by side. Soon, the atmosphere in the class suddenly became lively. Qin Shiola raised his head and saw a familiar figure slowly walking in from the door. She was wearing a white shirt, a black miniskirt, black stockings, and walked in with her high heels clacking on her feet. With a beautiful face and delicate features, she exudes the aura of a goddess. Beautiful. Impeccable beauty. Everyone looked over here, and some people even swallowed their saliva. That's right, the person who came was Mu Qianxue. In this classroom, the 3 classes of Computer Science 1, 2, and 3 have classes together. Of course, in addition to the students from these 3 classes, there were also quite a few people who came here just to attend the class for free. After all, this is Mu Qianxue's class. Some people would skip their first class in the morning and come here just to attend Mu Qianxue's class. As for whether I will be recorded as skipping class, does that matter? It doesn't matter at all. I skipped classes to attend Professor Mu's class because it was a favor. If you get caught, it was an accident. So, no big problem. Mu Qianxue stood on the podium, slowly placed the textbook on the desk, looked around, and saw Qin Shiola sitting in the first row. She was delighted and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. This guy finally has some conscience and comes early to grab a seat. Not bad, not bad. Worthy of praise. Mu Qianxue herself knew how popular her classes were. If you arrive at class at 8:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, there may not be a seat in the front row. Just when she was satisfied, suddenly, a figure slowly walked in from the door, and Mu Qianxue's smile gradually stiffened. Chapter 55. Qin Shiola is so miserable. Bai Zichuan walked in slowly from the door. She walked straight to Qin Shiola's side and stood beside him obediently. Everyone looked over with curiosity on their faces, wondering what Bai Zichuan was going to do. Qin Shiola was also stunned, and looked at her with some confusion. What's up? Looking at Bai Zichuan standing beside him, Qin Shiola suddenly had a bad feeling. The next second, Bai Zichuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she pointed to the position next to Qin Shiola and said, "Squad leader, that seat is mine, can you let me in?" Suddenly, Qin Shiola was dumbfounded. The seat next to me that has been occupied by a school bag belongs to Bai Zichuan? Holy shit. I really don't know. After sitting here for a whole morning, Qin Shiola really didn't know that this was Bai Zichuan's school bag. He turned his head stiffly and glanced at Mu Qianxue. In an instant, Qin Shiola felt a murderous aura surrounding him. I just saw the smile on Mu Qianxue's face. Now it's like this, not to mention smiling, I might even want to chop myself. I had originally planned to give Mu Qianxue a surprise since I had finally managed to get a front row seat. Now that's good. I'm just shocked. He coughed dryly, then stood up with an embarrassed look on his face and let Bai Zichuan sit in. Bai Zichuan said thank you, then sat in his seat obediently, his face full of happiness and his heart beating fast. Although Qin Shiola told her very clearly that night that he had a girlfriend, even though she was a girl selling tea, Qin Shiola loved her very much. But although Bai Zichuan would be careful to keep a distance from him, this sudden fate still made her secretly happy.
At this moment, Bai Zichuan's feeling in his heart is,
I let it go, but not completely.
Sitting in her seat, she would secretly glance at Qin Shiola beside her from time to time, feeling secretly excited. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly while standing on the stage, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Qin Shiola heard it immediately, and he quickly raised his head and met her eyes.
Only.
Mu Qianxue's eyes showed no intention of interacting with him at all, her face was cold and indifferent, as if she had returned to her previous cold state.
Ding ling ling.
The bell rang, and it was impossible for Mu Qianxue to settle accounts with Qin Shiola in front of so many people.
This is not appropriate. She coughed dryly and said. It's time for class, everyone take out your books. Mu Qianxue's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. However, no one felt anything unusual.
After all, Professor Mu was usually quite cold. Qin Shiola coughed dryly and lowered his head to flip through the book.
Immediately afterwards, Mu Qianxue started the class.
Her lectures were very straightforward, progressing from the basics to the advanced, and were very appealing. After all, he is already an associate professor at such a young age, and he is first class in both academics and teaching.
However, Mu Qianxue lectures very quickly. This is the norm in almost every university. Teachers lecture at the podium at an extremely fast speed, almost flying fast. Moreover, most university teachers do not care whether students fully understand what they say. They care more about whether they can finish their own lessons within the limited class hours. If you don't understand something, just go and study it yourself. Just when Qin Shiola was listening to the class attentively, Bai Zichuan suddenly poked his arm and whispered. Monitor, can you lend me your red pen so I can circle the key points? Good. Qin Shiola did not hesitate.
After all, it was just borrowing a red pen, which was not a big deal. He directly handed the red pen on the table to Bai Zichuan.
Bai Zichuan smiled and said happily. Thank you, squad leader.
Qin Shiola smiled slightly.
Fine.
Just as Qin Shiola raised his head with a smile, he met Mu Qianxue's gaze.
Qin Shiola couldn't help but swallow, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. It seems. I have a bad feeling. Next moment. Mu Qianxue said coldly. Qin Shiola. Why? Qin Shiola let out a sigh and quickly stood up.
The two looked at each other, and Mu Qianxue snorted coldly.
Is it right to sit in the first row and talk?
Qin Shiola was stunned for a moment, and did not dare to resist.
Ahem. No, it shouldn't be like that.
Mu Qianxue snorted, and had no intention of punishing him, she just wanted to give him a reminder.
Next time. Stop talking.
On the side, looking at Mu Qianxue's cold face, Bai Zichuan suddenly became a little anxious.
Qin Shiola only talked to her because she borrowed the red pen.
In other words, she was the cause of all the incidents.
Bai Zichuan quickly stood up, looked at Mu Qianxue and said. Professor Mu. Professor Mu, don't blame the monitor.
It was because I asked him to borrow a red pen that he started talking. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue narrowed her eyes and felt even more unhappy.
Wow. This is the husband and wife following each other's lead? Still need to explain? This is good. Mu Qianxue glanced at Qin Shiola and said. It seems that I have wronged you, right? Qin Shiola's heart suddenly tightened.
Looking at Mu Qianxue's eyes, he understood that he was doomed.
Originally, it would have been fine if Bai Zichuan didn't stand up. But
she stood up, seemingly to protect herself, but in fact she was betraying him.
Qin Shiola swallowed his saliva, coughed dryly and said.
No, Professor Mu is right, I was wrong.
Seeing Qin Shiola sincerely admitting his mistake, Mu Qianxue nodded and said. Okay, stop sitting down. Remember this and come stand in the front. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue pointed to the seat next to her and asked Qin Shiola to stand there. She didn't want Qin Shiola and Bai Zichuan to sit together anymore. God knows what this scumbag is going to do next.
Looking at Mu Qianxue's cold eyes, Qin Shiola dared not resist.
He agreed and walked over with the textbook. When everyone in the class saw this scene, they all gasped. Oh my god, isn't Professor Mu too strict? Damn it, the monitor just borrowed a red pen and went to stand in front as punishment? TSK, Brother Lu is so miserable. I will never sit in the front again.
Seeing Qin Shiola being punished to stand, Bai Zichuan wanted to say something, but was quickly stopped by Qin Shiola's eyes.
My great aunt. Please stop talking. This is good. If you provoke this woman again, who knows what kind of punishment you will get. Shin Shiola sighed in his heart. Women's jealousy is really terrible.
Mu Qianxue glanced at Shin Shiola, who was standing next to her, and felt a little proud.
Mock up. Stand beside me obediently. Humph.
With Shin Shiola standing on one side, Mu Qianxue walked past him more often, and she couldn't help feeling a little happy.
She even smiled a little while giving the lecture. This made everyone in the audience's heart beat faster.
Mu Qianxue looks really beautiful when she smiles.
Chapter 56. Let us eat together. Please vote. Don't support the book. Ding ling ling.
As the bell rang, the class passed quietly. For those boys who were devoted to appreciating Mu Qianxue's beauty, this class passed by too quickly. Especially in the second half, when Shin Shiola stood up, a smile appeared on her face, and she looked so charming and beautiful.
Okay, get out of class. Dismissed. Mu Qianxue closed the book and said calmly.
As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to look at Shin Shiola and said, "Come to my office after school at noon.
I have a task for you."
Shin Shiola was stunned for a moment, then nodded after looking at Mu Qianxue's eyes.
Oh.
Suddenly, countless people in the class looked at Shin Shiola with sympathy in their eyes.
Go to Mu Qianxue's office? Isn't that just going to get you scolded?
Judging from Shin Shiola's appearance, he will probably be scolded badly.
Zhang Yu sighed and said, "Oh, Brother Lu is so pitiful.
He got up so early in the morning to study, and still got scolded by Professor Mu.
Isn't it? How pitiful.
I feel sorry for Brother Lu."
Mu Qianxue looked at Shin Shiola deeply, then turned and left. Shin Shiola sighed. What an unlucky day today. Bai Zichuan walked over with concern and said, Class monitor, are you okay? It's all my fault. Otherwise, I will accompany you to see Professor Mu at noon, and we will definitely be able to talk it out. Shin Shiola? No. I can definitely explain it clearly. Not us. At us, it's hard to explain. Shin Shiola didn't dare take Bai Zichuan to the office. That is definitely a way to die.
He doesn't dare to do this.
Shin Shiola quickly refused.
No, don't worry, I can do it alone, it's no problem.
But
Bai Zichuan wanted to say something else, but Shin Shiola didn't want to give her the chance and quickly changed the subject. The next class is about to start, hurry up and grab a seat.
As he said that, he picked up his school bag, waved at Bai Zichuan, and walked out the door.
The difference between taking classes in college and in high school is that most of the classes taught by each teacher are not held in the same classroom. And these students who attend classes do not have fixed classrooms.
Maybe your last class was in Building 3, and your next class might be in Building 4. This is very common.
Looking at Shin Shiola running away, Bai Zichuan bit his lip lightly, then picked up his school bag and followed.
The second class is Advanced Mathematics class. This is a required course for almost every major.
Except for a few liberal arts majors that do not require mathematics, almost everyone else in the school has to learn it. In this class, Shin Shiola no longer sat in the front row, but sat in the middle of the classroom with Zhang Yu and the other three. The classroom was packed with people, and the four of them stood out inconspicuously.
I attended a class for more than an hour. Finally, the bell rang. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A class lasted longer than they had imagined.
They just kept listening to the teacher without any pause. Obviously, this is very different from high school courses, and everyone is still a little bit uncomfortable with it.
Brother Lo, go and accept Professor Mu's trial. We believe in you.
Brother Lo, I'm so sorry. As soon as the get out of class was over, the three of them patted Shin Shiola on the shoulders to express their sympathy.
Soon, Shin Shiola will be baptized by the storm from the ice goddess Professor Mu.
Some of the students she had taught before violated the rules by talking in class, and Mu Qianxue taught them a good lesson. Just by talking, he made the other person cry. Now, it's Shin Shiola's turn.
I hope he is strong.
Fuck. Seeing the three people looking gloating, Shin Shiola shrugged helplessly.
After leaving the classroom, I walked towards the office in a familiar manner.
At noon, most teachers and professors went out to eat, so there were not many people coming and going in the teaching building.
I went upstairs and stood at the door of Mu Qianxue's office.
He knocked on the door gently, and a cold voice came from inside.
Enter.
Qin Shiola recognized that this was Mu Qianshue's voice. He pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, Mu Qianshue was wearing a pair of glasses, with her legs crossed, her eyes focused on him.
Qin Shiola coughed dryly, walked in, closed the door, looked at Mu Qianshue with a smile and said, "Professor Mu, what's the matter with calling me here?"
Mu Qianshue glanced at Qin Shiola, then looked at the chair in front of her.
"Do it."
Qin Shiola sighed with a smile, then sat down on the chair swiftly. The way the two of them looked, it felt like they were training their husband.
"Do you know you're wrong?"
Qin Shiola paused when he heard this, and nodded quickly.
I know. How dare he not know he is wrong? The situation is stronger than people, especially when you are facing your own professor. Does Qin Shiola dare to resist?
I probably wouldn't dare to do it during the day. So, you have to bow your head when you need to. Mu Qianshue hummed, then looked at him and said,
"Remember this from now on. Don't talk casually in class.
This is not just my class, but also other teachers' classes."
Remember? Qin Shiola. Remember. Mu Qianshue nodded with satisfaction. If you admit your mistakes and correct them, are you still a good child? So good. She glanced at Qin Shiola and said, "Haven't you eaten yet?" Qin Shiola nodded. "I ran over here right after class. I didn't eat."
Qin Shiola's words were within Mu Qianshue's expectations. She coughed dryly, then took out an insulated box from the table beside her and placed it in front of the two of them. She gently opened the lunchbox, and immediately, the aroma of food gushed out.
Qin Shiola couldn't help but take a deep breath. So fragrant. Mu Qianshue coughed dryly and said,
"Chicken chop rice, pork ribs and cabbage, if you don't mind, let's have some together." These meals were prepared by Mu Qianshue in the morning and brought to school in an insulated box. She rarely eats in the school cafeteria or outside the school, she cooks for herself. Because the food in the cafeteria tastes so ordinary. The food outside school is not necessarily clean, so I just cook it myself.
Bring it in an insulated box every day at noon.
When Qin Shiola heard this, he was immediately delighted.
Dislike? How could that be? This is something that countless people envy but cannot achieve. He quickly said with a smile, No, what's the relationship between us? How could I dislike you?" As he spoke, Qin Shiola smiled and hooked his hand around Mu Qianshue's shoulder, touching her downwards inadvertently. "I accidentally touched that soft breast."
Mu Qianshue immediately rolled her eyes at him.
"It's broad daylight, be serious." Qin Shiola understood instantly. "During the day, no. At night, I'm free." "Got it." He nodded with a smile. I understand." Mu Qianshue.
Looking at Qin Shiola like this, Mu Qianshue speechlessly took out 2 pairs of chopsticks and handed him 1 pair.
"Let's eat it together." "Good."
Qin Shiola said hello with a smile, and then sat in the office with Mu Qianshue to eat.
Chapter 57 Waldong.
The two smiled at each other and started eating happily from the same lunchbox.
Don't say. Mu Qianshue's cooking skills are really good.
The chicken steak has just the right texture, and the spare ribs are even better. They are sweet and sour spare ribs, which are just what Qin Shiola likes.
Fragrant. It smells so good.
Just as he was eating without restraint, suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door.
The two people who were eating were suddenly stunned. It's noontime. Why is someone coming?
The two looked at each other, and Mu Qianshue looked anxious.
Quick, wipe your mouth and clean up.
He snatched the chopsticks from Qin Shiola's hand, then quickly took out a tissue to wipe his mouth.
After all, I just ate so much and my mouth is full of oil.
Qin Shiola also knew that he was anxious, so he quickly wiped his mouth and stood aside.
Mu Qianshue glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Is everything done?" Qin Shiola nodded. "No problem."
Seeing Qin Shiola standing aside, Mu Qianshue nodded, coughed dryly, and shouted towards the door.
"Come in." Next second, the door slowly opened.
When Qin Shiola saw the person coming, his eyes suddenly widened.
Damn. Bai Zichuan. That's right. The person who came was Bai Zichuan.
She walked in slowly and saw Qin Shiola standing aside as punishment.
She couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If Jean Sheila hadn't insisted on borrowing a red pen from the class monitor, he wouldn't have been punished by Professor Mu. He wouldn't have been made to stand here in the middle of the day without even having to eat. Looking at that cold face, it was obvious that he had just been scolded. Maybe you'll even be scolded and cry. After all, there is precedent. A boy was talking in class in violation of discipline, and his words were unscrupulous. Later, Mu Qianxue brought him to the office and scolded him until he cried. Thinking of this, Bai Zichuan couldn't help but feel even more guilty. After taking a look at Jean Sheila, Bai Zichuan took a deep breath and said, "Professor, you can't blame the monitor for that. He started talking because I asked him to borrow a red pen during class. If you want to punish me, punish me." Jean Sheila was confused when he heard this. Grass? The matter had been resolved. The two of them were having lunch happily. Oh boy, here I make things more difficult for myself again. Sure enough, after hearing Bai Zichuan's words, Mu Qianxue's expression turned cold. She looked at Jean Sheila. "What do you think?" "Jean Sheila? I feel like der." Jean Sheila coughed dryly, supported by a strong desire to survive. "I think it was actually the deputy monitor who misunderstood. Professor Mu is kind, considerate, gentle, generous, and charming. He didn't punish me at all. Deputy monitor, you should go back." Mu Qianxue was quite happy to hear Jean Sheila's words. What girl doesn't want to be praised? Maybe when you praise them, you won't easily show your happiness in order to maintain your goddess demeanor. But they were actually excited inside. However, Bai Zichuan doesn't think so. Is Professor Mu considerate? Gentle and generous? It is true that she is extremely beautiful. But, are you sure that the above things were not said by Jean Sheila under torture? For a moment, Bai Zichuan felt even more distressed. Jean Sheila suffered. She wanted to say something else, but Mu Qianxue coughed and said, "Okay, deputy monitor, you go back first. I'll discuss something with the monitor and then I'll let him go." This. Bai Zichuan wanted to say something else, but seeing Mu Qianxue's expression, he couldn't help but give up. He could only look at Jean Sheila apologetically. Looking at her leaving back, Jean Sheila breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the chair, and said with a smile, "Professor Mu, everyone has left, let's continue eating together." However, Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. "You just want to flirt with other girls everywhere. You are not allowed to eat. Just stand aside and watch." Having said that, Mu Qianxue snorted, picked up her chopsticks and started eating, leaving Jean Sheila alone watching blankly. Damn! I want to eat too. If I had known, I would have eaten more. Jean Sheila sighed and looked at Mu Qianxue pitifully. That look, that pitiful look, even made the person who saw it feel a little guilty. Mu Qianxue glanced at Jean Sheila from time to time and felt amused. Scumbag! Just take your time and watch. If you flirt with other women again next time, you're doomed. After 2 minutes, Mu Qianxue wiped her mouth and looked at Jean Sheila again. Here, there's a little left. You should finish it off. Remember, don't waste it. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue handed the lunchbox to Jean Sheila. Seeing that there was still a lot of food in the lunchbox, Jean Sheila smiled. Really? Mu Qianxue still felt sorry for herself. He nodded quickly. He had just been looking and smelling the fragrance for a long time and was already starving. He gobbled it up as soon as it came. Mu Qianxue on the side looked at him and laughed. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch the food from you. Don't choke. As soon as the words fell, Jean Sheila suddenly felt as if something was choking his throat. Instantly, he stopped eating. He kept beating his chest. Damn it! Has Mu Qianxue's mouth been blessed? As soon as he finished speaking, he choked. However, Jean Sheila couldn't say these words at the moment and could only beat his chest. Mu Qianxue was simply stunned. You choked just like that? Without thinking too much, Mu Qianxue quickly stood up, picked up her teacup and handed it to Jean Sheila, and said hurriedly, "Hurry up and drink some water to calm down." As she spoke, Mu Qianxue placed her hand on his back and moved it gently down. Jean Sheila gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then tilted his head back and remained silent for a while before swallowing it. Finally, it's done. He put down the cup of water and took a few deep breaths. Fuck, I almost choked to death. Damn, I almost choked to death while eating. It's really terrible.
Mu Qianxue chuckled, patted him on the back gently and said,
Who told you to mess around with other women? This is what happens to you.
Mu Qianxue's words sounded like a wife's complaint to her husband. Qin Xiaola turned his head and looked at her.
No way, Professor Mu, it's obviously your fault.
I choked right after you finished speaking.
Isn't this all because of your curse? So, you have to compensate me. Mu Qianxue? Can this be blamed on me? Where's the face? Do you want more? Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaola and punched him in the chest. Dream on, scumbag. However, Qin Xiaola won't let it go so easily.
He chuckled, took a step forward, and pushed Mu Qianxue against the wall. One hand was supporting the wall, and his eyes were fixed on hers.
That's right, a wall bang.
Looking at Qin Xiaola, who was less than 2 centimeters away from her, Mu Qianxue swallowed, her heart tightened, and she clenched her hands tightly, feeling extremely nervous. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. Although she had seen it on TV, this is called a waldong.
I didn't feel anything when I was watching TV.
But when it was her turn, she was so nervous, her heart beat faster and she felt very worried.
Chapter 58 Qin Xiaola's Compensation.
The two looked at each other, and the painting seemed to have turned into a still picture. Mu Qianxue's face suddenly turned red, and an ambiguous atmosphere spread around her.
Qin Xiaola, what do you want to do? After a while, her anxiety eased a little, and she spoke.
However, her tone was a little nervous and her words were not very clear.
This is completely different from the usual ice goddess like Professor Mu Qianxue.
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on Mu Qianxue. He could sense that she was extremely nervous at the moment.
Nervous? It's okay to be nervous. This is exactly the effect we want. Qin Xiaola smiled and said, Professor Mu, you are asking even though you already know the answer. I am here to make amends. Compensation? What compensation?
Seeing the current situation of the two people, Mu Qianxue suddenly panicked. I could feel the masculine aura coming from Qin Xiaola, his sturdy figure, and the masculine scent coming towards me.
For a moment, she didn't know what to say. You, stop making trouble. It's daytime now. What if someone comes? However, Qin Xiaola smiled and said, It's okay, the door is closed. Anyone who comes has to knock first. Don't be afraid. Besides, no one will come in the middle of the day. At noon, I either eat in the cafeteria or eat takeout in the dormitory. Who the hell is crazy enough to come here? It must be impossible. Besides, the door is still closed, what's there to be afraid of? But.
Mu Qianxue wanted to say something, but suddenly she felt something moving at the corner of her mouth.
Qin Xiaola bent down and kissed her directly. Anyway, it's not the first time. So, Qin Xiaola is not afraid. It's just that the last time was at night. Human beings. There is always room for progress and we cannot stay in the same place forever. Last time, he kissed Mu Qianxue by tricking her at night. Now, Qin Xiaola has made progress. He dared to kiss her in broad daylight. When I kiss you, it is the progress and sublimation of our friendship. Not kissing you shows how stable and firm our relationship is. Have questions? No problem. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Qianxue felt her eyes becoming blurry.
It was as if under Qin Xiaola's lips, she fell into a feeling of happiness. This was something she had never felt in the past 20 years. Reason told her to resist. But perhaps he had no strength left, and after resisting a few times, he simply gave up. Leaning against the wall, the two hugged each other tightly. After a while, Mu Qianxue felt exhausted and had difficulty breathing. She regained consciousness and opened her eyes. Then, he pushed Qin Xiaola away. He quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Nervous and at a loss. At this moment, Mu Qianxue was very panicked. It's daytime. In the office, I actually did this kind of thing with Qin Xiaola. This is unbelievable. Qin Xiaola stood aside with a smile, looking at her quietly. At this moment, Mu Qianxue's face turned red, she felt embarrassed and annoyed. So many years. This is definitely the first time I've been pushed against a wall by a boy. And, in the office. It's incredible. She covered her burning face and looked at Qin Xiaola helplessly.
How could you do this? This is an office, and it's daytime, you.
By the end, Mu Qianxue didn't know what to say anymore. Her heart was beating faster and her chest was heaving.
Qin Xiaola also knew that Mu Qianxue was very nervous and excited at this time. He smiled and said, "Isn't this the compensation we just agreed on? Mu Qianxue? Did we discuss this? Who discussed this with you?" Suddenly,
Mu Qianxue herself was confused.
This guy is such a dog.
Really, she had never seen such a mean person. He clearly kissed me when I wasn't paying attention, and he insisted that it was just a discussion. Mu Qianxue was so angry that she walked up to Qin Xiaola and punched him hard.
You scumbag, you are shameless. Qin Xiaola chuckled. Scumbag? What shame does a scumbag have? The pattern is too small. He coughed dryly and said with a smile, Professor Mu, calm down, calm down. I promise that I will never do this kind of thing in the office during the day. Don't worry, I'll ask you to supervise me from now on. If I do it again, I'll buy you a cup of milk tea every time I do it. Mu Qianxue? Treat me to a cup of milk tea every time I make a mistake? That is to say, you want to kiss me with a cup of milk tea? You're such a fucking genius.
With this brain, it would be a shame not to go into business. Mu Qianxue glared at Qin Xiaola fiercely, then pointed outside the door with her jade finger and uttered a word lightly.
Roll.
Mu Qianxue was really shocked by this guy's shamelessness.
Is there anyone in the world more shameless than Qin Xiaola? In Mu Qianxue's opinion, absolutely not. This guy can be said to be the most shameless. Qin Xiaola coughed dryly and said with a playful smile. No, Professor Mu, don't be so angry. Being angry is bad for your health. We can discuss the terms. People still bargain when buying vegetables, don't you think so? However,
Mu Qianxue simply ignored him and started rummaging around in her seat, apparently looking for something.
Qin Xiaola asked curiously. Professor Mu, what are you looking for? Let me help you. Mu Qianxue, where's my fruit knife? Qin Xiaola? Water, fruit knife. Qin Xiaola swallowed and looked at Mu Qianxue, who looked unhappy. He suddenly panicked. Damn it! This is a life-threatening situation. Therefore, Qin Xiaola didn't dare to do it anymore. He coughed and said, Professor Mu, ahem, well, I have something else to do in my dorm, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned around and ran away without caring about Mu Qianxue's answer. If you don't run away, you will be stabbed. Oh shit. He is scared. Looking at Qin Xiaola's running back, Mu Qianxue spat inwardly. Damn scumbag. He. She sat in her seat, her heartbeat still fluctuating. Especially when she thought about the moment when Qin Xiaola pressed his hand against the wall and they kissed, her heart was beating so fast that it almost exploded. But that moment was something she had never felt before in her life. That feeling is very wonderful, and even hard to let go. Especially Qin Xiaola has a special temperament, masculine charm, and super high looks. Almost no girl would be willing to get angry with him. Because beauty is justice. This statement is absolutely true when applied to Qin Xiaola. Thinking of this, for some reason, the corners of Mu Qianxue's mouth curved up. But soon, she shook her head quickly to dispel these thoughts. Just wait, you will regret it. Chapter 59, at worst, I'll just dress up as a woman, please vote. Looking at the door where Qin Xiaola was leaving, Mu Qianxue snorted. I have made up my mind that I will not let Qin Xiaola have an easy time. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Second class in the afternoon. In the classroom, Mu Qianxue was teaching the C language course to her classmates. Qin Xiaola still sat in the first row as usual. The classroom was packed with people, without a single empty seat. After all, this is Mu Qianxue's class, and there are too many people coming to take the class for free. In college, skipping classes is allowed and encouraged. Ding ling ling. As the bell rang, Mu Qianxue closed her textbook and looked at everyone and said, Get out of class is over, I have something to inform everyone. When they heard Mu Qianxue had something to announce, everyone raised their heads and looked at her quietly. She looked around, glanced at Qin Xiaola, and then said lightly, Next Monday, our School of Information will hold a school-level welcome party.
Each major will have 3 performances, and rehearsals will be held this Saturday and Sunday. Everyone was shocked when they heard Mu Qianshue's words.
Oh my god. College-level welcome party? Rehearsal on Saturday and Sunday? Time is too tight.
You know, today is already Thursday and tomorrow is Friday. In other words, we have to decide on the performers and programs tomorrow, and then rehearse the day after tomorrow and the day after that.
We have to perform on stage on Monday.
Mu Qianxue continued. Every major in our college will participate in this college-level welcome party and will have to perform. At that time, leaders of the college will also come to watch. Therefore, I decided to let Qin Xiola be in charge of producing our professional program this time.
Suddenly, Qin Xiola was confused. What the hell is this? Am I responsible? You know, this job is not easy. Because they are majoring in computer science and technology, there are more science and engineering men.
This means that there are not many people with such a special skill, and even fewer who can perform on stage.
Being the person in charge is a thankless job.
You must find someone to participate in the competition, and if you can't find anyone, you will be responsible for it.
But this is not the end yet.
Mu Qianxue paused, staring at Qin Xiola closely and said, in order to let the person in charge set an example, Qin Xiola will perform a program on his own this time.
Qin Xiola? What the hell? I'm going to put on my own show? Don't you have any idea what I can do? Do you want me to go up and sing a song?
Seeing a hint of cunning in Mu Qianshue's eyes, Qin Xiola knew that she must have done it on purpose. It should be revenge for what happened that afternoon.
Damn.
As expected, women are really a group of terrifying creatures. It's been 2 days already and I'm still digging my own grave.
Isn't this murdering your husband? In the audience, everyone was suddenly excited.
Damn, Professor Mu is so awesome, ha ha ha.
Is the monitor going to sing? I'm all ears. If it's really singing, I feel the venue will explode.
He, I think so too. I feel sorry for Brother Lu.
It's so hard. Looking at Qin Xiola standing up alone, everyone couldn't help but feel pity.
Mu Qianxue raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said,
Student Qin Xiola, I believe in you. Come on. Qin Xiola. Come on. Add a door.
At this moment, Qin Xiola was still thinking about what to perform.
I can't really go up there and sing.
Suddenly, when he was thinking, a familiar voice came from his mind.
Congratulations on getting the mission. The welcome party was a blast and gave everyone a shocking evening. Reward depends on the results achieved by the host. Note, you can get up to 3 random skills. 3 random skills?
Qin Xiola's eyes suddenly widened. I have to say, this reward is really tempting. After completing a task, you can obtain up to 3 random skills.
It is equivalent to completing 3 tasks at once.
Moreover, the skills produced by the system are all high quality, and once acquired, they reach the top level, which means that you will become the best in the industry. Of course, it would be very difficult to win 3 random skill draws at once, otherwise there would be no way to get such generous rewards.
But Qin Xiola still wanted to make a rush.
The reward was too tempting and he couldn't grasp it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind.
Isn't it just shining brightly? It's like everyone has no special skills. I can't sing. Oh shit. At worst, women's clothing.
That is right, at this moment, Qin Xiola's only thought was women's clothing. The last reward he received was top-notch makeup skills, which included women's clothing.
At worst, I can dress up as a woman on the stage of the welcome party.
Thinking of this, Qin Xiola showed a confident smile.
3 random skills? Take it you. However,
Mu Qianxue, who was standing on the podium, was suddenly stunned when she saw Qin Xiola's confident smile.
I was a little confused for a moment. Could it be that this guy has some hidden talent? No way. Mu Qianxue was a little unsure because she didn't know whether Qin Xiola had any unknown talents.
She looked at the people in the audience and said with a dry cough,
Okay, school is over, let's go eat.
By the way, Qin Xiola, come with me to the office later. After saying that, Mu Qianxue ignored Qin Xiola and walked away with the textbook in her arms. After Mu Qianxue left, Zhang Yu and the other 3 hurried over and looked at Qin Xiola with a smile.
Brother Lu, have you offended Professor Mu? Why did he ask you to see him by name? Yeah, you're so miserable.
The three of them said they felt sorry for Qin Shiola, but in fact they were laughing secretly.
So miserable. Sorry, I just couldn't help laughing.
Qin Shiola glanced at the three of them speechlessly, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Yu and Wu Luo, and said with a smile.
Lao Zhang, Lao Wu, how about you two show off your skills on stage and sing a song?
Don't worry, I'm here to help, there won't be any problems with the show, we'll definitely go on stage.
Zhang Yu. Wu Luo. Goddamn behind the scenes. You can't find anyone to perform on stage, so you come here to trick your roommate.
Zhang Yu coughed dryly and said with a smile.
Brother Lo, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's mainly because my girlfriend doesn't want me to have affairs with other women.
Forget about the performance, after all, I am too charming. During this period, Zhang Yu and the announcer girl made very smooth progress and their relationship improved rapidly.
Just a hair's breadth away from a home run. Damn. Qin Xiaola looked at Wu Luo helplessly.
But before he could open his mouth, Wu Luo took the lead and said with a smile.
Brother Lu, there's something I haven't told you yet. I have a girlfriend too.
Wu Luo's girlfriend was the one he flirted with Zhang Yu during the military training that day. However, his progress is a little slower than Zhang Yu's.
But, today, it was successfully won. Qin Xiaola. Chapter 60. I'll treat you to dinner.
Qin Xiaola looked at the three people who were gloating over his misfortune with resentment, and felt a little sad.
I am really miserable.
Not only did I have to perform myself, I also had to find 2 more groups to put together a professional performance.
This is too difficult. If you are majoring in broadcasting, it will be relatively simple.
But, they are studying computer science after all.
Normally I just type some code, there's no need for so many talent shows. You can't just go up and show off your coding skills, right? That's so stupid.
He sighed, then helplessly put on his backpack and walked out of the classroom, preparing to go to Mu Qianshua's office.
How could Qin Xiaola just swallow this anger? If you cheat yourself, you have to pay it back. This is his creed in life. He strode into the office building and stood in front of the office door skillfully.
This time, he didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open directly. Mu Qianxue, who was sitting on the chair, frowned, as if she could see that Qin Shiola was unhappy, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly.
Accurate? It's okay to be unhappy. Let you push me against the wall last time. This is the end. She coughed dryly and pretended to be calm. Coming? Qin Shiola was not polite either. He closed the door with his backhand and threw his schoolbag aside in a domineering manner. Yes, here it comes. Qin Shiola nodded, then walked over slowly. Mu Qianxue was stunned.
Looking at Qin Shiola's figure suddenly walking towards her, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said with all her strength.
I will leave the accounting major to you this orientation evening. No need to thank me. This is all because I appreciate your ability. Qin Shiola? Ability to value? I'm such a fool. Don't I have to thank you? Do you think I came here to thank you?
Qin Shiola stared at Mu Qianxue and said.
Professor Mu, I suspect you are retaliating. Revenge? How is that possible? I never retaliate against students.
Mu Qianxue smiled slightly, a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, and looked at Qin Shiola with a smile.
However, that look seemed to be telling Qin Shiola unscrupulously. I'm just retaliating. Hit me if you can. Qin Shiola. He coughed dryly and said. Professor Mu, I am doing you a favor, right? Mu Qianxue was stunned, but still nodded and said. Yes, what's wrong? Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said. If you do things, there must be rewards and benefits, right?
In ancient times, peasants would earn money by working for landlords, so I should get some benefits from working for Professor Mu.
Qin Shiola has finally let it go.
After all, Mu Qianxue had already announced in front of all the students in the major that she would be responsible.
It's settled. There is no way to change it.
Therefore, we must obtain unlimited benefits within limited conditions.
This is his purpose. However, Qin Shiola's words immediately confused Mu Qianxue.
This is the first time she has seen someone like Qin Shiola in all these years.
The teacher assigned him a job, and he even bargained for benefits? Is this normal?
However, before she could reply, Qin Shiola stood up with a smile and stared at her intently.
Suddenly, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but think of what happened in the office that afternoon. For a moment, she was nervous. He coughed dryly and asked quickly. What benefit do you want? Qin Shiola smiled, came forward, and whispered in her ear. What do you think, Professor? Mu Qianxue? No. What happened that afternoon won't happen again, right? For a moment, Mu Qianxue was a little panicked, she hurriedly said. No. No, you can't do that in the office. Looking at her nervous face, Qin Shiola suddenly laughed out loud. He coughed dryly and said with a half smile. Professor Mu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Mu Qianxue? Dog scumbag. Are you pretending to be pure here? Seeing Qin Shiola pretending to be pure and innocent, Mu Qianxue was so angry that her teeth were itching. She snorted and turned her head away from looking into Qin Shiola's eyes. How about this, you treat me to dinner tonight? Have a meal? Mu Qianxue secretly pondered this proposal in her mind. Seemingly. That is fine too. After pondering for a moment, Mu Qianxue nodded and said. Well, considering your hard work, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. But don't eat out. Qin Shiola was stunned and asked curiously. Don't you want to eat out? Where to go then? The reason why Mu Qianxue didn't want to eat out. Firstly, she doesn't like the food outside. To be honest, it's very oily and not necessarily healthy or clean. Unless it's a high-end restaurant. However, that kind of restaurant would cost at least several hundred yuan for 2 people. Use these few $100s to treat Qin Shiola? Does this scumbag deserve it? The answer must be unworthy. The second reason was that Mu Qianxue was afraid that she and Qin Shiola would be seen having dinner by other students in the school, which would have a bad influence. After all, she had been at Tokyo University for such a long time and had never gone out to eat alone with a boy. What's more, it happened at night, with a male student. By then, no one will believe it even if you explain it. Of course, she couldn't explain. After all, she has some idea of what the relationship is. Therefore, based on the above 2 points, you must not go out to eat. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said. Don't worry about this, just come out with me later. Oh. Qin Shiola shrugged helplessly and didn't ask any questions. Since Mu Qianxue said so, let's wait. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss. She can't sell it to herself. Because Mu Qianxue still had things to deal with, she couldn't leave for the time being. So, Qin Shiola started looking at his phone. Being bored, he opened the game directly, King of Glory. The Call of Timmy is a memory of youth for many people. This game still has a lot of players. It is updated countless times every year, and the graphics and heroes have been improved a lot. In recent years, China's domestic mobile games have developed rapidly, and various games have emerged. But this king of pesticides is still standing strong. To be honest, it was quite unexpected. After clicking on a ranked game, Qin Shiola immediately chose Bailey. Although Bailey has been weakened this season, it is so cool to snipe others from a distance. Therefore, Qin Shiola remained resolute without caring about his teammates' thoughts at all. At the beginning of the game, the opposing shooter is Xiao Luban. Qin Shiola flashed and fired 2 sniper shots, then used a normal attack to successfully get the first blood. The game is still going on, but my teammates are so bad that they are bleeding. They turned a good start into an unfavorable situation, and Qin Shiola was so angry that he vomited blood. But there is no choice but to continue. Someone's coming in the middle lane, don't attack the tower, run. Qin Shiola, who was operating the game Zhouyu in the bottom lane, almost dropped his phone when he heard the familiar voice. Chapter 61, I'm with a rich woman. Qin Shiola turned his head suddenly and saw Mu Qianxue's delicate face. At some point, she suddenly came to his side, staring at the screen of his mobile phone. Don't look at me, look at the game, run. Oh. Qin Shiola was stunned for a moment, then looked at the phone screen. He quickly controlled Bailey Xiao to escape against the wall. When he had just run a short distance, the opposing mage, shooter, and jungler came down together to catch him. Fortunately, Qin Shiola ran away in time. Otherwise, if you are caught, you will definitely die. He had no chance of surviving or even fighting back against the 3 men. He is not a professional. I don't have that technology. Even if you are a professional player, it is unlikely to escape from the capture of the 3 C positions of the mage, shooter, and jungler. The difficulty level is too high.
Having escaped a disaster, Qin Shiola was very happy. He said with a smile.
Sure, how did you know the other side was coming to catch me? Mu Qianxue said calmly. The brain is a good thing. Qin Xiala? Is the brain a good thing? Didn't I? I suspect you are implying something to me.
He coughed dryly, then continued to control Bailey to move around and shoot.
Of course, Mu Qianxue watched from the side and gave verbal guidance from time to time.
Not to mention, with her guidance, the battle situation that was originally slightly unfavorable suddenly became smooth sailing.
5 minutes later, a big victory appeared on the screen.
That's right, Qin Shiola won this time. He put away his phone with a smile and stretched.
It's such a great fight.
Every time after I finish a game with Bailey Xiaoyao, my heart is always filled with joy. The pleasure of sniping someone from a distance is something that other heroes cannot achieve.
Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him and said, Your skills are really not that good.
Just now, although the fight only lasted for a short time, Mu Qianxue had already seen it.
This guy is a complete gaming novice. A batch of dishes.
A brain-intensive game like Honor of Kings may not be suitable for Qin Shiola.
I don't even understand how to play. Qin Xiaola. Although he was very unhappy, he couldn't change Mu Qianxue's complaints. After all, if it weren't for her command, we might have been defeated just now.
He coughed dryly and changed the subject.
Ahem, are you done with your work? Let's go eat.
Mu Qianxue raised her head, glanced at him and said,
Well, let's go.
Having said that, Mu Qianxue stood up, packed her things, and left the office with Qin Shiola carrying her bag. Mu Qianxue walked in front to lead the way, but instead of going to the faculty and staff apartments at the east gate, they came to a more remote place in the school. There was no one around here, and the cars of school leaders and teachers were parked everywhere.
There aren't many people here at this time, so it looks a bit desolate. What are you doing here? Qin Xiaola looked at Mu Qianxue curiously. There's no one here. Could it be that? What was she trying to do to herself that was unknown?
Thinking of this, Qin Shiola couldn't help but shudder, with a struggle between his conscience and his desires in his mind.
Should I obey? Or should I actively obey?
Mu Qianxue turned around and rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola, ignoring him.
Then, the two came to a white car. This is an Audi A6.
Although Qin Shiola didn't know much about cars, he roughly knew that this car cost about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, which was really not cheap.
Next moment,
Mu Qianxue picked up the key and pressed it, and the A6 flashed. Then, she opened the car door, glanced at Qin Shiola who was still standing there, and said,
Don't just stand there, get in the car. Qin Xiaola? Get in the car? Is this true? He swallowed and said, Is this car yours? Mu Qianxue said calmly.
Well, this car is just so-so, just make do with it.
Qin Xiaola? Is a car worth 5 or 600,000 yuan just average? Are you still going to sit here? Oh my god.
What is your identity?
Qin Shiola was a little confused for a moment. He didn't know Mu Qianxue's family background.
But, this car worth 5 or 600,000 seems like nothing in front of her. It's obvious at first glance that it's not simple.
He is hooking up with a rich woman. Mom, I've made it. Woo woo woo. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him and said, Hurry up and come up, don't dawdle.
As she said this, she got into the car and prepared to start it.
Qin Shiola did not dare to hesitate and sat on it with a smile. Sit in the car and feel the luxury inside. It feels so good.
When Qin Shiola was young, his parents believed in raising boys in poverty. He had never ridden in such an expensive car before.
This is how I feel today. It's so cool. Soon, Mu Qianxue started the car. She wore a pair of black sunglasses and looked very cool. Just like a beautiful urban woman. So cool. Qin Shiola coughed and said, It's going to be dark soon. Aren't you afraid of getting lost wearing sunglasses? Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's face was filled with black lines. This stuff is poisonous.
He turned his head slightly, looked at Qin Shiola, and uttered a word lightly.
Roll. Qin Xiaola. I'm just giving you a kind reminder. So what?
Mu Qianxue drove for about half an hour and found a place to stop on the roadside of a vegetable market.
Get off.
Mu Qianxue spoke calmly and unbuckled her seatbelt.
Qin Shiola didn't hesitate and got out of the car directly.
In front of us is the largest vegetable market nearby, with a lot of people coming here every day.
What are you doing here?
Buy groceries. She cooks her own meals every day and often comes here to buy groceries. Although Mu Qianxue is very beautiful, she is definitely not the type of person who is out of touch with the world. Some girls don't look good, but they are lazy and don't know the difference between grains.
I don't know how to cook at all.
As for Mu Qianxue, I dare not say that she is proficient in everything, but she is definitely far better than most people.
How much is this leek per pound? 9 cents.
The stall owner said with a smile. Mu Qianxue looked at the leeks and shook her head.
It's expensive, usually 80 cents.
After saying that, she turned her head without hesitation.
At this time, the stall owner hurriedly called Mu Qianxue. Hey, girl, 80 cents is 80 cents, you decide. Mu Qianxue smiled slightly, then turned around and weighed some leeks.
After she finished her purchase, Qin Shiola looked at her with some curiosity, as if he was getting to know her all over again.
Mu Qianxue was stunned and asked in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that?
Qin Shiola said with a smile. I find you very strange, you drive such an expensive car and you are a university professor. Even buying vegetables requires bargaining. Nowadays, many young people don't bargain when buying many things, let alone vegetables. Firstly, I was too lazy to bargain, thinking that it was not worth the money anyway, so there was no need to do so.
Secondly, it's because I don't dare. Chapter 62, Mu Qianxue's craftsmanship. Please vote.
Because they are afraid of damaging their face and image.
So, I dare not bargain.
But Mu Qianxue bargained so calmly, not caring about her image at all.
Mu Qianxue said calmly. What is so strange about this?
I buy vegetables and she sells them.
This is a business. Isn't it normal to bargain? As for the so-called image, is it that important?
Qin Shiola suddenly paused when he heard this.
Really? What Mu Qianxue said makes sense.
This is a business, although it is small, just a few dollars worth of stuff. But you can't avoid bargaining because you are afraid of losing face.
Bargaining when doing business, isn't that normal? He nodded thoughtfully and said. That makes sense.
The two looked at each other and smiled. Afterwards, Qin Shiola followed Mu Qianxue to buy some more vegetables, then put them in the car and prepared to leave. The car accelerated and arrived at a community near the school.
The housing prices in the residential areas near Dongda University are not cheap.
After all, it is located in the city center, surrounded by bustling roads and business districts. Mu Qianxue parked the car naturally in the underground garage, and after getting out, she called Qin Shiola to take the elevator up with the vegetables. Along the way, Qin Shiola was confused and didn't know what this was going to do.
Soon,
the elevator stopped on the 13th floor.
He followed Mu Qianxue down the elevator and walked inside. 1,301 rooms.
Mu Qianxue took out a key from her bag, inserted it into the keyhole, and then turned it slightly to open the door.
Come in.
After saying that, Mu Qianxue took the lead and walked into the house. Behind her, Qin Shiola also followed her in.
This is a house of more than 100 square meters. The decorations are modern and have a warm feel. Qin Shiola asked curiously. When did you rent a house outside? Qin Shiola had always thought that Mu Qianxue lived in the faculty apartment. Unexpectedly, she actually rented a house outside the school.
Mu Qianxue put the key on the table and said calmly. No, this house was bought by my dad, and I live here occasionally. In fact, Mu Qianxue had been living here before and seldom returned to the staff apartment.
But,
in order to give Qin Shiola a reason to send her home at night, she has been living in the faculty and staff apartment recently. It's just that I have never told Qin Shiola about this.
Suddenly,
Qin Shiola's butt was suddenly suspended in the air when he was about to sit on the sofa.
This house. Was it bought specially for Mu Qianxue by her father? What the hell? What kind of family is this?
You can drive a car worth 5 or 600,000 yuan whenever you want.
Can you just buy a house worth tens of millions? You know, the housing prices here are not cheap.
Basically, it costs 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per square meter.
After all, this is the magic city. The center of China's economy. What's more, this is near the University of Tokyo, and there are many business circles around it. He was totally confused. This is really a rich woman. Mu Qianxue glanced at him and said,
Don't just stand there, come and help wash the vegetables.
Here it comes. Qin Xiula coughed dryly and hurried over.
The kitchen is not big, only about 3 or 4 square meters. But it's just right for the two of them to stand inside.
The house is fully equipped with pots, pans, and other cooking supplies.
Qin Xiula was washing vegetables while Mu Qianxue put on an apron and started cutting vegetables and cooking. The two of them looked like a couple who had been married for many years.
Very warm and harmonious.
For Qin Xiula, tasks like washing and picking vegetables are not difficult, as he did them when he was a child. He is not a lazy person who does not know the difference between grains. After the two of them were busy in the kitchen for a while, Mu Qianxue glanced at him and said,
Okay, go sit on the sofa first, I'm here. The next step was cooking.
Qin Xiula couldn't help much, so he was simply asked to go out and not take up a seat.
Good. After saying hello, Qin Xiula didn't waste any time.
After washing his hands, he slipped out of the kitchen and played with his phone on the sofa. I have to say that Mu Qianxue is very clean.
The house is almost spotless and every corner is clean. About half an hour later,
Mu Qianxue's voice came from the kitchen. The meal is ready, get ready to wash your hands and eat.
Good.
Qin Xiula responded, then washed his hands on the balcony and ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes.
Tonight, Mu Qianxue cooked a sumptuous meal.
Scrambled eggs with leeks, sweet and sour pork ribs, fried eggplant, and dry pot potatoes.
Every dish smells delicious.
Qin Xiula swallowed subconsciously.
Fragrant. It smells so good.
Although I have eaten Mu Qianxue's dishes before, I couldn't help but marvel when I saw the table full of dishes she cooked today. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover. Professor Mu, who is so good looking, can actually cook such delicious food. Mu Qianxue served 2 bowls of rice, then took off her apron and sat face to face with Qin Xiula. To be honest, this was the first time she had dinner with someone alone.
And it's in my own home. Want to drink? Mu Qianxue suddenly asked. Qin Xiula was stunned, then smiled and said, Okay, I can drink quite well anyway, can you? Mu Qianxue didn't say anything, she just stood up and took out a bottle of red wine.
This bottle of red wine is not cheap and is definitely of a certain age.
Never drunk. Mu Qianxue smiled slightly and said confidently.
She can drink a lot, like it's a natural habit for her. I haven't been drunk in all these years.
Even if she drinks a lot, she will always stay rational. However, Qin Xiula was stunned. Weren't you drunk at the bar that day?
However, he didn't dare to say this out loud, as that would be a slap in Mu Qianxue's face.
Qin Xiula smiled and said, Don't blame me if you drink too much. Mu Qianxue smiled slightly, not caring at all.
Pour red wine for both of them.
Come on, let's go first before we eat.
Qin Xiula raised his glass and said to Mu Qianxue with a smile. Mu Qianxue did not hesitate and directly picked up her own wine glass, and the 2 glasses clinked slightly.
Following right on.
They all took a sip gently. Red wine is not like beer, which you have to drink in big gulps. This kind of wine will taste better if you take a sip and savor it for a while.
Good wine. Qin Xiula couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Although he had no particular interest in wine, he had learned something about it since childhood.
The wine I just drank was definitely good. Mu Qianxue smiled and did not explain. Try the food to see if it suits your taste. Good. Qin Xiula picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with leeks and put it into his mouth. Not bad.
The aroma of leeks has that flavor.
Tried a few other dishes. I have to say, it tastes really good.
Especially the sweet and sour spare ribs, very tasty.
It's delicious, the cooking is amazing, I will definitely come here often in the future. Mu Qianxue? Do you come to support us often? You still want to come and eat for free? Can you please have some shame? He rolled his eyes at the guy, then picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in his mouth. The saltiness was just right. Are you ready to perform for the welcome party? I've thought it through. What? Secret. Chapter 63 Qin Xiula, do me a favor. Secret?
Seeing Qin Xiula acting so mysterious, Mu Qianxue had a bad feeling for some reason.
This thing?
I hope there won't be any trouble again. It's hard to say for sure. If it were someone else, they might be honest, but Qin Shiola is not an honest person.
Will he be so law-abiding? Of course not. However, Mu Qianxue couldn't imagine what Qin Shiola wanted to perform. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and reminded him. Don't have any crooked thoughts. The program must be legal. It can't involve pornography, gambling, or anything else that skirts the rules. These are not allowed. Qin Shiola? Involving pornography, gambling, and skirting the law? Who do you take me for? I am that kind of person.
He shrugged helplessly and said.
I'm not that kind of person. Look at my face, can you tell anything? Mu Qianxue was stunned. On Qin Xiaola's face? What can we see from this?
She shook her head and said.
Have no idea.
Qin Shiola sat up straight and moved closer to Mu Qianxue.
Can't you see that his face is full of sincerity? Mu Qianxue. Still. I really can't tell.
She rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola and said. Eat, don't talk about useless things. Qin Shiola chuckled and started to eat seriously. The food Mu Qianxue made tasted really good, and the two of them ate quietly, feeling a special sense of warmth. It was like a couple who had been married for many years, eating dinner quietly and sipping red wine.
Why is your face so red? Did you drink too much?
Qin Shiola took a sip of wine and looked up at Mu Qianxue. Suddenly I realized that her cheeks were flushed and she looked drunk.
The two of them were just eating and drinking.
Originally thinking that Mu Qianxue could drink quite well, Qin Shiola just let go and drank with her.
But how the hell do you know? I'm almost drunk already. Didn't you say you've never been drunk before?
Mu Qianxue's eyes were a little blurry, but her mind was not dizzy yet. She was slightly tipsy at the moment, but had not yet lost consciousness.
Drunk? How is that possible? I drink at home, but I never get drunk. Qin Shiola. If you drink at home, then you must have never been drunk.
Qin Shiola suddenly remembered the scene of drinking with Mu Qianxue in the bar that night.
Damn. You still have the nerve to brag about your drinking ability?
Qin Shiola reluctantly snatched the wine glass from her hand and said.
Well, you've had enough to drink.
If you drink anymore, you'll probably have to lie down, and then you'll vomit all over me.
Eat your food, and stop drinking.
Qin Shiola took her wine glass aside, and Mu Qianxue pouted.
All right. Indeed, she felt a little dizzy. Can't drink anymore. Qin Shiola didn't drink much either, and both of them focused on eating. After about 7 or 8 minutes, both of them were full.
Mu Qianxue stood up, held her forehead, and felt a little dizzy.
But luckily I didn't continue drinking, otherwise I might not be able to stand up now. You go and rest on the sofa, I'll go wash the dishes. Mu Qianxue glanced at Qin Shiola and said.
However, looking at her blushing face and her somewhat unintelligent brain, Qin Shiola said with a smile.
I'll go wash up, you go to the sofa to sober up.
Having said that, he took the finished bowl of rice into the kitchen without paying any attention to Mu Qianxue.
Mu Qianxue was stunned.
Looking at his busy back in the kitchen, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I cook for myself and Qin Shiola washes the dishes.
Seemingly. Not bad.
Qin Shiola is very skilled at washing dishes. When I was at home, I always adhered to the idea of raising my son in poverty. So, he can do most of the housework. Washing dishes is not difficult for him. Mu Qianxue looked at the kitchen door for a while with a smile on her face, then said. You wash the dishes first, then play on the sofa for a while I take a shower.
Feeling a little tipsy, Mu Qianxue thought she should take a bath. This makes it easier to sober up. After drinking, the best way to sober up is to take a bath. Let the water stimulate your skin and awaken your mind. Good. Qin Shiola turned around and said hello while washing the dishes.
Mu Qianxue smiled slightly, walked into the room, picked up her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower.
Not long after,
there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Qin Shiola quickly washed the dishes, glanced in the direction of the bathroom, and shook his head with a smile.
After all, girls take a long time to take a shower. This is the consensus of almost everyone.
So, Qin Shiola was not in a hurry and sat on the sofa to play a game.
In a ranked game, I immediately chose Bailey. As soon as he entered the canyon, Qin Shiola gave away his first blood very easily. Oh shit. The opposing shooter and support actually ambushed him directly. He cursed inwardly and continued to control the Bailey roaming long-range sniper. After about 8 or 9 minutes, the two sides were evenly matched. Just when Qin Shiola was concentrating on playing the game, suddenly, Mu Qianxue's voice came from the bathroom.
Qin Shiola.
Suddenly, he was stunned while sitting on the sofa.
He stood up with a puzzled look on his face, walked towards the bathroom, and stood at the door and whispered.
Professor Mu, what do you want to ask me?
There was no sound of running water in the bathroom.
Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said a little embarrassedly. Ahem, can you do me a favor?
Help.
Qin Shiola was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. What's wrong? Do you need a back scrub? Mu Qianxue? Good job. You are really a slut. Back rub? Rub it on.
If she hadn't needed Qin Shiola's help, she would have rushed out and punched him long ago.
Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said. Can you go to my room and get me some underwear? Suddenly, Qin Shiola was stunned. Go to Mu Qianxue's room to get her underwear? Is this true or false? For a moment, he even thought he was hallucinating. You, say it again, I didn't hear you clearly. Mu Qianxue. Oh shit. Is this guy doing this on purpose? However, since I had something to ask of others, I could only humbly say again. Can you please help me get some underwear from my room? When I was taking clothes to take a shower just now, I felt dizzy and always felt like I was missing something. But I just couldn't remember it for a moment. I finally discovered it when I finished taking a shower and was getting dressed. I forgot to bring my underwear.
So, she had no choice but to turn to Qin Shiola for help. At this moment, she was standing naked in the bathroom, her face delicate and blushing. At this moment, she was not drunk at all. Her face was full of shyness.
Qin Shiola was stunned and said with a dry cough. Hey, I'll go right away. Chapter 64, The So-Called Light and Shadow is.
After saying that, Qin Shiola turned around and ran to Mu Qianxue's room. The room was large and there was nothing special in it. There was only a desk lamp, a bed and a bedside table, and it didn't look like a girl's room at all. Generally speaking, girls' rooms are mostly filled with various dolls. In other words, it is a sea of pink, from the sheets to the quilts, everything is pink.
But Mu Qianxue is not. Everything is as usual.
There was only a doll of Xiao Ai in front of the desk. Small, but very exquisite. Without time to search the room for too long, he glanced at Mu Qianxue's closet, then opened it and searched inside. As soon as he opened the closet, Qin Shiola was shocked by the clothes inside.
Good job. The huge wardrobe is filled with clothes.
The competition was very strict.
This is a girl's wardrobe. However, most of the clothes inside are worn by mature women. For example, black silk, fishnet.
Although it was very beautiful, Qin Shiola didn't have time to look at it anymore. After all, Professor Mu was still in the bathroom waiting for him to come to the rescue with underwear.
After rummaging through a pile of clothes for a long time, Qin Shiola finally found it.
A pair of black underwear with a stripe of reese.
Suddenly, Qin Shiola's disappointing heart began to beat blankly. This is too tempting. The closet is full of black fishnets, and the one in my hand is lace. If we use this as a test, which cadre can withstand such a test? So tempting.
Seeing that Qin Shiola had not come over for a long time, Mu Qianxue was already urging him in the bathroom.
Qin Shiola, have you found it?
He was still immersed in the edge of temptation, but he reacted instantly and coughed dryly and said,
Found it, come right over here.
After saying that, he immediately stood up, took the thing and walked to the bathroom door. He knocked on the door gently and said,
It's in my hand. Come and take it.
Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's face in the bathroom turned red.
She coughed dryly and said, You close your eyes first and don't look around. Qin Shiola heard this and said righteously, Don't worry, I'm definitely not blind, trust me.
As he spoke, Qin Shiola slowly closed his eyes. In the bathroom, Mu Qianxue silently opened the door, leaving a small gap, then reached out her hand, and after searching for a while, she touched what Qin Shiola was holding.
He grabbed it and quickly closed the door. She coughed dryly and said, I got it. You go to the sofa and wait for me.
Qin Xiaola then slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile.
Good. He turned to the sofa and sat for a while. Not long after, Mu Qianxue came out of the bathroom. Her hair was loose and wet.
The upper body is a black short-sleeved shirt, and the lower body is black shorts that do not reach the knees.
After all, I'm at home, so I don't dress as formally as I would at school.
But this was the first time Qin Xiaola saw Mu Qianxue wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. I have to say, dressing like this has a unique flavor. Mu Qianxue walked over slowly, her originally cold face flushed. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, she felt so ashamed.
He actually asked Qin Xiaola to help him get that thing.
She coughed dryly, looked into Qin Xiaola's eyes and said,
You didn't see anything just now? Qin Xiaola was stunned, raised his head and looked directly at Mu Qianxue, and said with a smile. I closed my eyes, what can I see? I am so honest and never speak.
At that time, there was only a light and shadow in front of my eyes.
Hearing this, Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. There is only a shadow, fortunately it is okay.
However, she might not quite understand Qin Xiaola's concept of light and shadow.
The so-called light and shadow. It was just a dull figure. So, cough cough. However, Qin Xiaola definitely couldn't say it out loud, otherwise, he would be beaten to death. There is a high possibility that he won't be able to leave this door tonight.
Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and sat down next to Qin Xiaola. His words just now made her feel less embarrassed.
It's getting late. When are you leaving? Qin Xiaola? Are you kicking people out now? I just asked for help. He coughed dryly, looked at his phone and said. It's just past 8 o'clock. It's still early. There's no rush. Mu Qianxue. So shameless.
The two of them sat quietly on the sofa, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence for a while. Suddenly, Qin Xiaola coughed dryly, looked at Mu Qianxue and said.
Ahem, you haven't blow-dried your hair yet, how about I help you?
It is inconvenient for girls to blow-dry their hair by themselves because their hair is long.
Ah.
Mu Qianxue was stunned, but before she could refuse, Qin Xiaola stood up, looked at her and said. Where's your hair dryer?
Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and pointed to the bathroom hesitantly. In the bathroom. Okay. Qin Xiaola didn't hesitate and strode in. However, when he just walked to the door, Mu Qianxue suddenly reacted. Damn. The clothes, pants, and underwear I just took off are still in the bathroom. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue couldn't sit still anymore, and quickly stood up and shouted at Qin Xiaola. Stop. However, she was still too late.
Qin Xiaola walked straight in, and his eyes naturally saw the clothes on the ground. He coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly picked up the hairdryer and walked out. Seeing the blood-red blush on Mu Qianxue's face, Qin Xiaola quickly explained.
Ahem, I didn't see anything just now, you have to believe me. Mu Qianxue. A feeble explanation.
It's like the case of trying to cover up one's own mistake.
I'd be fine if you didn't explain. Mu Qianxue blushed and said with a dry cough. Okay, that's enough, let's blow-dry our hair.
She had no choice but to quickly change the subject.
Don't let the two of them be immersed in the scene just now. Good.
Qin Xiaola said okay, then plugged in the hairdryer and asked Mu Qianxue to sit in front of him. Qin Xiaola stood behind her, turned on the hairdryer, and carefully played with her hair with his hands.
In an instant, Mu Qianxue felt as if she had been electrocuted.
In all these years, Qin Xiaola was the first boy to blow her hair. Before, no boy had ever dared to touch his hair at such a close distance, let alone blow-dry it.
This feeling is very strange.
What's more, this boy who was stroking her hair had a special relationship with her. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue's heartbeat accelerated a bit, and an unprecedented feeling spread in her heart.
Chapter 65, Eat, Drink, and Take Advantage Seeking Votes. Qin Xiaola carefully blew Mu Qianxue's hair.
After about 7 or 8 minutes, he smiled and turned off the hairdryer.
Okay, my hair is almost dry. Mu Qianxue was stunned and touched her hair. Indeed, it was basically dry. She raised her head and looked into Qin Xiaola's eyes with some regret in them. It seemed that because the time for blow-drying her hair was too short, Mu Qianxue felt a little reluctant. It would be great if we had more time like this. Because this is a special feeling she hasn't experienced in more than 20 years. It is very novel and addictive. Please put the hair dryer aside. Mu Qianxue didn't dare let Qin Shiola take the hairdryer to the bathroom again, that would be too embarrassing. Qin Shiola chuckled and naturally understood what she meant. He nodded and said okay, then put the hairdryer on the table. He glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock and there was nothing else to do if he stayed any longer. Anyway, we have eaten and it's time to leave. He stretched himself, glanced at Mu Qianxue and said. It's almost time, I should go. Mu Qianxue nodded softly, even though she had just said that she wanted Qin Shiola to leave quickly. But now, when Qin Shiola was really about to leave, Mu Qianxue still felt reluctant. Just left like this? She raised her head and looked directly into Qin Shiola's eyes. How about, I'll drive you back. I don't have anything to do anyway. Qin Shiola smiled slightly when he heard this. This place is just across the street from Tokyo University, and we are sending it back? He smiled and shook his head. Forget it, it's not far. You should just rest at home. Besides, it won't be good if others find out. All right. Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment and did not insist any further. Indeed, if she drove Qin Shiola back and was discovered by others, it would have a bad impact. After all, a female professor drove a luxury car late at night to pick up her male student. Anyone would have wrong thoughts. Even if this is a serious matter, people will misinterpret it. That's human nature. Qin Shiola took a deep breath and said with a smile. I'm about to leave, and I've helped you so much, do you want to give me a reward? Mu Qianxue? Reward? Do you want rewards for eating and drinking for free? This scumbag. How shameless. However, before she could think too much, the next second, she felt a familiar collision on her lips. Then, the two began to kiss each other's lips. That familiar feeling began to emerge in Mu Qianxue's heart again. A full half-minute later. Qin Shiola smiled and took the initiative to move his lips away, patted her shoulder and said. I'm leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality. No need to see me off. I know the way. After saying that, just leave. Mu Qianxue was still standing there in a daze, looking confused. This scumbag. Eating and drinking for free, and still taking advantage? For some reason, Mu Qianxue felt both angry and amused. However, looking at his departing back, I just couldn't hold a grudge against him. Scumbag. Mu Qianxue secretly spat and then closed the door. Qin Shiola was in a good mood after running out of Mu Qianxue's house. Come here today to eat and drink for free, and take advantage of the situation. Bloody profit. This is how relationships are, most girls are more passive. This is when boys need to take the initiative. If you don't even have the courage to take advantage, then your relationship will progress slowly, and you may even be at risk of being dumped. Why? Because there is a saying that goes, women don't love bad men. Remember this sentence. No woman would like that kind of pushy guy, absolutely not. Because women all have a desire to be strong. Only bad men are strong and can easily win the hearts of girls. Qin Shiola returned to his dormitory from the east gate with a smile on his face. Night. He had added all members in the grade group of the Department of Computer Science and asked those who wanted to attend the college-level welcome party to sign up with him before tomorrow afternoon. There are 5 classes in computer science, each with about 30 students, for a total of 150 students. However, after he ate, there was no movement for an hour or so. No one looked for him at all. After all, they are all a group of big and strong men. Of course, most of them are computer geeks, and few of them have any talents. Even though I had learned some talents before, I was too timid to perform at the college welcome party. After all, that takes a lot of courage. There are at least several thousand people in the whole college, not to mention the leaders and teachers in the college. After taking a shower and sitting on the bed, Qin Shiola couldn't help feeling annoyed as he looked at the unresponsive penguin. In addition to him, we have to make 2 more programs. Zhang Yu's bed was behind Qin Shiola. He sat on the bed, playing games with his girlfriend via microphone. He looked up at Qin Shiola and said, Brother Lu, what are you doing? You look distracted? Qin Shiola sat on the bed, staring at the screen of his mobile phone in a daze. If you don't know, you might think this is a broken heart. Is that possible? Did you have a conflict with that girl selling tea?
Zhang Yu thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense.
Qin Xiula sighed and said, "Oh, this is so annoying.
It's not a task assigned to me by Professor Mu, but no one has signed up for our major.
This is so strange."
Tang Meng sat at the desk below, took a bite of the apple, and said with a smile, "There are more boys in computer science, and most of them can't even type code well, so how many of them have talent?"
"Indeed.
I had just started school and had only just started learning computer language. I couldn't even type a code properly, let alone perform on stage."
Zhang Yu said with a smile. "Brother Lu, I'll give you an idea, it's guaranteed to work."
Suddenly, Qin Xiola's eyes lit up.
"My dear, what is the plan?" Zhang Yu. "Damn. Where did this traitor come from, and how could he want to usurp the throne?" He coughed dryly and said with a smile. "There is a way, but the benefits, he.
Qin Xiola knew what Zhang Yu was as soon as he saw his appearance.
"Last time, I ruined his breakfast for 2 weeks.
Sure enough, cause and effect have reincarnation.
Tell me what you want as reward." Zhang Yu chuckled.
"Brother Lu, we are roommates, brothers, and..." Zhang Yu was interrupted by Qin Xiaola halfway through his speech.
"Get to the point." Zhang Yu chuckled. 3 bottles of yogurt. Have to. This guy is really a jerk. However, Qin Xiaola still nodded and said,
"If this method works, I'll give you 5 bottles. Zhang Yu was so happy when he heard that his hands were shaking as he was operating the game.
"Brother Lu, you are so generous." He chuckled and continued. "Actually, this is a very simple matter.
In fact, the trouble can be transferred."
Trouble, transfer? Qin Xiaola was stunned and didn't understand what he meant.
Zhang Yu paused and continued. "For the 2 programs, you can just ask the monitors of the 5 computer science classes to draw lots together, and whichever monitor draws the right number will be responsible for selecting a program. This is called shifting the trouble downwards."
Suddenly, Qin Xiaola's eyes lit up. What this kid said makes sense.
Damn, he is worthy of being called the dormitory scumbag.
Chapter 66 Program Lottery. That's right.
What Zhang Yu said makes sense. Shift the trouble downward.
Isn't that what Mu Qianxue did? Just put the blame on him.
Qin Xiaola chuckled, a slight smile appeared on his face, he gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up, and said with a smile.
"Lao Zhang, you are really good. There is something interesting in the way you do things."
This guy was able to find a good-looking girlfriend in such a short time after school started, and she is a broadcaster. I have to say, the routine is really awesome.
Sure enough, whether it's flirting with girls or doing things.
First, you have to be shameless, and second, you have to understand the routine.
Both are indispensable.
Only in this way can you attract high-quality women.
TSK. There's something. Zhang Yu, who was playing games, raised his head and smiled. No, it's just normal. Brother Lu, don't forget, 5 bottles of yogurt, he.
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and said. Okay, it's on my desk, go get it when you're done playing games.
This is also considered mental work. Zhang Yu chuckled. The boss is so generous, I love you, moi.
Hearing Zhang Yu's tone, Qin Xiaola couldn't help but feel a chill.
This girl is so flirty.
On the other side of the game, Zhang Yu's girlfriend seemed to be disgusted by this guy. Wang Zhaojuan's skill went astray, and she spoke directly through the phone.
Zhang Yu, you are so disgusting. Zhang Yu chuckled and said to the phone. Baby, I was just joking. How could I kiss another man? Qin Xiaola. This is the cry of the baby. It's so fucking ecstatic. Is this a scumbag? He gets into the role anytime and anywhere. Love.
Qin Xiaola shook his head with a smile, then opened the Penguin account and contacted the monitors of the other 4 classes. These 4 class leaders are all boys and are on the same floor as Qin Xiaola.
So, after sending messages to the 4 of them individually, we agreed to meet at the door of Qin Xiaola's dormitory in 3 minutes.
Qin Xiaola also quickly got out of bed and made 5 signs using pieces of paper, 2 of which required performances. After doing all this, he stood at the dormitory door waiting. After a while, the other 4 came over. After all, they are all class leaders of the computer science department. They have all met each other. Although they are not too familiar with each other, their names and faces can be matched, which is not easy.
After all, school has just started. Jean Shella looked at the 4 people with a smile and said, "We have 3 programs in the Department of Computer Science. In addition to my performance, we have to perform 2 more. We will draw lots one by one, and the 2 class monitors who are drawn will arrange for their classes to perform a program." The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. After all, Jean Shella has already sent 1 person, and it is impossible for him to arrange the other 2 by himself. That's so unfair. Okay, I have no problem with that. I don't have any either, so let's draw lots. Come on, pick one. After several people confirmed it, they began to prepare for the draw. Jean Shella smiled and presented the note to the 4 people. The 4 of them drew first, and Jean Shella took the last one. After everyone had taken their own sign slips, Jean Shella looked at the one in his hand and found it was blank. Seeing this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm pretty lucky. The other 4 people, including the class monitors of Computer Science Class 2 and Computer Science Class 4, were unlucky and drew the ticket to perform on the show. Jean Shella glanced at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "Give me the program staff and program name before 6 p.m. tomorrow, and I will report it to Professor Mu." The 2 nodded and said hello. Soon after, they didn't chat anymore and Jean Shella returned to the dormitory with a smile. The originally troublesome matter was diverted in this way. Cool. It's so cool. I have to say, Zhang Yu is pretty good. Night. After going to bed, Jean Shella sent a message to Mu Qianxue. Are you asleep? Jean Shella had just sent the message when Mu Qianxue replied instantly. Just got into bed, getting ready for sleep. By the way, don't forget to hand me the performance list tomorrow. If you don't complete it, you'll be punished. Looking at the message sent by Mu Qianxue, Jean Shella smiled. Dear Professor Mu, are you willing to punish me, Wo? Mu Qianxue? She was originally sitting on the bed and was suddenly confused. Good job. Starting to act cute? You are worthy of being this scumbag. When it comes to buying cuteness, I don't care about my relatives. Mu Qianxue's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Humph, I don't care. Acting cute won't work. If you can't do it, get ready to be beaten with a whip. Jean Shella? Oh shit. A little whip. Is this still the ice goddess Professor Mu? Why do I feel like a gangster leader? Jean Shella couldn't help but feel his body tense. He coughed dryly, swallowed his saliva, and replied. Ahem, don't worry, the mission will be fine. Anyway, he has already divided the tasks among several squad leaders, so there shouldn't be any problem. At least one person has to be present in each class. So, he was not worried at all. The 2 chatted for a while, then said good night to each other and went to sleep. The lights in the dormitory were turned off, and Zhang Yu stopped playing games with his girlfriend. In the dormitory, he and Wu Luo were very tactful. Although he is dating, he never disturbs his roommates because of his girlfriend. Some people always like to talk to their girlfriends on the phone in the dormitory. It would be fine if they just talk on the phone, but they also turn on the video and microphone so that everyone in the dormitory can hear and see. Moreover, I didn't feel that there was anything wrong with me. Instead, I was very happy. People like this are speechless. To put it bluntly, it's just that you lack emotional intelligence. No matter what, the most basic rule is not to disturb your roommates with your own affairs. However, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo are both very perceptive and have high emotional intelligence, so this kind of problem does not arise in their dormitory and they get along very well. The next morning. Today is Friday, and after today we will have 2 days off. However, this is not the case for Jean Shella. He also has to attend rehearsals tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, and prepare for the welcome party on Monday. After cleaning up, Jean Shella, Zhang Yu and the other 2 went out together, had breakfast in the cafeteria and then went to the classroom. The first class this morning was advanced mathematics, not Mu Qianxue's class, so Jean Shella didn't go too early. After all, there's no need to fight for a seat up front. After the first class, the monitors of Computer Science Class 2 and Class 4 found him together. The list of participants and program titles for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala have been finalized. Last night, after the 2 of them went back, they sent a notice in the class group, but no one responded as no one wanted to perform. Have no choice. The 2 of them arranged a group draw, and each person had a 1 in 30 chance. Whoever is drawn will go on stage. Fair, just and open. Chapter 67 Free Meal. However,
it's just such a fair thing. No one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. After all, the probability is 1 in 30, and everyone thinks that such a small probability is unlikely to happen to them.
This is called survivor bias. But, as the drawing of lots proceeded, Li Gaoming, monitor of Class 2, was confused. Because he won the lottery. I have to say, the delivery luck of this product is really bad. It's really unbelievable that you can win with such a small probability.
So, when he found Qin Xiaola at this moment, he had a sad face. There was no choice but to find a few friends to go up and perform a singing show with him.
This kind of luck is really unique.
After receiving the performance list of the two, Qin Xiaola smiled.
Finally, I have completed the task. After the second get out of class, it was exactly 12 o'clock noon. He went from the teaching building to Mu Qianshue's office with ease. Boom, boom, boom.
There were several brisk knocks on the door.
Inside the door, Mu Qianshue's voice was heard. Come in. Qin Xiaola pushed the door open with a smile, then slowly closed it. Looking at Mu Qianshue, who was eating, he walked over with a smile. However, Mu Qianshue was stunned. Why is this guy here? Come and eat as soon as it's time for dinner. Qin Xiaola was not polite either. He sat down next to Mu Qianshue, sniffed the lunchbox in Mu Qianshue's hand, and said in amazement, Professor Mu, why do you have my favorite braised pork today? I love it, woo-woo. Mu Qianshue.
She swore that she definitely did not ask Qin Xiaola to come today. This scumbag must have come here just to get a free meal.
Qin Xiaola smiled unceremoniously and said, Give me a pair of chopsticks. You can't finish it anyway. I'll help you digest it.
Mu Qianshue glared at Qin Xiaola, but her hands were still very honest. She obediently helped Qin Xiaola get the chopsticks and handed them to him.
Qin Xiaola chuckled. Zhang Yu still owed him 2 weeks' breakfast and had not paid it back yet. Now I can come to Mu Qianshue's place for lunch every day at noon.
All day long, he only spends some money on dinner.
Wrong. Sometimes you don't have to pay for dinner at night. For example, last night. Others go to college by spending money. Qin Xiaola went to college just to eat and drink for free.
The key point is, this guy is not just getting free buns or something like that, he eats and drinks better than others who pay for it.
It's so infuriating.
The two of them started eating next to each other.
Although Mu Qianshue did not ask Qin Xiaola to come to the office today, the amount of food she prepared was just enough for 2 people.
So, after seeing it, Qin Xiaola smiled and started eating without any hesitation. After all, he completed all the tasks Mu Qianshue assigned to him.
He has the list of programs and their names. Shouldn't it be rewarded? Of course. I work for you, you give me lunch, and there's a give and take between us. This is called human feelings. Have questions? No problem. So, Qin Xiaola ate happily.
Mu Qianshue rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaola, but her hands did not slow down at all.
The two of them ate as if they were fighting over food.
Afraid that the other person will eat too much. Mu Qianshue rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaola while eating.
Is this guy destined to hate her? Could this be the legendary, true curse on sons? Damn.
About 10 minutes later, both of them were full and satisfied.
Qin Xiaola felt a sour feeling. This dish is much better than the one in the school cafeteria. He looked at Mu Qianshue with a smile and said, Professor Mu, what are we going to eat for lunch tomorrow? Let me be mentally prepared. Mu Qianshue? What you mean? Are you planning to come back for lunch tomorrow at noon? Dog scumbag. How shameless.
Mu Qianshue glared at Qin Xiaola fiercely and said,
Eat air at noon tomorrow.
Qin Xiaola didn't care when he heard this, and came up to him with a smile and said,
Eat air. Then can I eat the air from Professor Mu's mouth? Suddenly, Mu Qianshue's cheeks turned red and she was completely stunned. The air in my mouth? Isn't this just kissing me? He. Dog scumbag.
Mu Qianshue blushed and pushed Qin Xiaola away, saying angrily,
Don't even think about it, you bastard.
She really didn't expect that there would be such a shameless person in the world.
It is simply a huge failure of humanity.
However, Qin Xiaola looked at Mu Qianshue, whose pretty face was flushed, embarrassed and annoyed, and smiled.
men, you have to be a little bad. That's what it's like, constantly stimulating girls' hearts. Keep probing. Of course, men have to be bad. But bad is not rotten. There is an essential difference between the two.
Qin Shiola is a bad man, not a rotten man. Seeing Qin Shiola laughing beside him, Mu Qianxue huffed and puffed for several times before finally coming to her senses.
She looked at him angrily and said, "What are you doing in the office?"
Qin Shiola took out the program list and handed it to Mu Qianxue with a smile.
"This is the list of programs that the Jiko department will perform. It's all ready." Mu Qianxue was stunned, but then quickly took it. There were 3 programs in total.
When she saw Qin Shiola's name, she was suddenly stunned.
Then he suddenly raised his head and said, You want to perform a dance?"
That's right, the word dance was clearly written on Qin Shiola's program list.
At that moment, Mu Qianxue was truly stunned. "Qin Shiola, can you dance?"
This doubt was buried deep in her heart.
Qin Shiola smiled and said, "Of course, it's already written down, how can I regret it?" Mu Qianxue swallowed and said, "What kind of dance are you going to do, hip-hop? Or jazz?"
Generally speaking, boys don't dance much. There's a little more hip-hop and jazz, and then there's Latin.
As for the rest, there really aren't many.
Of course, there is also breakdancing, which became popular 10 or 20 years ago. But that thing is not popular now, and basically no one dances to it. Facing Mu Qianxue's curiosity, Qin Shiola smiled mysteriously.
Well, this is a secret, of course.
There was no way he would tell Mu Qianxue that he wanted women's clothing.
When the time comes, just give her a surprise. Of course, it could also be a shock. Seeing that Qin Shiola didn't say anything, Mu Qianxue could only give up. However, she had a vague feeling of foreboding. This guy. Will there be any trouble again?
The more Mu Qianxue thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Especially when she saw Qin Shiola like this, she felt that he was even more unreliable.
But this guy just won't say it.
Qin Shiola put the list on Mu Qianxue's desk with a smile, then stood up and said,
"Okay, now that I've eaten and done my work, I'm going back to sleep." Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and nodded. "Okay, go back, I'll lie down for a while too." She had classes in the afternoon, so Mu Qianxue didn't plan to go back and just stayed in the office for a while. Qin Shiola nodded. "Okay, take a rest. I'm leaving now." Chapter 68, Borrowing Women's Clothes and Black Stockings. After returning to the dormitory, Qin Shiola went to bed and had a nap. The afternoon class went by quickly.
In the evening, Qin Shiola did not go to Mu Qianxue's office to find her, but returned to the dormitory to prepare for the dance.
"Don't worry too much about the women's clothing part.
After all, I have top-notch makeup skills."
"Women's clothing, isn't that just a matter of minutes? However, I will have to borrow some clothes from a girl at that time."
Now, Qin Shiola didn't think so much and focused all his attention on dancing. The freshman welcome party must not just involve wearing women's clothing and then coming down, there must also be choreographed dancing.
Qin Shiola looked around the internet for the dance she was going to prepare and finally decided on it.
It's called the New Drunken Concubine. This is a cross-dressing dance. The original singer was a boy, but he sang with a girl's accent.
I have to say, it was amazing. Of course, Qin Shiola is not going to sing, but to borrow his choreography. As for the music, just play the original one.
Thinking of this, Qin Shiola started to learn from what he saw on the internet.
One of his great advantages is that he has an excellent memory and learns things very quickly. This is also the reason why he was able to become the top scorer in the province in the college entrance examination.
To be the top scholar in a province, it is not just a matter of hard work.
This stuff really requires brains and talent.
If you don't have enough talent, you won't be able to get such a score even if you study 24 hours a day.
There's nothing you can do about it. Life is inherently unfair to people. This is indisputable.
So, Qin Shiola watched the dance a few times and learned most of it.
Just practice your steps following the music later. There is difficulty, yes.
But for Qin Shiola, it was not as difficult as he had imagined.
Time flies.
On Saturday, when everyone was having fun or hanging out in the library, Qin Shiola went to rehearsal. His dance was very good and he passed the test without any problems. Of course, he didn't wear women's clothing at the rehearsal. Because the system's mission is to cause great shock. The greater the shock, the greater the reward. How could Chin Shiola refuse the reward of the highest 3 skills? So, he must give it his all. After 2 days of rehearsal, Chin Shiola's dance can be considered very good, with basically no flaws. Has a unique flavor.
Sunday afternoon.
Mu Qianxue was not in the office, so Chin Shiola sent her a message directly.
Where is it?
On the other side of the phone, Mu Qianxue was a little confused, but still replied honestly.
At home. What's wrong?
The home that Mu Qianxue was talking about was naturally the house that she bought outside Dongda University.
Chin Shiola, okay, wait for me. I have something to do with you.
Don't worry, I know the place.
Mu Qianxue? I haven't said a word yet. Damn. This bastard is really getting bolder and bolder. How dare he come to her house so directly?
Mu Qianxue snorted lightly, then got up and tidied up the house a little, then sat on the sofa and began waiting for Chin Shiola.
The school is not far from Mu Qianxue's house. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the doorbell rang. She saw Chin Shiola's eyes through the window and opened the door. He dressed up nicely today. He follows the style of a Japanese little brother.
Japanese style, not Japanese military, there is a world of difference between the two.
The former is a little brother, and the latter is a devil.
So, when Mu Qianxue opened the door and saw Chin Shiola in front of her, her eyes lit up. I have to say, this scumbag looks really handsome after dressing up a little.
This appearance is really great.
She coughed dryly to hide the turmoil in her heart and welcomed him indirectly.
Come in. Good. Chin Shiola smiled and didn't refuse.
He just closed the door and walked in. He changed into slippers at the door, then walked to the sofa and sat next to Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue raised her head, looked at him curiously and said,
"What are you doing here so late at night?"
"I've already eaten, so you won't have a chance to eat for free." She had just finished her meal, so if this bastard came to eat for free, he would be too late.
However, Chin Shiola smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't come here today just to eat for free. Isn't this a free meal?"
Mu Qianxue was stunned, then looked at him with confusion. Chin Shiola didn't let her wait for long, and said with a smile,
"Actually, I came here mainly to borrow something from you." Borrow something? After hearing this, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but become even more confused. What do you want to borrow? Chin Shiola coughed dryly and said a little embarrassedly, "It's nothing, really.
I just want to borrow some clothes and pants that girls wear."
Black stockings would be fine too. Mu Qianxue?
Suddenly, she opened her mouth, looking confused.
Did I hear that correctly? Chin Shiola came to borrow clothes from me? Could it be that this guy is a pervert? If you think about it carefully, it is possible.
No normal man would come to a woman to borrow clothes, let alone stockings.
Unless you're borrowing clothes for that kind of thing. Yes, it is very likely.
Mu Qianxue had seen on TV that many boys would steal girls' things in the middle of the night, then take them home and do that kind of thing secretly in bed. They call this release. So, for a moment, Mu Qianxue's expression when looking at Chin Shiola suddenly became strange.
However,
looking at Mu Qianxue's strange expression, Chin Shiola knew that he had been misunderstood.
Damn. What a pity for my reputation. He coughed dryly and said, "No, I'm not doing anything weird like that, I have a purpose for it. This is absolutely a serious matter. If it doesn't work, I promise you that I will return it intact." Come back?
Mu Qianxue couldn't help but shudder when she thought about the possibility that Chin Shiola would return her clothes with something that shouldn't be stained on them.
Forget it. I'll get it for you. As for when you're done, you can deal with it yourself. It's disgusting.
After saying that, Mu Qianxue got up and went to the room to get clothes.
Chin Shiola sat on the sofa, feeling embarrassed. Oh shit. I'm really not a pervert. However, there is no way to explain it to Mu Qianxue yet, and I can only wait until the welcome party is over. When she watches the show, she might understand. I can only bear this perverted title temporarily. Not long after, Mu Qianxue came over with a pile of clothes.
In order to prevent Chin Shiola from being embarrassed by being seen by others when taking it, she even put it in a black plastic bag. Mu Qianxue walked out and stood in front of Chin Shiola. She coughed dryly and said with a strange look in her eyes, "Ahem, the clothes are already in there, you can go back and use them."
You don't have to return it to me, even if it's clean. You can keep it and continue to use it. Qin Xiaola. Damn.
Looking at this, he knew there was no way to explain it.
I simply took the clothes and went back quickly. Chapter 69 Welcome Party begins. After getting the clothes from Mu Qianshua's house, Qin Xiaola walked back quickly.
Along the way, I wrapped my clothes in the black plastic bag she gave me, for fear of being seen by others.
After all, there are black silk stockings in it.
If other people found out that he, a grown man, was holding something like this, he would definitely be considered a pervert.
Qin Xiaola is not responsible for this. He is a decent boy, how could he be a pervert? Absolutely impossible. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was evening of the next day.
Students from all majors in the School of Information all rushed to the venue, which was the school's East Playground.
There are two playgrounds in Dongda University, namely the East Playground and the West Playground. Both playgrounds cover a large area.
In this city where every inch of land is valuable, the value of two playgrounds alone is very high. But, after all, it is one of the top 3 universities in China, so everything is normal. The school has a lot of funding every year, plus there are some awesome alumni donating money, so Southeast University is very wealthy. In addition, Tokyo University also has research institutes and cooperates with some companies, so it earns a lot of money from scientific research every year. As night fell, the lawn of the East Playground was filled with people, who sat down according to their classes. The computer science students were lucky enough to be assigned to the center of the playground, where they could have a better view of the performances on the stage.
Lao Shang, what do you think Brother Lo will perform today?
Tang Mang sat on the lawn, glanced at the stage, turned around and asked Zhang Yu. Qin Xiaola has been acting mysterious these past 2 days and hasn't told them what kind of performance he's going to have. Every day when I return to the dormitory, I don't rehearse, I just watch videos for fun.
It's very mysterious.
Last night, no one knew where he got a black plastic bag from, and he refused to tell us what was inside, being very mysterious. Although the 3 were curious, since Qin Xiaola didn't let them see it, they had no other choice.
Several people thought he was going to use some big move. This thought intensified in my mind. Zhang Yu shook his head inside. Brother Lo is the only man I can't figure out, but I think his performance today will be amazing. This is what Zhang Yu was thinking.
Although he didn't know what Qin Xiaola was going to perform, seeing how busy he had been these days, he knew it was definitely not simple.
You never know what big move he's planning. Tang Meng nodded thoughtfully. Soon.
All the major leaders of the college were present, and Mu Qianxue followed a group of school leaders onto the podium. As usual, she looked stern and her face seemed expressionless.
But no one was surprised at all. Because this is how Mu Qianxue should be. That ice goddess is out of touch with the world.
The leaders of each institute sat down according to their seats. Mu Qianshue's status was very special. She sat directly around the dean. Although it was not the so-called C position, it could be considered a central position. It is obvious that her status is definitely not low. After all, he was specially hired by Tokyo University and had already been promoted to the title of associate professor at a young age.
It is only a matter of time before I am selected as a professor. After all, she is still too young at 23 years old. In a few years, it will be easy for her to get the title of professor. As everyone was seated and ready, 2 hosts, one male and one female, walked onto the stage. Both of them were dressed beautifully and looked very energetic. After the 2 came up, the male host took the microphone and said with a smile, "Good evening, leaders, teachers, and students. In this cool autumn season, we welcome the School of Information's welcome party."
The hostess continued. "Next, our show officially begins.
The first show is a skit by students majoring in telecommunications, Am I a Young Dad? Please welcome with applause."
Suddenly, there was thunderous applause from the audience.
Damn, this skit's name has something interesting.
Oh my god, where did the talent come from to come up with such a skit?
Awesome.
Everyone was stunned when they heard the name of the skit read out by the host.
Even the leaders on the rostrum looked confused. But, as the skit began, everyone understood. My goodness, this is such a sad drama, it makes me cry.
Although the name sounds a bit silly, the performance was really good.
The leaders in the audience also applauded one after another to show their approval.
After all, things that promote the fine traditional Chinese culture deserve strong support.
The show was over and the next one started right after. Everyone who watched it thought it was good. There are still many talented people in the School of Information.
There are big names who are great at singing, people who can dance, some skits, and even some crosstalk. There were even girls walking on the runway in Cheongsams, all of them with great figures and long legs, revealing bursts of beauty under the flickering lights. The people in the audience were feasting their eyes. I couldn't help but exclaim how cool it was. Soon, it was the turn of the Jiku program. The first one to go on stage was the monitor of Computer Science Class 2. He had very bad luck, with a 1 in 30 chance of being picked. There is nothing I can do, I can only say it's fate. He didn't have any special talents, but he sang a love song for everyone with his girlfriend. This really made everyone feel satisfied. It's like stuffing dog food into your mouth in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Even the dean and a group of leaders were not spared. Dog food. Take it. Eat hard. Although the leaders were speechless, the two of them just held hands and didn't do anything particularly intimate. There's nothing much to say. Next came a girl from Class 4 of Computer Science. She is also unlucky. However, thanks to a good roommate, the two of us performed a traditional Chinese dance together, and the result was pretty good. Everyone in the audience praised the performance and even the hospital leaders showed satisfied smiles. Why? Because in recent years, a national style has begun to prevail in China. These traditional Chinese dances, to a large extent, represent a kind of business card of traditional Chinese style. Previously, the trends of the Japanese and Korean countries were very popular in China, especially young and handsome men, who were very popular. However, this has not been the case in recent years. Because those young handsome guys not only have no talent, but they can only confuse their fans. To put it bluntly, they are no different from pyramid schemes. Therefore, in recent years, powerful factions have begun to rise, and national style has gradually suppressed the trends blowing from abroad. I have to say, this is a very good momentum. The female host looked at the program list and said with a dry cough. Next, please invite the students from Class 1 of Computer Science to perform the dance The New Drunken Concubine. Computer Science Class 1? ISNT the Chin Xiaola? Suddenly, the entire Computer Science Class 1 became excited, and countless eyes looked over. Chapter 70 Mu Qianxue was confused. Even Mu Qianxue's face showed a little more color. He glanced at the stage. His eyes were fixed on the stage and his breathing became a little rapid. Mu Qianxue was slightly excited and wanted to see what Qin Xiaola wanted to perform. She was filled with curiosity. However, when her eyes focused on the stage, she was suddenly stunned. Because she didn't see Qin Xiaola coming out. Instead, it was a girl with long golden hair, a white shirt and a pink tie, and a short skirt and black stockings. The extremely delicate face looks like a princess walking out of a painting. Beautiful. It is so beautiful. Although Mu Qianxue knew that she was very good looking and had a particularly delicate face. But when he saw the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Because this girl is so beautiful. From the audience, there were countless exclamations and gasps. Oh my god, this girl is from the Computer Science Class 1? It's so beautiful. That's right, she's simply goddess level, there aren't many girls like her in Dongda. Yes, this face is so exquisite, it can definitely make its debut. Yes, my god, I have never seen such a beautiful girl since I was a child. The surroundings were filled with endless discussions and exclamations. That's right, the girl in front of me is so beautiful. It simply shattered all their fantasies. So beautiful. However, the entire computer science class was bewildered when they saw the girl on the stage. This is from their class? Why haven't they seen it themselves? Tang Meng swallowed his saliva and said in shock. Oh my god, Lao Zhang and Lao Wu, is this girl from our class? Why haven't I seen it? Not only Tang Meng was curious, even Zhang Yu was confused. Oh my god. Is this the girl in our class? How come I've never seen it before? Did I go to a fake university? That's right. Shock that is hard to conceal. If Zhang Yu had known that there was such a pretty girl in the class, how could he have pursued that announcer girl? Wouldn't it be nice to give such a beautiful goddess food and drinks every day? Zhang Yu swallowed his saliva, shook his head in confusion and said, I don't know. Wu Luo also looked confused and shook his head. Shit, I don't know either. The three of them focused their eyes on the stage, quietly looking at the blonde girl on the stage.
However,
Mu Qianxue frowned, as if she realized something. Because this girl was wearing the clothes that I gave to Qin Shiola last night.
is that possible? Is this the foreign aid Qin Shiola is looking for? What about his own people?
Mu Qianxue looked left and right, but didn't see Qin Shiola. A trace of doubt flashed through her mind.
What on earth does this bastard want to do?
It's only been a few days since school started, and he has seduced a little girl from somewhere to perform on stage with him.
The key is what you wear or your own clothes. So infuriating.
Suddenly, Mu Qianxue huffed a few times, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. It was even filled with murderous intent. The dean sitting next to her seemed to sense something was wrong, turned around and looked at her curiously.
Professor Mu, what happened? Mu Qianxue was stunned, then looked at the dean and said with a dry cough. Nothing, let's just watch the show. The dean laughed and said. I'm glad you're okay.
After a brief exchange between the two, the music of the new concubine being drunk soon sounded on the stage.
Next second,
the girl with golden hair on the stage began to dance to the song. Suddenly, countless people were stunned. Because this dance is so beautiful. As graceful as a startled swan and as graceful as a swimming dragon.
Absolutely perfect.
Such a dance, performed by such a beautiful girl, is simply a visual enjoyment. Countless boys stared blankly and swallowed involuntarily. Some boys even stood up and leaned their heads to look at the stage.
Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Oh my god, I've never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. Me too, is this the legendary fairy? To die under the peony flowers, to be a ghost is also romantic, this is true. Yes, it's just as I thought. I'm definitely going after this girl. Me too.
Countless boys said this and thought this in their hearts. He was determined to pick up the blonde girl on the stage. It's nothing, it's just too tempting.
This appearance is simply stunning.
What's more, there is the temptation of black stockings.
Who can bear this? However,
Mu Qianxue, who had been watching the performance on the stage, suddenly frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. She had just been searching around for Qin Shiola's location.
However, nothing was found.
There was no one on the stage except this girl. When she looked at the girl carefully, she was suddenly stunned. Because she felt this face was very familiar. Even though I put on makeup, my face shape won't change. What's more, the girl on the stage gave her an extremely familiar feeling. Mu Qianxue felt very strange because she was sure that she didn't know the girl in front of her. But I don't know why it feels so familiar. This feeling is like facing Qin Shiola.
Qin Shiola.
When these three words popped up in her mind, she was suddenly stunned.
Then he rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked towards the stage. This is amazing. She was almost frightened to death. Qin Shiola? Yes, she recognized it.
The girl in front of me with beautiful appearance and graceful figure is Qin Shiola. When she came to this conclusion, she was still a little bit unbelieving. However, because she was sitting in the front row and she was familiar with Qin Shiola, she recognized him at once.
The girl in front of me is Qin Shiola. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Dressing as a woman in public? Is it a human? The key point is that he was wearing the clothes that Mu Qianxue gave him. Mu Qianxue swallowed her saliva. She had really broadened her horizons today. There was such a cool move. Before, she always knew that Qin Shiola was a very coquettish person. But
today, Qin Shiola once again refreshed her understanding of what is coquettish. It turns out that there are really people who can be so shameless to this extent, it's simply lawless.
Seeing Mu Qianxue's strange expression, the dean and several hospital leaders looked over and said in confusion, Xiaomu, is there something wrong with the program? Several leaders also looked at her curiously. Logically speaking, Mu Qianxue is not such a person. She is usually very cool, why does she seem so weird today? Mu Qianxue paused when she heard this. For a moment, she didn't know how to start. Chapter 71, I can't do anything except women's clothing. Please vote.
She didn't dare tell the dean that the beautiful girl on the stage was Qin Shiola in women's clothing. Because she saw that the dean was watching very intently. There was even a happy smile in his eyes.
If so, tell him so. The beautiful woman you are looking at is a man.
She suspected the dean might have suffered a heart attack on the spot.
This thing is so scary.
So, after thinking for a moment, Mu Qianxue shook her head and said,
Ahem. Dean, no, it's okay. The dean thought that Mu Qianxue was tired from doing scientific research, so he quickly comforted her. Professor Mu, you don't have to work too hard and you should pay more attention to rest. After all, your health is the most important thing. There is a saying that the body is the capital of revolution. If your health is not good, you won't be able to do good scientific research. Mu Qianxue took a deep breath, recovered a bit, nodded and said, Don't worry, Dean, I know.
The dean nodded with a smile.
Well, let's continue watching the show. The students' show is very good.
After saying that, the dean turned around and continued to watch Qin Shiola dancing on the stage.
I have to say, it's really beautiful.
This little girl is pretty and she dances beautifully.
Not bad, not bad. However, unlike the dean's happy expression, Mu Qianxue looked at the stage again and watched Qin Shiola's dance.
I was somewhat interested at first.
But now when I look at it, I feel a little nauseous.
A boy looks so good in women's clothes and can dance so well.
Damn, it's amazing.
Mu Qianxue, who never curses, couldn't help herself when she saw the scene in front of her.
Qin Shiola, this bastard, is so coquettish. Soon
after the song, Qin Shiola stopped dancing and slowly stood on the stage. He immediately saw Mu Qianxue sitting next to the dean, and Mu Qianxue was staring at him closely. The two looked at each other. Looking at Mu Qianxue's expression, Qin Shiola knew that she should have recognized him. So, he smiled and raised his eyebrows at Mu Qianxue.
Looking at Qin Shiola's appearance, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but feel a stomachache. However, the students in the audience were all excited.
Oh my god, the goddess raised her eyebrows at me.
She still loves me. Ha, you're obviously doing this for me, could you please stop being so narcissistic? It's obviously you who is narcissistic. Oh my god, goddess, I love you so much. At this moment, countless eyes in the audience were focused on Qin Shiola.
There was admiration in his eyes. Zhang Yu looked at the stage, looked around, and said curiously,
Hey, where's Brother Lo? Why didn't I see him on the court from beginning to end? Tang Mang also looked strange, nodded and said, Yeah, I haven't seen it either. It's so strange.
Wu Luo touched his chin, pondered for a moment and said,
Will Brother Lu trick this beauty here and not play himself?
Zhang Yu and Tang Mang looked at each other and thought it made sense.
This scumbag.
He tricked such a pretty girl onto the stage but he himself didn't come up. The girl was left standing alone on the stage, looking pitiful and helpless. Besides, he didn't even tell his roommates about meeting such a pretty girl. If Qin Shiola had said it earlier, the four of them would definitely have felt obligated to go on stage and perform with the goddess.
By then. He.
Just as the three of them were fantasizing, Qin Shiola smiled and bowed deeply to the people in the audience. Immediately, he ran down quickly. Below the stage, countless people looked at Qin Shiola as he fled the scene, with regret and nostalgia flashing in their eyes. Such a beautiful girl, such a graceful dance.
It's over so soon? So amazing.
It can be said that this dance really amazed them. Countless eyes looked at Qin Shiola's fleeing back and smacked their lips.
Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said to the dean beside her, Dean, I'm going to the bathroom first.
The dean nodded and said,
Well, go ahead. Good.
Immediately, Mu Qianxue said hello and secretly left her seat. At this moment, everyone was still savoring the dance that had just taken place, and did not notice that Mu Qianxue had left. After she left her seat, she walked quickly, not to the toilet, but to the backstage.
She wanted to see what this bastard Qin Shiola was up to.
When she came to the backstage, she happened to see Qin Shiola curled up in a corner.
With Mu Qianxue's keen eyesight, she naturally recognized that it was Qin Shiola at a glance.
She walked over quickly and snorted coldly.
Qin Shiola. Suddenly, Qin Shiola was confused.
The hand that was taking off his pants was also suspended in the air. Just now, after his performance, he could hardly wait to find a place to change into his clothes. He never wants to wear this women's clothing again in his life.
Standing on the stage, enduring the wolf-like gazes of countless boys, he had enough.
I will never wear women's clothes again in this life. However, when he was halfway through taking off his clothes, Mu Qianxue came over. The two looked at each other, and she almost screamed out when she saw Qin Xiola's appearance. Mu Qianxue quickly turned her head away, her pretty face flushed. How can this scumbag take off his pants in public?
Do you want some shame?
Seeing Mu Qianxue turn her head away, Qin Xiola breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed his clothes. He coughed dryly, looked at Mu Qianxue's figure, and walked over.
Why are you here? At this time, Mu Qianxue should still be watching the performance on the podium. How could it be here? It's just weird. Could it be that he came here on purpose to watch me take off my pants?
Thinking of this, Qin Xiola couldn't help but feel a chill.
However, Mu Qianxue turned around and looked at Qin Xiola's expression.
She felt something was wrong. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she coughed dryly.
Why are you taking off your pants in public? You are so shameless. In public?
Where the hell was I in public?
This is clearly just a corner.
Originally, Qin Xiola planned to go to the bathroom to change.
However, the toilet is a bit far away.
Besides, it was just a matter of taking off a skirt, so it was quick and easy, so I just wanted to get it over with quickly.
God knew Mu Qianxue would arrive so timely. Damn.
Qin Xiola said with a smile.
Professor Mu, you have seen me naked, so you have to take responsibility.
When Mu Qianxue heard this, her pretty face turned red and she spat at him.
Bah, you bastard, you wishful thinking.
After saying that, she looked at the clothes in Qin Xiola's hand and said,
Why did you dress like a woman just now? You borrowed my clothes, skirt, and stockings yesterday just to do this kind of thing?
Seeing the disbelief in Mu Qianxue's eyes, Qin Xiola sighed and said,
Yes, firstly, I have no talent, and secondly, I can't sing. I know nothing except women's clothing. Mu Qianxue. When it comes to being sexy, you really are the best. Chapter 72, Sleep on Your Lap for a While.
Looking at Qin Xiola's self-righteous and arrogant expression, Mu Qianxue was completely speechless. She took another look at the women's clothing in his hand and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Take this dress and play with it yourself, don't give it to me. She really doesn't dare to wear the clothes that the cross-dressing boss has worn.
So scary. Qin Xiaola. As for... He looked at Mu Qianxue helplessly, and then he sighed. The two looked at each other, and Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Xiaola and said, Don't stay backstage anymore, come with me to the front to watch the show. It was a rare welcome party, and the quality of the program was pretty good. It would be a pity if you don't watch it. Qin Xiaola coughed and said,
No, Professor Mu, you're sitting on the podium, next to the dean.
I can't sit on the dean's lap. Mu Qianxue.
If you dressed up as a woman and sat on the dean's lap, he would probably be very happy.
However, she didn't dare to say this casually. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense and just follow me.
After saying that, he gave Qin Xiaola a look and then walked forward. Qin Xiaola had no choice but to secretly follow Mu Qianxue and walk away. Everyone's eyes were on the stage watching the performance.
Qin Xiaola's performance just now really amazed them, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became lively. Countless people are excited. Soon,
Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaola found a seat in the back row at the edge. There was no one around and they looked at the stage from a dimly lit place. Fortunately, both of them have good eyesight, otherwise they might not be able to see clearly. The two of them sat on the ground, feeling as if they were watching a military training party.
Aren't you going to sit on the podium?
From a distance, I could see that the seat next to the dean was empty.
Mu Qianxue said indifferently. It's okay, just a small problem.
Given her status, she doesn't need to be so rigid. Anyway, it's just watching a show, the dean won't say anything.
All right. Since Mu Qianxue didn't care, he naturally had nothing to say. Mu Qianxue looked towards the stage and started watching the performance.
Although Qin Xiola's eyes were looking forward, his mind had already been immersed in the system.
In my mind. The system voice sounded.
Congratulations to the host for shocking the entire audience and outperforming everyone else. Get reward, 3 random skills.
Do you want to draw the lottery immediately?
Hearing the voice of the system, Qin Xiaola was immediately delighted.
3 random skills, that's really great.
You know, from the time he got the system at the beginning of school until now, he has only acquired 2 skills. Among them, one is the unreliable makeup technique.
Therefore, Qin Shiola said happily. Draw now. Bite. Extracting.
The next moment, a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of him, and it was divided into countless small pieces.
And he is the only one who can see this roulette wheel. Mu Qianxue beside him didn't feel anything at all.
The next second, the pointer began to spin rapidly. When the pointer stops at one place, the lottery will continue.
Direct 3 consecutive draws. Half a minute later.
The pointer stopped at the last place, and immediately, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for 3 consecutive draws and obtaining the following skills: top hacking skills, top singing skills, and top basketball skills. When Qin Shiola heard the system's voice, he was stunned.
The next second, it suddenly turned into ecstasy. That's right.
Because the system's rewards are so awesome.
With top-notch hacking skills, he is almost a big shot on the internet. With this kind of technology, hacking into a company and obtaining someone's information is almost effortless. Of course, Qin Shiola generally would not do such a thing unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, it is illegal. If you are not careful, you might end up in jail.
Students who study computer science in college may all know that school leaders will pay special attention to ideological education. Even the ideological and political courses are taught more than those in other majors.
Why? I'm just afraid that people will use technology to do evil.
Some programmers, on a whim, started creating pornographic websites.
You say? Isn't this kind of person dangerous?
In addition to hacking skills, there are 2 other items. Top singing skills and top basketball skills are both great skills. At least, in these 2 aspects, Qin Shiola can be regarded as a top-notch existence.
Soon, countless memories began to flood into Qin Shiola's mind. Hacking skills, singing skills, basketball skills.
Seemingly unrelated things all come into my mind at the same time. After doing this for several minutes, Qin Shiola finally let out a long sigh and recovered. On the side, Mu Qianxue saw that Qin Shiola looked a little strange, as if something had gone wrong, so she asked anxiously.
Are you okay? Why do you look so grim? Qin Shiola's face was very pale.
After all, he had just absorbed so many memories and his brain was exhausted. However, facing Mu Qianxue's questioning, he naturally couldn't tell her about the system. He shook his head and said,
It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Hearing this, Mu Qianxue thought he was tired from performing, so she nodded and said, How about you lie on the lawn with your head on my legs and take a nap for a while? There's still some time before the party ends, so there's no way I can leave now. Qin Shiola looked at Mu Qianxue's thighs with a smile.
They were extremely slender. But unfortunately, she was wearing tight jeans today, and even when she was lying on her legs, I couldn't feel her fair skin. However, enjoying it at such a close distance is already the dream of countless boys.
What else can be forced? What bicycle do you want?
He nodded and said with a smile.
Okay, then I'll do it reluctantly. I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Mu Qianxue? Reluctantly? Is it better to obey than to be respectful? Are you saying this because I begged you to lie on my lap? This scumbag.
However, Mu Qianxue just rolled her eyes at him and then spread out her long legs.
Qin Shiola didn't hesitate and lay down slowly with a smile.
The lying position is also very good, just slightly above the thighs.
Suddenly, Qin Shiola felt secretly happy.
The evening breeze, the starry sky, evening shows, and beautiful legs make you lie down.
This life is so wonderful.
If possible, he hopes time will stop at this moment forever.
It's just so cool.
He closed his eyes and felt it all quietly. Perhaps it was because it was too beautiful, or perhaps it was because my brain was too tired from absorbing those memories. After a while, he fell asleep on Mu Qianxue's legs. The breathing began to become even.
Mu Qianxue didn't watch the show either, but just looked at Qin Shiola's face quietly. This unbelievably delicate face is too handsome.
When he dresses like a woman, he can even look better than more than 99% of girls in the world.
But why are you so flirty? Chapter 73 The so-called reward offset is? Mu Qianxue couldn't help but smile when she saw this.
This scumbag slept quite comfortably.
The two of them just snuggled together quietly. Time passed quietly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
The show on stage was about to end, and Mu Qianxue gently patted Qin Shiola's face. After a while, he opened his eyes sleepily, with a hint of confusion in his eyes.
Mu Qianxue smiled slightly and said. Don't sleep, it's almost over, get up quickly. If the crowd disperses later and people see her and Qin Shiola like this, rumors will probably spread all over the school. That scene was so horrible. Therefore, Mu Qianxue didn't dare to gamble. So I woke him up quickly. Qin Shiola rubbed his eyes, then struggled to sit up. I just slept for a while and my mind is much clearer. He was originally drowsy, but now he seemed more light and alert. Everything seems so beautiful. He looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said, Thank you, Professor Mu, for your long legs. I slept very comfortably. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. Okay, hurry up and join your class's team. I'm going to the podium as well. After the performance, she, as a judge, needs to give scores. So, now she had to go. After saying that, Mu Qianxue prepared to stand up. However, as soon as he stood up, his legs went weak and he bent down instantly. Qin Shiola was quick to act and immediately hugged Mu Qianxue, holding her in his arms. Just now, Qin Shiola slept on her legs for too long, so that his legs were sore and weak. If you stand up suddenly, you must have a cramp. He fell into Qin Shiola's arms, and the two looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's cheeks turned slightly red and her face felt a little hot. She dodged with her eyes, and said a little embarrassedly, Hurry, let me up, or someone will see us. Qin Shiola smiled slightly. Good. Immediately, he used both hands to slightly exert force and put Mu Qianxue on the ground. Then he stood up and extended his hand towards Mu Qianxue. Your legs are numb. I'll pull you up. Mu Qianxue raised her head and looked at the scene in front of her. For some reason, Qin Shiola in front of him seemed full of temptation. This man is so handsome. It's simply incomparable. She lowered her head, her pretty face flushed. The little hand gently placed on Qin Shiola's hand. Immediately, she felt a force coming from her hand, pulling her up. Next second, he went straight into Qin Shiola's arms. Under the soft moonlight, the two faced each other and hugged each other tightly. Although it is darker here, it adds a bit of charm. Qin Shiola looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said, Professor Mu, I have helped you so much, don't you think you should reward me? Award? As soon as these two words were mentioned, Mu Qianxue immediately understood. What happened in the office that afternoon is still vivid in my mind. This scumbag guy really has bad intentions. Also reward? Pooh. She rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola and said, Then you were sleeping on my lap just now, do I need a reward too? We just cancelled it out. However, Qin Shiola smiled and said, Professor Mu, this is wrong, how can this be offset? It should be that I kiss you, and you kiss me, that's it. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue was stunned. Good job. You are really a slut. You won lose no matter what. Damn. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola and then struggled hard to get out of his arms. Dream on, you bastard. After saying that, she turned and left, walking towards the podium. Only Qin Shiola was left, looking at her departing back and laughing. Qin Shiola didn't stay here for long and went straight back to the class. After all, he is the class monitor and has to manage the class. He can't just slip away like that. Seeing Qin Shiola coming back, the entire computer science class suddenly became excited. Everyone stared at him closely, with inexplicable light flashing in their eyes. Qin Shiola's heart tightened. Is that possible? Did they see that I was wearing women's clothes? At this time, Zhang Yu came over with a smile, punched Qin Shiola in the chest and said, Brother Lo, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you on the stage? Tang Mang also came up and agreed. Yeah, why didn't I see you just now? Qin Shiola felt relieved when he heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they don't know that I'm wearing women's clothes. Otherwise it will be troublesome. What if the three of them force me to dress like women in the dormitory in the future? Qin Shiola shuddered at the thought of that scene. That scene should be avoided. He coughed dryly and said, I just had something to do. Several people smiled and rubbed their hands and said, Brother Lo, what's your relationship with the girl who just performed on the stage? Qin Shiola coughed and said, Friends. At this time, he didn't dare to say it was himself. You must not expose yourself actively. Upon hearing this, several people chuckled. Tang Meng said quickly,
That's what I said, that girl and Brother Lo must be just ordinary friends. After all, our Brother Lo has a girlfriend, and the girl selling tea is in love with Brother Lu. Wu Luo also nodded. I think so too. Hearing what the two said, Zheng Yu smiled and said, in that case, Brother Lo, why don't you help us brothers and send us the contact information of that beautiful lady? This can be considered a benefit to the local area. Although I don't know where Qin Shiola invited this beauty from, her figure and appearance are simply alluring. It's so addictive. If I could find a girlfriend like this, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. That's worth it. After hearing what they said and looking at the looks of the people around him, Qin Shiola was stunned and couldn't help but shiver. He glanced at Zheng Yu and Wu Luo and said, don't you two have girlfriends? What else do you want? However, Zheng Yu smiled and said, Brother Lo, it's too small, the pattern is too small. We just want to make more friends, it's a very simple wish. Make friends? Qin Shiola looked at everyone with suspicion. I don't believe you at all. Just looking at the way they look, you can tell they are talking nonsense. It's obvious that he wants to pursue her. Of course, if there really is such a person, Qin Shiola wouldn't mind giving them the other party's contact information. After all, he already has Mu Qianxue, so it is impossible for him to have a special relationship with other girls. But the main reason is that this person doesn't exist. They are all pretending. You can't give them your own trumpet, right? If this were discovered, he would definitely be hacked to death. Maybe then there will be a piece of news like this on the internet. The roommate pretended to be a goddess on her second account and chatted online with 3 roommates. After being discovered, he was hacked to death by his 3 roommates. Thinking of this, Qin Shiola couldn't help but shudder, and quickly shook his head and said, don't even think about it, she has a boyfriend. Chapter 74 How come the person who received the award is a man? Please vote, don't support the book. After hearing Qin Shiola's words, everyone was stunned. Goddess? Do you have a boyfriend? It must be fake. What kind of boy can be worthy of a girl like that? How is this possible? Everyone looked stunned. Just as they were about to continue speaking, the dean had already walked onto the stage, holding the microphone and said with a smile, good evening, students. Tonight, our School of Information's welcome party ended successfully. Suddenly, there was warm applause from the audience. They stopped talking and all looked towards the dean on the stage. After all, it was the dean who was speaking, so we had to give him some face. As soon as the dean finished speaking, he paused and continued. To be honest, I was deeply moved after watching our welcome party this time. The students in our School of Information are so talented. Next, I will announce several winners. Third place, sketch Am I a Young Dad? To be honest, it's pretty awesome that this sketch won an award. After all, the name of this sketch confirms this. Whoever came up with this name is also a talented person. However, the performance is good and the core values are very good. Conform to mainstream values. Soon, a group of sketch actors who won third place walked up and stood behind the dean, waiting to receive the award. Then, the dean paused for a moment and said, second place, song My Chinese Heart. The song was sung by 2 girls. They both chose good material and chose such a song at this time. The tone and emotion were set instantly. Plus his singing skills are pretty good too. So, winning the award was expected. Everyone looked at him quietly, wanting to know who was the first place. The dean coughed dryly and continued reading. First place, dance, The New Drunken Concubine. To be honest, this dance really amazed me. That little girl performed really well. Puff. Suddenly, hearing the dean's words, Mu Qianxue, who was sitting on the podium drinking water, suddenly spit out water. Damn it! Awesome! The little girl performed well. Mu Qianxue almost laughed out loud. She was already imagining Qin Shiola's helpless expression. At this time, should I go on stage to receive the award or just stand there? It's a complete dilemma. Of course, that's exactly what Qin Shiola is saying. Because he had no idea that there would be this segment after the show. What I didn't expect was that I actually won the prize. She won the first prize. Grass. His face was full of speechlessness. I saw that the third and second place winners had already gone up on the stage. Only Qin Shiola, the first one, has not yet come up. Zhang Yu frowned and looked at Qin Shiola curiously.
Brother Lu, where is that girl? Why didn't she go on stage to receive the award?
You know, everyone is waiting for her at this moment. Even Zhang Yu himself felt a little excited. Although the other party already has a boyfriend, he has made up his mind that as soon as the girl shows up, he will go backstage to block her.
I'd like some contact information.
As long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that you can't dig down.
In one word, dig. However, Qin Shiola coughed and said.
She went to accompany her boyfriend.
She probably can't come.
Below the stage, the voices of discussion grew louder and louder. The dean looked around but couldn't see the little girl, so he repeated his urging.
At this time, Qin Shiola couldn't care less.
I had no choice but to go up by myself.
He quickly ran up from backstage.
When everyone saw that it was a boy, they were all stunned.
Fuck, what's going on? Why is a man running up there? That's right, I want a goddess. Yeah, where's my goddess?
When they saw Qin Shiola going up, everyone was stunned.
Why is it a man?
However, no one thought about it from the perspective of a crossdresser. After all, it was really hard to accept. Such a beautiful girl, like the bright moon high in the sky, it will be no problem for her to make her debut directly.
But you told them that it was a man with a penis. Who the hell would believe it? I'll fight you with bayonets in any minute. Because you destroyed their inner fantasies.
Such a fantasy is particularly important.
Qin Shiola was not stupid either. He walked to the dean and whispered something.
Immediately, the dean raised the microphone and said with a smile. The female student who just won first place was not feeling well, so she asked her friend to go on stage to help receive the award. As soon as the dean finished speaking, there was another uproar in the audience.
Oh my god, what happened to my goddess? Is she hurt? Oh my god, I feel so bad, sob. That's right, the goddess must have been injured while dancing just now. Below the stage, countless people showed expressions of heartache. After all, how can I not feel heartbroken when such a beautiful girl gets hurt like this?
Only Mu Qianxue in the audience heard the corners of her mouth twitching.
Why do so many people believe this kind of nonsense? This bastard is really good at telling lies. From now on, you have to be on guard against him and don't get sold out. Mu Qianxue thought so in her heart. After all, Qin Shiola is really good at lying, so you have to be careful at all times and not be sold out by him. By then, there will be no place to cry. Soon, the dean smiled and awarded awards and certificates to the three groups of people. The three groups of people stood together with the dean for a photo, then immediately left the stage. It was getting late, and the dean didn't say much. He just announced the end of the party and asked everyone to go back and rest early. When the crowd dispersed, Qin Shiola did not rush back, but ran to Mu Qianxue with a smile. What do you want to do? Seeing the crowds of people everywhere, Mu Qianxue looked at this guy with some caution. If he did anything intimate, I would probably be doomed. She is not afraid when there are few people around, but when there are many people around, Mu Qianxue is quite scared. Qin Shiola chuckled, then stuffed the black bag of women's clothes into her hands. I won't take this clothing back. I'm afraid my roommate will see it. Please help me deal with it. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue looked at this guy with displeasure. What a scumbag. Originally, she thought he was a pervert, or that he was wearing it for a girl, but since that was not the case, Mu Qianxue was not so upset anymore. On the contrary, I felt a little happy when I saw Qin Shiola's performance in women's clothing. After all, this shows that Qin Shiola is not a pervert. Therefore, she did not refuse, and accepted it expressionlessly. She coughed dryly and nodded. Okay, I'll handle it. There are too many people here. If you're okay, go back quickly. Qin Shiola glanced at Mu Qianxue with a smile, and nodded with a smile before leaving. Okay, don't forget our reward. I'll ask for it later. Mu Qianxue? Come back, ask for it later? He. Dog scumbag. What a nice thought. Chapter 75 The Aftermath. Night. Mu Qianxue drove back to the community. He was holding a black plastic bag, which contained the women's clothes that Qin Shiola wore. Looking at the clothes in her hands, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but smile. I have to say, the scumbag is really something and knows how to have fun. He even dares to wear women's clothes. Moreover, he looks really good in women's clothes. Although Mu Qianxue is very confident about her appearance, of course, this is indeed the fact.
But she had to admit that Qin Shiola looked very good in women's clothes.
There is a kind of aura. Thinking back to Qin Shiola's performance on the stage, Mu Qianshua's mouth couldn't help but slightly rise.
After looking at the clothes in his hands, he did not choose to throw them away. Instead, he put them in a bag and kept them deep in the closet.
Later. Maybe I can even use it to tease that guy.
Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel in a good mood. On the other side, Qin Shiola returned to the dormitory, took a shower and went to bed.
One reason is to avoid questioning from roommates. After all, that girl doesn't exist. Secondly, he was really tired today.
You know, after a busy day, and dancing on stage at night, it's really tiring.
A night of silence. The next morning. It's school again as usual.
Because the first class was not Mu Qianshue's, Qin Shiola slowly ate breakfast before going to the classroom. However, when he just reached the classroom door, he suddenly froze. There was a large crowd of people gathered at the door, and I didn't know what they were doing. The crowd was mostly made up of boys, all of them with excited looks and an inexplicable light flashing in their eyes.
Qin Shiola frowned and walked into the classroom,
looking at Zhang Yu and the others curiously.
What are you doing outside the door? Why are there so many people gathered? Did something happen? Zhang Yu sighed and said, "Ah, we are all infatuated people, it's so difficult." Crazy lover? Qin Shiola looked confused and obviously hadn't reacted yet.
On the side, Tang Meng said,
"They are all waiting for the girl from last night and want her contact information.
You may not know this, but our school forum went crazy last night."
Qin Shiola? The forum is going crazy?
He looked confused. I went to bed early last night, so I have no idea what happened. He quickly took out his cell phone and opened the school forum.
Above, the one that is prominently pinned is the welcome party last night. Title: At the welcome party, a stunning goddess appeared. Below is the content of the post.
I attended the freshman welcome party of the School of Information Science and Technology and unexpectedly saw a stunning goddess. When I saw her for the first time, I fell in love with her.
She is the only one I can have in my life. Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg.
When Qin Shiola saw this post, he was stunned. Because there was even a photo of him dancing attached to it.
Moreover, the photo was taken at a close distance, so the facial expression can be seen particularly clearly.
Fortunately, his makeup skills are amazing, otherwise he would be in trouble if he was recognized.
Qin Shiola swallowed and continued to scroll down. This post is extremely popular, with thousands of comments.
You know, in just one night, there were thousands of messages, which is enough to prove how terrifying it is.
Damn, this schoolgirl is so pretty. Oh my god, is this a fairy descending to Earth? Woohoo, I love it so much. Oh my god, I didn't even go to the welcome party, what a loss. Same as above, blood loss. Excuse me, what major is this junior sister in? I remember that they said it was from the computer science class 1. Jiko, wow, that's awesome. I'm going to meet him tomorrow morning. I'm going too.
Qin Shiola kept flipping through the messages from top to bottom, and became more and more frightened.
Oh my god. It was just a dance, was it necessary to make such a big fuss? Many of those at the door are sophomores and juniors.
They all stand at the door early in the morning waiting to catch a glimpse of the goddess.
At least you have to take a look at what your schoolmate looks like, right? If I could get their contact information, it would be a huge win. Qin Shiola looked out the window and then at his cell phone. I feel a little overwhelmed. Damn it, this is a sin. Zhang Yu sighed and said, "What a pity, they don't know that the goddess already has a boyfriend. By the way, brother Lo, what school and major is this goddess you invited from? Why have I never seen her before?"
Logically speaking, such a beautiful girl should have been well known in the school a long time ago. For example, Mu Qianshue, such a beautiful professor, was known to all the teachers and students on her first day at school.
And that girl was just as beautiful as Mu Qianshue.
Logically speaking, it should be very famous. After hearing this, several people were equally puzzled. His eyes were fixed on Qin Shiola. You have to know that this was the external aid he found, and he was the only one who knew the specific situation of that girl.
Outsiders have no idea at all.
Because as soon as the performance was over, the girl seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Qin Shiola coughed dryly, and after a moment's silence, he said,
Ahem. Actually, that girl is pretty average looking.
It's just that she's well made up, and the lighting and beautiful scenery make her look even better.
Make up.
The three of them were stunned and looked at each other.
Is this true or false? For a moment, they couldn't tell the truth from the false.
Because makeup is one of the 4 great magics in Asia. You can imagine how horrific it is. Some people who are extremely ugly can become goddesses in everyone's eyes through makeup. This is not without a criminal record. If this happened in ancient times, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. No way, Brother Lu, even though I was sitting far away, I could see her clearly. That girl's facial features were absolutely beautiful, as delicate as a princess from a fairy tale.
It doesn't look like she's wearing makeup at all.
Zhang Yu has a special talent for girls. Even from a distance, he can still tell whether a girl is pretty or not.
And that girl is absolutely perfect.
This was the second girl as beautiful as he had seen in all those years.
The first one is naturally Mu Qianxue.
Looking at the looks of the 3 people, Qin Xiaola coughed dryly and could only bite the bullet and say,
"Hee, you must have seen it wrong. How could I lie to you? Besides, she has a boyfriend, so forget it. Okay, no more talking, class is about to start."
After saying that, Qin Xiaola glanced at the group of people outside the window, sighed, and then looked back at the textbook.
To be honest, he really had no choice. Those people are poisonous, right? Do you like cross-dressing guys? It's chilling to think about it. Damn. As the school bell rang, the people outside finally dispersed. Qin Xiaola also breathed a sigh of relief and listened to the class quietly.
A class goes by very quickly.
Chapter 76, The internal network of Dongda University was hacked? Noon.
Qin Xiaola did not go to the cafeteria as usual, but went straight to Mu Qianxue's office. Since the start of the school year, he has not been to the cafeteria for lunch and has simply used Mu Qianxue's office as the cafeteria.
And it's free. More nutritious and healthier. What? Shameless gigolo? It's too small, the pattern is too small. Is this just free food? No, it's obviously about human relationships.
Mu Qianxue pushed open the office door skillfully, raised her head slightly and glanced at Qin Xiaola, without being surprised.
After all, it was time for dinner, so this guy came naturally. What a dog. Qin Xiaola walked up to Mu Qianxue with a smile and sat next to her. Professor Mu, are you still busy? Mu Qianxue nodded and was working on scientific research data.
Apart from occasionally attending classes, she spends most of her time doing scientific research. After all, Mu Qianxue is not as free as imagined. She is a person with ideals and aspirations.
Qin Xiaola smiled and said, "Okay, you do it first, I'll eat first." Mu Qianxue?
She was looking at the data when she was suddenly stunned and looked at Qin Xiaola in confusion.
I made the meal. The box is mine. You don't even wait for me to eat? Is it a human?
It has to be said that Mu Qianxue was once again left speechless by this guy.
This shameless spirit is really awesome. No way, unless you wait until I'm done and eat together. How could Mu Qianxue possibly spoil this guy? Let us eat together. Otherwise just wait. Want to eat first? Impossible.
Qin Xiaola coughed dryly, looked at Mu Qianxue's appearance, and couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose.
Okay. Then just wait patiently.
Qin Xiaola had no choice but to wait quietly by the side.
Mu Qianxue processes data very quickly.
After all, the IQ is there, and it is difficult for ordinary people to imagine what a genius is like.
In this world, geniuses and ordinary people are 2 completely different species. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it makes sense. The world of geniuses is simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Just like it is difficult for mortals to understand God's thoughts. After a moment, Mu Qianxue put down the data in her hand, sighed, and glanced at Qin Xiaola. Then he brought the lunchbox over. Eat first, don't be hungry.
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, and then the 2 of them picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Seeing Mu Qianxue's sad face, Qin Xiaola asked curiously,
"What's wrong? What's the problem?" Mu Qianxue glanced at Qin Xiaola and sighed. "I ran into some trouble.
The school's intranet was damaged and hacked. The latest quantum technology data was almost leaked.
Fortunately, the firewall was repaired in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous."
However, I am afraid the other party will not give up easily. As one of the top universities in China, the research content of Southeast University is naturally high-end.
Quantum technology is the top priority at this stage. Many universities and research institutes are conducting research.
However, progress has been uneven, and most people have not made any progress after a long period of research. However, Tokyo University has an academician in this field, and with the cooperation of his team, they have made breakthrough progress in quantum technology, leading the world level.
But the news spread like wildfire. This led to some countries having evil intentions and wanting to steal information.
After all, it is still too slow for scientific research to make a breakthrough, so it is better to steal information. So, this morning, Mu Qianxue was told that the firewall had been attacked. Fortunately, the researchers repaired the vulnerability in time and prevented the other party from succeeding. But from the brief confrontation, we can see that the opponent's hacking skills are very strong. I'm afraid they won't let this go.
Xin Xiaola frowned when he heard this. Quantum technology is naturally the focus of our current research. This technology is terrifying. Let me give you the simplest example.
Now, if you want to travel thousands of miles away, you can take a train, a plane, a high-speed rail, or even a self-driving tour.
But if quantum technology makes a breakthrough, then in the future, if you want to go thousands of miles away, you can use quantum entanglement technology to go there in an instant. Of course, there is still a long way to go to reach this point. However, Todai has taken a solid step forward. So, this is also the reason why they are attacked by hackers, because they are jealous. This technology is so critical. If it is used in military affairs in the future, it will definitely be a big blow.
Xin Xiaola pondered for a moment and said, "Do you know the IP address of the person who attacked our school's firewall?"
Mu Qianxue heard this and shook her head.
The hacking skills of our school's professionals are limited, and the other party is very powerful, so we haven't found out anything, and we don't know where to start. To put it bluntly, a university like Tokyo University does not have any powerful hackers at all.
There are no hackers hiding in universities.
Or they were appeased by large internet companies.
Okay, I went to the official Huaxia platform. There aren't any great hackers at the University of Tokyo. Xin Xiaola was not surprised when he heard this. He glanced at Mu Qianxue's computer and then said, "Let's eat first, and we'll talk after we finish eating."
The two of them ate quietly, each with different thoughts in their minds. About 10 minutes later, the two finished eating.
Mu Qianxue collected the food and said, "It's almost time. You should go back and rest first. I still need to see what to do. The problem of hacking is definitely not a trivial matter. Can't afford to delay." Therefore, Mu Qianxue also had to hurry up and think of a countermeasure.
Xin Xiaola smiled slightly and said,
"You get up first and make room for me."
Mu Qianxue?
Get up and make room for me?
Mu Qianxue was stunned, but seeing Xin Xiaola's serious look, she stood up and asked curiously,
"What do you want to do?" Xin Xiaola was not polite either. He sat in Mu Qianxue's seat with a smile and said, "Just watch from the side, I'll help you solve the hacking problem." Xin Xiaola had just acquired some top-notch hacking skills last night, and was just about to give it a try. A top hacker, there is almost no one in the world with more powerful skills than him. At best, I can only tie with him. However, there are definitely not many such people, no more than 3 in the entire world. Mu Qianxue was really dumbfounded. Xin Xiaola comes to help me deal with the hacker problem? It must be fake.
After knowing each other for such a long time, this was the first time that Mu Qianxue heard that Xin Xiaola had hacking skills.
This is not the same as typing code.
No matter how well you learn computer languages such as C and Java, you are just a programmer, which has nothing to do with hackers,"
she said in astonishment. "Xin Xiaola, are you kidding?"
Xin Xiaola smiled slightly, turned his head and looked at her and said,
"Do you think I'm kidding? Okay, just sit back and watch."
Chapter 77 Xin Xiaola's Hacking Skills. After Xin Xiaola finished speaking, he immediately turned around and stared at the computer screen.
His 2 hands kept tapping on the keyboard. "First, I entered the school's intranet.
Since the hacker also intends to break into the intranet to look for information, he will definitely leave some traces."
There are traces. Watching Xin Xiaola's dazzling operation, Mu Qianxue was a little stunned.
She also majored in computer science. Although she is not a particularly strong hacker, she has some knowledge of hacking techniques. Naturally, it is clear what Qin Xiula is planning to do with this move.
About 10 seconds later, Qin Xiula successfully entered the school's intranet. Mu Qianxue looked confused. Just like that, you entered the intranet? This is too easy.
At this moment, Mu Qianxue knew that Qin Xiula's hacking skills were probably very impressive. To be able to hack into Dongda's intranet so easily, he couldn't be an ordinary person. You know, as a top university, Todai's firewall is naturally very powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to resist the attack from the unknown hacker in the morning. But, in front of Qin Xiula, it was so easy.
It's unbelievable.
Qin Xiula did not stay for too long and searched carefully on the intranet.
Moment. He frowned.
Mu Qianxue, who was standing by, keenly noticed that Qin Xiula looked a little strange, and asked curiously,
"What's wrong? Did you find something?" Qin Xiula nodded and said, "Yes, we did find something. The IP address that invaded the intranet came from an island country." Island country. Mu Qianxue was stunned. "I didn't expect it to come from there. These guys really have evil intentions." Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Xiula and said, "So what are you going to do?" Qin Xiula raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard this.
"Of course, I'll give him a taste of his own medicine." After saying that, he turned his eyes and continued to look at the screen. He did not directly hack into the other party's computer, but first captured a few zombie computers.
The so-called broiler chicken is not the chicken we normally eat. It is a synonym. It's like a bunker. For example, if the other party follows the trail to find Qin Xiula's IP address and uses some means, it is very likely that they will find it. But
Qin Xiula had found some zombies in advance, so the IP addresses found by the other party were the addresses of those zombies.
In other words, Qin Xiula provided some fake addresses to the other party. This is also to give yourself more safety measures. When doing things, safety comes first.
If he and Mu Qianxue were discovered, it might cause some dispute.
As a hacker, the most important thing is to hide. On the internet, they may be able to call the shots. However, in real life, this is not necessarily the case. Therefore, hiding one's identity is what every hacker has to do. Qin Xiula caught 2 broilers from an island country. Even if the other party searched his address, they would not be able to find him. Be prepared for it all. Immediately, he looked for the other party's position. The intruder came from a research institute on the island country called the Korahagi Research Institute. This research institute is internationally renowned and its research focuses on some of the world's most cutting-edge technologies. It has indeed invented some good scientific research products and is quite famous.
I didn't expect that people could do such a despicable thing as stealing other people's things.
Jane is worthy of you.
Those island country rubbish are having a good time.
Qin Xiula did some work and found the information and intranet of this research institute. Then start looking for loopholes in the other party's firewall. Mu Qianxue was stunned watching from the side. This wave of operations is too powerful. Found it.
Qin Xiula suddenly became happy and said with a smile. He found the loophole on the other side. Without hesitation, Qin Xiula attacked directly inside. With his strength, he could attack through the loophole without worrying about being discovered.
We're going to attack now? Mu Qianxue was a little surprised and asked in disbelief. Isn't Qin Xiula's speed too fast?
It took them such a short time to break into the other party's research institute's intranet. You know, the firewall on the other side is not simple.
Qin Xiula actually managed to break in so easily.
You can imagine how terrifying it is.
Qin Xiula smiled slightly and said,
"In fact, their firewall has some bugs. Although they are very small, for our top hackers, this small bug is the key to break into the door. Although the bug on the other side is very small. For an ordinary hacker, it may be difficult to crack.
But for a top hacker like Qin Xiula, it was like giving him a key. Come and go as you please." Mu Qianxue was stunned. Is Qin Xiula trying to show off by saying this? Top hacker?
However, watching his technique and speed in breaking through the other side's firewall, it really felt a bit like that.
Qin Xiula did not hesitate and asked with a smile. Do you need the information about this Black Flagwood Research Institute? Mu Qianxue was stunned, and suddenly her eyes lit up with joy. You can get it. This is a world-famous research institute. Its research content must be of great reference significance.
After all, they study a wide variety of things, and maybe some of them will be useful to China.
Qin Xiaola nodded and said calmly. Can. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue became excited. It is useful, it is useful.
Some of the things in their research institute will be of great use to our Chinese military.
Qin Xiaola nodded, but he looked at Mu Qianxue hesitantly and said.
The information can be obtained, but the channel must be kept confidential, and you cannot give me away. He believed in Mu Qianxue, but he might not believe in others.
Always be on guard against others. Mu Qianxue looked into Qin Xiaola's eyes, and their eyes met. After a while, she nodded and said. Don't worry, I will keep it secret for you.
Moreover, no one dared to ask me the source of the information unless I wanted to tell them.
Mu Qianxue has a strong background.
As long as she didn't want to talk, no one dared to force her to answer.
This is her confidence. Good. Since Mu Qianxue said so, Qin Xiaola naturally would not doubt it. He smiled slightly. Little trash. Scientific research information? Take it you.
Qin Xiaola is very disgusted with the Japanese people in his heart. This was an innate aversion in him.
He will not and cannot forget what the other side did on Chinese soil during the war of resistance against Japanese aggression.
Therefore, he will participate unconditionally in anything that can be done that is harmful to the interests of the island country. Nothing else, just for one word, awesome.
Soon, as Qin Xiaola's fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, countless data began to be copied automatically, and the progress was very smooth.
In fact, the other party hasn't noticed anything wrong so far.
After all, Qin Xiaola's technique is very superb. Top-notch technology is not to be underestimated. This thing is real technology. Chapter 78 Give them benefits.
About 4 or 5 minutes later, Qin Xiaola said with a smile.
It's done. I have completely copied the other party's information. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue was shocked and said excitedly. Is this true? Did you really copy them all? You know, this is the famous Black Flagwood Research Institute, which contains a lot of scientific research content. In fact, there are some things that China has not made much progress on. And Qin Xiaola actually said that he had completely obtained all of the other party's scientific research information. It's only been 5 minutes. So fast. Obviously, this matter was somewhat beyond Mu Qianxue's expectations. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, then switched the interface. I have made a copy of all the information. Look, these are all. Immediately, Qin Xiaola opened a document at random. Mu Qianxue hurried over. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Good job. These things are all treasures of the Black Flagwood Research Institute. A good thing that is out of stock.
If this information is given to Todaiyan Chinese officials for research, it will undoubtedly be of great use.
Oh my god, Qin Xiaola, you are too strong. Mu Qianxue's eyes were full of surprise and excitement.
She really didn't expect Qin Xiaola to be so awesome.
This strength is simply amazing. At first she was a little skeptical about his ability as a top hacker.
But after seeing the real thing, she believed it.
Because this is something that ordinary people absolutely cannot do. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, looked at the official website of the Black Flagwood Research Institute, and said with a smile. How about we give these little island trash some minor insults? Insult? Mu Qianxue's eyes suddenly lit up.
To be honest, she, like Qin Xiaola, deeply hates those beastly creatures like the island country.
From childhood to adulthood, it seems to be rooted in our bones.
If it was a prank on some other Chinese company, she would probably stop Qin Xiaola. But if he wanted to play some pranks on the island country, Mu Qianxue would not only not stop him, but would applaud and welcome him.
Then, if you do it, will it be discovered?
Mu Qianxue was afraid that if Qin Xiaola really attracted the attention of the island country and was found out, she would be in danger.
This is very important.
If Qin Xiaola was targeted by the island country, his life would be in danger. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly when he heard this, and said confidently. Don't worry, with my strength, the island pigs won't find me.
After all, he is a top hacker, and there are only a few people in the world who are as powerful as him. Island country? He is really not afraid. Okay, if that's the case, then go ahead and do something. I won't stop you. Mu Qianxue chuckled.
Seeing that Qin Shila was planning to give some small gifts to the people of the island country, Mu Qianxue was very happy.
How could she refuse? Good.
After getting Mu Qianxue's permission, Qin Shila smiled slightly and started the operation.
If you're going to play, play big. It is not difficult to hack into a Black Flagwood Research Institute. If you want to hack, just hack into an island country for fun. Immediately afterwards, Qin Shila frantically searched for broilers on the computer. Although he had caught 2 broilers as his cover, 2 were still a little too few. After all, if he took action against the entire island country, he would face the search of hackers from the entire country. Therefore, he must prepare a complete plan. Soon, Qin Shila operated for more than 10 minutes and caught hundreds of zombie computers, not only IP addresses from the island country, but also from the United States and other countries. The purpose is naturally to confuse the other party.
After completing all the preparations, Qin Shila first found a pornographic website from an island country.
Mu Qianxue looked confused.
The men and women from the island country in front of her were shirtless. Her pretty face suddenly turned red and her cheeks were hot when she saw these action movies.
Qin Shila, what do you think of these things? No, shameless. That's right, in Mu Qianxue's opinion, it's shameless. This bastard actually watched this kind of thing in front of me, and in the office. You really don't treat him as an outsider.
Qin Shila smiled and saved a portion of the most exciting short video, then said with a smile.
You don't understand. I'm here to provide welfare to the people of the island nation. I believe they will really like this kind of documentary about the island culture.
However, Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at Qin Shila and snorted.
You remember the URL so well, you must have looked at it a lot.
That's right, just now when Mu Qianxue saw Qin Shila, that scumbag, entering the URL, she was quite curious and thought it was something awesome.
It turned out to be that kind of pornographic website. The key is that this guy is very good at carrying it. The URL was written out without any pause.
Qin Shila coughed dryly and scratched his head, finding it difficult to explain.
I said I haven't seen it, do you believe it? Well, he didn't believe it himself. Mainly for learning.
As we all know, Qin Shila is a good boy who loves learning, and loving learning is his nature.
So, naturally, I have dabbled in this kind of thing.
Qin Shila looked at the computer screen with a smile, and then started typing continuously.
Soon.
On the screen, those wonderful short videos were turned into a small virus by Qin Shila. Once it is released, the virus will spread in a limited way like a chain. By then, all computers will be infected with such viruses. When the time comes, as soon as you turn on the computer, you can start studying with passion.
Imagine it. When you get home and turn on your computer in front of your parents, and the first thing that appears on the computer is a learning video like this, what do you think your parents will think? Does it feel like you are being beaten to death? And when they found that they couldn't turn off the video, doesn't it feel even more intense if they beat you to death? Of course, it's just a small thing. What if the island nation's leaders also released similar videos while working? Then the matter will become a big deal. I'm showing you the video as a favor. You see it in the official place, it was an accident. Does this matter? It doesn't matter. Soon. Qin Shila's small virus is ready.
Although it is simple and has no special killing power, it does not have the same terrible destructive power as the previous panda burning incense virus.
It will only bring happiness to the people of this island nation. However, this thing cannot be solved by ordinary hackers at all. At least they will wreak havoc on the island country's territory for a while. Everything is ready.
Qin Shila first sent these viruses to the broiler chickens he had just captured from the island countries.
Then these zombie computers will infect other computers in the island country. Such a spreading power is absolutely terrifying. Don't assume that computers can't be infected with viruses like people can. In fact, they will be infected faster and more horribly. Chapter 79 Double the Rewards.
Qin Shila put down the keyboard, then looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said,
Everything is okay. Mu Qianxue was stunned, still not quite reacting, and looked at Qin Shila in disbelief. It's over so soon? How come you are so fast? Qin Shila. Can men be described with the word fast? This is simply an insult. He coughed dryly and said,
Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while, and you will see the headlines of the international news about the fall of the island country.
Mu Qianxue? Is this true or false?
Although she also has a computer background, her focus is on scientific research and she does not have a deep understanding of hacker knowledge.
Hacker? Is it so amazing and magical?
Originally, there was no such person around her, so she didn't have an intuitive feeling. But today, after seeing Qin Xiola's miraculous operation, she realized that hackers are indeed very powerful.
Even the research data of the Black Flagwood Research Institute can be obtained.
On the internet, they are like gods.
Omnipotent. Qin Xiola stood up with a smile and said to Mu Qianxue, "Don't doubt your man." Suspect. My man? He. You bastard, when did you become my man?
You will take advantage. She rolled her eyes at Qin Xiula and snorted.
TSK, you are not my man, dream on, you scumbag. However, Qin Xiula was not angry.
He looked at her with a smile, then slowly walked over and stood in front of her.
Stand up first. Mu Qianxue? Stand up?
Looking at Qin Xiula like this, Mu Qianxue felt a little confused.
However, knowing this thing is definitely not a good thing.
So, just turn your head.
No way, I won't listen to you. She doesn't want to be tricked by this scumbag again. Because Qin Xiola's skills and tricks are quite impressive.
I have fooled her so many times since we met.
Qin Xiola chuckled.
Since you are unwilling to stand up on your own, don't blame me. He smiled and put his hands on Mu Qianxue's body, then exerted force and pulled her up.
Mu Qianxue?
She was caught by Qin Xiula with a confused look on her face.
Is this something a human would do?
The two looked at each other, and Qin Xiula said with a smile,
You still owed me a reward last night, and I happened to help you with such a big favor today. I know you would feel embarrassed if you didn't reward me. So, just double it. Mu Qianxue, what?
However, before she could finish her words, she felt something blocking her lips. After all, this wasn't her first experience. So, she knew what this guy wanted to do in an instant. Their lips collided, and Mu Qianxue symbolically resisted twice, but knowing that she could not break free from Qin Xiola's strength, she simply gave up struggling and began to respond.
If you can't beat them, then join them.
During this passionate kiss, Mu Qianxue felt her breath becoming increasingly disordered.
Gradually, after about 3 minutes, she felt a little exhausted. He quickly pushed Qin Xiula away and took big gulps of fresh air.
This scumbag, I have to say, his kissing skills are really great.
She coughed dryly and looked at the guy with some resentment.
However, although he looked resentful, there was no murderous intent in his eyes.
You bastard, this is the last time. No, there won't be a next time. Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Xiola's laughing face, wiped her mouth quickly, and said urgently. However,
Qin Xiula didn't care at all and said with a smile.
You said the same thing last time. Last time. Mu Qianxue suddenly remembered.
Indeed, she also said it was the last time in the office.
However, it's of no use.
When she heard Qin Xiola's words, her pretty face turned red and her face was flushed all over.
This guy is such a dog.
Qin Xiula said with a smile.
Okay, let's not worry about these trivial matters. Come, let's see if there is any international news about the island country on your phone.
Mu Qianxue was stunned, knowing that this matter was obviously more important, so she quickly opened her phone to search the internet.
Suddenly,
she was completely stunned.
The internet is flooded with propaganda about the island country. On Weibo. Oh my god, who did this? It's so beautiful. Ah, I laughed.
One person hacked a whole country.
So awesome. He's a role model for our generation.
That's right, the key is that this great actor played a love action movie from the island country.
It made me laugh to death. You didn't see it.
The Prime Minister of the island country was giving a speech just now, and suddenly there was a sound of an action movie behind him.
Ha, awesome, so awesome. Countless people were excited.
Not only Weibo, but also Douyin and other major platforms are all about this matter.
There is no way.
After all, for the Chinese people, the only thing that would make them happiest is the extinction of the pigs in this archipelago. And the other party's entire country was hacked. This is naturally a good thing. A moment worth being excited for all Chinese people. Mu Qianxue was extremely excited when she saw the news.
Unexpectedly, Qin Xiula actually did it.
Basically, all the computers on the island were attacked.
It's simply incredible.
At this moment, she was no longer shy and looked at Qin Shiola with a smile, as if she saw a great hero. Women are like this, they are born to admire strong men. Even if this woman is very powerful, as long as someone stronger than her appears, there will be ripples in her heart.
It's like something that's built into women's genes. Qin Shiola, well done.
At this moment, Mu Qianxue had only this one extremely appropriate sentence in her mind. This time, it was really done beautifully.
Qin Shiola smiled and said, I'm just playing around, it's nothing.
The two looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue saw on the international news that the Prime Minister of the island country began to publicly express his intention to mobilize the entire country to find the hacker.
He must pay the price. Qin Shiola, are you sure you won't be discovered?
The Prime Minister of the island country has already said that he must find you. This is the leader of a country, so it is naturally extraordinary for him to say this.
However,
Qin Shiola smiled slightly. He was very confident in his hacking skills.
Find yourself? He. Maybe next life. He looked at Mu Qianxue with smiling eyes and said, as long as you don't go out and tell anyone, no one will know.
That's right, the only ones who knew about this were me and Mu Qianxue.
As long as she doesn't tell anyone, no one will know. Mu Qianxue was stunned for a moment and said quickly,
don't worry, even if someone forces me to tell you, I won't tell you.
Chapter 80, Qin Shiola seeking votes.
Looking at Mu Qianxue's nervous look as she made the promise, Qin Shiola couldn't help but feel a little amused.
He nodded solemnly and said, well, Comrade Mu Qianxue, the organization believes that you will keep your promise. Mu Qianxue. This scumbag. I am making a solemn promise here, are you playing here?
She rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola, then looked at the time and said, it's getting late, you should go back quickly, you still have classes in the afternoon.
Qin Shiola smiled and said,
it's already past 1 o'clock, and we have to get ready to go to the classroom in more than half an hour.
Why are you going back to the dormitory now?
Forget it, I'll take a little loss and sleep in your office.
Now I run back to the dormitory, rest for a few minutes and then go to the classroom for class. Why bother? Mu Qianxue? Are you at a disadvantage? Take a nap in my office? Is this what he calls a disadvantage? Dog scumbag.
She spat at Qin Shiola.
However, Qin Shiola just smiled and pretended not to see it.
Instead, he said shamelessly,
by the way, you should have a folding bed. It's not comfortable to sleep on the table. Mu Qianxue. She did have a folding bed.
After all, sometimes I am busy in the office for the whole afternoon, and sometimes when I feel sleepy, I just take a nap on the folding bed.
But,
seeing this guy with such a calm expression, Mu Qianxue didn't want to take it out anymore.
This bastard should sleep on the floor. Folding bed? He doesn't deserve it.
However, when Mu Qianxue saw Qin Shiola blinking at her pitifully, her heart softened immediately.
Although she looks tough underneath. However, when facing Qin Shiola, this toughness seemed to be removed in an instant.
He rolled his eyes at Qin Shiola and then took out a folding bed from the corner. Then she made the bed obediently like a young wife, glanced at Qin Shiola and said,
come and sleep. Although Mu Qianxue's tone was flat, Qin Shiola was delighted.
A girl as proud as her would look so serious even when she asked him to come over to sleep.
Qin Shiola chuckled, walked over quickly, and then lay down on it. Suddenly,
he felt a sour feeling. Although this folding bed is not as comfortable as your own bed, it is quite soft.
It's much more comfortable than sleeping on the seat. These conditions are already pretty good. What more do you want from a bicycle? After Qin Shiola lay down on the bed, he looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile and said, do you want to sleep together? Don't worry, I don't dislike you.
But there may be no room for you to sleep next to me, so I'll take the loss and just lie on top of me. After all, this is a folding bed with a small space. In terms of width, it can only accommodate one person at most.
But, if the width is not enough, you can make up for it with height. 2 people, one on top and one on the bottom. Won't this increase the utilization of space? This damn IQ really has nowhere to go. However,
Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Shiola in confusion.
Is it possible for a normal person to say this? Sleep on you? What a pervert!
She rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola and said viciously,
You bastard, go to sleep and don't even think about it. This scumbag is really getting more and more coquettish. Chen Xiaola chuckled when he heard that. Of course, he was just trying it out. After all, given Mu Qianxue's personality, the chances of her agreeing are almost zero. But Chen Xiaola thought, it wouldn't cost any money to try it out. If she agrees on impulse, wouldn't I be making a lot of money? Looking at Mu Qianxue's annoyed look, Chen Xiaola smiled, closed his eyes and began to sleep. It's so nice to take a nap at noon. Studies have shown that taking a nap in the afternoon is good for improving your IQ. Mu Qianxue sat in the chair and continued to deal with things, while Chen Xiaola fell asleep next to him. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became quiet. Mu Qianxue glanced at Chen Xiaola from time to time, and that face seemed full of magic. Rogue. Looking at his face again, Mu Qianxue cursed softly with a smile, but there was not the slightest sign of anger on her face. Instead, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. The world of little Tsundere is really hard for ordinary people to guess. Time passes slowly. Time seems to pass faster when a person is sleeping. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed outside. Mu Qianxue patted Chen Xiaola's shoulder and shouted at him to wake up. After a long time, Chen Xiaola slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw in his sleepy eyes was Mu Qianxue's face. He looked at Mu Qianxue sleepily and yawned. Don't sleep anymore. Class will start soon. The first class in the afternoon is mine. The first class in the afternoon is the C language class, taught by Mu Qianxue. Chen Xiaola said oh, then turned around and climbed up with difficulty. I have to say, waking someone up in the middle of the day is really uncomfortable. Why? Chen Xiaola sighed, then silently tidied up the folding bed, washed his face, and glanced at the time. It was almost 2:20. The first class in the afternoon is at 2:30. I guess at this point, the classroom is almost full of people. After all, this is Mu Qianxue's class. There are so many people who come here because of its reputation. Professor Mu's fame is not limited to the School of Information, but is well known throughout the entire University of Southeast Asia. Should we go now? Mu Qianxue nodded, tidied up a little, then stood up with a book and some other things. Let's go. Chen Xiaola said hello, and then the two of them walked out of the office, one on the left and one on the right, heading towards the classroom. About 2:30. The two walked to the classroom door together and entered the classroom one after the other. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to look over. Good job. Chen Xiaola and Professor Mu entered the class together? What the hell is this? Could it be that there is something wrong with these two people? Suddenly, the eyes of the class felt something was wrong. Mu Qianxue's eyes were sharp, and she seemed to have noticed all this. She said without blushing or beating her heart. The monitor registered the names of the students from our major who will be attending the welcome party at noon. All participants will have their comprehensive assessment scores increased. The so-called comprehensive assessment is another form of performance in college. Mu Qianxue's vague explanation immediately made everyone stop speculating. It turned out that Chen Xiaola went to the office to report on his work. She coughed dryly, glanced at Chen Xiaola and said, "Okay, go find a seat." Why? Chen Xiaola sighed and was about to look for a seat. On the contrary, he was stunned the next moment when he turned his head. Because the classroom is full and there are no empty seats. You can't let him sit on someone's lap during class, right? This is inappropriate and Mu Qianxue would not agree to it. Chapter 81. Let us watch it together tonight. Mu Qianxue turned her gaze and pointed at the chair on the podium. Move that chair over to me and sit next to me. Chen Xiaola? The chair on the podium was originally supposed to be Mu Qianxue's seat. However, the classroom is now overcrowded and there are no empty seats. And Mu Qianxue actually let herself sit in her seat. This level of favor is evident from the picture. Chen Xiaola couldn't help feeling a little touched. Is this love? Woo woo woo. So touching. In the audience, countless students were shocked when they saw this scene. Damn. If I come late, can I sit next to Professor Mu? You can give this method a try. For a moment, everyone seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Chen Xiaola moved the chair to Mu Qianxue's side with a smile and sat down. Mu Qianxue stood aside and looked at him, expressionless on her face, but she chuckled in her heart. This scumbag. You got a bargain. Soon, he took out the textbook and started teaching. Qin Xiela also took out his textbook and sat next to Mu Qianxue to listen to the class.
He heard it carefully. The only bad thing was that when he sat on the podium, all eyes were looking in this direction.
Mu Qianxue felt a little uncomfortable.
After all, everyone was looking at the blackboard and listening to Mu Qianxue's lecture.
However, it is easy to see Qin Xiela with just a glance. If he makes any small move, any disturbance he makes, he can't hide it from anyone. It will be discovered in an instant.
Qin Xiela sighed and listened to the class attentively. I have to say that Mu Qianxue's teaching level is first rate. He is good at research and also good at teaching. Many students were fascinated by the lecture, and their minds were constantly thinking divergently. These are all students from the University of Tokyo, and they are considered geniuses in all of China. These are the talents of the future society. Needless to say, their IQ is very high, they work very hard, and some of them have even learned some computer languages in advance.
Many people have learned the introductory C language during the summer vacation after graduating from high school. This class went by very quickly.
As the bell rang, Mu Qianxue said the class was over and prepared to leave with her books in her arms. Before leaving, she glanced at Qin Xiela but said nothing. After all, there are so many people watching here, so we have to avoid suspicion.
Otherwise, afraid of criticism.
Qin Xiela took the book and prepared to go to the classroom for the next class with Zhang Yu and others.
On the way,
Zhang Yu said to Qin Xiela with a smile on his face,
"Brother Lo, you went to report your work at noon, but you missed something important." "Event?"
Qin Xiela was stunned, looked at him curiously and said,
"What's the big deal?"
Zhang Yu came over mysteriously and whispered in Qin Xiela's ear. The island country was just attacked by a mysterious hacker. The computer screens of the entire island country are all filled with love action movies.
It's so intense.
Qin Xiela paused when he heard this.
What did you think it was? So that's it. He did this, how could he not know about it?
However, he was determined not to spread the matter to outsiders, after all, it involved too many people. This thing involves the affairs of an entire country, so it causes quite a stir.
What if he was discovered and the emperor of the island nation got angry and sent people to kill him?
It's better to be careful.
He coughed dryly and said with a smile, "Yeah, that's pretty good."
Zhang Yu chuckled and raised his eyebrows at him.
"Aren't you curious about what kind of action movie it is? Qin Xiela? Good job."
It turned out that Qin Xiela thought that Zhang Yu was surprised that the island country was being hacked.
It turns out that what he cares about is a movie. Oh shit.
It turns out that I am too narrow-minded.
He coughed dryly and said, "We can't see it, so what's there to be curious about?"
After all, China still has very strict control over this kind of films. Movies full of pornography and violence are difficult for ordinary people to access.
Zhang Yu chuckled.
Tang Meng and Wu Luo were also mysterious and surrounded him.
Everyone was smiling, and Qin Xiela couldn't help but shiver.
Zhang Yu coughed dryly, looked around to see if there was anyone around, then leaned close to Qin Xiela's ear and whispered, "Brother Lu, I downloaded the film through a special channel.
Are you interested in going back to watch it with me tonight?"
Qin Xiela?
Oh shit. You are such a talented person. You don't do anything that other people do. Did you download this too? As a roommate, Qin Xiela was still touched.
After all, this guy had good stuff and remembered to invite his roommates, he didn't forget about his roommates.
But, as the leader of a class,
how could he possibly go and watch this kind of thing, let alone watch it in a crowd? If this gets out that everyone in the monitor's dormitory gathers to watch his action movie, he will lose his dignity.
So, Qin Xiela coughed dryly and said seriously,
"Ahem, as the leader of a class, I can't possibly join you in watching pornographic films together.
I never watched this kind of thing." Fortunately, Mu Qianxue didn't hear this. Otherwise, another eye roll. Never watched it? I remember the URL so well, how dare you tell me you haven't seen it?
However, the three of them didn't understand why, and were stunned when they saw Qin Xiela's righteous look.
Under the heavens. Are there really men who don't like watching porn movies? Is he still a decent man?
The three of them coughed dryly and looked at each other, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment.
Qin Xiela coughed and said, "Okay, you guys can watch it by yourselves tonight.
I'll supervise you and won't let you get too involved."
Zhang Yu? Wu Luo? Tang Meng? Monitor, supervise? Depend on. Isn't this what it means to watch it together? Qin Xiaola is really shameless. When we watched it together, he said it so openly and with a righteous look on his face. Where's the face? It's really sexy. Although the three of them thought Qin Xiaola was very flirty, they felt good to be in cahoots with him. The three of them looked at each other, smiled and said, "Brother Lu, I understand. I still need your supervision." That's right, if the three of us can't control it, you have to do it. No problem. With our brother Lu in charge, who dares to say anything? The four of them chuckled and went to class happily. This is normal for a boys' dormitory. There is a saying that goes, manliness is the essence of manliness. The other side. After Mu Qianxue left the classroom, she went to the office first and saved the content that Qin Xiaola had copied. She prepared several large-capacity USB flash drives and saved all the data and information in them. After all, this is the essence of the research of the Black Flagwood Research Institute. It can be said that this is their most valuable asset in the past few decades. However, because of Qin Xiaola, these things also became theirs. What is this called? The attempt to steal a chicken ends up with the loss of the rice. If the other party had not stolen the information first, Qin Xiaola would not have counterattacked. Chapter 82 Mu Qianxue's grandfather. One more chapter to come. After copying all the data, Mu Qianxue walked out of the office with several large-capacity USB flash drives. As one of the top universities in China, there is no need to elaborate on the faculty strength of Dongda University. There are many professors and associate professors here, and even a few academicians. Among them, Chen Xiaohua, president of Southeast University, is an academician in computer science. At the door of the principal's office. Boom boom boom. Mu Qianxue stood at the door and knocked gently a few times. The next moment, Chen Xiaohua's voice came from inside the house. "Come in." Mu Qianxue didn't hesitate and pushed the door open and walked in. In the office, Chen Xiaohua was the only one working on the computer. Seeing that it was Mu Qianxue who came, he stood up and said with a smile, "Qianxue, how come you have time to come to my place?" Mu Qianxue chuckled, revealing a little girl smile, just like a little child. "You know, this look is very rare for this ice goddess, and no one in the entire University of Tokyo can see her like this. I'm afraid that only Qin Xiaola can see it once or twice occasionally." Mu Qianxue walked to Chen Xiaohua's side with a smile and said obediently, "Grandpa, I came here today because I have something great to tell you." "Good news?" Chen Xiaohua was stunned. He knew that his granddaughter was definitely not a person who liked to show off. She said it was a big deal, it was definitely not a simple matter. Chen Xiaohua asked quickly, "What happened?" Mu Qianxue chuckled and said, "Grandpa, do you know the Black Flagwood Research Institute?" "Black Flagwood Research Institute?" Chen Xiaohua nodded. Of course he knew this. After all, this is also a very powerful scientific research institute known throughout the world. There are quite a few talented people among them, and in recent years, they have indeed produced a lot of scientific research results. He nodded and said, "I know. What's wrong?" Mu Qianxue said with a smile, "If I say I have all the information about their research institute, what do you think?" Chen Xiaohua? On all the research data of the Black Flagwood Research Institute? This. How is this possible? You know, for a research institute of this level, the protection work is not easy and the firewall is high. Ordinary hackers can't attack at all. If a slightly stronger one attacks forcefully, he will be discovered by the other party. If we investigate further at that time, there is a high possibility that there will be a big mess. However, his granddaughter actually said that she had all the information about the Haikamu Research Institute. This, how is this possible? Qianxue, is what you said true or false? Chen Xiaohua's throat was a little hoarse, and he asked Mu Qianxue with a nervous look on his face. Mu Qianxue nodded affirmatively, then took out several large-capacity USB flash drives from her bag with a smile. "Grandpa, all the information about this Black Flagwood Research Institute is here, without any omissions." "What?" Chen Xiaohua looked at the USB flash drives in front of him and his eyes widened. He is a computer science academician himself, and no one understands the value of these things better than him. If these are all true, then it will be a great help to their Southeast University and even to China. Because the Black Flagwood Research Institute has some research things in recent years that they need. This is a huge help.
Chen Xiaoguo looked at Mu Qianxue with a puzzled look and said,
Qianxue, tell Grandpa honestly, where did you get this information from? You have to know that these things are not something that ordinary people can get.
If Mu Qianxue obtained it through some illegal means, it might cause some big trouble in the future. Therefore, Chen Xiaoguo must know clearly.
Scientific research data is precious.
But to him, this granddaughter is also his treasure and cannot suffer any loss.
Mu Qianxue smiled and said,
Grandpa, you should know about the recent hacker attack on the island country. Chen Xiaoguo naturally knew about this.
After all, it was a major international event, so how could he, as the president of Tokyo University, not be aware of it? However, after hearing what Mu Qianxue said, Chen Xiaoguo immediately understood.
The island nation was attacked by hackers, and these scientific research data appeared in front of him, so what exactly happened is clear at a glance.
Chen Xiaoguo took a deep breath and asked seriously, Qianxue, can you trust the person who gave you this? If he is found out, will he betray you?
Chen Xiaoguo was afraid that the man could not be trusted.
If he deceived Mu Qianxue and put her in danger, it would be a blow to him. Mu Qianxue smiled when she heard this.
Although sometimes she always criticized Qin Shiola, she thought that this guy was very flirty and especially liked to take advantage of her. But in fact, Mu Qianxue trusted him very much in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him be so unscrupulous, and she wouldn't take him to her house for dinner so late at night. She smiled and nodded.
Don't worry, Grandpa. There will be absolutely no problem.
Besides, his hacking skills are very strong. As long as I don't tell anyone, no one will find out.
You can rest assured.
Looking at Mu Qianxue's confident look, there was even a hint of brilliance in her eyes.
Chen Xiaoguo knew that the person who helped Mu Qianxue must be a boy.
And judging from the girl's appearance, she seems to have a good impression of that boy. After all, he also came from that era, so he naturally knew that Mu Qianxue looked like she was completely moved. It's just that this girl may not have noticed it herself. However, this is also a good thing for Chen Xiaoguo.
His granddaughter seldom comes into contact with boys.
Not to mention falling in love, she is too lazy to even have too much communication with them. Her family is still worried about her future marriage partner. It seems that there is no need to worry. Since Mu Qianxue was so sure, Chen Xiaoguo naturally had no need to worry. He said with a smile, It seems that our Dongda University has picked up a big bargain this time. I will ask our research institute to make a copy and then give it to the National Research Institute. The things inside are not only of great use to their University of East China, but also to the whole of China.
Because the main focus of this Black Flagwood Research Institute is high-tech.
This is also the reason why Chen Xiaoguo was so excited.
Mu Qianxue smiled and nodded.
Chen Xiaoguo felt very relieved that her granddaughter had really grown up. Come on, Qianxue, have some tea and chat with Grandpa. You've been at Dongda for such a long time, but you haven't had a good chat with Grandpa yet.
Mu Qianxue has been in Dongda for more than half a year.
She is either busy with work or scientific research and rarely has time to find Chen Xiaoguo. Of course, another major purpose is to avoid suspicion.
Mu Qianxue smiled and nodded, and said obediently, Okay, Grandpa, I'll pour you some tea.
Yeah, okay.
Chapter 83. I read the abridged version. During the second class in the afternoon, Qin Shiola's cell phone rang. This is the group of class leaders and league secretaries of the School of Information, which includes class leaders and league secretaries of various majors. The group leader is the Youth League Committee Secretary of the School of Information, Chen Xuanzhong, Teacher Chen. Group owner at all members, we have a Freshman Cup basketball tournament next week. Each major will send a basketball team to participate in the tournament. Please reply if you see this message. Next, the next row. Communications Class 1 Leader, received. Communications Class 4 Leader, got it. Class Leader of Air Letter Class 1, got it. Qin Shiola, got it. Afterwards, Qin Shiola discussed it with a few of them in the Computer Science Class Leader group. Finally, it was unanimously decided that Qin Shiola would be responsible for this matter. Qin Shiola really wants to say something about this. Do lost heart drifting sick crazy? Originally, he wanted to be a spectator. However, he had no idea that these guys were better at passing the buck than him. Before he even opened his mouth, several squad leaders unanimously decided that Qin Shiola would be responsible for this matter. Oh shit. Is this something a human would do? He was tricked by Mu Qianxue at the last welcome party. Now it happens again.
Or he was cheated by a few squad leaders.
Damn. Qin Xiaola sighed.
As the bell rang and the teacher left the classroom, he stood up and shouted.
Everyone, don't leave yet. I want to tell you something.
Qin Xiaola's words were still very effective. Suddenly, all the people in the computer department stopped and stared at Qin Xiaola blankly. He slowly walked up to the podium, coughed dryly and said, "We have a School of Information Freshman Cup basketball game next week. If you want to participate, please contact me. There will definitely be a lot of girls cheering for us, so this is a good opportunity. You should understand what I mean, right?" Qin Xiaola was afraid that he wouldn't be able to recruit anyone, so he used a beauty trap. "It's so hot today, who the hell knows if there will be any girls coming to see us? Anyway, just say it first and trick the person into coming here first." In this way, his mission is accomplished.
As for whether to play or not, Qin Xiaola doesn't care.
Although he has acquired top-notch basketball skills, if there are enough people around, he will pretend that he can't play basketball.
After all, playing ball is tiring.
After Qin Xiaola finished speaking, he asked them to leave and go back to think about it carefully. Those who wanted to sign up could send him a message. Soon after, he and Zhang Yu and the other two left to have dinner. At this time before, Qin Xiaola always followed Mu Qianxue to eat for free. However, she seemed to have something to do today and told Qin Xiaola that she was not in the office.
Zhang Yu and Wu Luo went out to have dinner with their partners.
So, Qin Xiaola went to eat with Tang Meng directly.
It just so happens that we have something big to do together in the dormitory tonight. On the way back to the dormitory after dinner. Brother Lu, do you think there are really girls coming to watch basketball games? Tang Meng asked curiously.
I saw that Zhang Yu and Wu Luo both had girlfriends, and Qin Xiaola also had the girl selling tea. He actually felt quite touched and wanted to find a girlfriend. However, there are more boys in the computer field, so there is not much chance. Besides, he wouldn't look for a girlfriend who was in his major.
That would be too boring.
So, I want to find a place where there are many girls so that I can display my masculine charm.
Qin Xiaola was immediately delighted when he heard this. Old Tang is still more ideologically conscious.
He smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you are good at basketball, there are lots of girls."
Tang Meng also thought it made sense after hearing this.
But he may not have taken into account that in such hot weather, pretty girls usually sleep and take care of their skin. Even those who go to watch the game are either not good looking and want to find a man, or they are already in a relationship and want to watch their partner play the game.
So, just stop the difficult ones.
Of course, how could Qin Xiaola say these words? Otherwise, how could he find people to participate in the competition?
That's great, Brother Lu. If that's the case, then I'll participate.
Tang Meng said happily, as if he had already seen his girlfriend waving at him.
Qin Xiaola was delighted, but on the surface he remained calm and said, "Are you sure? Basketball games are difficult."
Tang Meng patted his chest in fear and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've been playing since middle school, my skills are fine, and with my physical strength, it shouldn't be too much for me to play center."
Tang Meng is 1.85 meters tall, almost the same height as Qin Xiaola, and has a strong physique. He is definitely a good center. Qin Xiaola quickly said with a smile, "That's definitely no problem. In that case, I'll write down your name and count you as one." Tang Meng was overjoyed. He, thank you Brother Lu." Qin Xiaola laughed. "We are all brothers, why are you being polite? I won't cheat you."
Of course.
Qin Xiaola didn't mean to cheat anyone.
It just exaggerates the number and quality of girls a little bit.
After all, this is also a good opportunity to show off. I'll sign you up for the competition. This is human nature. If I hadn't met a pretty girl. This is an accident. Is this a problem? No problem. At least, you gain happiness from basketball. The two chatted along the way and walked back. Night. Not long after Qin Xiaola and Tang Meng returned to the dormitory, Zhang Yu and Wu Luo also rushed back.
You can see smiles on both of their faces.
"Brother Lu, old Wu, and I thought you weren't in the dormitory. Wow, it just so happens that you're here today."
Wu Luo also said with a smile.
"That's right, it's time to start our nightlife in the dormitory."
The two looked at each other, giggled, and their eyes were full of excitement.
So-called nightlife? It's the movie they talked about in the afternoon. It's late at night, watching an action movie together in the dormitory can also enhance the friendship between each other, so why not? Looking at the looks of the three roommates, Qin Shiola was speechless. Lao Shang, Lao Wu, aren't you two in a relationship? Why are you still looking at this? It would be fine if Tang Mang just liked to watch it, but why are these two joining in the fun? Do you need to watch this if you have a girlfriend? Zhang Yu smiled mysteriously, walked forward, and said, Brother Lu, you don't understand this. Even if you have a girlfriend, you still have to study. That's right, we are all people who love to learn, not the kind of people who are unlearned and incompetent. Looking at the two of them singing in unison, they are truly worthy of being called the Henga Urseo. Qin Shiola's face was full of admiration. These two are so awesome. Soon, Zhang Yu turned on the computer, and Wu Luo ran to lock the door. At this time, the most taboo thing is for someone from outside to come in. Otherwise, it would be social death. It was the socially dead moment for the entire dormitory. Wu Luo, Zhang Yu and Tang Meng moved their stools and sat in front of the computer, looking nervous. Qin Shiola sighed. The three of them watched the abridged version, which was incomplete. I have the original one. But seeing how anxious the three of them were, Qin Shiola thought about it and decided to just watch. Why? Chapter 84 Qin Shiola with a righteous face. A shortened version of a movie. The three people in the dormitory watched it with great interest and left a lasting impression. Even after watching it for the first time, I wanted to watch it for the second time. It's nothing, I just want to review the old and learn new things. After all, when it comes to learning, you need to keep reviewing. Zhang Yu smacked his lips, his face a little hot. After all, when everyone gathered together to watch a movie, it was always difficult to calm down. Old Tang, did you see that? His movements are so standard. Unlike the others, Tang Mang is not only a virgin, but also a bachelor all his life. Girlfriend? Sorry, never seen it. To be honest, it's quite sad. Watching such a short film aroused infinite emotion in his heart. Fuck, this movie is really good. Wu Luo also nodded, looking excited. Damn, this is really good. Those guys from the island country really have some action scenes when making dramas like this. Island countries are the best in the world in this regard. When it comes to this kind of love action movie, no country dares to say that it can outdo the island country. In fact, the island country has produced many superstars in this regard. Like Mr. Tsong and others. These are household names. Among the four, only Qin Shiola looked for a while and then went back to his bed to play with his mobile phone. After reading it, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Qin Shiola sitting on his bed, Zhang Yu asked curiously. Brother Lu, why don't you look? Tang Meng also looked puzzled. Yeah, I think this thing is pretty good. Of course not. The picture quality is clean and the audio is good. It is a top-notch work. Looking at the three people with excited faces, Qin Shiola sighed. I can be so excited just by watching an abridged version. If I show them the full version, I guess they won't be able to sleep tonight. Qin Shiola coughed dryly and said righteously. I have no interest in this. College students in our new era should be vigorous and energetic and make progress. How can we gather together to watch these things? The main thing is, this thing is an abridged version, and it's boring to watch. I watched a little bit of it and found that the plot has advanced a lot and it doesn't have the original feel. Of course, the main reason is that this thing was edited by Qin Shiola himself, and he knows every plot and scene clearly. It's like if you knew every detail, there would be less fun, so it would seem boring. Qin Shiola couldn't continue reading halfway through. The three of them looked at each other. Qin Shiola's words were so righteous, worthy of being the squad leader. For a moment, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. One by one they lowered their heads. Yes. They are college students of the new era, the pride of Southeast University, and the pillars of China's future. How can a crowd gather to watch these things? It's not illegal though. But it's immoral. When they watched it just now, the three of them were immersed in happiness and didn't feel anything at all. However, once that happiness disappears, a feeling of loneliness will arise in your heart. It was as if everything I had just experienced was so empty and meaningless, a complete waste of time. The three sighed. Sure enough, compared with Brother Lo, our ideological awareness still needs to be improved. Zhang Yu lowered his head and said, Brother Lu is right. We will never watch this kind of video again. Tang Meng also sighed. As expected of you, you have a high level of ideological awareness. Brother Lu, you will be my role model from now on. Wu Luo also nodded and said. That's right, Brother Lu has become a role model for our dormitory.
Looking at the excited faces of the three people, Qin Shiola felt a little ashamed for some reason.
Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it for a while. Qin Shiola coughed and said. Ahem, it's good that you know this. Please be more careful next time.
The four of them chatted for a while, then washed up and went to bed.
On the bed, Qin Shiola's phone rang and he opened WeChat.
It was a message from Mu Qianxue.
Mu Qianxue, what are you doing?
Seeing this, Qin Shiola smiled slightly and kept tapping on the screen with his fingers.
I was just helping my roommate to be an upright person. Alas, I can't help it.
I just like to help others and be a moral role model.
Mu Qianxue? Qin Shiola? Upright? Enjoy helping others? Moral role model? Is there any one of these three words that describes him? Could you please have some shame?
Mu Qianxue could see that this guy was definitely the best in terms of shamelessness.
So sexy.
Hee, your roommates should be very grateful if you don't cheat them.
You are still honest. Qin Shiola chuckled. How can you slander the monitor? This is wrong. Mu Qianxue snorted and said. Your information was very helpful. I'll treat you to a delicious dinner tomorrow night. Of course, the main reason was that Mu Qianxue's grandfather was so excited that he gave Mu Qianxue such important information. Let him be sure to thank the hacker.
So, she decided to treat Qin Shiola to a meal as a thank you.
After all, this guy did contribute a lot.
Not only did it prevent the school's information from being stolen, but it also helped to obtain all the other parties' information.
This technology is awesome.
Qin Shiola laughed out loud when he heard that. Not bad, and still has some conscience. Although he thought so in his heart, Qin Shiola did not respond in that way.
You just gave me a meal. Such important information is worth a fortune. Professor Mu, this won't do. Yo ho? Are you still asking for more? Mu Qianxue snorted. Forget it, I'll feed it to the dog. Qin Shiola, woof woof. Mu Qianxue. Well, it's rare to be so shameless.
The two continued chatting for a while, and then Mu Qianxue asked him to meet her in the office after school tomorrow afternoon.
Qin Shiola naturally had no problem. To be honest, Qin Shiola has been running to the office too frequently since school started. More often than he goes back to the dormitory. Night. After turning off the lights in the dormitory, I began to fall asleep. However, perhaps because they had just watched the movie, the three of them didn't seem very sleepy. As for what he was doing, Qin Shiola didn't know and didn't dare to ask. He just lay on the bed and fell asleep quietly. Time flies. The next morning.
As the alarm clock rang, everyone in the dormitory got up, washed and tidied themselves up, then went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Today, the course is full. There are 4 classes a day, from 8:30 in the morning to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. During this period, in addition to Tang Meng, 4 other people came to Qin Shiola to sign up for the basketball game. After all, it is a computer science department, and there are more boys in the class, although most of them are not very good at playing basketball. However, the foundation is here, and there are always a few people who have good skills and like to play basketball and want to participate in the competition. 5 of us, that's pretty much it. I guess there will be no problem in participating in the competition. Qin Shiola will be just beside me, cheering for me. That's great. Chapter 85. You are going to have a new teacher, she is my best friend. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Qin Shiola breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little excited in his heart. He packed his school bag and said to them with a smile. Lao Zhang, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. After saying this, he ran away without paying any attention to the puzzled expressions of the 3 people. He walked quickly and arrived at the door of Mu Qianxue's office with ease. Qin Shiola pushed the door open and walked in. Mu Qianxue, who was sitting at her seat handling things, raised her head slightly and saw that it was Qin Shiola. She was not surprised at all. After all, this guy comes to the office too many times. To the point that she is somewhat immune. Qin Shiola sat next to Mu Qianxue with a smile, waiting quietly for her to deal with things without disturbing her. The look between the two of them seemed like they had a special tacit understanding. One was busy with his own things, and the other one didn't urge or say anything, just waiting quietly.
Actually, it's pretty good.
After about 7 or 8 minutes, Mu Qianxue stretched and yawned.
Okay, we're done.
As soon as Mu Qianxue finished speaking, Qin Shiola said with a smile.
Professor Mu, what kind of dinner are we going to have today?
I heard that there are several 5-star restaurants in our magic city.
It doesn't seem expensive, maybe only a few thousand yuan per person, why don't we give it a try? Mu Qianxue? How many thousand yuan per person? Damn! This bastard is here to rip off the rich. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. Don't even think about it, just go home and eat.
Mu Qianxue seldom eats out, even if she wants to have a big meal, she cooks it at home.
Of course.
Qin Shiola also knew this, and he was just teasing her on purpose just now.
Mu Qianxue packed her things and took him downstairs.
Mu Qianxue bought the vegetables early, so she drove directly home with Qin Shiola.
The two went upstairs and walked into the house. Okay, you can play games on the sofa for a while. I'll cook. Just wait.
Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said.
Can I help?
Mu Qianxue shook her head and directly rejected his proposal.
No, go play and I'll cook.
Since he wanted to thank Qin Shiola for treating him to dinner, there was naturally no reason for him to help. After hearing this, Qin Shiola no longer insisted and sat on the sofa to play games. After a while, the aroma of food came from the kitchen. I have to say that Mu Qianxue's cooking skills are really good. Even when sitting on the sofa in the living room, Qin Shiola could feel a refreshing fragrance blowing past him. He was playing the king with a smile on his face. To be honest, he is not as good as Mu Qianxue in playing this game.
The operation is fine if the wind is favorable and you can kill as many people as you want.
But if the situation is unfavorable, there is basically no chance of a comeback.
Because his operational awareness is very weak.
As a marksman, I didn't know where to go to help after finishing the game in the bottom lane, and I didn't know what to do next. Therefore, it is difficult for him to improve his rank.
Otherwise, why is it called the Eternal Diamond? It's quite eternal. It took an hour for Qin Shiola to lose 3 games in a row.
When the sound of the last defeat rang out, he sat on the sofa and snorted in dissatisfaction.
Oh shit. My teammates are such idiots. Have you ever seen a 430 game?
Qin Shiola and his team only took 4 heads in total. He got 2 kills, but his teammates said they were picked up.
I was so angry that I vomited blood. Stop playing and finish your meal. You don't understand this game anyway. Qin Shiola? Don't understand how to play? Damn it. Why can't I understand how to play this game? Qin Shiola stood up and walked over.
Mu Qianxue saw his resentful look and chuckled.
We've lost 3 games in a row. Don't let your teammates down with this skill. Qin Shiola. Damn.
He sighed helplessly and then sat down to eat.
Mu Qianxue didn't cook many dishes, only 4. After all, there were only 2 of them and they couldn't eat much.
However, every dish is made with great care.
Sweet and sour spare ribs. Fried crispy pork. Hairy crab. Salt and pepper tofu.
Every dish is made by Mu Qianxue with care.
How about trying it?
Mu Qianxue chuckled and looked at Qin Shiola.
Good. Qin Shiola picked up the chopsticks and tasted the tofu. Not bad. Melts in your mouth. Qin Shiola nodded and said. Not bad, not bad. It melts in your mouth. Your tofu is delicious.
Soon after, he tried several other dishes and they all tasted very good.
Not bad, the craftsmanship is quite good.
Qin Shiola smiled slightly.
The two of them sat in the living room and ate quietly. Dining room. Mu Qianxue suddenly spoke. By the way, I have something to inform you. Qin Shiola looked at her curiously and said. What's wrong? What happened? Mu Qianxue pondered for a moment and said.
Something happened to our advanced mathematics teacher at home, so he may not be able to teach you this year. The school just hired a new teacher and is planning to have her teach your class. She will probably be here in the next 2 days.
Hired a new teacher? Led our class?
Qin Shiola was stunned for a moment, then nodded, not caring too much.
After all, isn't it normal to change teachers?
In college, apart from the counselors, there are no teachers who can teach you from freshman year to senior year.
It rotates every year or every semester. Seeing Qin Xiola's indifferent look, Mu Qianxue reminded.
This girl is my best friend from college, and she's also a goddess.
I'm warning you, don't get too close to her, do you understand? If anything happens, please let me know immediately.
Mu Qianxue is a graduate of Peking University. Because of his intelligence, he often skipped grades when he was young, which led to him going to university earlier than most people. During her college years, she completed enough credits to graduate in 3 years and was successfully admitted to Peking University. In the entire Peking University, the only person who can compare with her in terms of academic performance is her best friend. Not only in terms of study, but also in appearance, there is not much difference between them. The only difference is that the other person majored in mathematics, while she majored in computer science.
There is little connection between the two.
Mu Qianxue's best friend is coming to Dongga to teach and work with her, so she is naturally happy.
But
the only thing that worries me is Qin Xiaola. After all men are idiots, and her best friend is as pretty as herself, even more lively and proactive than her.
She has countless suitors throughout Peking University.
That's why Mu Qianxue is worried. As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly when he heard this. The person hasn't arrived yet, but he's already started to feel jealous. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he joked.
I'm afraid this is difficult to handle. She is the teacher and I am the student. Students should listen carefully to what the teacher says. Mu Qianxue glared at him and said. I'm still a counselor, listen to me, understand? Qin Xiaola. How could Qin Xiaola not understand this? The thread is so strong. Chapter 86 I have to return the reward from last time to you, 3 more chapters sent to you. Qin Xiaola coughed and said. Don't worry, Professor Mu. I will listen to you and inform you as soon as anything happens. Looking at Mu Qianxue's murderous eyes, does Qin Xiaola dare not listen? Otherwise, the end is tragic. Besides, no matter how beautiful your best friend is, how pretty can she be? Mu Qianxue's appearance is top-notch not only in the entire University of Tokyo, but also in the whole of China. None of the actors and internet celebrities in the entertainment industry can compare to her. Whether in terms of appearance or contribution. None at all. Mu Qianxue nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on her face. This is the right ideological awareness. This is what a good student of a teacher looks like. Good. Yeah, not bad, eat more food. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue picked up some food for Qin Xiaola with a smile on her face. Really? A woman's face changes so quickly. He was furious just now, but now he is smiling and picking up food for you and praising you. Tell me, is this a case of changing too quickly? Qin Xiaola was quite happy with it and accepted the food Mu Qianxue picked for him with a smile. The food was delicious and he ate 2 bowls of rice by himself. About half an hour later, they both put down their bowls and chopsticks. Qin Xiaola couldn't help but burp. It feels so good. It feels so good. This meal is really rich. Qin Xiaola has a good idea. From now on, you can come here often to eat for free. Qin Xiaola stood up and prepared to wash the dishes. But he was stopped by Mu Qianxue. This time, Qin Xiaola was invited to dinner in a serious manner, so Mu Qianxue had no intention of asking him to work. After sending Qin Xiaola to the sofa to watch TV, she went to the kitchen to wash the dishes alone. Looking at the busy figures in the kitchen, Qin Xiaola couldn't help but smile slightly. Professor Mu Qianxue, who seems like an ice goddess to outsiders. It's really good for him. It feels a bit like a good wife and mother. Qin Xiaola couldn't help but feel that he was really lucky. Their current status is not formally boyfriend and girlfriend, but it has gone beyond friendship. Maybe it's even still above the ambiguous stage. After all, if Qin Xiaola is a little more shameless, he can take advantage of more. This is pretty cool. Soon, Mu Qianxue finished washing the dishes. She walked into the living room with a smile on her face, obviously in a good mood. First, it's a matter of information. Mu Qianxue was naturally happy to see such things that were beneficial to the country. What's more, it was Qin Xiaola who did it, so she felt a little proud. The second point is that she was quite happy about Qin Xiaola's answer just now. Women always have different requirements for men. That is, they are not allowed to get too close to their best friends.
As the saying goes, the mistakes of the past are lessons for the future.
How many girls are heartbroken because their best friend stole their boyfriend? Although Mu Qianxue had never experienced this before, she had seen it.
There are really such cases among her friends, so she is so careful.
After all, Qin Xiula is so handsome. Have some fruit, freshly cut.
Mu Qianxue came over with a plate of apples, which she had just washed and cut. This was the first time she had done these things for outsiders other than her family. Qin Xiula was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with a smile, and ate the food directly without any hesitation.
Not bad, quite crispy. The two of them sat on the sofa, and Mu Qianxue said, "By the way, when do you plan to lift the virus in the island country, or are you just going to leave it alone?"
Qin Xiula said with a smile.
"Don't worry, what I made is just a small thing.
Although the Japanese are rubbish, there are still some good hackers.
I guess they will be able to resolve it themselves in the next 2 days."
After all, this was a major event that swept the entire island nation, and even the Prime Minister was hacked.
Tell me how terrible this is.
It is estimated that if the virus stays for a few more days, the Prime Minister of the island country will commit suicide by seppuku.
Mu Qianxue nodded after hearing this. Where did you learn all these hacker skills? How come you are so good?
As a student at Peking University, Mu Qianxue had also seen some great hackers. But they all learned some computer knowledge since childhood, and they are so powerful after years of accumulation.
But
his strength is not as terrifying as Qin Xiula's.
He hacked an entire country.
And it hasn't been discovered yet.
How many people can do this? Almost none. That's why Mu Qianxue was very curious and surprised. Qin Xiula looked at her with a smile and said, "You really want to know?" Mu Qianxue nodded. She was quite curious.
After all, Qin Xiula is too young, and his skills are just so powerful.
Anyone would be curious.
Qin Xiula came up with a smile and leaned over to stand in front of Mu Qianxue. The two of them looked at each other, only 1 or 2 centimeters apart.
What do you want to do?"
Seeing Qin Xiula suddenly so close to her, Mu Qianxue felt inexplicably flustered. The two of them were so close to each other that they could feel each other's breathing and even clearly feel each other's heartbeat.
Qin Xiula smiled slightly, with an arc at the corner of his mouth. "You forgot, I still owe you a reward last time. Pay it back first and then I'll tell you slowly." "Last time? You owe me a reward?"
After being together for so long, Mu Qianxue naturally knew what the reward Qin Xiula was talking about was. She put her hands on Qin Xiula's chest.
I don't need you to pay it back, you can go now."
Qin Xiula smiled slightly and said,
"That won't do. I am a man of my word. How can I not pay back what I owe to others? Professor Mu, you can't teach me these bad things." Mu Qianxue? Dog scumbag. He speaks in a very different way.
However, before she could react, Qin Xiula kissed her directly in the next second.
Mu Qianxue knew that she couldn't resist.
After all, this was the umpteenth time this had happened. To be honest, knowing Qin Xiula for so many days has completely shattered the 3 views she had developed over the years.
It's like an ice goddess meeting a sexy young man.
I'm not warmed by the other person's heart, but I'm aroused by him.
It's simply hard to describe. But
Mu Qianxue herself did not reject this feeling. In fact, at this moment, she even felt a sense of enjoyment in her heart. But this thing lurks in the deepest part of her heart.
But she herself didn't know clearly and naturally couldn't express it. They kissed passionately, and at that moment, it seemed as if they owned the whole world.
Boys, once they kiss, their hands start to get naughty. Qin Xiula did the same, but Mu Qianxue held her chest tightly with both hands, not letting him take even a step forward.
About 3 or 4 minutes later, Mu Qianxue pushed Qin Xiula away, breathing in deep gulps of air. Looking at the smiling Qin Xiula, she felt both angry and amused.
If any other boy dared to touch her like this, Mu Qianxue would have gone crazy long ago.
But she really couldn't be angry with Qin Xiula.
Very strange.
Chapter 87 Qin Xiula's Routine.
Looking at Qin Xiula's smiling face, Mu Qianxue felt a little angry.
This guy. His ability to take advantage is really first class.
He takes advantage of others as soon as there is a disagreement, and he always takes advantage of every opportunity.
What a good memory.
I had completely forgotten about this matter, but this guy still remembers it so clearly.
It's really too much. Damn. Qin Xiaola said with a smile. Okay, our rewards are settled, and I don't owe you any rewards anymore. Mu Qianxue. Do you owe me? Did you pay it back? How can you be so thick-skinned?
Growing up, Mu Qianxue has seen the world and has seen thick-skinned people, but this is the first time she has seen someone with such a thick skin. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaola and snorted. You haven't told me where you learned hacking skills. Since she has been kissed by Qin Xiaola, it is impossible for Mu Qianxue to kiss her back. So, I can only give up. I just thought of it as being bitten by a puppy. However, no matter what time it is, human curiosity always exists. It was as if she was very curious about where Qin Xiaola's hacking skills came from. He is so young, but his skills are so advanced. How can this be tolerated? Qin Xiaola was stunned. I didn't expect that Mu Qianxue was still thinking about this question. If it were other matters, he wouldn't have to hide them from Mu Qianxue, but the system matter was of great importance. Even your biological parents cannot be told easily. Otherwise, who knows if they will be used as guinea pigs for research after it gets out? There are many greedy people in this world. There is a saying, money moves people's hearts. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. What's more, the system is useful for much more than that. Creating wealth is a very simple thing for the system. So, this thing is important. Qin Xiaola's mind turned, and he leaned over with a smile, looking at Mu Qianxue and said, Why, are you so curious about your mana strength? How about we go to your room and I can tell you in secret? Go, to my room? Suddenly, Mu Qianxue blushed. Even though she had never been in a relationship before, she knew what Qin Xiaola meant. It's really sexy. This bastard is really getting more and more coquettish. He dares to say such words to my face. She rolled her eyes at Qin Xiaola and snorted. I don't want to know, go away. After saying that, he pushed Qin Xiaola away. How could Mu Qianxue possibly agree to such coquettish remarks? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Xiaola smiled and left Mu Qianxue, sat aside, and asked with a smile. You really don't want to know, but the origin of hacker technology is extremely tortuous and bizarre. I guarantee you will be very interested. Twists and turns? Interested? Pooh. I don't believe you at all. Just want to coax me into the room, and then. Mu Qianxue is not a naive person, she just has never been in a relationship and is a bit cold and arrogant, but that doesn't mean she is stupid. She still knows about this kind of thing between men and women. She snorted and refused without hesitation. TSK, no need to, I don't want to know. Don't want to know? Seeing this, Qin Xiaola was delighted and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Finally, I managed to fool it a little bit. If Mu Qianxue really asked in detail, he really wouldn't know what to say. Qin Xiaola said this deliberately according to Mu Qianxue's personality. After all, after being together for such a long time, he had already figured out Mu Qianxue's personality. When facing himself, he seems aloof, but actually he is a little arrogant. If Qin Xiaola had said this to the other girl, the two of them might have been exploring life in the room right now. But Mu Qianxue would definitely not agree to this and would reject him righteously. That's why he said that on purpose. The two sat on the sofa and chatted for a while, and Qin Xiaola planned to leave. Before leaving, Mu Qianxue stood in front of him, looked at him closely and said, Don't forget what I said. The words seemed to be both a reminder and a threat. Qin Xiaola was stunned. What? Seeing Qin Xiaola's confused look, Mu Qianxue snorted and said, Bestie. Although she only said 2 words, Qin Xiaola understood it instantly. Really? Women's minds are always in strange places. For example, beware of your bestie. Qin Xiaola nodded and said with a smile. Don't worry, Professor Mu, I am yours, and my heart is yours too, no one can take it away. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue shuddered. These words gave her goosebumps. However, although there was no special expression on Mu Qianxue's face, she was actually quite happy in her heart. Then I'm leaving. Qin Xiaola stood at the door and smiled slightly. Mu Qianxue nodded. Well, go slow on the road. Don't worry. Looking at Qin Xiaola's departing figure, Mu Qianxue's mouth corners slightly raised.
Only after he got into the elevator and left did Mu Qianxue slowly close the door. Mu Qianxue has complicated feelings towards Qin Xiaola. Not as cold and indifferent as before. Instead, it has a bit more of the worldly touch. Even if the other person makes her angry, she won't be angry for long and will be fine in a blink of an eye. I always have a vague concern for Qin Xiaola in my heart. Otherwise, it is also impossible to threaten him not to get too close to his best friend. Could it be that I really fell in love with this guy? This thought suddenly popped up in Mu Qianxue's mind. Even she herself was shocked. I have never been in a relationship since I was a child, although some people around me have been in a relationship. But when it comes to love, you can't experience it unless you're personally in the situation. Perhaps you will never understand the reason. It is not ruled out that some people are born with a talent for love. Even if they have never had a relationship, they can gain a lot with the help of the people or things around them. Even more sober than those who have talked about it. But after all, such people are a minority. Although Mu Qianxue has a high IQ and is very good at studying, she really doesn't know much about love. I am usually immersed in scientific research and have no time to talk about these things at all. So, when she analyzed whether she was in love with Qin Xiaola, she fell into confusion. Mu Qianxue quickly shook her head to get rid of these thoughts in her mind. She is very confused inside. Let's just take it one step at a time. Feelings are something that is difficult to understand. Once you are involved in them, it will be difficult to escape. Qin Xiaola returned to the dormitory, washed up, and went to bed to rest. Tomorrow is Thursday, and it's time to prepare for the basketball game. After all, this is a college-level competition, representing a professional honor. It would be so embarrassing if we couldn't get all the people together or if we were eliminated in the first round. The entire profession is brought into disgrace. Chapter 88 Qin Xiaoxi? The next afternoon. After a day of classes, Qin Xiaola took the 5 members of the computer science basketball team to find a place for training. There were already 5 people, so he didn't plan to play and was prepared to be a substitute. If there is any emergency, he will take the field. In the afternoon, Qin Xiaola watched them practice and learn tactics. When it comes to basketball, it's a team game. Tactics. It is extremely important. Many people have absolutely no problem relying on their personal strength, and can still blow up the entire field by themselves. Really? If a basketball superstar were to join the JIKE basketball team, there would be no need to discuss any tactics or train at all. He can win by himself with just 4 people. Even winning was easy. However, they are all freshmen now and their strengths are not much different. If the tactics are well coordinated, it will have a huge effect. When several people were training, suddenly, a basketball flew through the air and hit Tang Meng on the head the next second. He was stunned. Looking at the ball rolling on the ground, his eyes turned. A boy wearing a telecommunications basketball uniform walked over slowly, glanced at Tang Meng, then looked at the people from the computer science department, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. With just these few things, you still want to participate in the competition? Shameful. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said casually, "Sorry, the basketball has no eyes and hit me." Seeing the disdainful look of the guy in front of him, Tang Meng instantly became angry. Why, the ball has no eyes, and you have no eyes either, or your brain is not working well? You. When the man heard what Tang Meng said, he instantly became angry. His name is Zhang Luoyang, the center of the telecom basketball team. He is 187 centimeters tall, a little taller than Tang Meng. Their telecom team is very strong this year. 3 of their players were on the school team in high school, and the others have good skills. They are definitely the favorites to win the championship this year. On the other hand, let us look at the Department of Computer Science. Except for Tang Meng, who seems to be of decent height, few of the others can make it. Although basketball is a game of technique, it also has another name, the tall man's game. The tall guy beats the short guy, it's easy. Anyone who plays basketball knows this. Therefore, Zhang Luoyang really didn't take these people from the computer science department seriously. He glared at Tang Meng and sneered. Just wait, you'd better pray that you don't play against us in the basketball game next week, otherwise, I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, Zhang Luoyang waved his fists in the air a few times, sneered, bent down and picked up the ball. Tang Meng was not to be outdone. Haha, you? Stop dreaming.
Whether we can win or not is another matter, but we cannot lose in momentum.
This is his consistent principle in life. As young people, you should be full of energy. If you are not passionate, can you still be called a young person?
The two looked at each other, their eyes revealing their dissatisfaction with each other.
Zhang Luoyang snorted coldly, turned and left. Actually, it wasn't a big deal, just being hit by a basketball.
But one looks down on the other and apologizes insincerely. One has a bad temper and doesn't indulge the other. The two naturally look down on each other.
This is normal. But maybe this is fate. Some people are not compatible at first sight.
It's as if everyone has a magnetic field, and the magnetic fields of the two of them repel each other.
Maybe everyone has this feeling. The first time I see someone, I feel that we will not get along well with him in the future.
Zhang Luoyang left, Tang Meng snorted coldly and turned around to continue practicing. When he was in high school, he also played on the school team because of his height.
However, basketball is not their school's strong point and is rather weak, so Tang Meng's skills are not particularly impressive.
This training time was maintained for 3 consecutive days.
Day 3, Saturday afternoon.
Tang Meng and the other 5 were practicing basketball on the side, while Qin Xiula was sitting leisurely under the shade of a tree, playing with his phone and drinking water. He is the nominal head of the basketball team, and even if he is not training, he has to supervise. For him, it doesn't matter. In the afternoon and evening, I sat next to the basketball court, drank some water, and played with my phone. It wasn't hot, and there was a slight breeze, so it was quite cool.
Just when he was immersed in his mobile phone, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Oh my God, there's a beauty. Damn, she's so gorgeous." Suddenly, countless eyes were drawn over. The next second, the entire basketball court was shocked. "Oh my God, this beauty and figure are so amazing. Walk, my God, this beauty is really goddess level. This appearance can be compared with Professor Mu, right?
Of course, she beats all the female stars in China." When everyone saw this girl, their eyes were filled with horror and desire. He is 1.7 meters tall, wearing long boots, a leather jacket, and tight denim shorts. The delicate face seemed like a gift from God, with a high nose bridge and deep eyes. It was simply perfect. The long white legs were exposed, the breeze blew, the fragrance drifted, and countless boys who were playing basketball put down their basketballs and watched with great interest.
Basketball? Are there any pretty goddesses? In just a moment, the basketball in everyone's hands no longer smelled good. Just like countless perverts, staring blankly. Qin Xiula was the only person in the entire venue who seemed relatively normal.
The main reason was that he was still immersed in the game King of Glory. He didn't even look up and couldn't hear the sounds around him.
Completely immerse yourself in the game. Joke.
We are playing in a team. Who the hell has the time to care about so many things? This is a crucial step in his journey from Eternal Diamond to Star Glory, and he cannot be careless. He ignores anyone who comes.
However, the opposite happened.
The beautiful girl in leather boots smiled when she saw Qin Xiula. She walked over slowly, with a smile and a hint of cunning in her eyes. Not long after, he stood behind Qin Xiula, tilted his head and gently looked at the game in Qin Xiula's hand, and said softly, "Stop playing and look who's here." However, Qin Xiula didn't care at all and kept operating with his fingers.
"Whoever comes here has nothing to do with me. I'm in a team fight. Don't bother me." In a team fight, what can happen even if the principal comes? Can it still prevent the honor of his team? He.
However, Qin Xiula suddenly realized something was wrong as soon as he finished speaking.
This sound. It seems a little familiar.
And this fragrance, Qin Xiula became more familiar with it. As if he thought of something, Qin Xiula suddenly put down his phone, turned around and looked up.
Pa!
He was so scared that his phone fell to the ground. The girl in front of him was extremely beautiful, but in his eyes she looked like a devil. He was trembling and excited, pointing at the girl in front of him and said fearfully,
Qin Xiaoxi." Qin Xiaoxi snorted coldly and pulled up his ears directly. "Huh, you don't even call me sister, but Qin Xiaoxi? Who gave you the courage?"
Chapter 89, Take you to meet my best friend tomorrow. More updates, please vote. That's right, the person in front of him was Qin Xiula's biological sister, Qin Xiaoxi.
The two are 4 years apart in age.
However, Qin Xiula has never felt the love of his sister since he was a child.
Why? Because Qin Xiaoxi is like a little witch.
Not only is he a cunning ghost, but he also always tricks his younger brother. When he was young, he was cheated by Qin Xiaoxi countless times, and there was some trauma in his heart. Later, she went to college and went to Peking University. Although Qin Xiaola was the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination, he was. Qin Xiaoxi has gone to Peking University, so he can't go there either. When the time comes, it will be so uncomfortable to see you when you look up and down. Therefore, the reason why Qin Xiaola did not go to Peking University was also for this reason, to avoid Qin Xiaoxi. Who knows, I have just enjoyed a few days of comfortable life here.
Good job. She just appeared out of nowhere. Still so silent. It's really fucked up.
Qin Xiaoxi grabbed her ears, and Qin Xiaola didn't dare to resist at all. After all, he has his dad, mom, grandparents, and grandparents-in-law.
Dote on Qin Xiaoxi very much.
At home, his status is much higher than mine. So, how dare he resist? Sister, I was wrong.
I'm just happy to see you. Qin Xiaoxi snorted coldly. Happy? I don't believe you at all. She knows this younger brother best.
He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve and is a top-notch teller of lies.
It's better to listen to his words in reverse order, as it will be more meaningful for reference. I don't trust you. Qin Xiaola smiled and quickly stood up and said.
Really, sister, please let go first, my ears hurt. Qin Xiaoxi snorted lightly and then let go of her hand.
Come on, don't stay here anymore, come out with me. Hey, okay. How could Qin Xiaola dare not disobey his sister's words? He responded quickly and picked up the phone on the ground.
However, when he saw the picture on his phone, he was stunned. We lost the team battle, and this game is ruined.
The Xingyao promotion match is gone. Damn.
Qin Xiaola guessed that his teammates should be cursing at this moment. After all, at the critical moment just now, he dropped his phone to the ground, and he went offline during the team battle and was killed instantly by the opponent.
But there's nothing we can do about it.
After all, Qin Xiaoxi is here. He sighed and put his phone in his pocket. He glanced at Tang Meng and the others who looked confused. Not only the 5 of them, but also the others who were training on the basketball court looked confused.
Does this beautiful girl know the guy in front of her? And it seems like they have an unusual relationship? It must be fake. It's simply unbelievable. You know, this girl's appearance is so high that it is unimaginable. Even the top female stars in China may not be able to compare with her. There is a fairy-like aura about her.
Looking at the dazed people, Qin Xiaola said with a smile.
You guys practice first. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now.
As he spoke, he waved to a few people, turned and left. Qin Xiaoxi glanced at him and urged.
Hurry up, you're killing me.
Having said that, he pulled his arm without saying anything else and quickened his pace forward.
However, this scene was so unbelievable and enviable in the eyes of everyone. Oh my god, where does this girl come from? She's so pretty, isn't she? That's right, my god, this appearance is amazing. What a pity. She's already got someone else. TSK, the point is that the boy is also handsome, we don't have much competition. Even if you want to steal someone's girl, you have to have the ability to do so. However, it is obvious that compared with Qin Xiaola, they do not have that strength. No matter their appearance or any other aspects, there is no comparison at all. Even if we give them a chance, it's useless. The people from the Jiko department also had dazed expressions at this moment. Old Tang, what's the matter with Brother Lo? He suddenly hooked up with such a pretty girl? Yeah, what's going on? Listening to the questions from several people, wasn't Tang Meng also confused?
It seems that Qin Xiaola has no special activities recently.
How could I suddenly hook up with such a beautiful girl? This appearance is comparable to that of their Professor Mu. It's just awesome. He shook his head and said. Damn, I don't know either. As expected of Brother Lu, the girls around him are prettier than the last. Really? Since school started, many girls like Qin Xiaola. And they are all very good looking. The worst ones are all at the level of school beauties. Sure enough, the gap between people is greater than the gap between people and dogs. Damn. The other side. Qin Xiaoxi and Qin Xiaola walked around the campus of Dongda University. Countless people saw this scene and their eyes lit up. Why?
because both of them were so good looking. The key is that the two of them are still so close.
Qin Xiaola couldn't stand being watched like this all the way.
He broke free from Qin Xiaoxi's hold and said with a dry cough,
"Sister, I'll go by myself." Qin Xiaoxi turned around and said with a sly smile, "Why, my brother has grown up and is shy now?" Qin Xiaola coughed and said, "No, I just think this is not a good idea. It will not be conducive to your finding a boyfriend." Of course, there is one thing Qin Xiaola didn't say. It's hard to explain when it gets to Mu Qianshui's ears. After all, there was such a pretty girl coming to school, holding Qin Xiaola's hand. If this gets out, Mu Qianshue might want to chop him with a knife. Qin Xiaoxi's mouth corners slightly raised. "Come on, you're full of nonsense, just go away."
The two have been together for so many years, and Qin Xiaoxi knows his younger brother best.
Are you still afraid of delaying your search for a partner?
Pooh. He is probably afraid that it will affect his chances of picking up girls.
This guy is so mean.
Qin Xiaola smiled when he heard that and quickly followed.
The two people are one on the left and one on the right. This is the direction to exit the school gate. Qin Xiaola asked curiously. "Sister, where are we going and what are we doing?" "This direction is the direction of leaving the school from the east gate,"
Qin Xiaoxi said with a smile.
"Take you to dinner and meet a close friend." "Best friend?" Qin Xiaola was stunned and said with a smile. "You have a girlfriend?"
Qin Xiaoxi, this little witch, actually has a best friend?
It must be fake.
You know, she has had a very high IQ since she was a child. I skipped grades several times. While children of the same age were still playing in the mud, Qin Xiaoxi had already started learning Olympiad mathematics. When she was in high school, she had already started teaching herself college-level advanced mathematics problems.
Maybe it's because my IQ is too high.
Therefore, she doesn't like to play with children of the same age, as she thinks they are childish.
Most of the time is spent immersed in mathematics.
Such a person would have a best friend.
How is that possible? Anyway, Qin Xiaola was the first one who didn't believe it. However, Qin Xiaoxi glared at him. "Humph, your skin is itchy, isn't it?" Qin Xiaola couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. "Oh shit. I was careless. Never ask again." Chapter 90. Who is your best friend? Seeing Qin Xiaoxi looking so ferocious, Qin Xiaola didn't dare to ask.
I had no choice but to follow her obediently.
It's best not to mess with this witch. Otherwise, I have offended you. The two of them walked out of the school gate, one on the left and one on the right.
Qin Xiaoxi walked towards her destination according to the location sent by her best friend's phone.
Shanghai people. This is a very famous hotel near Dongda University. Students from the surrounding area and some office workers often come here to eat. Because the food here tastes good, the environment is beautiful, and the prices are not that outrageous.
The reputation, taste, and service are all good, so it naturally attracted a lot of people.
This is a mid to high-end restaurant in this area. We're here, right here.
Standing at the door, Qin Xiaoxi looked at the location on her phone and nodded.
Qin Xiaola was stunned and asked curiously. "Sister, do you really have a best friend here inviting you to dinner?"
I originally thought that someone like Qin Xiaoxi would be unlikely to have a best friend. The so-called going out for dinner might just be to trick his brother into giving him a meal.
But, look at her now.
It seemed like one of her best friends really invited her to dinner.
Qin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily.
"Nonsense, I am a person of excellent character, humble, and extremely intelligent.
How could I not have a best friend?" Qin Xiaola. Good character? Be humble? Is this talking about you? Don't you have any idea?
Among these adjectives, except for extremely intelligent, the others are nonsense.
In Subei City, the famous little witch is just shouting nonsense. Who of Qin Xiaola's generation doesn't he know about the several residential areas where his family lives? But Qin Xiaola didn't dare say this in front of her. Afraid of being beaten to death. There is a shadow in my heart. He silently followed Qin Xiaoxi's footsteps into the restaurant.
At this time, the waiter at the front desk came over quickly with a smile on his face.
"Hello, both of you, do you have an appointment?"
Qin Xiaoxi glanced at her phone and nodded.
"Yes, room 203. Okay, please follow me."
After saying that, the waiter gestured for them to come in and immediately took them both upstairs.
"Hello, both of you. This is room 203. Qin Xiaoxi nodded, turned around and looked at Qin Shilla and said, "Come on, I'll take you to meet my best friend. She's the famous ice goddess in your Dongda University." Having said that, Qin Xiaoxi pushed open the door. However, Qin Shilla realized something was wrong only then. Damn? The famous ice goddess of Southeast University? Then, isn't he Mu Qianxue? Could it be that my sister's best friend is Mu Qianxue? It must be fake.
As soon as this thought came into his mind, his heart began to tremble.
But,
without waiting for him to think about it, Qin Xiaoxi directly took Qin Shilla's hand, pushed open the door of the private room and walked in.
In the huge private room, there was only a woman sitting with her back to her.
She has a graceful figure and a slim body.
Even if you just look at her back, you can tell that she is an absolutely amazing beauty. Hearing the door open, she turned around quickly. "Qianxue, long time no see. I missed you so much."
Having said that, Qin Xiaoxi let go of Qin Shilla, then excitedly walked towards Mu Qianxue and gave her a big hug.
When she saw Qin Xiaoxi, Mu Qianxue's face was also full of excitement. "Xiaoxi, long time no see, I missed you so much."
Two goddess-level figures with extremely stunning looks hugged each other like this. His face was full of excitement. When they were studying at Peking University, the two of them were best friends.
Why? A big part of the reason is that their IQs are similar. That's right.
Both Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue skipped grades from childhood to adulthood and were admitted to Peking University.
Finally, he created quite a reputation at Peking University. They are all top experts in their respective professions. Only two people like this with such beautiful looks and high IQ can play together. In terms of personality, Qin Xiaoxi is lively and outgoing, a bit sinister. But Mu Qianxue is just the opposite. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. The two people's personalities complement each other.
So, during the years at Peking University, the two of them were each other's best friends. Many Peking University students at that time were well aware of this.
Perhaps this is the mutual attraction between people with high IQs.
The two hugged each other briefly, and Qin Xiaoxi smiled and said,
"By the way, let me introduce someone to you." "Introduce someone?"
As they spoke, they both looked towards the door.
Qin Xiaoxi smiled slightly and said, "This is my silly brother, Qin Shilla, who is also a student at your Dongda University."
Although his brain is not very good, he looks okay. Qin Shilla and Mu Qianxue stood there, looking at each other. Both of them were dumbfounded.
Especially Mu Qianxue. The moment she saw Qin Shilla, her eyes suddenly widened.
His face was full of disbelief, but his heart was already screaming and collapsing.
Oh my god. Qin Shilla is actually my best friend's younger brother? And she was actually being ambiguous with him, and the most important thing is that they even slept together? Damn it. Oh my god, is this true?
It had been more than 20 years, and this was the first time that Mu Qianxue had encountered such a frightening scene.
Not only Mu Qianxue, Qin Shilla was not much better. This scene is so scary.
I slept with my elder sister's only best friend.
What to do in the future? How to get along?
Everything formed a big question mark in Qin Shilla's mind.
Waiting online, very urgent. Wrong.
Qin Shilla suddenly remembered that Mu Qianxue had said before that her best friend would come to the class to teach them advanced mathematics.
That is to say, Qin Xiaoxi, is she his future advanced mathematics teacher? Oh my god. Please kill me. How can I live like this? A big part of the reason why Qin Shilla came to Dongda was to escape Qin Xiaoxi. This witch is in Peking University, he definitely doesn't dare to go there. I never expected it. She actually wanted to kill them all. He followed me. Seeing the two people's dazed expressions, Qin Xiaoxi didn't react for a moment. She patted Mu Qianxue's arm and asked curiously, "Qianxue, what's wrong, do you two know each other?"
Mu Qianxue and Qin Shilla reacted quickly, looked at each other, and quickly looked away.
She coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, I recognize him. I'm his homeroom teacher."
Qin Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this.
Head teacher? Is it such a coincidence? Etc.
She turned her gaze and looked at Qin Shilla.
Xiaolo, you studied computer science? Qin Shilla. Mu Qianxue. Grass. Is this fucking sister still my real sister? I don't even know what my younger brother's major is. Damn. Qin Xiaola nodded helplessly. However, Qin Xiaoxi suddenly laughed. Oh my god, bro, I will be your teacher from now on. What a fate. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Chapter 91. Is there a way to get her away? Qin Xiaoxi smiled happily. I am so happy. If she wasn't afraid of affecting her image as a lady, she would have laughed out loud. Even she herself did not expect that she would become Qin Xiola's advanced mathematics teacher. You must know. The main reason why she came to Dongda was because she was invited by Mu Qianxue. In addition, it was quite boring to do scientific research at Peking University, so after thinking about it for a while, she decided to come. After all, with Qin Xiaoxi's qualifications and academic level, it would be too easy for her to come to Dongda University to take classes. The principals were all delighted and lined the streets to welcome them. Originally, she came here with the idea of visiting her best friend and younger brother. I didn't expect that I would become my younger brother's teacher. Now it's time to have fun. Qin Xiaoxi was so happy. When he was little, he always teased Qin Xiaola. Now, I have become his teacher. Does this kid dare to resist? Hey hey! Dream on! Believe it or not, I will ask the parents. On the contrary, Qin Xiaola almost vomited blood after hearing the news. I even had the thought of going back to high school to repeat a year. No matter how hard you try, you can never be defensive. Shit. The brother and sister had different expressions. Qin Xiaoxi greeted with a smile. Come on, Qianxue, Xiaola, sit down. Let's have a good meal today. Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue looked at each other and sat down helplessly. Are you happy? Who the hell is happy? Mu Qianxue sighed quietly in her heart, feeling as if she was crying because of her own stupidity. When I was chatting with Qin Xiaoxi that day, she said that it was boring and uninteresting to do scientific research alone in Peking University. After all, Qin Xiaoxi's personality is like this, a little eccentric. If she were left to do scientific research alone without anyone to accompany her, it would be better to kill her. So, Mu Qianxue casually suggested that she come to Dongda to try it out. After all, he was also recruiting talents for his grandfather. When Qin Xiaoxi thought about her best friend and younger brother who were both studying at Southeast University, she agreed without hesitation. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue wanted to slap herself in the face. Really sloppy. The three of them ordered the dishes and sat around. In order to avoid being noticed by Qin Xiaoxi that something was not right between her and Qin Xiaola, Mu Qianxue deliberately acted very cold and didn't look at Qin Xiaola. By the way, Qianxue, you live in this neighborhood at the east gate of Dongda University, right? When the three of them were eating, Qin Xiaoxi suddenly asked during the meal. Mu Qianxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Qin Xiaoxi smiled slightly and said. Nothing, I also bought an apartment, and we'll be neighbors from now on. Suddenly, Qin Xiaola spat out a mouthful of rice. Me he. Neighbor? Just kill me. Before, Qin Xiaola could often go to Mu Qianxue's house to eat and take advantage of her. Now that's good. Qin Xiaoxi bought an apartment and became neighbors with Mu Qianxue. How the hell am I supposed to take advantage? Seeing Qin Xiaola's expression, Qin Xiaoxi rolled his eyes at him. What are you doing? You're just eating a meal and you're not being honest. Qin Xiaola quickly took a sip of water and said. No, sister, where did you get the money to buy a house? The house prices here are not cheap, much more expensive than our Subei city. Although Subei City is also a first-tier city, the gap between it and Shanghai is not small. The most intuitive point is reflected in housing prices. The house in Mu Qianxue's community is only over 100 square meters and would cost nearly 10 million yuan. In Subei City, the maximum is only about 2 million. This gap is not a little bit. Qin Xiaoxi's eyes revealed a hint of cunning, and then he smiled and coughed dryly and said. Of course it's what I earned from doing scientific research over the years. Doing scientific research? Is it so profitable? How can you buy a house worth tens of millions so casually? Is this true or false? This is too jiao. Even Mu Qianxue showed a hint of doubt in her eyes. There is no way scientific research can be so profitable. She herself comes from a scientific research background and knows that it is impossible to make so much money in this field.
What's more, she is only 23 and has only been working in scientific research for 2 years.
How could she possibly earn so much?
It's obvious that Qin Xiaoxi is lying. Moreover, she and Qin Xiaoxi were very familiar with each other when they were in college. It can be felt that her family should be quite wealthy.
But why do these two siblings not look like a family?
It's really strange.
However, Mu Qianxue didn't think much about it. Fortunately, Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaoxi's houses are not on the same floor.
Mu Qianxue's house is on the 13th floor, while Qin Xiaoxi's is on the 17th floor. This made Qin Xiaola breathe a sigh of relief. It would be really uncomfortable if they bought the house next door. During the meal, the three of them had their own thoughts. God knows how Qin Xiaola managed to get through it. It's really too difficult. He could feel a little bit of difficulty in his future life. Meal was half late.
Qin Xiaoxi smiled and said,
"I'm going to the bathroom first, you guys eat first."
With that, Qin Xiaoxi got up, opened the door, and went to the bathroom.
In the private room, Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief.
Why didn't you tell me that Xiaoxi is your sister? Mu Qianxue broke the silence and couldn't help but speak.
Qin Xiaola sighed quietly.
I didn't know you were besties. This is such a coincidence.
Yes.
What a coincidence.
The relationship with Mu Qianxue was finally making a breakthrough, and now someone like Qin Xiaoxi came along.
The future life is full of difficulties. It's like, life used to be in simple mode, but now it's good.
Just increase the difficulty to the maximum. Mu Qianxue was helpless, looking at Qin Xiaola, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "As for our relationship, let's not tell Xiaoxi.
I'm afraid she can't bear it.
My brother had an ambiguous relationship with my best friend and even slept with her."
This is so magical.
Of course. The reason why Mu Qianxue said this was mainly because she was too shy. If Qin Xiaoxi knew about this, with her witchy personality, who knows what she would do?
Qin Xiaola also nodded. It is better to have less trouble than more.
He didn't want Qin Xiaoxi to know either. If a normal sister knew that her brother was in love, she would not only encourage and praise him, but also provide financial support.
But Qin Xiaoxi is obviously not that kind of sister. It's better to keep this matter secret. Qin Xiaola came up and said, "Is there any way to get rid of her?"
If I let her teach me advanced mathematics, I'm afraid I'll die if I don't follow her for a week.
When Qin Xiaoxi was mentioned, Qin Xiaola felt traumatized.
Since childhood, he has been bullied by relying on his age and high IQ. The key is that the elders in the family are still on her side.
It's so infuriating.
This.
Mu Qianxue also wanted to do so. She sighed and said,
"I'll think about it later."
"Don't be too anxious." "All right."
As soon as Qin Xiaola finished speaking, the sound of the door opening was heard. The two of them lowered their heads and remained silent.
Chapter 92. I feel like everyone around me is playing me. Part 3.
Qin Xiaoxi walked in with a smile on her face, and watched the two of them eating, with a slight smile on her lips. The three of them had dinner in a private room. Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue spent most of the time chatting, while Qin Xiaola was eating on his own.
Firstly, he couldn't join in the conversation between the two of them.
Secondly, he was afraid that if he said too much, he would expose his relationship with Mu Qianxue.
After all, Qin Xiaoxi's IQ is really high, and if there are any clues, she will most likely figure them out. So,
you must be careful, and careful again.
Be careful with what you say and do. Moreover, Qin Xiaola was secretly thinking in his heart how to get Qin Xiaoxi away. With her here, I can't do anything.
If I said that I was like a fish in water before. Now, a shark has come into the fish pond and wants to eat the small fish.
8:30 p.m. After everyone finished eating, Mu Qianxue rushed to pay the bill.
After all, we are welcoming Qin Xiaoxi to Dongda University, so it is impossible to let her spend money. Several people stood at the door of the hotel, and Qin Xiaoxi said with a smile, "Zhenxue, Xiaola, let's go to my newly bought house and take a look.
I'll show you the way."
"Good." The two of them said hello in unison, then looked at each other without changing their expressions.
At this time, you must not reveal any clues. Cross the road and walk down a familiar street. Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue's houses are in the same building, but on different floors. Take the elevator all the way up to the 17th floor. Immediately. Walked to the door, 1702. She took out her key and opened the door.
Then, the two of them followed in. The moment he stepped into the hall, Qin Shiola was instantly shocked.
Luxury.
That's right, the word luxury instantly popped up in his mind.
Not only is the space larger than Mu Qianshue's house, but the decoration is also more luxurious.
This house is about 160 square meters, slightly larger than Mu Qianshue's.
Holy crap, sister, did you really buy this house for your scientific research?
Although Qin Shiola has never bought a house, he still knows a little about it.
Such a location, such a decoration, and such a large space.
Without 20 million, it is impossible to get it.
Is this really what Qin Xiaoxi earned from scientific research? Is scientific research so profitable?
Qin Xiaoxi coughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. However, because she had her back to Qin Shiola, he didn't notice it.
Ahem, of course, this is all earned by your sister's scientific research. How about that? Isn't it amazing? Qin Shiola couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes full of confusion. Is it really that profitable to do scientific research?
Mu Qianxue, the only one who knew what was going on, frowned.
Is scientific research so profitable? How come I don't know?
Qin Xiaoxi coughed dryly and hurriedly changed the subject.
Go take a rest on the sofa. There are food and drinks in the refrigerator. Feel free to take them. I've been on a plane all afternoon today and I'm so dirty.
I'm going to take a shower first.
Feel free to do whatever you want. With that, Qin Xiaoxi turned around, went to her room, got some clothes and went to take a shower.
Soon, the sound of dripping water was heard in the bathroom.
Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. He whispered, Professor Mu, is scientific research really that profitable?
To be honest, he didn't believe a word of what Qin Xiaoxi said just now. Having been cheated by her since childhood, Qin Shiola has learned his lesson. You have to listen to Qin Xiaoxi's words backwards and in reverse, you can't listen to them forwards.
Otherwise, you will be sold out by her and have to help her count the money. Qin Shiola knows this very well. Mu Qianxue shook her head and said,
That shouldn't be the case. Scientific research is usually very busy, and the salary is not particularly high. Besides, your sister is only a mathematics major and has only been in the research institute for 2 years, how could she possibly have such a high salary?
This house, including the decoration, will cost at least 20 million. Can a young man who has just worked in a research institute for 2 years buy this house? How is that possible?
If this were true, I guess all the young people in China would be scrambling to get into research institutes, and no one would give a damn about the entertainment industry.
Qin Shiola heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Professor Mu, I feel like the people around me are weird. Strangeness? Mu Qianxue was stunned, a little confused and didn't know what it meant. Qin Shiola nodded and said, I feel like the people around me are always playing me.
Growing up, I always thought we were an ordinary family, and my parents were ordinary office workers.
But
sometimes, with some of the things that happened, I always felt like they were acting me out. When he was young, Qin Shiola went to and from school normally. Ordinary school, ordinary community. My parents also drive cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Everything seemed normal. But when he finished the college entrance examination, he felt that something was wrong at home. A supercar worth several $1 million quietly appeared in the house. He asked his parents where the car came from. The two of them said in unison that they were given away in a lottery. When will the lucky draw allow you to win a supercar? One that costs several million. Later, Qin Shiola became the provincial top scholar and held a lavish banquet in the largest hotel in northern Jiangsu. He was not very familiar with some of the people he interacted with. But some people have seen the photo on TV. There are chairmen of Fortune 500 companies, some literary giants, and some bigwigs in other industries. His father is just an ordinary citizen, how could he know so many dignitaries? However, when Qin Shiola asked, his parents did not elaborate, but were vague and told him to concentrate on his studies. Later, this is Qin Xiaoxi's house. Worth 20 million. This thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. For a moment, Qin Shiola couldn't help but doubt himself. Am I really from an average family? Am I really a child from an ordinary family? Is my dad really just a small clerk? Why does it feel like all this is just me?
This. Faced with Qin Xiola's question, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but fall into deep thought for a moment. She couldn't figure out what was going on.
According to Qin Xiola, their family is indeed quite strange. Moreover, it is impossible that Qin Xiaoxi earned this house through scientific research. If scientific research was really that profitable, it would have attracted a lot of people a long time ago.
This is absolutely impossible. So, there must be something fishy going on.
But Mu Qianxue didn't know the specific reason, and it was hard to say. Anyway, she felt that the most similar thing between Qin Xiola and Qin Xiaoxi was their willingness to cheat others. These two guys are exactly the same when it comes to cheating people.
He tells lies without blinking an eye. When you are cruel, you even deceive yourself.
Therefore, Mu Qianxue really had no idea what their situation was.
Is that possible? The whole family are actors?
For a moment, she couldn't help but shudder.
If I really get married to Qin Xiola in the future and marry into their family, will they treat me like a fool? Chapter 93. We are worthy of being a family. Fourth update, please give me votes. Qin Xiola sighed and said.
Forget it, I'll go home and investigate thoroughly when I'm on holiday.
Something is wrong, something is terribly wrong.
There's a saying that goes, unless you compare yourself to your father, you don't know how rich he is.
So, Qin Xiola plans to find a time to force his father. Maybe there will be a surprise. This family is really good at acting. A family of actors. Mu Qianxue also nodded and stopped thinking about it.
This thing, I can't figure it out at all just by thinking about it myself.
We have to present facts and speak reasonably. Otherwise, no one knows the truth of the matter.
Qin Xiaoxi takes a shower very slowly. This seems to be inherited from his mother, or perhaps most girls are like this. So, at this moment, Qin Xiola is not in a hurry. Anyway, she was taking a leisurely bath in the bathroom, and the sound of running water blocked the communication between him and Mu Qianxue.
In addition, the noises they made when chatting were not loud, so Qin Xiaoxi would definitely not be able to notice. Qin Xiola chuckled, moved closer to Mu Qianxue, and said with a smile. Professor Mu, you really gave me a fright today.
Please compensate me for my young heart.
Mu Qianxue? I'm scared, too. The moment she found out that Qin Xiola was Qin Xiaoxi's biological brother, she was almost scared to death. This is simply the bomb of the century. Even novels are not so coincidental. Damn. However, Qin Xiola didn't think so. He smiled and said, in that case, why don't I compensate you once, and you compensate me twice? It's a win-win situation. Mu Qianxue? Oh shit. Can you please have some shame? Is this a win-win situation? It's obvious that you are the only one who won twice.
She rolled her eyes at Qin Xiola and snorted.
Impossible, don't even think about it, you scumbag. Impossible? Don't even think about it?
If it were a boy with a thinner skin, he might have given up the idea. After all, the girls clearly refused.
If I take the initiative to go up to him again, I'm afraid I'll make him angry. But Qin Xiola is not your average thin-skinned boy.
To him, impossible means possible.
This shows permission.
Of course, when making this judgment, you also have to look at the girl's tone and the relationship between you and her. If the girl's tone is just pretending to reject you, but she is happy inside, and you have done similar things before,
then it doesn't matter. Bold kiss. But if the other person is really angry, and it's the first time between you, all I can say is, prison welcomes you. Let's go in and stay there for a few months first.
Qin Xiola chuckled and without saying a word, he leaned forward.
Next second, he directly blocked Mu Qianxue's mouth with his lips. In an instant, Mu Qianxue felt a familiar operation. This operation is so familiar. I don't know how many times this has happened. However, this time she didn't dare to resist, nor did she dare to utter a single sound. After all, Qin Xiaoxi was still in the bathroom. If she discovered anything unusual, she really found a crack in the ground to crawl into. The two kissed quietly, and Mu Qianxue gently pushed Qin Xiola's shoulders a few times with her small hands. However, this guy held me very tightly at the moment, and I didn't have the strength to push him open. So, after struggling for a few times, Mu Qianxue gave up on her own initiative. There's no way to push it open anyway, so it's better to stay calm and not get discovered. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the sound of a door opening was heard in the bathroom.
They were both stunned and looked at each other from close range. Qin Xiaola also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he quickly pulled away and sat aside. The two's heartbeats accelerated and beat very fast. However, in order to avoid being noticed by Qin Xiaoxi, everyone was quietly taking deep breaths and adjusting their heart rates. Especially Mu Qianxue, she exhaled a few times quickly to calm herself down, and there was a faint blush on her face. Don't say. Kissing in Qin Xiaoxi's living room is quite exciting. It's like stealing fish, it's unbelievable. Seeing Qin Xiaoxi coming over, Qin Xiaola glanced at Mu Qianxue, then stood up and said with a smile. Sister, you finished your bath, you look so beautiful. Qin Xiaoxi took a shower and changed into casual clothes. The black short-sleeved shorts, coupled with her casual temperament, are very cool. Qin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him. Just treat your brother's words as farts. Especially his praise, it's like flattery. Don't believe it. Tell me, what do you want to do? Qin Xiaola smiled and said. Sister, look at this beautiful house, it's a shame to live alone, and it's lonely. How about you give me a key and I'll come over often to help you stay and keep you company? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiaoxi waved at him, motioning him to come over. Qin Xiaola was immediately delighted. He hurried over. Qin Xiaoxi uttered 3 words slowly. You wish. Qin Xiaola. Damn it, I guessed it a long time ago, I shouldn't have asked. But? Qin Xiaoxi suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile. But what? Qin Xiaola suddenly showed some hope. However, if you can clean and cook every time you come, it's not impossible. Qin Xiaola's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Can you change a key by sweeping the floor and cooking? That's fine. It's a huge profit. He immediately smiled and said. Sister, what are you talking about? I will help you clean and cook for you. This is what I should do. Qin Xiaoxi's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this. This is my sister's good brother, really good, here, take the key. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoxi took out a key from his pocket and handed it to Qin Xiaola. After all, he is her own brother, so she has nothing to worry about. Mu Qianxue, who was standing by, couldn't help but twitch her lips when she saw the brother and sister arguing with each other. We are truly a family. Awesome. Chapter 94, It's been so long since we last met, have you missed me? Night. Qin Xiaola left. Because Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaoxi, 2 best friends, met each other, they wanted to talk to each other and sleep on the same bed at night. This is the relationship between girls' best friends. Especially when you haven't seen each other for a long time, sleeping together is conducive to promoting feelings. So, he rudely drove Qin Xiaola away. After all, it's always so awkward for 3 people to sleep in one room. Qin Xiaola and Qin Xiaoxi, brother and sister, have no relationship. But Mu Qianxue is still here. I can't let my best friend and Qin Xiaola live in the same house. Even if we don't live in the same house, it's not good. This is not appropriate. The impact is not good either. After all, she knew Mu Qianxue's personality and she didn't like to have too much contact with boys. I have had more contact with her younger brother today. I guess it's just for his own sake. In the dormitory. Qin Xiaola pushed the door open and walked in. When he just walked into the dormitory, the 3 of them stood up at the same time. Next second, applause broke out. Qin Xiaola? He was completely bewildered as he watched the 3 people stand up and applaud righteously. What the hell? Are these 3 people crazy? Qin Xiaola closed the door, looked at the 3 people with a puzzled look and said. What are you 3 doing? Are you crazy? Tang Meng smiled at him and raised his eyebrows. Brother Lo, we are here to show respect to you. That beautiful lady this afternoon has a special relationship with you. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Qin Xiaola and that beauty is very unusual. I came to the playground specifically to find him. Can this relationship be normal? Zhang Yu smiled and gave a thumbs up. Brother Lu, from now on you will be our role model. Yes, you are the #1 scumbag. You are worthy of being called such a great man. Qin Xiaola was stunned and thought quickly in his mind. It's better not to tell anyone about the relationship between Qin Xiaoxi and me. After all, from today on, she is the advanced mathematics teacher of the class. It would not be good if the teacher and the student were siblings. Furthermore, With Qin Xiaoxi's appearance, it is bound to cause a huge response.
By then, there will be a group of lickspittle chasing after you. If Qin Xiola's identity were to be exposed, those bootlickers might turn around and lick him.
After all, the goddess's younger brother is destined to be a very important breakthrough.
He coughed dryly and said vaguely,
Ahem, that's enough, stop talking nonsense, that's the new teacher who came to ask me questions.
New teacher?
The three of them looked at each other and were all stunned.
Oh my god, Brother Lo, could it be our new advanced mathematics teacher?
Everyone knows that something happened at home for the advanced mathematics teacher, so he asked for leave to go back. They said that a young teacher came to substitute for them.
Could it be her? Qin Xiola nodded and spoke nonsense without hesitation. Of course not.
Professor Mu specifically asked me to explain the situation in the class to the new teacher.
Do you understand?
The three of them looked at each other.
They nodded excitedly. Damn. Another goddess teacher? This is so cool.
The two most beautiful girls in the entire University of Tokyo were actually their computer science teachers. This is simply smoke coming out of his ancestral grave.
No. It should be that the ancestral tomb exploded.
I guess all the boys from other majors must be so envious.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
The three of them had joy in their eyes. As the saying goes, the one who is closest to the water sees the moon first.
Maybe there is a chance? Of course, Qin Xiola didn't know what the three of them were thinking.
If I knew, I would probably immediately advise them to go to bed early and stop thinking about it.
Mu Qianxue is his girlfriend. Where is Qin Xiaoxi? This female devil. If anyone dares to provoke him, the end will be miserable.
He coughed dryly and changed the subject.
By the way, old Tang, how's your basketball practice going?
When this was mentioned, Tang Meng couldn't help but become serious and a little worried.
He sighed and said, Brother Lu, I guess it's hanging.
There are only 5 players from our major, not even a substitute, and our skills are far behind those of the other majors. During the practice these days, all the majors were actually judging each other's abilities.
It is obvious that in terms of basketball, Jiku is at a disadvantage.
Compared with other majors, it's really not that good.
Qin Xiaola sighed. It's okay. Winning or losing isn't that important. Just try your best. If you can't do it, I'll be your substitute.
Tang Meng nodded, but he was not very confident about his chances of winning. After all, the gap in strength is somewhat obvious. As for Qin Xiola being a substitute, in his opinion it was a completely helpless move when there was no one to be found and no other options available. Although Qin Xiola is of good height, I have never seen him play basketball or heard him mention it. I guess his basketball skills are average. With such skills, it is really difficult to participate in the college-level competition.
But there is nothing we can do about it. We can only take one step at a time. Night. Everyone in the dormitory is doing their own thing. Qin Xiola was browsing international news online.
The last virus from the island country was cracked, which was also within his expectations.
But
the emperor of the island nation ordered hackers across the country to find the person who spread the virus, and issued a reward of up to $5 million.
$5 million. It is definitely not a small number. If converted into Chinese currency, it would be at least 30 to 40 million. Money can move people's hearts. Countless hackers from the island country went crazy when they saw such a huge bonus. I will find this hacker at all costs. However, the island country has some good hackers. However, Qin Xiola was too secretive. We found many broiler chickens all over the world. These are all sleight of hand. Moreover, with his strength, he didn't leave any trace at all.
A hacker who leaves no trace is like a masked man who comes and goes without a trace. No one can possibly know who he is. This means that those people are destined to return empty-handed. Looking at this news, Qin Xiola touched his chin and felt a little moved.
Do you want to sell yourself? You know what, he was actually a little tempted by the price. Money can move people's hearts. However, if I really sell myself, I won't be able to spend the money, it will be a huge loss.
Qin Xiaola continued surfing the internet with a smile.
The other side.
In Qin Xiaoxi's house. She and Mu Qianxue took a shower and lay on the bed. They were good friends in college. Unlike other best friends who are inseparable and watch TV series and chat, these two often hang out in the library and laboratory together.
Qianxue, have you missed me since we last met?
Qin Xiaoxi turned over and looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile. Whether they are friends or besties, those who can have fun together must have something in common. Over the years, Qin Xiaoxi has not had many good friends around her, with Mu Qianxue being an exception.
Maybe it's because their IQs attract each other.
Chapter 95. It's not that easy to flirt with Qin Xiaoxi's best friend. There's another chapter to come.
Mu Qianxue smiled slightly, looked at her best friend beside her, and nodded gently. Think.
The two haven't seen each other for more than a year. After all, after completing their undergraduate and graduate studies together at Peking University, they both chose different places.
Mu Qianxue went to Dongda University, while Qin Xiaoxi stayed in Peking University.
On weekdays, we are all busy with scientific research in our own lives and rarely contact each other.
Neither of them has many friends around them.
They are each other's best friends. Qin Xiaoxi smiled and stared at her with a pair of cunning eyes.
Qianxue, I feel like something is wrong with you. Ah?
Mu Qianxue was stunned, and her heart suddenly tightened.
Could it be that? Did she find out about what happened between me and Qin Xiola? No way.
Resisting the tension in her heart, Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said,
Is there something wrong?
Qin Xiaoxi said with a smile. TSK, I noticed that after being in Dongda for such a long time, your personality has changed a bit compared to when you were in Peking University. It's like the iceberg in your heart has melted.
Tell me the truth, do you have someone you like? Although I haven't seen it yet. However, Qin Xiaoxi knew Mu Qianxue very well.
After all, the two have been together for so many years.
She knew Mu Qianxue's personality best. A true ice goddess.
But after spending a few hours together, she found that the iceberg seemed to have melted a lot. There was no such indifference in his eyes. Even, from time to time, it is filled with a hint of tenderness.
This was absolutely impossible before. The only explanation is Mu Qianxue has someone she likes.
There must be a boy who caused such a change in her.
To be honest, Qin Xiaoxi was quite curious. What kind of boy can make an ice goddess fall in love with him? Curious. However,
when Mu Qianxue heard Qin Xiaoxi's words, her heart tightened.
Be good.
Although he had expected this, Qin Xiaoxi had a high IQ and could easily find some clues.
But
we've only met for a few hours and she's already discovered so many things.
Suddenly, Mu Qianxue panicked.
Qin Xiola was right, we must get rid of her as soon as possible. Otherwise, their affair will be discovered sooner or later.
No. No way, how is it possible? I don't have that. Mu Qianxue's pale explanation sounded like a confession to Qin Xiaoxi. She came up to me with a smile and said, I wasn't sure just now, but now I am sure, Qianxue, you have someone you like. You didn't speak like this before. Mu Qianxue. WTF? This family are all great actors, right? How come each one is more deceptive than the other?
Qin Xiola is a scumbag, and Qin Xiaoxi, as his elder sister, is even better than him.
It would be better for these two siblings to form a team and debut. This acting skill and this brain are just fucking amazing. For a moment, Mu Qianxue didn't know how to explain.
She is not like the little witch Qin Xiaoxi, who is good at making excuses and covering up.
She is quite honest. I'm not lying, just forget it if you don't believe me.
Having said that, Mu Qianxue lay on the bed, turned her head away, not looking at her, and no longer responded to this question.
Because too much talk leads to mistakes.
She was afraid that Qin Xiaoxi would trick her into finding something else.
This girl is so smart. These two siblings are so scary.
Looking at Mu Qianxue's back, Qin Xiaoxi smiled and a hint of cunning flashed in the corner of his eyes. He was able to seduce her best friend and make her infatuated with him.
You really have some skills. Interesting.
For a moment, Qin Xiaoxi had some thoughts.
She had to find out the identity of this boy.
Dare to flirt with my Qin Xiaoxi's best friend.
It's not that easy. The next day, Saturday. Early in the morning, Mu Qianxue left Qin Xiaoxi's home on the pretext of being busy with school affairs. Last night really left a trauma in her heart. It's so exquisite. If I stay with her any longer, I never know what she might say. Mu Qianxue didn't dare to gamble. So, she went back to school early in the morning with her bag. Even when walking on the street,
she would look back from time to time to see if someone was following her. She knew this girl's character too well.
Once you come across something that interests you, I will get to the bottom of it without saying anything.
So, Mu Qianxue was really afraid that her affair with Qin Xiula would be discovered by her. I have slept with my best friend's younger brother.
What is going on?
Qin Xiaoxi would laugh at him to death. Once back in the office, she took a few deep breaths. Then he opened WeChat and quickly sent a message to Qin Xiaola.
Your sister is already wondering if I have a crush on someone.
The situation is critical, so please don't contact me recently.
Also, remember to delete the chat history, don't leave any evidence behind.
Qin Xiaola, who had just woken up, saw the message from Mu Qianxue on his mobile phone.
The whole person was stunned for a moment. Damn. Is he acting in infernal affairs? Reduce contact. The chat history must also be deleted. Damn. However, he also knew that what Mu Qianxue said was true. He knew Qin Xiaoxi's character best. She is simply a witch out and out. What if she really discovered that I had an improper relationship with her best friend? Maybe. Thinking about the consequences, Qin Xiula couldn't help but shudder. Oh shit. We still have to get her out of here quickly. Otherwise it will delay things too much.
As for how to get rid of Qin Xiaoxi, he still had to think about it carefully, and even had to discuss it with Mu Qianxue.
This thing can't be rushed. What if she finds out any flaws?
Who knows, I might really stay in Tokyo University for 4 years.
That would be fatal. He sighed and replied, okay. Immediately, he deleted the chat history with Mu Qianxue on his phone.
This thing still needs to be prepared early.
Once discovered, it's over. When facing Qin Xiaoxi, you need to be careful. This is the strategy he came up with after years of struggle.
On Saturdays and Sundays, Qin Xiula either stayed in the dormitory reading, or followed Tang Meng and others to watch them practice basketball.
I have basically no contact with Mu Qianxue.
Afraid that Qin Xiaoxi would notice something unusual.
Even before going to bed at night after chatting, I have to delete the chat history in my phone. Afraid of being seen. There is no advanced mathematics class on Monday afternoon.
As the last bell rang, Qin Xiula and his classmates ran straight to the plastic basketball court.
This afternoon, we will have the first round of the Xinyuan Freshman Cup.
The School of Information has 8 majors, and today we are selecting 4 from 8.
The basketball court is not hot in the evening.
Because it is autumn, there are still bursts of coolness in the air. There were a lot of people gathered around the basketball court.
There are boys and girls. They are all students from various majors in the School of Information.
I heard that today is the first day of the Freshman Cup, so they happen to have nothing to do after school in the afternoon, so they came to watch the game and cheer for them. It's just that the sense of class in college is relatively weak, and there is no class coming together to cheer for everyone like in high school.
Chapter 96 Help me supervise Mu Qianxue.
However, seeing such a scene, Tang Meng was very happy. There were many good-looking girls watching around. Each one of them is young, beautiful, and good-looking.
For a moment, he felt a little happy.
Qin Xiula glanced at everyone and said with a smile,
let's go and draw lots first.
The first round of admission for the 8 majors in the School of Information is a lottery.
8 into 4. Good. Several people smiled and said hello.
Then he followed him to the basketball hoop. When Tang Meng just walked under the basketball hoop, he saw an acquaintance.
Zhang Luoyang.
The telecommunications major who had a conflict with Tang Meng on the basketball court that day.
Coincidentally, he also saw Tang Meng.
The two looked at each other, with no sign of compromise in their eyes.
Everyone is feeling unhappy. It was as if there really was such a thing as a magnetic field, the two of them just disliked each other. I just feel unhappy. The 8 professional captains walked up to the referee to draw lots. Qin Xiula reached his hand inside and took out a note. The same was true for several other people. One by one, they drew out the order of battle for their respective professions. Brother Lo, what number did we draw? Yes, that's the number we drew. After Qin Xiula finished smoking, several people came over quickly, with a little excitement on their faces. He opened the note with a smile. There is a big word written on it, 1. That's right. Qin Xiula and his group were the first to appear.
At this time, the other 7 majors also revealed their respective order of appearance. Like Jiku and the others, the first team to appear is Telecom.
Zhang Luoyang walked over, smiled contemptuously, looked at Tang Meng and said,
"Just wait, I will beat you to pieces in a moment, and then you will end up in disgrace."
Confidence.
Extreme self-confidence. This confidence comes from the basketball strength of the telecommunications major.
They are the favorites to win the championship in the entire Xinyuan. Naturally, I would not be afraid of a mere computer science department.
Tang Meng was not to be outdone, and snorted coldly.
We don't know who will win yet, don't be so arrogant.
Although he had no confidence.
However, he would never give in front of his opponent.
Even if you lose, you must say the harsh words first. The two looked at each other and snorted coldly.
The people around them naturally noticed the dispute between the two.
However, they were the first to play. So, everyone returned to their respective positions to prepare for the game and warm up first.
If Tang Meng had played with an indifferent attitude before,
now, his desire to win has indeed been aroused.
Even if I lose, you have to lose miserably. Don't give in so easily or you'll be looked down upon by others. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Just as everyone was actively preparing, suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Oh my god, isn't that Professor Mu? Oh my god, it's true, why is she here? Who is that next to Professor Mu? She's so pretty, isn't she?
Damn, I thought Professor Mu was the most beautiful person in Dongda, but I didn't expect there is someone who can rival her.
Oh my god, I love it."
When Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaoxi came over, countless people seemed to have lost their souls in an instant, staring blankly at the scene in front of them.
It's really unbelievable.
These two girls are incredibly beautiful. They all knew Mu Qianxue, the famous ice goddess of Dongda University and the dream lover of countless people.
But Qin Xiaoxi and the others around her really didn't know. However, both the appearance and temperament have not been lost at all. It's absolutely beautiful.
The two of them glanced and saw Qin Xiola's figure. With a smile on his face, he slowly walked over. Every move of the two attracted countless eyes. Even Tang and his friends who were preparing for a basketball game were stunned for a moment.
How's the game going? Hasn't it started yet?
Walking up to Qin Xiola, Mu Qianxue began to ask.
Qin Xiola was stunned and looked up at the two of them.
He was just looking at his phone and didn't notice the two people had come to his side. He looked at Qin Xiaoxi, then at Mu Qianxue, and coughed dryly, pretending to be serious and said,
"Professor Mu, we just drew lots.
Our computer science department will be the first to go on the field against Telecom." Mu Qianxue hummed, then retracted her gaze and looked towards the basketball court. It's not that she doesn't want to look at Qin Xiola, but Qin Xiaoxi is around, so she doesn't dare to be so blatant. After all, this girl has sharp eyes. If she really discovered something, it would be a big problem. Therefore, the best way is to pretend to have a normal teacher-student relationship.
Can't be exposed. Is this a problem? No problem.
Glancing at Qin Xiaoxi beside him, Qin Xiola coughed dryly and asked curiously,
"Sister, why are you and Professor Mu here?"
He didn't expect that Qin Xiaoxi came with Mu Qianxue. It was a bit surprising indeed. Look at the boys around me, they keep looking over here. The envy in his eyes was beyond words. Qin Xiaoxi said with a smile.
"Qianxue said that your major will be competing here, so she wanted to come and watch. I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll watch alone."
Originally, Mu Qianxue planned to watch the game without being noticed by Qin Xiaoxi. After all, Qin Xiola is still here, and hiding from her is also a way to avoid being discovered.
But this girl is very cunning.
Knowing that something happened to her, she refused to let her go and insisted on following her. Hearing this, Qin Xiola glanced at Mu Qianxue beside him and said, "Oh." Qin Xiaoxi looked around, then waved at Qin Xiola with a smile, motioning him to come closer. Although he was a little confused, he still moved forward and looked at her with a puzzled look.
Qin Xiaoxi smiled and whispered in his ear, "Do me a favor later." "Help?" Qin Xiaoxi asked me for help? It must be fake.
He was stunned for a moment, but Qin Xiaoxi continued. "I suspect that your Professor Mu came here to meet her secret boyfriend.
Do me a favor and see if there's anything wrong with her eyes. If you find that man, I'll give you a big reward, how about that?" "Qin Xiola? Help Qin Xiaoxi find the man who had a secret meeting with Mu Qianxue? Damn. Then isn't he looking for me?" Am I fucking crazy? Isn't this just self-destruction? However, Qin Shiola changed his mind.
Since Qin Xiaoxi said so, it means that not only has she not been exposed, but she is also hiding very well.
You might as well agree to her. This can actually clear your suspicion.
So, Qin Shiola smiled slightly and nodded.
Okay, I'll take this job.
Qin Xiaoxi raised the corners of his mouth slightly when he heard this, and gently patted Qin Shiola's shoulder and said,
That's right, this is a good brother to his sister, so good. Qin Xiaoxi was so happy. Isn't Qin Shiola the same? Theft. It would be a wonder if you could find the criminal. Still want to find Mu Qianshui's hidden boyfriend? Dream on. He, your brother is no longer the little brother that you can control at will. Chapter 97 Accident.
Qin Xiaoxi was very happy, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She felt that today was a good opportunity and she would definitely be able to find Mu Qianshui's hidden boyfriend. She wanted to see what kind of man was so powerful that even Mu Qianxue, who had always been an ice goddess, would fall in love with him. It's almost unbelievable. Of course, Qin Shiola was happier. It's so interesting to embezzle from an employer. So what if you are on the third floor? This wave. I'm in the atmosphere. He. My silly sister, dream on. The brother and sister have different thoughts. On the other side, the basketball game between Jike and Telecom is about to begin. To be honest, Tang Mang is under a lot of pressure. Firstly, he had a grudge with Zhang Luoyang, and he couldn't be defeated by him so easily, which would be embarrassing. Secondly, there are naturally a lot of girls around, and many of them are pretty. If I don't perform well, it would be a waste of this good opportunity. No matter what, you can't become a stepping stone for the other side. The five of them formed a circle and encouraged each other. Come on. Brothers, fight hard, and never give up this time. Yes, as long as we work together, we may have a chance to win. Mutual encouragement before the game can greatly boost morale. It was like the Gouda army was fighting. They will give training in advance, which will help improve the combat effectiveness of the troops. Because it is the school's freshman cup, the rules of the game are somewhat different from those of the NBA. There are 4 quarters in the NBA, each lasting 12 minutes. However, in order to save time, except for the finals, each game only has 2 quarters, totaling 24 minutes. In fact, for most people, 24 minutes of playing time is not a small consumption. After all, this is a full court game, not a half court game. After running a few laps, I was exhausted. Shoo! Following the referee's whistle, the Jike and Telecom teams walked to the center of the basketball court. At this moment, they are the focus of the whole audience. Countless people were watching them. The evening breeze is very pleasant and touches some people's hearts. Which team has a better chance of winning? Just as Qin Shiola was watching the game, Mu Qianxue suddenly turned around and asked. Qin Shiola was stunned, and after a moment of silence, he said, The situation with Tang Meng and the other 5 is a bit risky. Indeed, this is true. Jike's basketball ability is visible to the naked eye. I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat the opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, the jump ball ended and Telecom got the ball. On the telecommunications side, a boy wearing a number 1 basketball jersey was holding the ball and slowly walking towards the basket on the computer science side. Tang Meng and his companions hurried back to defend. But the opponent is very fast. Number 1 is a short guy, only about 1.73 meters tall, but he is very good at running. With just 1 acceleration, he passed 2 people. Then, run to the basket and make a layup. The opponent successfully scored 2 points. Suddenly, warm applause broke out in the audience. Oh my god, this little guy is really good. His speed is really good. Of course not. I heard that he is one of the trump cards of this telecom operation and his strength is extraordinary. He can fight so well at this height, awesome. Although, basketball is a game for tall people. However, there are always some people who break through the height limit and can defeat the bigger ones with their smaller counterparts. It is obvious that this short boy in the number 1 basketball jersey is such a person. When the telecom people saw the goal, they all smiled more. A good start. Soon. The game continued and Tang Meng broke through with the ball. The one defending him was Zhang Luoyang. The 2 of them are enemies and dislike each other. Don't even think about breaking through the defense line today while I'm here. Zhang Luoyang opened his hands, guarding against the enemy with a smile on his face. Tang Meng did not respond, but squinted his eyes and thought about how to break through. Facing Zhang Luoyang, he has no height advantage.
It's not easy to play singles.
So, after a few dribbles, he gave his teammates a look.
Let him come up for screen and roll.
The teammates understood it immediately and rushed up to help Tang Meng with the pick and roll. He smiled slightly, and with the cover of his teammates, he broke through with the ball.
Then, a breakthrough layup. Smooth. The two teams tied at 2:2. It's a tie for now. Sure, bro, is this your specialty? What is your name?
Qin Xiaoxi said in Qin Xiaola's ear with a smile.
Tang Meng's performance just now was pretty good and quite impressive. Although there is a pick and roll element, basketball is all about cooperation. Being able to finally put the ball into the basket and score is the best proof.
Qin Xiaola smiled slightly when he heard this. This is my roommate, Tang Meng, from Tangshan.
What's the matter? I'm interested. You two are single anyway. Do you want me to send you his contact information and we can chat privately?
As he spoke, Qin Xiaola winked at her and joked with a smile.
Qin Xiaola, you dare to make fun of your sister, are you itching for trouble?
His eyes turned cold as he looked at Qin Xiaoxi, and his voice was mixed with murderous intent. Qin Xiaola, who had been smiling just now, suddenly froze his smile.
Oh shit. Careless.
Looking at her expression, Qin Xiaola knew that something bad was going to happen.
Never make jokes about Qin Xiaoxi with her. Especially jokes about boyfriends and girlfriends should be avoided. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. He coughed dryly and said quickly.
Ahem, sister, I was wrong, I just said that nonsense, I won't dare to do it again.
Apologize and beg for mercy, admit your mistake quickly. This is the 8-character principle for survival. After glaring at Qin Xiaola, she snorted. If there weren't so many people, you would have died today. Qin Xiaola shuddered when he heard this. Be good. Fortunately, there were many people, otherwise it would have been terrible.
At the side, Mu Qianxue saw the look of the siblings and a smile appeared on her lips. Qin Xiaola, who is usually lawless and a scumbag, is very well behaved in front of his sister. I don't dare to have any strange ideas or actions.
It really is true that there is always someone better than you. This is true. The other side. Although the game started out with a tie. But,
as the competition progressed, the disadvantages of the computer science major gradually became apparent.
There is indeed a gap in technology between us and the other side.
In just 8 minutes, the score between the two sides was widened.
Telecommunications, 23. Computer science, 12. The score difference was already 11 points in 8 minutes. Definitely a lot for a game like this. The disadvantage is obvious.
Everyone on the Jike side was breathing heavily.
The opponent is very strong in both breakthrough and defense capabilities.
In comparison, Jike has almost no advantages.
Bang! Suddenly. When the boy in the Jike jersey with the number 4 was holding the ball, he suddenly bumped into Zhang Luoyang. Because he is not that strong and he is moving at high speed, the impact is relatively large. So, with one blow, he was knocked to the ground. At this time, the referee also suspended the game. Chapter 98. Your leg is fine. Several people gathered around.
Qin Xiaola and the others also walked over.
Zhang Shua, how are you? Where are you injured?
Looking at Zhang Shua, who was sitting on the ground with an uncomfortable look on his face, Qin Xiaola asked directly.
He grunted, shook his head and said,
Brother Lo, it's nothing serious, just a slight scrape on the leg, it will be fine after a rest.
When Zhang Shua's leg was bounced back by the huge impact force, it hit the ground and was scratched.
Fortunately, the abrasion was not large and not very deep. Although there is some blood on it, it is not very serious and it will get much better if you apply some medicine such as iodine. After hearing what he said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
I hope there are no big problems. Tang Meng snorted coldly. Damn it, Zhang Shua, did that guy break the rules and bump into you on purpose?
Tang Meng was naturally referring to Zhang Luoyang.
If it weren't for him, Zhang Shua wouldn't have been hit. Zhang Shua shook his head and said.
He was in position first, so it wasn't a foul.
I didn't control my speed well. Although it would be beneficial for them if the opponent was judged to have committed a foul. But facts are facts.
You can't just talk nonsense for a game. Zhang Shua did a great job in this regard.
He exhaled and stood up with the help of everyone.
It's okay, I just got some scrapes on my legs, I can still continue fighting. In the current situation, Jiku has no substitute except Qin Shiola.
No one knows his strength.
It shouldn't be that great. If he were to play, the situation would probably be worse than just now.
Therefore, even if he was injured, Zhang Shua had no choice but to persevere. We can't give up so easily.
Qin Shiola sighed, patted his shoulder gently and said,
Brother, you are injured. Go down and rest for a while. Apply some iodine. I will come on stage.
Originally, Qin Shiola came with the idea of watching the game.
I had no intention of playing at all. But
Zhang Shua is already injured.
It's impossible to let him continue to play. If secondary injury occurs, the problem may be more serious. Qin Shiola couldn't let his teammates get seriously injured just because of his laziness. That's not his character. So, he definitely plays on his own. However,
everyone looked at him in confusion.
Tang Meng swallowed and said, Brother Lu, can you really play basketball?
Yeah, Brother Lo, we haven't trained together before, so we may not be that proficient in tactical coordination.
Qin Shiola said with a smile. Don't worry, when has your brother Lu ever cheated you? What Qin Shiola said is true.
It seems that he is not a bad guy.
Never mind.
Anyway, Zhang Shua is also injured, and there is no other substitute except him. Try to save the dead horse as much as possible.
It's better than 4 against 5. Besides, Qin Shiola's height is there.
Even if he can't shoot past the defense, he should have no problem defending and assisting in defense. So, they exchanged glances and nodded in unison.
In that case, that's all we can do. Qin Shiola took off his coat and put on Zhang Shua's number 4 basketball jersey. Qin Xiaoxi looked at her silly brother with some concern and said,
Xiaolu, don't be so stubborn, be careful, don't get any brain problems.
You are not smart to begin with, if you become even dumber, you will be useless.
To be honest, when Qin Xiaoxi saw Zhang Shua getting injured just now, she was a little worried about this silly brother. After all, she knew that Qin Shiola had never played basketball as a child, so his skills must be very poor.
It would be too troublesome if I got hurt.
Although I like to tease him sometimes.
But, after all, he is her own brother. You can beat him and play with him. But others can't. These are real siblings.
Qin Shiola felt warm in his heart when he heard this. After all, she is his biological sister, and he can still feel her care.
He said with a smile. Don't worry, your brother is fine.
As he spoke, he turned his eyes and glanced at Mu Qianxue.
Although Mu Qianxue didn't say anything, her eyes revealed deep worry.
After all, with Qin Xiaoxi by her side, she didn't dare say anything.
Afraid of being seen. Qin Shiola also gave her a reassuring look secretly.
Immediately, after doing some stretching exercises, he walked onto the basketball court. Zhang Shua was hit just now, so the ball is still on Qin Shiola and his team's side. Tang Meng held the ball and was about to walk to the other side. At this time, Qin Shiola smiled slightly, with a curve at the corner of his mouth.
Old Tang, give me the ball, I'll do it. Tang Meng? Everyone? Holy crap, Brother Lu, is this true or not? Are you sure? Tang Meng asked in confusion. He wants the ball right from the start, is that true? Are you sure?
Qin Shiola said with a smile.
When has your brother Lu ever cheated you? Take it from me. Have to.
Since Qin Shiola said so, he didn't hesitate.
I should be somewhat confident.
Tang Meng has made up his mind that it doesn't matter even if he doesn't score a goal.
At worst, I can just have some snacks next time. He nodded and immediately passed the ball to Qin Shiola.
He dribbled a few times and then ran towards the opponent's basket with the ball. Zhang Luoyang passed Tang Meng and went straight up to block Qin Shiola.
However, it hadn't reached him yet. Qin Shiola stood directly outside the three-point line, jumped, and shot.
Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them.
Just shoot from the three-point line? So confident. Everyone's eyes followed the curve of the basketball. Bang! The basketball goes into the net. Without any delay, the ball went in. Everyone stood there in a daze. Is this true or false? Luck? Or strength. After a while, Tang Meng and his friends were so happy that they went crazy. Damn, Brother Lee's accuracy is amazing. Oh my god, did I see that correctly? It just went in like that? Awesome.
Several people were stunned. It was so easy to make a shot from outside the three-point line.
This accuracy is really something. Not only them, but also the students watching the game on the side couldn't help but burst into exclamations.
Especially the girls, there was a hint of peach blossom in their eyes when they looked at Qin Xiaola.
Oh my god, this boy is so handsome, isn't he?
I know him, he's a student from the computer science department, his name is Qin Xiaola.
Oh my god, this guy is so handsome. No, I have to wait until his game is over, I have to ask for his WeChat. I'm going too. When a group of girls saw Qin Xiaola's handsome shot, they couldn't help themselves. Actually, in this world, it's not just boys who lust after girls' bodies. The same is true in reverse. Those girls also lust after boys' bodies. Especially a top-notch male god like Qin Xiaola.
He is also the object of love for countless girls.
Qin Xiaoxi said with a smile.
Zhenxue, I didn't expect that my silly brother is so popular.
Unlike Qin Xiaoxi's happiness, Mu Qianxue felt nervous and a little unhappy.
The discussions around her made her feel a little jealous.
She said calmly. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Chapter 99 This rubbish system.
Because Mu Qianxue has always been so cold.
Even when facing a handsome boy, she is like this, with a calm face, as if nothing can arouse her inner desire.
Therefore, Qin Xiaoxi didn't doubt it much. After all, this is normal. But what she didn't know was that Mu Qianxue was feeling very unhappy at the moment.
There is a sense of gnashing of teeth.
If Qin Xiaoxi hadn't been around, she probably wouldn't have been so calm. The game goes on.
When Qin Xiaola scored that goal, the situation began to reverse. Zhang Luoyang snorted coldly and said to them, "Don't worry, this ball is just luck, I'll defend him." Before, they had never seen Qin Xiaola play basketball, so they didn't know how good this guy was.
I guess it must be luck. Everyone nodded. Immediately, Zhang Luoyang holds the ball and prepares to break through. Qin Xiaola smiled and followed.
He dribbled the ball behind his back and between his legs, just as he was about to break through.
Suddenly, my hands feel empty. It's like something is missing. He lowered his head. Oh my god. Where's my ball? The basketball that was just in my hand disappeared at some point. He turned around and saw Qin Xiaola holding the ball and smiling at him. He immediately ran to the opposite basket and scored a layup easily. 2 points obtained. Including the three-pointer just now, in just 1 minute, Qin Xiaola led Tang Meng and 4 others to score 5 points. Current score. Telecommunications, 23. Computer science, 17. The difference between the two sides was reduced to 5 points.
The 2 consecutive goals made Jiku excited, and the confidence of several people exploded at once.
Another very important factor in playing basketball is confidence.
With more confidence, you will be in good shape, have a better shooting feel and a higher scoring rate. This has a huge impact. On the contrary, the morale of several people in telecom has become low. This is a process of increase and decrease.
Qin Xiaola said with a smile. Old Tang, guys, cheer up, we're going to take off now. If it were before, people might not believe it when they heard this. After all, the gap between the two sides is a bit big. But when Qin Xiaola came on the court, he scored 2 goals in a row, which immediately boosted everyone's morale. Confidence is enough in an instant. Tang Meng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Lu, we brothers will never let you down." "That's right, take Brother Lu and we'll fly with you." "Ha, that's right."
No one expected that Qin Xiaola was actually a hidden master.
With this strength, I'm afraid few people present can match him. Good. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly. The game continues. 3 minutes later. The first half of the game is over. The score between the two sides is fixed at 26-24. The original 8-point difference was reduced to 2 points.
Although the computer science team was 2 points behind, everyone was full of confidence.
ISNT at just 2 points? Is this a big deal in front of Brother Lu? Is it okay to show off in front of my Brother Lu?
During the halftime break, everyone in the computer science department drank some water and rested for a while. After playing for more than 10 minutes, I was really tired.
This strenuous exercise is high intensity. Shin Xiaoxi came over with a smile and said, "Great, classmate Shin Xiola, I didn't expect you to be so good at basketball, not bad."
There were other classmates from the computer science department around, so Shin Xiaoxi didn't call him brother. She also didn't want to expose her relationship with Shin Xiola. Shin Xiola smiled and waved his hand.
It's okay, these are all trivial things. To be honest, this thing is quite simple and not difficult. Yo ho! Your pretending skills are really top-notch. If someone says you are fat, you will get angry." Shin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at him.
Okay, work hard in the second half, Professor Mu and I will cheer you on.
By the way, there are so many sisters watching your game, they are so excited, don't let them down. Professor Mu?
When Shin Xiaoxi mentioned these 3 words, he suddenly remembered that Mu Qianxue was still beside him.
I completely forgot about it just now.
He turned his head and glanced at Mu Qianxue.
However, Mu Qianxue's face looked very unhappy.
Although it is still as cold as before.
But the careful Shin Xiola obviously noticed that something was wrong.
At this moment, her eyes were cold and her face was expressionless.
However, Shin Xiola could clearly feel that the other party still had murderous aura. Shin Xiola, danger.
My older sister is around, and my ambiguous girlfriend is jealous.
What the hell should he do? Waiting online, very urgent.
However, with Shin Xiaoxi beside him, he couldn't say or do anything. I could only cough dryly and say, "There's no such thing as a sister or not. I have no interest in these girls."
At this time, we must appease Mu Qianxue's jealous heart. Otherwise,
when it exploded when no one was around, Shin Xiola suffered. Shin Xiaoxi raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said in surprise,
"Oh? Really? Shin Xiola? Are you such a gentleman? When did Shin Xiola become such a gentleman? Oh my god.
Could it be that the world has changed?"
However, Shin Xiola's heart tightened. What the hell? My dear sister.
You must torture me to death.
You are really cheating me.
Shin Xiola coughed dryly, looked at Mu Qianxue's cold face, and quickly stood up and said,
"Ahem, the second half of the game is about to begin. No more talking. I have to go play first."
Having said that, he quickly moved away from Shin Xiaoxi, fearing that she would trick him again.
The second half of the game will begin soon.
When Shin Xiola was preparing to go on stage with Tang Meng and others, suddenly I heard a familiar voice in my ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the mission. Set a small goal and score more than 30 points on the opponent. Mission reward, a random skill draw."
Suddenly, Shin Xiola was stunned. This is a rubbish system. The mission finally arrived? The last mission was at the welcome party. It has been a while since that day when I last came across a system task. However, he was naturally a little happy to have a mission. I didn't originally think about how many points I would get, as long as I won the game. But since the system has issued the task requirements, he will naturally not let go of this opportunity. In 12 minutes, he scored 30 points. It is indeed a bit difficult. But difficult tasks are interesting.
Thinking of this, Shin Xiola's mouth corners slightly raised.
Soon, the second half of the game began. Shin Xiola smiled and said to the others, "The situation in the second half is special, I have to carry the whole game." After all, he wanted to steal everyone's limelight, so of course he had to make it clear in advance. Otherwise, who knows what might happen, and that would be bad. Several people laughed. "Brother Lo, we will help you." "Yes, we are ready to watch the show." "Brother Lo, awesome." Chapter 100, a dunk to carry the whole game. Naturally, everyone had no objection to Shin Xiola carrying the entire game. In fact, they even hope for it. As long as they can win the game, they naturally won't have any other complaints. Besides, they were also curious about how strong Shin Xiola was. For Shin Xiola, it is indeed very difficult to score 30 points in 12 minutes. But Shin Xiola's heart was still filled with a strong desire to fight. It's fun only when there's challenge. Not long. The game is about to start. The 5 people from telecom on the opposite side were nervous and not at all as careless as they had just been.
After Qin Xiola's appearance just now, they all became obedient. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Qin Xiola's several attacks suddenly reversed the situation of the battle, although they still have the advantage in the score. But no one dared to underestimate him anymore because Qin Xiola was so terrifying. This strength. It feels like crushing them. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Don't be nervous, we are still ahead in the score and have the advantage. Li Hao and I will go guard Qin Xiela later, and you guys score. Zhang Luoyang arranged the offensive and defensive tasks in an orderly manner. He knew that the main force on the opposite side was Qin Xiela. If they can defend him well, then the other players on the opposite side won't be a problem and they will have a chance in this game. Good. Several people said hello in unison. Qin Xiela holds the ball and the game begins. As soon as he came on the court, he was different from the first half, and his whole aura changed subtly. If he was in a somewhat nonchalant state before, now he has to be serious. How powerful is the top basketball skills? I'm afraid few people can explain this clearly. However, the strength of the world's top basketball players is roughly at this level. In addition, Qin Xiola's physical fitness is still quite good. At the start, he dribbled the ball and broke through the opponent's basket. Seeing this, Zhang Luoyang and Li Hao rushed over to block it. However, Qin Xiela smiled slightly, without any worry at all. One disguise, one crotch kick, and he passed one person directly. Then, he turned around and came to the free throw line. The next second, to everyone's surprise, he actually jumped. He jumped from the free throw line and ran straight into the air. Bang! A windmill dunk. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned. This is just a freshman cup, you want to show me a windmill dunk? Are you sure this isn't the NBA? Everyone was stunned by Qin Xiola's move. The audience in the audience went crazy. Fuck, is this a dunk? Oh my god, a windmill, and he jumped from the free throw line, awesome. Oh my god, this is so cool. Oh my god, this is my idol, no, I have to ask for his WeChat later. Not only is he handsome, he's also very good at playing basketball. This dunk is simply a violent aesthetic. The people from Telecom were stunned. They swallowed their saliva and felt a little scared. This technology. Do they still have a chance of winning? In an instant, everyone felt insecure. Qin Xiaoxi was stunned at first, then smiled and said, I didn't expect this brat to have this much ability. Even his sister didn't know about it. Although, she doesn't know much about basketball. However, I also know how difficult it is to make such a dunk. At present, among all the basketball players in the University of East, there are very few who can do such a dunk. Even if there is, it is difficult to put it into actual combat. Mu Qianxue was also a little excited, her face flushed. But Qin Xiaoxi was beside her, so she didn't dare show it. She could only secretly clench her fists and shout come on in her heart. Qin Xiela smiled slightly and looked at the people opposite him. A slam dunk is bound to deal a heavy blow to the opponent's confidence. This is called breaking the enemy's morale. Have questions? No problem. The game goes on. With Qin Xiola's dunk in the front, the morale of the opposing team obviously dropped. Each defense and attack was a little absent-minded. After several consecutive mistakes, Qin Xiola kept looking for opportunities to attack. In the second half, in the 4th minute, Qin Xiola scored 9 points alone. In the 7th minute, he scored 16 points. In the 11th minute, he successfully scored 28 points. The full score at this moment is 30-54. Originally, telecommunications still had the advantage. However, after Qin Xiolacame on the court and started firing on all cylinders in the second half, the entire situation changed dramatically. A violent and effective way to score. One person scored 28 points. Everyone around was stunned. Is this guy still a human being? The girls' hearts beat faster and they couldn't stop drooling as they watched. So cool. It's so handsome. When are boys the most handsome? The answer, of course, is when hormones are released. At this moment, Qin Xiula was like a walking hormone machine. Sweat was pouring down his body, but this was a manifestation of his masculine charm. Even an ice goddess like Mu Qianxue. At this moment, her heartbeat quickened and her face turned slightly red. Especially when thinking about the various scenes of the two kissing before, this excitement can't help but become even stronger.
Damn it, brother Le, the game will be over in half a minute, we can take a break now. Tang Meng was delighted. A full 24 points lead. This was a complete crushing victory.
In this last half minute, even if you let the opponent shoot randomly, it's impossible to tie the score.
However,
Qin Xiaola refused directly.
Are you taking a break now? How is that possible? I haven't completed my mission yet.
The reason why he worked so hard was just for that mission. However, at this moment the opponent had the ball and there were only 30 seconds left, which was indeed not enough.
He gasped for breath and said righteously, "Old Tang, we absolutely cannot let this go until the last moment." Tang Meng was stunned for a moment.
Seeing Qin Xiaola looking tired but still insisting on working hard, he couldn't help but feel a little moved.
Is this Brother Lu?
This spirit is worth learning from. Even though we are leading by a large margin, we still have to keep fighting. Compared to him, I am nothing but trash. For a moment, Tang Meng's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts, and he began to think about himself.
After a while, he clenched his fists. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I will definitely hold on until the last moment. Soon. The other side has started attacking. Zhang Luoyang holds the ball. Although, he also knew that he was bound to lose this game. However, he didn't want to lose so badly. Even at the last moment, you must persevere. It's better to make one than to give up.
He was moving at an extremely fast speed, as if he had unleashed some potential. He broke through to the basket and prepared to make a layup.
At this time,
a huge hand came out of nowhere and covered him like the sky in the sun.
Bang! The basketball was knocked directly to the ground.
After landing, he looked carefully and saw Tang Meng grinning at him with his big white teeth showing.
Chapter 101 The Terrible Girl. Fuck! Ghost! Zhang Luoyang's eyes widened instantly and he cried out.
He originally planned to score a layup. Although it couldn't change the situation, it was still a good performance. He tried his best.
But,
God knows, a big hand came out of nowhere and knocked the ball to the ground.
What the hell?
When he landed, he saw that it was Tang Meng who had just dropped the racket. He showed his big front teeth and white teeth, and his smiling face made him look like a devil in Zhang Luoyang's eyes.
Oh shit. You are all ahead by a large margin.
I will die if I score a goal. In the second half, he really didn't score a single goal and was just a runner-up.
Child, it's like scoring a goal, is it that difficult? Tang Meng laughed and said. Little brother, you are not very good. Are you happy with the block? Zhang Luoyang. Damn you.
If there weren't so many people around, it would be a bit inappropriate to curse at others, as it would give people the feeling that they can't afford to lose.
Zhang Luoyang started cursing a long time ago. This guy is a dog.
On the other side, Qin Xiaola held the ball and gave Tang Meng a smile.
Fortunately, I just gave you some chicken soup, otherwise, the mission would not have been completed.
He smiled slightly, then ran towards the opponent's basket with the ball.
Time is running out. The final 5 seconds countdown. 5, 4, 1.
As the last word one sounded, Qin Xiaola made another slam dunk.
Ball. In. Like a violent aesthetic, he put his hands on the basket. The terrifying dunk made everyone tremble. Oh my god, that's so handsome.
Oh my god, this guy is a college student, he scored 30 points and dunked several times.
Oh my god, this is so handsome.
Countless people looked at Qin Xiaola's back, all of them amazed. Even the boys watching the game around agreed that Qin Xiaola was so handsome.
There is simply no one who can compare to it.
With such strength, few people can match him, not to mention in the entire University of Tokyo, or even in the whole of China. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and scoring 30 points.
Get reward, draw a random skill once, do you want to draw it now?
As soon as Qin Xiaola's body landed on the ground, the voice of the system came from his mind.
He silently said in his heart. No extraction for now. There are so many people here now, there is no need to rush. Although he is the only one who knows the existence of the system, outsiders cannot view it. However, for Qin Xiaola, this thing is still relatively private. It's a bit disconcerting and uncomfortable to have him show up in front of other people. Therefore, it is better to wait until no one is around before drawing. My mind returns to reality.
Tang Mang and his companions rushed over excitedly and surrounded Qin Xiaola.
Fuck, Brother Lu, you really are my brother, so awesome. Oh my god, Brother Lu, from now on, whatever you say is what's going to happen. That's right.
After just one match, Qin Xiaola impressed everyone.
There's nothing I can do, it's just too shocking. Several people from Telecom looked unhappy.
We lost the first game, and we were behind by a huge margin.
It's a shame.
Although the opponent was defeated because of Qin Xiaola, losing is losing. Several people hugged Qin Xiaola with a smile on their faces filled with the joy of victory.
However, they haven't even taken a few steps. Suddenly,
some girls who were watching the fight nearby rushed over.
My idol, you must be tired from playing basketball. I have some water. Have a drink. Drink mine, this is Pulse. Handsome guy, you are awesome. Add me on WeChat. We can play ball and exercise together when we have time. My god, don't add her, add mine. I love sports. And me, I really like playing ball. First come first served, don't you understand? Why don't you add me?
These girls were so proactive that they were scary, just like hungry wolves seeing food. Qin Xiaola was so scared that her face turned pale, and many people gathered outside to watch the show.
Tang Meng and others standing by were terrified. Holy shit! When did girls become so proactive? This is like a wolf among a flock of sheep. My saliva is almost watering. A fierce battle is about to begin.
Qin Xiaola was also stunned.
I couldn't help but swallow my saliva, looking confused. What the hell is going on? Just surrounded me directly?
Before Qin Xiaola could even speak, the girls started quarreling with each other because of their conflicts.
This scene is truly spectacular.
While the group of girls were fighting, Qin Xiaola managed to hide himself and run away. If they don't leave, they will be forced to be involved in this war.
Maybe even your pants will be taken off. Qin Xiaola is a serious man. How can you do such a thing in public? No, absolutely not.
He ran out of the crowd and walked quickly to Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue.
He was breathing heavily.
Looking at Tang Mang and his companions who were still trapped in the crowd, he was terrified.
Oh shit. This is too proactive. Qin Xiaola suddenly remembered a sentence.
You are not handsome, so you don't know how proactive those girls are.
Being surrounded by girls is a pain.
Anyway, I think the male readers of Tower Reading must know this kind of pain. However, he took a quick look. Although Tang Mang and his companions were surrounded by girls.
Hey! They were quite happy.
They can be considered to have taken advantage of Qin Xiaola's treatment.
Bloody prophet. Oh, how come you, a big star, ran out in such a mess? How sad the girls are. Seeing Qin Xiaola's miserable appearance, Qin Xiaoxi laughed mercilessly.
She saw the scene just now clearly. She never expected that her silly brother would be so popular. Qin Xiaola swallowed his saliva and said helplessly.
Fuck, stop teasing me, my pants were almost taken off.
These girls are really crazy.
Absolutely amazing. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said righteously. Ahem, are you, okay? Did you suffer any harm?
She was afraid that Qin Xiaola might have been touched by those girls.
That would be a huge loss. If Qin Xiaola suffers a loss, doesn't she suffer as well?
Before Qin Xiaola could speak, Qin Xiaoxi laughed out loud.
Qianxue, what loss did he suffer? He was touched by so many girls, he was so happy. Qin Xiaola. Damn. Why don't you suffer any loss? Boys should also pay attention to safety when going out. He glanced behind him and said quickly. Let's go, let's run, it will be too late if we are late. There are so many girls here.
If I wait for them to surround me, I might not be able to leave today.
As for the rest, let Tang Meng and the others worry about it.
Anyway, Qin Xiaola felt that they seemed quite happy.
Qin Xiaoxi burst into laughter and left with the two of them. Chapter 102 Be My Girlfriend. Please vote. Night. The three of them finished their meal in the cafeteria. Qin Xiaola secretly gave Mu Qianxue a look. The other party understood what I meant instantly.
He walked up to Qin Xiaoxi with a smile and said, Sister, I have something to do in the dormitory, so I'll go back first. Looking at the boy's smile, Qin Xiaoxi knew that something bad was going to happen.
However, I don't know what this guy is up to, so I nodded and said, "Well, let's go back. Xianxue and I will go home together." "Good." Having said that, Qin Xiula waved to Mu Qianxue with a smile and left. Looking at his figure going away, Qin Xiaoxi said indifferently, "Qianxue, let's go back." The two of them bought houses on the same floor, so it was natural for them to go home on the same route. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and nodded quickly. When they were halfway there, she suddenly slapped her forehead and said in panic, "Oops, I almost forgot." "What's wrong?" Qin Xiaoxi looked at her curiously. "Don't know what happened," she said righteously. "I almost forgot, I still have a document to review, a task assigned to the counselor by the school." "Xiaoxi, you go back first, I'm going to the office." "The counselor's task?" Qin Xiaoxi looked at her suspiciously. "Is that so? Why does it feel like something is wrong?" "Then I'll go with you." "Will you come with me?" "How is this possible?" Mu Qianxue quickly coughed and said, "Ahem, no need, there are some other trivial matters after the documents, which will probably take quite a while. You go back first, I'll go back later by myself." "All right." Since Mu Qianxue said so, she would not force it. Although it always feels a little wrong. However, she would never have imagined that Mu Qianxue actually had an unusual relationship with her younger brother. Who the hell would believe this? A freshman dares to flirt with a counselor? Is this something a human would do? So, for a while, Qin Xiaoxi didn't notice anything wrong, and naturally didn't realize anything. Be careful on your way home at night. Although this is Shanghai, an international metropolis. However, Qin Xiaoxi was still worried about Mu Qianxue's safety. After all, she is a girl, and such a beautiful girl. How can I not worry about her safety? Mu Qianxue hummed softly and nodded. "Yeah, I know." After saying that, she waved at Qin Xiaoxi and walked towards the office. Looking at Mu Qianxue's departing back, Qin Xiaoxi didn't think much about it and went home with a smile. There were originally 3 people, but now she is the only one left. Mu Qianxue walked quickly to the office, and as she walked, she looked back from time to see if Qin Xiaoxi was following her. After making sure that there was no one there, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Open the office door." Mu Qianxue saw Qin Xiola's familiar face sitting on her chair. Seeing her come in, Qin Xiola waved at her with a smile. Originally, the office door was locked. However, during the meal just now, Qin Xiola secretly gave her a hint, took the key, and made an appointment to meet in the office. The dinner party with 3 people was like a scene from Infernal Affairs. "Why did you call me here?" Mu Qianxue closed the door and walked over slowly, pouting and saying with some dissatisfaction. She still remembers the scene of the basketball game clearly. How could she be happy when those girls were so proactive? Qin Xiola stood up with a smile, walked to Mu Qianxue's side and said, "I came here specially to explain to you that what happened on the basketball court this afternoon was all nonsense made up by my sister. Don't take it to heart. And those girls, they were the ones who rushed over to me, and I had a hard time running away." Whispering sound. Mu Qianxue snorted and said, "Why explain to me? We have nothing to do with each other." "Yo-ha? It doesn't matter?" Who was so jealous that afternoon? If Qin Xiaoxi hadn't been there, Mu Qianxue would have exploded at that time. Of course, he definitely couldn't say these words to her face. "There's something I want to discuss with you." "Discuss with me?" Looking at the tone of Qin Xiola's voice, Mu Qianxue's heart trembled slightly for some reason. What? Qin Xiola stared at Mu Qianxue's eyes, the smile on his face faded, and turned serious. He said with a serious face, "We have been together for such a long time, but, all along, even jealousy has never been justified. So, I want you to be my girlfriend, okay?" Suddenly. Seeing Qin Xiola's serious look and gentle tone. For no reason, Mu Qianxue's heart was trembling, and her usually cold heart suddenly seemed to warm up. This is not the first time she has faced someone's confession. With Mu Qianxue's beauty, she has been liked by countless boys since she was a child. There are countless love letters and confessions. But she had never been moved. Every time someone prepared to confess their feelings, she would reject them without any hesitation. "I have never accepted it once, and in fact, there is not even the slightest ripple in my heart. But this time it's different. She and Qin Xiola have known each other for such a long time.
Although, sometimes I would say that he is a scumbag, but in fact I don't have any disgust towards him in my heart. On the contrary, there is such a love. But I am your professor, and your sister and I are best friends, let's. The issue of identity is a hurdle in Mu Qianshue's heart. This question is very important, but it is also not important.
It mainly depends on how you think. Once you figure it out, you will no longer care about the worldly prejudices and opinions. Qin Shella naturally knew Mu Qianshue's inner worries, and he said seriously, I know what you are worried about, it's nothing more than a problem of our identities. But you have to know that you can't hide your love for someone. I like you and am willing to love you forever. Status is actually nothing. Isn't this an era of free love?
In this world, the probability of two people falling in love is only 0.000049. Since we have met and fallen in love, why not stick with it? Indeed, in this world, the probability of meeting someone you love is really too small. It is so small that many people cannot find what love is in their entire life. For a moment, Mu Qianxue began to feel conflicted. She raised her head and looked at Qin Shella. To be honest, she was really persuaded. Does she like Qin Shella? Of course I like it. Spending such a long time together also allowed her to get to know herself. She really liked Qin Shella. But she was still struggling inside. Seeing this, Qin Shella didn't hesitate and kissed her directly. At this time, what girls want is not a rational analysis, but something more emotional and direct. Just kiss him her. If the other person doesn't object, then that's the answer. In the office, the two kissed passionately. Mu Qianxue was also overwhelmed by her emotions for a moment, and threw aside all her so-called thinking and rationality.
Reason? Go away.
After an unknown amount of time, both of them felt the air becoming thinner. Qin Shella took the initiative to leave her lips and said softly,
Don't think about it, just be my girlfriend.
Mu Qianxue lowered her head and leaned quietly on his chest.
Chapter 103, Let You Remember. Friendship is rational.
Because whether you are making friends or being close friends, those who can have fun together always stay rational. Only when both parties have similar identities and statuses, and similar visions and insights, can such friends play together for a long time.
This is even more true after entering society. Friends in society.
It all comes down to two words, interests.
But love is different. True love is blind and does not require any thinking.
Qin Shella and Mu Qianxue have been together for such a long time.
Today, Qin Shella took the initiative to break this layer of window paper.
In such an ambiguous atmosphere, the deep feelings between the two were natural and logical.
So, that's what confession is.
Without the atmosphere, it would be difficult to succeed.
Because the essence of love is irrational.
Mu Qianxue leaned quietly on Qin Shella's chest, enjoying the hard-earned peace and tranquility. Lying on his chest, I could feel a sense of comfort and security for no apparent reason. It's like the sky is falling, but you still have this man by your side, so you don't have to be afraid or panic at all.
Although, outside, Mu Qianxue is an ice goddess, very strong. But she is still a woman at heart. Women are naturally dependent and attached to men.
If not, it only means that the other party has not reached the level he likes and does not have the strength to make her dependent on him.
Xiao Lu.
Leaning quietly on Qin Shola's chest, Mu Qianxue called softly.
What's wrong? Qin Shola lowered his head and looked quietly at the beauty in front of him. This is the woman he wants to protect for the rest of his life. And the only one. I'm older than you, will your family dislike us?
In fact, in Mu Qianshue's mind, age is a big hurdle.
Which boy doesn't like a young, beautiful, and lively girl? She looks so comfortable and can make you happy and amuse you every day. So, Mu Qianxue was vaguely worried about the issue of age. Even though she had asked once before, this was the first time since they established the relationship. Qin Shella held her little head and chuckled. A girl 3 years older than me is rich, I'm the winner. But your family. Qin Shella looked at her with a smile and gently tapped her little head. Why do you care about your family? It's not my parents who are with you, it's me who is with you. So, you only need to care about my feelings and don't care about them. Qin Shella paused, then continued. You just need to be nice to me every day, massage my legs and back, and bring me food. It's good enough for me to be touched like this every day. Mu Qianxue? Massage your legs and back and serve you meals? Still need to impress you? Dog scumbag. How dare you say that?
She rolled her eyes at him, snorted, pinched his ears, and said viciously,
You bastard, I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Shin Shella felt a pulling force coming from his ear. Pain. It hurt so much. He begged for mercy urgently. No, I'm wrong, stop pulling, your ears are going to fall off. Seeing Shin Shella's earnest look, Mu Qianshua's heart softened.
She snorted and immediately put down her hand.
You bastard, I'll let you tease me again.
They also serve you tea and water and massage your legs and back.
Why don't you go climb?
Shin Shella chuckled and leaned close to Mu Qianshua's ear and said with a smile. I was just joking with you, to tease you, mainly to ease the atmosphere. Don't worry, my status in our family is still guaranteed.
As long as I say I want to be with you, no one can object. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianshua looked at him suspiciously. This guy. Is family status really guaranteed? Are you sure you're not a family brother?
But when you look at him in front of Qin Xiaoxi, he is definitely like a little brother.
He worked hard and endured all kinds of humiliation. However, Mu Qianshua was not in a hurry to imagine anything more about family issues.
After all, the two had just confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
It's still too early to talk about marriage. Let us talk about family stuff later. This is how life is, enjoy it while you can and don't think too much. If you are unhappy now because you think too much, then there is a high probability that you will not be happy in the future either. Therefore, it is better to seek happiness now. After? Why think about it? Tomorrow or an accident, who knows which will come first? If you are unlucky, something unexpected will happen tomorrow. Mu Qianshua smiled slightly and said, What about your sister? Should we tell her about us? The two had not confirmed their relationship before, so Mu Qianshua really didn't know how to tell Qin Xiaoxi. You can't say that your brother and I are in an ambiguous and improper relationship. What progress? I just took a nap. It would certainly not sound good if this were said out loud. Even if that person is her best friend. But now the two have officially established their relationship. It can be said with justification. However, Qin Shiola knew Qin Xiaoxi too well. He said with a smile, Believe it or not, if you tell my sister now that we are together, in 10 minutes, my parents will know. In 2 hours, our whole family will rush to the demonic path to see you. This is absolutely true. If Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianshua are in love, tell Qin Xiaoxi. Then in less than 10 minutes, his parents, grandparents, and grandparents will all know. By then, I guess the whole family will want to come and meet this future granddaughter-in-law. Who knows, there might be some big commotion. Mu Qianshua was stunned. This is so scary? Are all of you so terrible? Then, what should we do? Mu Qianshua looked at Qin Shiola in confusion. Qin Shiola pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I think that the fact that we are in a relationship cannot be exposed for the time being. Why not keep it a secret together, and then find an opportunity to bring Qin Xiaoxi back to Kyoto during this time? She is too much of a hindrance here. Of course, the reason why Qin Shiola didn't want to tell Qin Xiaoxi that he was with Mu Qianshua was that. There is another important reason. Once he told her that he was with Mu Qianshua. Well, that's to be expected. That dog will definitely stay in Shanghai for 4 years. Maybe she will consider leaving after Qin Shiola graduates from university. And her presence here is not conducive to the further development of the relationship between Qin Shiola and Mu Qianshua. Just think about it. Mu Qianshua and Qin Xiaoxi live on the same floor. From now on, if Qin Shiola stays overnight at Mu Qianshua's house again. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoxi ran down and lived with them. You tell me. How can this relationship develop? It's like peeing, there's always someone standing at the door, and you don't know when he'll come in, he'll just stand there. This is very disgusting. So, Qin Shiola is now thinking about how to get Mu Qianshua back. Chapter 104, Encounter with Zhang Yu. Although Mu Qianshua didn't know about all these twists and turns. However, she felt that what Qin Shiola said made sense. If Mu Qianshua found them together here, it would definitely be extremely embarrassing. After all, the guy she was dating was her best friend's younger brother. This is very Jiao. But she just came to Donda, how could she just leave like this? Qin Xiaoxi had just arrived at Southeast University and hadn't even started her formal classes yet. Because their advanced math class will have its first session tomorrow, Tuesday.
They haven't even started class yet, but you're already thinking about kicking them out.
I'm afraid it's a bit difficult.
Qin Xiaola also nodded, but he was not worried at all, and said with a smile. We are both her closest relatives, and you are the insider. When the time comes, we can use our brains, work together inside and outside, and find a chance to get her away.
Really?
What Qin Xiaola said makes sense.
There is a long way to go, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Don't worry about it for now. Mu Qianxue nodded and said softly. Well, I'll do as you say.
The two looked at each other and smiled.
You know what, this feeling is quite exciting. It feels a bit like having an affair.
It always makes people unable to stop and secretly feel refreshed. Qin Xiaola came up with a smile, looked at Mu Qianxue's bright red lips, and kissed her happily again. This time, Mu Qianxue did not stop her. After all, the relationship between the two has made a qualitative leap in progress. Now, they are in a serious boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After staying in the office for about an hour, the two locked the door and prepared to leave. Of course, during this hour or so, the two of them didn't do anything special.
Just chat and talk about your feelings.
After all, when a relationship is just established, the heart is always sweet and there are so many words you want to say. This enclosed space gave the two of them just the right opportunity. It was great.
When I left the office, it was already dark.
It was pitch black outside, but there were street lights in the school, so it was still quite bright.
Walk around the school for a while? Good. Mu Qianxue lowered her head and said hello softly. With smiles on their faces, the two of them walked silently on the campus of Tokyo University, strolling around here.
However, the two of them did not hold hands.
After all, this is still a school. Their relationship is that one is a student and the other is a professor.
After all, there is a difference in status, and it is inappropriate to hold hands in public. If discovered by other students, it would probably have a bad impact on Mu Qianxue.
Qin Xiaola knew this, so he behaved very honestly and seriously along the way. He is an honest child and never tells lies.
Of course. All this was just his own fantasy. Soon, the two slowly walked into the grove. There are few people here, and it is dark at night and there are no lights in the grove, so it is quite safe.
Qin Xiaola did not miss this opportunity and took Mu Qianxue's hand with a smile.
When the two hands touched, Mu Qianxue was stunned and her pretty face turned slightly red, but she still obediently took his hand without resisting. The two of them walked quietly in the grove, without saying anything along the way, just quietly enjoying this wonderful time.
Mu Qianxue couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Qin Xiaola was 4 years older and went to Peking University with me.
You can hold hands and hug each other freely on campus without caring about other people's eyes, and you may even receive envious looks from others.
That kind of college love is wonderful. It's just a pity that there will never be such a time again.
But Mu Qianxue turned her head slightly and looked at Qin Xiaola's profile. Although I didn't meet Qin Xiaola in college, it's not too late to meet him now. Life has not yet come to an end, and the journey of life has only been half completed. It is not easy to meet a boy who loves me and whom I also love. You shouldn't think too much and be too greedy.
Just as the two were walking aimlessly, suddenly, I came across a couple kissing not far away.
When Mu Qianxue saw this, her pretty face turned red and she immediately let go of Qin Xiaola's hand. I am not that shy or blushing when I kiss someone. But when I watch others kissing and then think of myself, this shy feeling will be particularly strong.
Xiaola, let's go and stop looking. It's always embarrassing to stand there and watch others kissing. So, Mu Qianxue pulled the corner of Qin Xiaola's clothes and spoke in a low voice. Qin Xiaola smiled slightly and nodded. Good. When the two were about to turn around and leave, suddenly,
a familiar voice came.
Lu brother? Professor Mu? Suddenly,
they both shuddered.
Damn. Recognized by someone you know?
They both turned around and the one speaking was the couple who had just kissed.
Qin Xiaola's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yu. That's right.
The kissing couple that Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue just watched were Zhang Yu and his girlfriend. The two found a closed grove to kiss. Who knew, right after the kiss, when I looked over here, I saw an acquaintance.
Qin Xiaola and Professor Mu.
The two looked at each other and felt something was wrong.
Is it possible that he will be recognized? Zhang Yu walked over with his girlfriend. You know what, that girl is quite pretty. Her face was slightly blushing, she was tall and her looks were top-notch. Really good. Most of them are girls majoring in broadcasting. The sound must be very nice. I have to say that Zhang Yu is a very lucky guy. However, now is not the time to discuss these issues. The most urgent task is how to solve the problem of him and Mu Qianxue being discovered in the grove. Fortunately, the two of them didn't hold hands just now, otherwise they would have been exposed. Zhang Yu walked closer, looked at the two curiously and said, Professor Mu, Brother Lu, why are you two here? Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's pretty face turned slightly red, but she knew that she couldn't expose herself at this time, so she forced herself to remain calm and coughed dryly, while frantically imagining countermeasures in her mind. Qin Shiola knew that Mu Qianxue was nervous, so he quickly said, I was just wondering, why are you here? As soon as he came up, Qin Shiola turned the tables. Aren't you asking me? I'm asking you directly. Counterattack. Zhang Yu chuckled and looked at his girlfriend beside him. Aren't I here to accompany my girlfriend? Qin Shiola coughed and said, Do you know why Professor Mu and I are here? Have no idea. Zhang Yu shook his head decisively. How could he know this? But it's really strange. Why did Professor Mu come to the grove with Brother Lo? Before Zhang Yu had time to think divergently, Qin Shiola spoke first. Professor Mu and I are here to catch you young lovers dating in public. Hugging and kissing, how shameful. Chapter 105, The Godly Trap of Qin Shiola. Please vote. Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment. The whole person was stunned. Come, catch us couples who are in love? Is this true or false? If it was high school, he would believe it. But this is a university. Is this guy also checking about love affairs? Is this true or false? He looked at his girlfriend with a puzzled look. The two looked at each other, confused. Qin Shiola coughed dryly and said righteously, Do you know what kind of school our Dongda is? This is one of the top 3 schools in China. However, the school's performance has declined in recent years, and the school leaders all think it is caused by the love affair. Ah! Zhang Yu and his girlfriend exclaimed in surprise and were both stunned. On the side, Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and laughed secretly in her heart. This scumbag is going to start cheating people again. Not to mention, the way he spoke really made it hard to tell whether it was true or false. What a great way to tell a lie. Qin Shiola paused and continued. What? Your brother Lu can't really lie to you. As a college student of the new era, in one of the top 3 universities in China, do we enter university just to fall in love in the future? Using your parents' money to support your girlfriend? Kissing randomly and showing off your love on campus every day? Are you friendly to singles in this way? This. They both hesitated, looking confused. Seemingly. That makes sense. It's really not very friendly to singles. Especially those single guys who have been single since birth, have never been in a relationship since childhood. And you have to kiss them in front of them and show your love. Tell them how wonderful it is to be in love. Is this something a human would do? Besides, those of you who are in love, showing off your affection in public is bound to cause strong dissatisfaction among those singles. By then, everyone will be looking for a partner, so who will have the time to study? Therefore, you have delayed the entire school's learning and scientific research, and you are the sinner of the entire school. Holy shit! What you said makes so much sense. Everyone wants to fall in love, but it is bound to affect their studies. The school's performance and ranking began to decline. Then those who are in love are sinners of the school. Before the two could react, Qin Shiola continued. Lao Zhang, we are the computer major of Dongda University, and we are the trump card of the school. How can one be addicted to love and romance? It is undeniable that love is beautiful and being in a relationship is fun, but we must also be careful about the degree in the future. You are my roommate, and your girlfriend is my roommate's girlfriend. I will not report your 2 names to the school. When they heard that their names would not be reported to the school, Zhang Yu and the girl became excited instantly. What a nice person. A national-level roommate. As expected, my brother Lu is worthy of being the one who takes care of his roommates when he is away from home. I am moved. So moved. Zhang Yu's face was full of excitement. If there weren't girls here, he would even shed tears of emotion.
Brother Lu, you are right, we must be careful in the future and not show affection like this.
I am so grateful for your kindness. I have a box of Shuangweiwei in my dormitory. I will give it to you. You are welcome. Damn. Any unexpected surprises? To be honest, Qin Shiola felt a little embarrassed.
Even though you cheated someone, they are still so excited to give you something good.
This feeling is really great. Qin Shiola laughed and said. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Yu waved his hands happily and said.
We are all brothers, why are you being polite to me?
Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said.
Okay, then you guys go ahead, Professor Mu and I are going to continue searching for students.
If caught, we will report them directly and notify their parents.
When they heard that the parents had been notified, they couldn't help but become even more excited.
For students, even after entering college, the most frightening thing is to honestly inform their parents. Because it's definitely not good.
So, knowing that Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue had let him off, he avoided being notified and criticized by his parents.
The two nodded excitedly and said. Okay, don't worry, Brother Lu, we'll leave right away.
As they spoke, the two waved to Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue, then quickly slipped away.
Along the way,
the two of them didn't even dare to hold hands. Afraid of being seen by others. After all, according to Qin Shiola, the school is now cracking down on students who are in love and show off their affection. If people were to find out that you are in a relationship and showing off your affection, your parents might be called in.
So, it's better to be cautious. Today's event is all thanks to Brother Lu. Looking at the two people leaving happily, Mu Qianxue burst out laughing.
She looked at Qin Shiola's face and said seriously.
You are truly a deity. Qin Shiola, what immortal? Mu Qianxue, a deity who kills people without paying for his life.
To be honest, although Mu Qianxue knew that Qin Shiola was very good at deceiving people and had no problem telling lies with his eyes open. But she didn't know that Qin Shiola's abilities were so amazing. Just now, the two of them were almost discovered to be in a relationship. He, on the other hand, took the initiative. The other party was stunned by what he said, and even felt grateful.
Did he get a box of cool money for free? Is this something a human would do? Looking at Qin Shiola's harmless appearance, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but think of Qin Xiaoxi. These two are really worthy of being siblings. It's really awesome.
When it comes to cheating people, it's exactly the same.
Two gods.
Qin Shiola chuckled and waved his hand.
This is just a small scene, it's nothing. Mu Qianxue sighed and said.
I wonder if I'll have to count money for you if you sell me out in the future.
To be honest, this is really a possibility.
Qin Shiola smiled and hugged Mu Qianxue's neck, gently bent down and kissed her, then looked at her softly and said.
You are my girlfriend, my future wife.
Even if I sell my sister, I will never sell you.
Mu Qianxue. It sounds very touching, but why does it feel like something is wrong?
If Qin Xiaoxi were here, she would have buried Qin Shiola on the spot. The two looked at each other, and Qin Shiola said with a smile.
Let's go, let's continue strolling for a while.
Good. After the little episode with Zhang Yu just now, Mu Qianxue's mood improved a lot, and the corners of her mouth would occasionally rise slightly.
Soon.
Somehow, time passed so quickly.
In the blink of an eye, it was already 9:30 in the evening.
Qin Shiola glanced at the time and said with a smile.
It's getting late, let me take you back.
Although I didn't want to go back so soon, it was indeed getting late. I didn't realize it before, but now I realize that time flies so fast when you're in love. Qin Shiola sent her to the bottom of the corridor, but did not go up. He waved at her and said.
Go back quickly.
Mu Qianxue hummed, she stood on tiptoe, took the initiative to kiss Qin Shiola, and then ran upstairs as if escaping. Looking at Mu Qianxue's back, Qin Shiola's mouth corners slightly raised.
Qin Shiola didn't turn around and leave until she got in the elevator and went upstairs. Chapter 106 Special Items, Physical Enhancer. Looking at Mu Qianxue's departing back, Qin Shiola chuckled, turned and left. On the way back to the dormitory, he was so happy that he was flying. After all, establishing a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship is equivalent to a big step forward in the relationship. If there was an ambiguous relationship before, you couldn't even be jealous seriously.
Now, the two of them are in a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and can be jealous and play around with each other happily.
Kissing is also normal.
After all, kissing, hugging, and lifting up your girlfriend is what many single men dream of. It's a bit of a pity that because of Mu Qianxue and his identities, the two of them cannot do such things in public. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact. But it's also good, exciting. Walking slowly on the road, Qin Shiola suddenly had an idea.
Damn, did you forget that there is still a skill lottery that you haven't used yet?
In the afternoon, he scored 30 points on the opponent's basketball court alone, completed the system task, and received a reward, a random skill draw.
But I've been busy since this afternoon.
I just remembered this thing after having a date with Mu Qianxue.
Careless. Sure enough, this is what it means to be in love.
When I was with Mu Qianxue just now, I didn't think about these things at all.
Check personal attributes.
Qin Shiola muttered softly in his heart.
Next second, a huge light screen appeared in front of him, and only he could see it. Host, Qin Shiola. Value, 99. Height, 186 centimeters. Strength, 20 normal adult, 10. Speed, 15 normal adult, 10. Toughness, 13 normal adult, 10.
Acquire skills, top fighting skills, top makeup skills, top hacking skills, top singing skills, top basketball skills. Looking at my various skills, except for the rubbish that is makeup, the others are quite useful.
Qin Shiola smiled in his heart, then looked around and said silently. Extract skills. Ding, extraction in progress. Next second, a huge turntable appeared in front of him.
It's still the familiar turntable and familiar things. Qin Shiola smiled slightly, and soon the turntable began to spin.
Probably a few seconds passed.
Ding, congratulations to the host for his great luck.
He received a special reward, physical enhancer. Body enhancer? Qin Shiola was obviously stunned.
I thought what was extracted would be a skill, but I didn't expect this to appear. He looked at the introduction of this thing with some doubt. Physical enhancer rare. After taking it, the host can improve his all-round physical fitness, increase basal metabolism, and rejuvenate his spirit.
Note, this medicine can only be taken once, it will be ineffective the second time.
Qin Shiola was stunned when he saw the brief introduction.
The second half of the sentence can be ignored.
The most important thing is to enhance your all-round physical fitness. This is very important. Everyone's physique grows from childhood to adulthood, and normal growth is definitely increasing. It's like, no matter how powerful a 1-year-old child is, he can never beat a normal adult male.
Unless, this child is not human.
But, although as you get older, your physical fitness will improve with the addition of various meat supplements and exercise.
However, this enhancement also has certain limits. No one can grow indefinitely.
Even for a boxing champion like Tyson, once his physique reaches a certain peak, it is difficult to break through.
Then it will decrease as you age. But this small potion can actually enhance a person's physical fitness in all aspects. This is simply unbelievable.
Qin Shiola took out the medicine from the system, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. Inside is a dark green liquid that is crystal clear.
It looks like the essence of plants. But this small bottle seems like black technology.
Qin Shiola was delighted. He is far superior to ordinary people in every aspect, and his strength is about twice that of a normal adult male. If he takes this bottle of medicine again, his physical condition will probably undergo even greater changes. He quickly found a small pavilion where no one was around and looked around to see if anyone was coming. Without hesitation, Qin Shiola opened the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. The dark green liquid tasted a bit bitter and was not as delicious as I had imagined.
I didn't feel anything at first.
After about 4 or 5 seconds, Qin Shiola felt his lower abdomen burning. There is a feeling of burning in the abdomen caused by eating too much spicy noodles. Of course, the scalding and heat at this moment is more uncomfortable and burning than that feeling.
Ah!
Qin Shiola gritted his teeth and held on, trying hard to endure the burning sensation and not let himself scream out. Because he knew that it was cleansing his body, strengthening his constitution, and was of great benefit. This kind of pain lasted for about 3 or 4 minutes, but in Qin Shiola's heart it seemed as long as a century.
Soon,
the pain slowly dissipated, and he was sweating all over, as if he had just walked out of a sauna. However, he did not care about the sweat on his body, but clenched his fists and felt the power throughout his body. When you clench your fist, you feel an explosive increase in power. At this moment, he felt that he could kill a cow with one punch.
Of course, this is just an illusion.
A rapid increase in strength can easily lead to such hallucinations. If there really was a bison in front of him, there is a high probability that Qin Xiaola will be killed by this collision.
Check personal attributes. Host, Qin Xiaola. Value, 99. Height, 187. Strength, 35 normal adult, 10. Speed, 25 normal adult, 10. Toughness, 21 normal adult, 10.
Acquire skills, top fighting skills, top makeup skills, top hacking skills, top singing skills, top basketball skills. Looking at his personal attributes, Qin Xiaola was stunned for a moment. Strength, speed and toughness have all increased to varying degrees.
He currently has over 3 times the strength of a normal adult male.
The speed and toughness are almost twice as much. Compared with ordinary people, Qin Xiaola's physique has changed a lot. It is no exaggeration to describe it as rapid progress. However, there was one thing he didn't expect.
My height actually grew by 1 centimeter. This thing also has the function of increasing height? So Jiao. Of course, Qin Xiaola must be happy that he has grown 1 centimeter taller. However, it would be even happier if the lower body was also longer. As a man, there is no one who doesn't want his own to be bigger. After tidying up a bit, Qin Xiaola took a few breaths, then walked towards the dormitory with a smile. Chapter 107 Silly Brother. In the dormitory. The atmosphere is cheerful.
When Qin Xiaola opened the door and walked in, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly came up and said with a smile.
Brother Lo, you and Professor Mu didn't remember my girlfriend's names, did you? This guy was still a little scared after coming back.
He was afraid that Qin Xiaola would remember his and his girlfriend's names.
This might cause a headache if the parents are told about it.
Seeing Zhang Yu's somewhat nervous look, Qin Xiaola smiled slightly, patted her shoulder and said,
Don't worry, we are not related, I definitely can't remember your name.
However, you should be careful in the future and not kiss like that in public, it has a bad influence.
Of course you have to do the whole show. So, Qin Xiaola reminded Zhang Yu again.
Zhang Yu chuckled and nodded quickly.
Don't worry, Brother Lu, I won't dare to do it again next time.
As he spoke, he took out a box of shuangweiwei from his seat and said with a smile.
Brother Lu, this is awesome, don't be polite to me.
Looking at Zhang Yu's smiling face, Qin Xiaola felt a little bit reluctant for some reason.
Am I a bit too tricky?
Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind.
Is it a scam? Well enough. I am also helping you avoid future risks.
After all, those who divide faster are the ones who spread the most dog food. I help you avoid risks.
You make me so happy. Is this a problem? No problem. Ahem, in that case, I will accept it without hesitation. Having said that, Qin Xiaola accepted shuangweiwei with a smile. Night.
After washing up, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lying on the bed, he sent a few messages to Mu Qianxue. Compared to before, their conversation is now much more ambiguous. There aren't so many constraints. After saying good night to each other, Qin Xiaola fell asleep.
But the other side. Mu Qianxue tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep.
After all, this was her first time in love in more than 20 years.
This feeling created a wonderful chemical reaction in her heart.
Excited, nervous, and a hint of indescribable joy.
With all kinds of emotions intertwined, she was destined to have a sleepless night. Time passes slowly. The next morning.
Today is Tuesday, and it is also a day for classes.
Early in the morning, several people in Qin Xiaola's dormitory finished washing up and rushed to the classroom for class. The first class this morning is Advanced Mathematics. That's right. The one who will come to class will be Qin Xiaola's biological sister, Qin Xiaoxi. So, Qin Xiaola took the seat in the last row without any hesitation.
There is no way, although Qin Xiaoxi is very beautiful, but
keep away strangers.
Once you get close to her, your good days are over.
So, Qin Xiaola took 3 roommates to grab the seats in the last row without hesitation. Tang Meng poked Qin Xiaola's arm and said, Brother Lu, didn't they say that our advanced mathematics teacher has been replaced by a young and beautiful woman? Let's sit in the front.
Zhang Yu immediately became interested when he heard this.
That's right, I heard that too. It seems that her appearance is as good as Professor Mu's. Is her appearance no less than Mu Qianxue? Wu Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. There are still seats in the front row. how about we go to the front? Go, go, go.
The three of them hit it off immediately, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They must occupy the advantageous position while others don't know that the new advanced mathematics teacher is a beauty.
This way you can appreciate it better. Otherwise, what a loss. However, Jean Shiola waved his hand and said with a dry cough, Ahem, you guys go ahead. I won't go. It's nice to sit in the back by myself.
Seeing this, the three of them were confused but didn't say much.
Maybe everyone has different ideas.
Anyway, if there is one less person looking at the beauties, they will have one less competitive force. What's more, Jean Shiola is so competitive due to his high appearance.
Soon,
as the bell rang, most of the students in the class arrived.
The entire classroom was full except for the last row.
After all, students at the University of Tokyo still love to study.
Jean Shiola was the only one sitting alone in the last row. But
he didn't feel unhappy at all, but instead felt secretly happy.
As long as I can stay away from Jin Xiaoxi, it would be best. The farther the better. This is safer.
Tick tick. Suddenly, there was a sound of high heels stepping on the ground at the door. Everyone raised their heads and looked over.
However, it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. At first glance, everyone was shocked. What the hell?
This appearance must be absolutely beautiful.
Yes, it is absolutely beautiful. Moreover, Jin Xiaoxi was dressed very sexily.
A black leather jacket on the upper body and denim shorts on the lower body that don't reach the knees.
On his feet were a pair of black boots. This outfit is really amazing. Royal and spicy.
Coupled with those exquisite facial features, she has a very high appearance value.
In an instant, countless boys swallowed their saliva. Too greedy.
It's really beautiful. Although, her looks are almost the same as Mu Qianxue's, they both have their own merits.
But in terms of dressing, this hot style can attract people at once. After all, who doesn't like such a hot girl?
No one spoke in the classroom, but the sound of countless people swallowing could be heard.
God really treats them well in the computer science major. The two top goddesses of Tokyo University are their teachers. Even if I can't have sex with her. But it's also good to take a look. This thing is pleasing to the eyes.
Jin Xiaoxi walked to the podium, coughed dryly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Hello, I'm your advanced mathematics teacher, my name is Yi Xiaoxi.
Jin Xiaoxi knew that if she used the surname Jin, it would be easy for others to discover her relationship with Jin Shiola. After all, they are siblings. Although they were not born together. However, there are still some similarities in appearance. Plus, the names are not much different, so they might be discovered. So, she simply changed her last name. In this way, outsiders will not make any associations with it.
Yi Xiaoxi?
When everyone heard these three words, they immediately began to imagine all sorts of things.
Nice name.
It's true that both the name is nice and the person is good looking.
Perfect. Hello, Teacher Yi.
Yes, hello, teacher. Suddenly, the students in the audience shouted hello, teacher excitedly. There was even a gleam in his eyes. This teacher is so beautiful.
With such beauty and temperament, few people can compare to her.
Yi Xiaoxi smiled slightly and looked up. Finally, he glanced at Jin Shiola who was sitting in the last row. He sat alone in the last row, looking a little out of place.
Jin Xiaoxi's mouth corners slightly raised. Still want to stay away from me?
Silly brother, don't even think about it, it's impossible.
Chapter 108, Jin Xiaoxi must be taken away. Please vote.
Jin Xiaoxi smiled slightly, turned around, and said,
Alright everyone, let's start the class now.
As she spoke, Jin Xiaoxi took out her textbook and prepared to give a lecture. Naturally, the other students did not dare to be negligent. They took out their textbooks one by one, raised their heads and looked at her quietly.
Soon, Jin Xiaoxi began to explain the contents of the textbook.
Her mathematical attainments are very high, even comparable to those of some top mathematics professors.
But for her, these advanced mathematics contents were simply too simple. It's not difficult at all. In class, Jin Xiaoxi kept explaining.
Her teaching level is also very good, starting from the basics to the complex, and is very organized. After all, giving a lecture from a relatively high altitude always gives you a sense of commanding insight.
Not only will the teaching be clearer, but students will also listen more attentively. It's a good process. Suddenly,
she stopped teaching, glanced at Chin Shiola, who was lying on the table reading a book, and said with a smile,
"This question is a bit difficult. Let me see if there are any students in our class who can write it." Chin Xiaoxi was pointing to a big question on the blackboard.
The content seems to be related to this lesson, but in fact it requires the knowledge of Fourier function to be used later to solve it. The Fourier function was quite difficult, and they had not learned it before, so the students in the class stared at the question closely with frowns.
There is no way, I can't do that. Although they are academic masters. But I'm not that good at answering every question yet.
What's more, the questions were beyond the syllabus and were deliberately written by Chin Xiaoxi, making them even more difficult to answer.
She smiled and said, "Since no one answered, I'll call on a classmate. The last student sitting in this row." Everyone looked back. Just then I saw Chin Xiola's confused little face. Confused and helpless. I don't know what happened.
Looking at everyone's gazes, Chin Xiola stood up in confusion and looked at Chin Xiaoxi.
"Is this him? Is it poisonous? I deliberately sat in the last row to avoid you. Do you really have to kill them all? Damn." However,
Zhang Yu and the other two were filled with envy at this scene. Just now they thought it would be easier to see the beautiful teacher if they sat in the front.
"It's too small, the pattern is too small."
Brother Le predicted the teacher's prediction. Knowing that the teacher would ask questions in class, I deliberately sat in the last row to attract the teacher's attention, and then I could have an in-depth one-on-one communication with the beautiful teacher.
This move is really brilliant. As expected, it's Brother Lu. No wonder he didn't want to sit in the front just now.
If Chin Xiola knew what the three of them were thinking, he might not be able to help but scold them.
Who the hell wants to have a deep exchange with Chin Xiaoxi? What's this student's name?
Come on, tell us all loudly, tell the teacher, so that the teacher can get to know you better. Chin Xiaoxi looked at Chin Xiola with a smile. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Maybe others can't see it, but as her younger brother, Chin Xiola understands this look too well.
Damn. Chin Xiaola. Are you a fool? We have been siblings for more than 10 years, and you still ask me what my name is? Do you want to ask what my parents' names are? However, in order not to anger Chin Xiaoxi, he decided to cooperate with her in this drama. He coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, hello, teacher. My name is Chin Xiaola. I'm from Subei City. There are 4 people in my family. They are."
Chin Xiaoxi coughed and quickly stopped him.
"Okay, I don't need to know how many people are in your family. This has nothing to do with me. Come up here and write out this question." This question? Chin Xiola didn't pay much attention in class just now. He was reading and studying on his own.
After all, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and the top scorer in a province.
Naturally, his IQ is not low. He has basically gone through all these advanced mathematics stuff. I taught myself once and the results are pretty good. He coughed dryly and said, "Teacher, what should I do if I don't know how to do it?" "Won't?" Chin Xiaoxi smiled inwardly. "Wouldn't it allow you to sit back safely? Dream on. If you don't know how, come over and stand there for the entire class." Chin Xiaola. Damn. What a professional trick. There was no other way. Chin Xiaola walked onto the stage reluctantly. He glanced at the question.
This question is indeed quite difficult, and it also uses knowledge of Fourier functions.
Most people really can't write it.
This is clearly an attempt to trick him.
But
he had taught himself the following things, so all of a sudden the ideas in his mind began to emerge.
Chin Xiaola picked up the chalk and wrote quickly on the blackboard.
The various steps are very beautiful. No one had ever seen Chin Xiola's handwriting. Looking at it this way, I am really surprised.
It doesn't matter whether Chin Xiola's every step is correct or not. The font alone is very nice, just like printed text.
They say that handwriting reflects the character of the writer, and it really is true. About half a minute later, Chin Xiola finished writing the last word, then put down the chalk and said with a smile,
"Teacher Yi, it's unfortunate that it was written out." Yi Xiaoxi took a look at the solution process on the blackboard.
There is indeed no problem,
and the steps are complete and the answer is correct. It's basically a standard answer format.
Qin Xiaola said with a smile.
Then, can I go back now? Go back? He.
This must be impossible.
See the smile on Qin Xiaola's face and that row of white teeth. Qin Xiaoxi would definitely not let him go back like this. The questions are well written, the answers and steps are correct. But the visibility in the last row is not good. Why don't you sit on the podium? You can sit in my seat. Qin Xiaola?
Looking at Qin Xiaoxi's playful eyes, Qin Xiaola cursed in his heart helplessly.
This guy is a real dog. I have written everything correctly, but you won't let me go back? You have the final say on feelings.
No, we have to get rid of her as soon as possible, otherwise, Qin Xiaola will not be able to survive with her here.
You can't sit in the front row in every advanced math class, right? This is so embarrassing.
Under the envious gazes of everyone, Qin Xiaola reluctantly sat down next to Qin Xiaoxi.
Others don't know their relationship.
I just think Qin Xiaola is too capable. Even this goddess teacher is very caring towards him. This scene of love and care made everyone envious. A class period is short for everyone, but it is absolutely tormenting for Qin Xiaola. This also aroused his strong thoughts.
We must get Qin Xiaoxi away. If Qin Xiaoxi doesn't leave, it will not only affect his status in the class, but also affect his relationship with Mu Qianxue. It can be said that she is a disaster. It's really unlucky to have such a sister. Chapter 109. You're not so good today. At noon, Qin Xiaola didn't dare to go to Mu Qianxue's office.
After all, Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue's offices were next door. If he went to see Mu Qianxue so openly, he would definitely be discovered by Qin Xiaoxi. So, he could only go to the cafeteria to eat miserably. The cafeteria at Tokyo University is very good. The food and variety are both very good and complete. However, these can't compare to the food cooked by Mu Qianxue. Besides, the things that come for free always taste the best. In the afternoon, after class, there was another basketball game of the School of Information.
This time, there were many more people watching the game.
The main reason was the last time Qin Xiaola led the computer science department to dunk on telecom. At that time, many people took videos and uploaded them to the school forum, which attracted a lot of people at once.
Of course, most of them are girls. Brother Lu, no matter how you fight today, we brothers will listen to you.
Tang Meng rubbed his hands and said with a smile.
They drew lots today, and their opponent is Kong Xin. This major's basketball strength is not as good as telecommunications.
Qin Xiaola was able to beat even telecom, and scored 30 points in the second half.
How could we possibly lose in this situation?
Therefore, everyone is full of confidence.
Qin Xiaola patted Tang Meng's shoulder with a smile, looked at everyone and said,
Today you guys are the ones who are in charge of attacking. Play as much as you want, shoot as much as you want, and I will cover you. There are so many girls here, behave yourself.
Last time, in order to complete the task, the entire team gave the ball to Qin Xiaola as soon as they got the ball.
That's why he was able to score 30 points in just 12 minutes.
Otherwise, the last mission would definitely not be completed.
Since there is no task today, I might as well give them the opportunity to perform and I will cover the consequences myself.
As long as we can win the game. This also gives everyone a chance to perform. With so many girls watching, I can't just perform alone and steal everyone else's limelight.
Everyone chuckled, scratched their heads, and their eyes were full of happiness.
Brother Lu, be reliable. As expected, it's Brother Lu. Be thoughtful and reliable when doing things.
If it were someone else, they would have thought about showing off in front of so many girls. However, Qin Xiaola not only did not do that, but instead gave them the opportunity to perform. This really speaks volumes about a person's character. While they were laughing and joking, it was time to get ready to go on stage. Next to the basketball court, Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue stood there and looked at Qin Xiaola.
Especially Mu Qianxue.
After the two of them established their relationship yesterday, when I saw them again today, I no longer felt the peace I had before. It was as if half of his heart was given to Qin Xiaola.
This brat is really popular. There are so many people here, and they are all girls. Qin Xiaoxi glanced around and smacked his lips. There weren't so many people yesterday. Today, the number of people has doubled in an instant. Mu Qianxue pursed her lips and said nothing. But actually, I am still a little jealous.
After all, so many girls came for her boyfriend.
normal girls would feel unhappy. However, in front of Qin Xiaoxi, she still said righteously, "Isn't this great? It means your brother is liked by so many girls. It will be much easier for him to find a girlfriend in the future." Qin Xiaoxi looked at her with a smile and said, "Oh, these girls can't enter our house because they are too ugly. If you are willing, I can consider it." After all, she was able to give birth to Qin Shilla and Qin Xiaoxi, a pair of super good-looking siblings. Their parents must be very good-looking too. So, ordinary people are not qualified to enter their home. If the woman's appearance is too low, it will lower the appearance of her successors. This is very disadvantageous for family genes. However, when Mu Qianxue heard Qin Xiaoxi's words, she almost screamed out in excitement. That heart was beating rapidly. Can I? However, I definitely can't say that in front of Qin Xiaoxi. She coughed dryly to hide her inner nervousness. "Xiaoxi, you, don't talk nonsense." Qin Xiaoxi had no idea and said with a smile, "I'm not kidding. In the entire University of Tokyo, only you are good-looking enough to be with our family." Mu Qianxue was happy in her heart, her face flushed with shame, and she turned her head away, not daring to look at her again, afraid that Qin Xiaoxi would notice something. On the other side, the basketball game was about to begin. It is obvious that the opponent's Kong Xin is not that confident. After all, even Telecom, which was known as the dark horse of the Institute of Information, lost, let alone them. The probability of winning is really too small. But, with so many people watching, I couldn't just give in. That would be too embarrassing. The game begins. Tang Meng took the ball and prepared to break through. This time, Qin Shilla played the assist and went straight forward to help him with the screen. The two of them worked together perfectly. Tang Meng dribbled past two players and made a layup. Although it was not as satisfying as Qin Shilla's dunk yesterday. However, his goal did cause a round of cheers. This is the first goal of the game. "Old Tang, you fought well. That's right, today we are unstoppable. A good start, come on brothers." In an instant, the morale of the entire JIC department soared. Playing basketball is a competitive sport. In addition to technology and cooperation, courage is also extremely important. Tang Meng scratched his head with a smile, and his heart was suddenly filled with pride. Soon, the rhythm of the first half picked up. Qin Shilla plays a supporting role most of the time. Show less face and show less. After all, there were too many girls watching. I nearly had my clothes ripped off yesterday, it was horrible. Of course, the main reason is that I'm afraid Mu Qianxue will be jealous. Since they are already a serious couple, it is natural for them to consider each other. Soon, the first half was over. Computer Science, 23. Empty Letter, 20. Currently, JIC is leading by 3 points. Among them, Qin Shilla basically didn't make any shots or goals, and most of the goals were scored by Tang Meng and the other 4. During the halftime break, he walked over to Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue with a smile. Qin Xiaoxi handed over a bottle of water and put it in his hand. "Here, this is what your Professor Mu just bought for you. Why don't you thank Professor Mu right away?" Seeing this, Qin Shilla took the bottle of mineral water in his hand and looked at Mu Qianxue with a smile. The two of them exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions in seconds. However, he still said politely, "Hey, thank you Professor Mu." "You're welcome." Qin Xiaoxi snorted and said, "Xiaolu, you're not doing so well today. Didn't you score 30 points yesterday? Why are you so weak today?" "I watched football for the whole morning, but I didn't see Qin Shilla score any goals. The only one that was made was a tip-in while standing under the basket, which was a chance to take advantage of a missed opportunity. Otherwise, no goals were scored at all." Qin Shilla glanced at Mu Qianxue with a smile, and then said nonchalantly, "Those girls yesterday were so scary. There are even more people today, so I'd better be low-key. Otherwise, everyone will be touched all over. I'm afraid my future girlfriend will be jealous." Chapter 110. Watching a movie. There is one more chapter to come, don't worry. Hearing this, Mu Qianxue was delighted. This guy, did he give up such a great opportunity to perform today just to avoid making me jealous? Suddenly, Mu Qianxue felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Sometimes girls are like this. When their boyfriends give them enough sense of security, they will feel happy even if it is just a small thing. However, Qin Xiaoxi rolled his eyes at him directly. Are you worthy of your future girlfriend? What girl is blind enough to fall in love with you? Show no mercy and suppress directly. This is how a sister treats her brother. We must not let this dog get away, otherwise we won't be able to control it in the future. Suppression, severe suppression. However, his words stunned the two of them instantly. Mu Qianxue? You mean, am I blind? Damn. Qin Xiaola. You are worthy of being my sister. She had no way of knowing what was going on in the two people's minds. She saw that Qin Xiaola's face seemed a little strange, so she pushed him out with a smile. Alright, the game is about to start, hurry up and don't waste time. Qin Xiaola had no choice but to secretly give Mu Qianxue a look and then leave. Sometimes he really regretted it. Why wasn't he born first? If he were the brother. Qin Xiaoxi was absolutely suppressed. Damn. What a pity, it was wrong from birth. In the second half, Qin Xiaola still had a very Buddhist mentality. However, in order to prevent the opponent from winning, he still moved a few times. He made several three-pointers, deliberately widening the score gap, and then let his teammates take over. Under the suppression of such a terrifying force that was enough to dominate the entire game, the score between the two sides became increasingly larger. In the last 3 seconds, although Kong Xin scored the last goal, it did not change the situation. Computer Science, 42. Empty Letter, 36. In the end, Jike easily won the round with a 6-point lead. Suddenly, the whole audience cheered. Although Qin Xiaola did not perform any outstanding operations. But his good looks still attracted cheers and admiration from countless girls. They were about to come over. Qin Xiaola turned around and ran out of the encirclement. In one word, slip away. After waiting for Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaoxi to come out outside the basketball court, the three of them went out to have dinner together. The three of them had dinner together, and everyone had a tacit understanding. 7 o'clock in the evening. Qin Xiaola took the opportunity to leave, and not long after he left, Mu Qianxue also found an excuse to slip away. The original threesome was once again left with only the lonely Qin Xiaoxi. The west gate of the school. Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue agreed to meet here. The evening sky gradually darkened, and the school streetlights began to light up. Looking at Qin Xiaola, who was waiting for her not far away, Mu Qianxue felt delighted and ran over quickly. Have you been waiting for a long time? Mu Qianxue said with a smile. Just now, in order to deal with your sister and avoid being discovered by her, I had to stagger my time with you. Qin Xiaola came up to her with a smile and kissed her gently on the forehead. It's okay, I know, let's go, listen to my arrangements tonight. What are you planning to take me to? Mu Qianxue's pretty face blushed slightly as she asked cautiously. It was late at night, and it was my first time going out on a date with a boy. She had to admit that she was a little nervous and panicked, not knowing where Qin Xiaola was going to take her. Looking at Mu Qianxue's nervous eyes, Qin Xiaola's mouth corners slightly raised. How about I take you to the bar for a drink? Hearing Qin Xiaola's joking tone, Mu Qianxue's heart suddenly tightened. Drinking in a bar? Suddenly, her mind popped up the time when she was drinking in a bar near Dongda University and was picked up by Qin Xiaola. When I think of the scene of the two of them waking up that morning, Mu Qianxue couldn't help but feel shy, and the delicate blush on her face was particularly endearing. She raised her head, looked at Qin Xiaola angrily and said, Humph, you're dreaming. I'm not going. Having said that, Mu Qianxue turned around and was about to leave. How could Qin Xiaola let her leave like this? He smiled and grabbed her wrist, exerting a little force and holding her in his arms. Young lady, go, you can't leave, just obey me. Looking at Qin Xiaola's evil smile, Mu Qianxue's face blushed. She was both embarrassed and annoyed, but didn't know what to say for a moment, so she could only shyly punch him in the chest. Qin Xiaola said with a smile. Okay, I'm just teasing you. How could I possibly take you to a bar? Who would take a girl to a bar on a first date? Even a scumbag wouldn't use such tactics. Why? Because the purpose is too obvious. If you go to a bar, you have to drink a little. Girls don't drink well. If you are drunk, boys will naturally have a chance. But girls are not stupid. How could they agree to go to a place like this for the first date? This will only alert the girl and make her think that you have ulterior motives and that you are a scumbag.
Therefore, scumbag men will not use such tactics.
The method they usually use is to go for barbecue.
Most girls like barbecue, and since it's just a meal, they naturally refuse it.
But how can you have a barbecue without drinking some beer? Once you drink it, you'll be fine. The scumbag's routine can now begin.
Of course, it is not recommended to stay out all night on a first date.
You should know when to quit. After all, this is not a one-time deal.
Shin Shella patted Mu Qianxue's head with a smile and said,
"Okay, come with me, I won't kidnap you." Mu Qianxue lowered her head and nodded lightly, then followed Shin Shella. The two of them walked out of the school gate, one on the left and one on the right.
Shin Shella didn't take Mu Qianxue's hand until they were a certain distance away from the school gate.
After all, there are a lot of people around the school, and it would be bad if you meet someone you know.
We are almost out of the danger zone here, so there is no need to be afraid. Mu Qianxue followed Shin Shella silently, without saying a word, just walking quietly.
Not long. Shin Shella took her into an Oscar cinema. This guy, is he going to take me to the movies? Mu Qianxue seldom goes to the movies. First of all, I have no interest in it.
Secondly, there was no one to accompany her to the movies.
Watching a movie alone is a very unpleasant thing. Looking at the couples around me, I think about the fact that I am single. It's better not to watch this movie. Shin Shella booked the tickets on his mobile phone in advance. After getting the ticket from the automatic ticket machine, Mu Qianxue asked curiously, "What movie are we going to watch today?"
Shin Shella said with a smile,
"Don't worry, it's definitely a classic, the new movie Dying to Survive.
This movie was just released recently. I heard it is very touching and a rare movie." Therefore, Shin Shella planned to bring Mu Qianxue to take a look.
Chapter 111 Tears Like Rain. Mu Qianxue. Sorry everyone. Mu Qianxue nodded slightly after hearing this.
In fact, she had heard of this movie. There is a lot of publicity on mobile phones, and all the comments are positive.
It is said to be very touching and tear-jerking. The two of them got their tickets and then sat outside and waited for a while. There are still a lot of people coming to watch the movie today.
Most of them probably came for this drama Dying to Survive.
7:40 at night. Two people checked their tickets and entered the venue.
The lights in the screening room were not dim, and Shin Shella took Mu Qianxue's hand and found his seat.
The location is a little further back and there are not many people around. For Shin Shella, this is the best position.
When you go to the movies with your girlfriend, it's best not to choose a front row seat.
Because some things are difficult to implement. Some cinemas are doing very well.
The seats in the last two rows can be adjusted, and two people can lie on the seats one above the other.
This design is very spiritual. Today's movie was pretty good and there were quite a few people in the theater.
However, because it was Tuesday, it was not as crowded as Saturday and Sunday. The two of them sat in the back, leaning back in their chairs quietly watching the movie.
The movie begins.
Su Zheng's image with a big bald head appeared on the screen.
I have to say, this actor is really talented.
Whether it is a comedy or a romantic drama with a more story-based approach, he can perform well.
As the plot progressed, Shin Shella smiled slightly, put his hand on Mu Qianxue's neck, and said softly, "Did you bring tissues?"
This movie is really tear-jerking. If you cry later, make sure you have something to wipe your tears.
Mu Qianxue snorted and said calmly, "I never cry when watching a movie." Shin Shella. Is it that awesome? He looked at Mu Qianxue's confident look and couldn't help but sigh. The essence of human beings is the law of true fragrance.
The movie continued, and after about an hour, it reached a climax. The old lady and a group of people who were taking Indian medicine were taken to the police station. The old lady looked at the policeman affectionately and uttered those classic lines. "Leader, please help me.
I just want to ask you to stop investigating Indian drugs.
I have been ill for 3 years. I have been taking genuine medicine worth 40,000 yuan for 3 years.
My house has been gone and my family has been bankrupted by me. Now I finally have cheap medicine, but you insist that it is fake. Don't we know whether the medicine is fake or not?"
The medicine is only 500 yuan a bottle, and the drug dealers don't make any money at all.
It's inevitable that every family will have a patient. Can you guarantee that you will not get sick in your life? We all have to wait to die. I don't want to die, I want to live, okay? Suddenly.
Seeing this, everyone in the theater cried.
Qin Shiola wasn't much better, the corners of his eyes were wet and red. This line hits me straight to the heart. It feels like being blocked by something. There is a feeling that is hard to describe. Qin Shiola turned his head and glanced at Mu Qianxue. Suddenly, he was completely stunned. At this moment, she was crying profusely and her face was red from crying. Fortunately, she usually doesn't wear makeup when she goes out, otherwise her makeup would definitely be smudged by the tears at this moment. I remembered Mu Qianxue's confident words just now, "I have never cried while watching a movie." He immediately burst into laughter and patted her shoulder. "You've never cried while watching a movie, what's going on with your face? Don't tell me it's water." Seeing Qin Shiola laughing, Mu Qianxue suddenly cried and laughed. She lay directly on his thighs. Qin Shiola felt a warm current flowing in his legs. He was stunned for a moment. Damn! This girl, using her own pants to wipe her tears? Oh my god! Please, be a human being? Qin Shiola helplessly patted Mu Qianxue's little head gently, just comforting her quietly. In fact, Mu Qianxue's tear point is indeed quite high. However, this movie is truly a classic. Not to mention how good it is based on a real case. So, it's very classic and very real. Such a vivid movie can naturally bring tears to people's eyes. That is for sure. Seeing Mu Qianxue's tears, Qin Shiola was also deeply touched. About half an hour later, the movie is finally over. Everyone in the cinema sat there, staring blankly at the screen, their eyes filled with tears of emotion. At this moment, no one moved. Everyone sat quietly in their seats, listening to the final ending song of the movie. To be honest, the ending song complements the movie quite well. This is really a rare good movie. After 3 or 4 minutes, everyone started to get up and leave. Let's go. Qin Shiola stood up and stretched. After sitting for more than 2 hours, his body became a little stiff. He looked at Mu Qianxue beside him, who was still sitting there with red eyes, as if she was stupid. Qin Shiola burst into laughter and said, "Hey, don't stay here, let's go, the movie is over." It was obvious that Mu Qianxue had not yet come out of that emotion. Aha! She hummed softly, then wiped her face, took a deep breath, and stood up. Looking at Qin Shiola's smiling expression, she blushed suddenly. I clearly promised that I wouldn't cry. Who knew that she would cry harder than anyone else? The key point is that this scumbag kept laughing. Snort! Mu Qianxue glared at Qin Shiola, then turned around and walked out quickly. Qin Shiola stood there and touched the back of his head, somewhat confused. Are all girls so weird? I just didn't say anything. Qin Shiola shook his head with a smile, then hurriedly followed. After watching for more than 2 hours, Qin Shiola felt like he had to pee so badly that he went to the bathroom together. Then, Qin Shiola took Mu Qianxue and left. When we left the cinema, it was almost 10 o'clock. He directly sent Mu Qianxue to the downstairs of the community, then turned around and ran back to school. I am really sorry today, the author is too tired. In the evening, there was only 1 chapter left, but the school held a class meeting and I said a lot of random things. Then, another friend asked me for help and I couldn't refuse. I was in a bad mood today and I didn't get enough rest these 2 nights, so I was very tired. When I was writing the last chapter, my condition was not very good and I was afraid that it would affect the quality. So, I thought I would write down some of my true feelings, just to vent my feelings. Of course, there will be more updates tomorrow, so don't worry. Thank you all for your support over such a long time, from the first book White Moonlight to the second book Female Professor. The road of online writing has had many ups and downs, but I would like to thank everyone for their support and love for helping me get to where I am today. I have no way to repay you, so I can only produce a better work and repay you with the quality of the book. Thank you all handsome men for your support, thank you. I will update tomorrow, sorry for today. Chapter 112 Under the Moonlight. Qin Shiola turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue called him. Wait a minute. Qin Shiola was stunned, and his body, which had originally turned around, turned again 180 degrees. What's wrong? He looked at Mu Qianxue with some curiosity. Mu Qianxue groaned, looked at him resentfully and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to go back so soon? Urgent? Am I in a hurry? He smiled helplessly. My sister lives in the same building as you. Am I afraid that she will find out about you?
If Qin Xiaoxi went downstairs to take out the trash or something, and saw the two of them standing there being affectionate with each other, she would definitely understand instantly. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him, took Qin Xiola's hand and said, "Follow me." As she spoke, she walked in front, holding Qin Xiola's hand. Qin Xiola did not resist and followed her obediently. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where children played in the community. Here, there are slides, sand pits, and other things, which are places for children in the community to play. She didn't believe Qin Xiaoxi would come to such a place. Besides, it's late at night, it's dark here, there are no children, and it's very quiet. The two of them sat on the slide nearby, feeling the different atmosphere. "It's only 10 o'clock, we'll go back later." Mu Qianxue glanced at Qin Xiola and spoke. "The boys' dormitory closes at around 11:30. This place is close to the school, and even if you run to the dormitory, it only takes about 10 minutes. This was their first proper date, and Mu Qianxue didn't want him to leave so soon. Qin Xiola looked at her with a smile. I never realized before that Mu Qianxue had such a side to her. He smiled and hugged Mu Qianxue's back. Okay, I'll stay here with you for a while. We can look at the moon together, okay? Mu Qianxue nodded, with a hint of smile in her eyes. It's not common to see her smile like this. Mu Qianxue hummed softly. Seeing this, Qin Xiola exerted a little force with his arms and pushed Mu Qianxue's little head against his body. She did not resist and lay quietly on Qin Xiola's shoulder. The two of them quietly enjoyed the moonlight. The moonlight is bright, and as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, the moonlight becomes even rounder. Was today's movie good? Qin Xiola broke the silence and said softly. It's great, so great, this is the most touching movie I have ever seen. When Mu Qianxue thought about the movie she had just watched, she couldn't help but feel a little drunk. The touching scenes, dialogues, and actors' acting skills in the movie are all impeccable. Perfect. Although she doesn't watch many movies, she has her own thoughts and attitudes towards movies. It is obvious that in her eyes, Am I a God of Medicine can be regarded as a masterpiece. Qin Xiola smiled slightly, remembering the scene in the cinema when Mu Qianxue swore that she would never cry and that she had never cried while watching a movie. He couldn't help but burst out laughing in his heart. The essence of human beings is the law of true fragrance. It is true. She smiled and ruffled Mu Qianxue's hair, then looked into her eyes quietly. Mu Qianxue's eyes are deep and beautiful. Double eyelids, big eyes, and eyes full of wisdom. You can tell at a glance that the thoughts are profound. These bright big eyes are particularly attractive. Qin Xiola's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he leaned forward. A kiss. Feeling the wriggling sensation coming from her mouth, Mu Qianxue did not refuse, but instead happily responded to it. Their lips moved slightly and they kissed unscrupulously. Time seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. Everything around them fell into silence during their kiss. The years are beautiful. Everything is the same as it was originally. The most beautiful thing in the world is that the person you love is in close contact with you. The brain won't function in such a short-lived happiness. About 4 or 5 minutes later, both of them were breathing heavily and stopped their actions at the same time. Their heads were quietly leaning against each other, in close contact, their eyes were fixed on each other, and their breathing was very rapid. A blush appeared on Mu Qianxue's face, but it would not be discovered in the darkness. What does it feel like? Qin Xiola looked at Mu Qianxue's face with a smile. How does it feel? Mu Qianxue groaned and punched his chest lightly. Who would ask how it felt after kissing? Really? Looking at her shy expression, Qin Xiola said with a smile. I'm just asking out of curiosity. Anyway, I feel pretty happy. In one word, awesome. Mu Qianxue burst out laughing. It secretes a lot of dopamine, which makes me feel good. Good job. It also uses professional terminology. Really? When you are in love, a lot of dopamine is secreted. This will make the human body more excited. Qin Xiola did not proceed to the next step. After all, he was still outside. If he was watched by others, he would be socially dead. Ding dong. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's cell phone rang. She quickly picked up her phone and unlocked it. It was a message from Qin Xiaoxi. Qianxue, watch this movie, it's really good, how about we go together this Saturday? Illustration, Am I the God of Medicine?
Seeing the message sent by Qin Xiaoxi, Qin Shiola smiled immediately. Looks like you need to do a second look.
It's really uncomfortable to watch a movie twice.
Mu Qianxue sighed. There was nothing she could do about it. She thought about it and replied. Yeah, okay. However, fortunately, this movie is a good drama.
It's worth watching several times. After chatting with Qin Xiaoxi for a few words, Mu Qianxue made an excuse that she had something to do and escaped from the chat.
She sighed, looked at Qin Shiola and said, Is there any way to get your sister away?
At this moment, she regretted having called her over before. Who knows, Qin Xiaoxi is actually Qin Shiola's biological sister. The three of them getting along like this is like walking on a tightrope, and if they are not careful they will fall off.
Although the triangle is stable. But this isn't a triangle. Damn.
Not only Mu Qianxue, Qin Shiola was also thinking about this problem.
How can we get Qin Xiaoxi to leave?
He didn't reply for a moment, lost in thought. If you want Qin Xiaoxi to leave, it is impossible to use normal methods.
Some special methods must be used. Suddenly, Qin Shiola's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, I think I have a solution. Mu Qianxue?
She was stunned for a moment.
Is there a solution? Can Qin Xiaoxi be taken away? Is this true or false? Is this true or not? Are you sure? Qin Shiola chuckled. Qin Shiola knows his sister too well. Know what she hates the most. As long as we start from this breakthrough point, there will definitely be a chance. Chapter 113, How to Get Rid of Qin Xiaoxi. More to come.
Qin Shiola chuckled, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes.
There should be more than 80% chance. More than 80% chance? The probability is not small. Mu Qianxue immediately became interested and quickly came over and said, What is the solution? Qin Shiola smiled and said, It's very simple.
Just let most of the boys in Dongda University chase my sister.
Use the human wave tactic to annoy her to death. Let all the boys from Dongda University chase Qin Xiaoxi? To be honest, there is nothing wrong with this plan. Mu Qianxue put herself in the other person's shoes and thought about it. If she were pursued recklessly by all the boys in the school, she would probably collapse in a short period of time and even flee from Tokyo University. Why? Because this is horrible. But how can this be done? What are you going to do? Mu Qianxue looked at Qin Shiola with some confusion. Qin Shiola smiled. Well, this isn't difficult.
Using my hacking skills, I hacked into the major forums on campus and posted a plan to pursue Qin Xiaoxi. As well as some of her photos, and her hobbies and stuff like that. As long as you do it carefully enough, it will definitely attract them to try. Just think about it. If there is a rumor in school about when and where your goddess will appear. What do you like to eat? Don't like eating anything. Like something. Such detailed data and information will definitely attract a large number of people's attention in a short period of time. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to pursue Qin Xiaoxi. But, as long as enough people are attracted and the base is large enough. Well, under such circumstances, there will definitely be some stubborn boys who cannot control themselves and want to pursue Qin Xiaoxi. Maybe some teachers won't be able to hold back either. After all, Qin Xiaoxi is so beautiful. At the University of Tokyo, quite a number of male teachers are single. So, this is bound to cause a wave of sensation. By then, some super bootlickers will evolve from these people. Ready to lick Qin Xiaoxi 24 hours a day. Then, within a week, Qin Xiaoxi would have to flee overnight. It's that simple. Really? After hearing Qin Shiola's analysis, Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up and she exclaimed. Oh my god, Qin Shiola is really capable. You can even think of this method. I really didn't expect that Qin Shiola could come up with such a trick. You know what, this trick really works. Once there are so many bootlickers chasing Qin Xiaoxi, she will definitely run away late at night. After all, as her best friend for many years, Mu Qianxue knew this. Qin Shiola scratched his head and said with a smile. It's okay, basic operation is not 6. Mu Qianxue burst into laughter and said. Your ability to be mean is exactly the same as your sister's. You are indeed siblings. I have to say that Qin Shiola's move was very bad. This skill is exactly the same as Qin Xiaoxi's. When he was at Peking University, Mu Qianxue had the honor of witnessing Mu Qianxue's bad moments. These two siblings are exactly alike. Qin Shiola smiled slightly. Maybe this thing is passed down from our ancestors. This is how I lived as a kid. I'm used to it. He thought for a moment and said, by the way, don't try to persuade my sister to leave when the time comes, and don't let anything slip. This move is called the reverse ultimate move. Qin Shiola understood it all too well. If you keep persuading Qin Xiaoxi to leave quickly and leave Dongda, then there is no doubt that she must have been suspicious. By then, given her personality, it is possible that she won't leave. So, you have to persuade her not to leave and solve the problem slowly. Only in this way will she leave willingly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue gave Qin Shiola a thumbs up with admiration on her face. I really doubt whether I will be sold out by you in the future and have to count money for you. This method of deceiving people and understanding people's hearts is really amazing. God's operation. Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said, you are my girlfriend, I will never sell you to anyone else. Don't worry, you will only follow me in this life. Mu Qianxue chuckled, feeling a little sweet in her heart. She pointed at Qin Shiola and said, then swear that you will never lie to me again. Qin Shiola chuckled. In fact, swearing on this thing is already a lie. Who really doesn't lie to his girlfriend? If you don't lie to your girlfriend, are you still a human being? Can the relationship develop further? Able. But it's very slow. There is even a risk of rollover. What kind of boys do girls like? First of all, he is definitely not an honest boy. Such men are actually easily looked down upon by women. Girls all like bad boys. Small cheating pleases you, big cheating hurts your body. That's probably the reason. However, at this point, Qin Shiola naturally had to continue according to Mu Qianxue's words. He smiled and stretched out his hand. I swear, I will never lie to you in this life. Mu Qianxue's lips curled up slightly, and she felt happy. In fact, many times, girls don't really want to be cheated or not. No one can be sure of the future. What they want is just your attitude at the moment. This is very important. Qin Shiola put down his hand and they smiled at each other. After sitting on the slide for a while, it was around 10:40 in the evening. Mu Qianxue stood up. It's almost time, you should go back, otherwise you won't be able to get in after the dormitory is locked. Qin Shiola sat there and said in a scoundrel-like manner. It's okay. It doesn't matter if I can't get in. At most I'll suffer a little and sleep with you tonight. Mu Qianxue? Suffer a loss? Sleep with me at night? Is this human language? Damn. Dog scumbag. She rolled her eyes at Qin Shiola. Dream on, scumbag, it's impossible. As she spoke, she grabbed Qin Shiola's hand and prepared to pull him up. However, how could her strength be as great as Qin Shiola's? So, before she was pulled up by Qin Shiola, she was directly pulled onto her legs by Qin Shiola's strength. Looking at Mu Qianxue lying on his legs, Qin Shiola's mouth corners slightly raised. Let me kiss you for a while, and then I'll leave. Having said that, without caring about Mu Qianxue's thoughts, Qin Shiola kissed her directly. Mu Qianxue symbolically resisted a few times, and then obediently fell into Qin Shiola's arms and kiss. Because she found that this kind of kiss is really addictive. Once you get caught up in it, it's hard to get out. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Mu Qianxue pulled away from Qin Shiola. She glanced at Qin Shiola with some resentment and snorted. You bastard, get out of here now. Qin Shiola said with a smile. I am a dog scumbag, then you are also a dog. Before Qin Shiola could finish his words, Mu Qianxue blocked his mouth with her hand and said viciously. Humph, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat you. Qin Shiola heard this and closed his mouth with a smile. He stood up, hugged Mu Qianxue, and said with a smile. Then I'll go back first. Well, be careful on the road. Good. Chapter 114 Good shot. Night. It was already past 11 o'clock when Qin Shiola returned to the dormitory. Fortunately, the old man in the men's dormitory did not close the door, otherwise he would have to find a place to sleep outside. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Yu and the other three were busy with their own things. Zhang Yu and Wu Luo also just returned not long ago. After all, they both have girlfriends, and they have just established a relationship, so it is natural that they are in love with each other. As soon as he came back, Qin Xiula started planning how to get Qin Xiaoxi away. After all, this thing must be handled with caution and cannot be exposed to others.
Otherwise, Qin Xiula, danger. I'm afraid he will be really wasted during his 4 years in college.
So, he must be careful about this matter.
Especially the details about Qin Xiaoxi.
This thing cannot be described in excessive detail, but should be described as objectively and meticulously as possible. Disguised himself as a bootlicker who had been secretly in love with Qin Xiaoxi for a long time. Then make public some of the details you observed in Qin Xiaoxi's hobbies, so that it will have a real and effective effect.
And, Yuan-Ti be discovered. This is of vital importance.
Qin Xiula sat at his seat writing these things the whole evening. However, he still needs to take care of some details, which he certainly can't do in one night. After all, this thing concerns his life and happiness in the next 4 years of college.
He can't afford to be careless.
One misstep can lead to eternal regret.
There are many examples like this. After editing the content slightly, I sent it to Mu Qianxue to take a look.
The two began to discuss through their mobile phone screens. If Qin Xiaoxi knew about this, she might be so angry that she would vomit blood.
The two people I trust most.
One is a good sister and best friend with whom I have known for many years. The other is my dear younger brother.
These two people actually teamed up to get rid of me.
If Qin Xiaoxi knew about this, he would probably kill Qin Xiula on the spot for the sake of justice.
At 11:40 p.m., everyone went to bed.
Qin Xiula and Mu Qianxue said good night to each other and fell asleep on the bed together.
Time flies by quickly on days like this. In the blink of an eye, it was already the evening of the next day. Today is the final of the Xinyuan Freshman Cup basketball. Computer science versus communications.
Apart from the dark horse of computer science, communications has always been the favorite to win.
Its strength even surpasses that of telecommunications. But
when it came to the finals, the voice of communications was not that high. People even feel that the chances of communications winning the championship this year are too small.
Why? Because of the existence of this freak Qin Xiula.
One person can blow up the whole place.
People like this are simply bugs. Sidelines.
A fat man wearing black sportswear, about 1.84 meters tall and weighing over 180 kilograms, was watching the stadium in front of him with interest.
This fat guy is called Xianan, and he is the head coach of the Chinese national basketball team.
When he was young, he was also a big shot on the basketball court. However, when he got older, he became a coach for the national team.
However, in recent years, the strength of the Chinese national basketball team has been declining year by year. The main reason is the lack of young people to take up the responsibility.
Xiao Luo, is that talented basketball player you mentioned really that good?
Luo Xiao nodded affirmatively and said,
Coach Xia, how could I lie to you about this? At that time, when he played his first game, I was watching from the side.
Wow, good job.
That windmill and slam dunk, he scored 30 points by himself in 12 minutes.
This skill is not inferior to that of our national team's professional athletes. Luo Xiao is the head coach of the Dongda University basketball team.
He was also a former team member of Coach Xie. Seeing a good talent like Qin Xiula, he naturally would not let him go easily. He originally wanted to have a chat with Qin Xiula that day. However, there were so many girls surrounding him that he couldn't squeeze forward at all. Later in the second game, Qin Xiula slipped away after the game. He wanted to find someone but had nowhere to look. So, today I just dragged Xianan to watch the game together. If Xianan values him, he will have the opportunity to train directly in the Chinese national team.
It can be said to be a step to heaven. This is also the reason why Luo Xiao was so excited. The national team is a place that countless people dream of entering. Once you enter, you will become the hope of the entire China and bring glory to the country. So, countless athletes train day and night just to get into it.
And today, Qin Xiula has such an opportunity, but he himself doesn't know it.
Xianan stood aside, thinking. He knew Luo Xiao's character and knew he would never lie. That means that the student he was talking about is definitely capable. It's not aimless. He squinted his eyes, looked at the basketball court, waiting for the game to begin. On the playing field,
Qin Xiula, Tang Meng and others stretched for a while and then went on stage together. On the other side, the people communicating were clearly lacking in confidence.
With Qin Xiula as the stabilizing force, no one can be sure of winning. After all, the sense of oppression he brought was too great. Today, Qin Xiaoxi did not come to watch the game, saying that she was too lazy to come and planned to watch a drama at home. This was exactly what Mu Qianxue and Qin Shiola wanted. Not coming? It's better not to come. Of course, when facing Qin Xiaoxi, the two did not behave like this. On the contrary, Mu Qianxue kept persuading Qin Xiaoxi to come and watch. After all, it was the finals. However, the more he said this, the less Qin Xiaoxi wanted to come. So, today, Mu Qianxue was the only one who came to watch Qin Xiola's game. She stood outside the basketball court, looking at Qin Xiola quietly. Although there were many people in the stadium, and there were also many spectators outside. But there was only Qin Xiola in her eyes. Soon, the game began. Tang Meng held the ball and passed it directly to Qin Xiola. Brother Lu, you should carry the whole match today. We don't have much confidence. This is different from the battle against Sora Shin. The 5 members of the communications team are all top-notch in terms of height and skills. In other words, it's very oppressive. So, Tang Meng and the others didn't dare anymore. Qin Xiola smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, you guys help me and let's get first place. After hearing what Qin Xiola said, several people immediately became more motivated. Our brother Lu said he would take first place. That's definitely the first place. Impossible to be second. Several people started to protect Qin Xiola with a smile. Qin Xiola took the ball and started to break through. Since his physique became stronger last time, Qin Xiola's speed has also become faster. A breakthrough, like a gust of wind. The next second, before the opponent could fully react, Qin Xiola broke through and went straight in. Then, jump under the basket. Dunk. Nice shot. Xia Nan cried out excitedly. Chapter 115 something. Seeing Qin Xiola dunk directly under the basket, Xia Nan immediately shouted excitedly. Good job. This is a beautiful move. It was quick and neat, without any drag. Moreover, Qin Xiola's movements just now were so fast that it was almost dizzying. With this speed and jumping ability, even national basketball players with average skills may not be able to beat him. Judging from this point alone, Qin Xiola is definitely a good seedling, an incredibly good seedling. This kid has something. Xia Nan couldn't stop smiling. I had originally come here just to take a look, and I didn't really have much hope. But it was indeed an eye-opener just now. Luo Xiao standing by also smiled. After all, it was his boast that attracted Xia Nan to come here to take a look. Now, the person he liked was appreciated by Xia Nan, and he felt very proud. The two continued to watch the game intently. With Qin Xiola's first goal, the two of them became obviously more interested in the game. The opponent has the ball, preparing for a fast break. A long pass, intended to be passed to Qin Xiola's teammates who had already run to the basket. However, when the ball is about to be caught by that person, suddenly, a huge hand flew in from somewhere in the sky. He just grabbed the basketball. Oh my god, it's a ghost. The man screamed and almost fell to the ground in fright. He was originally planning to step forward to catch the ball, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by someone so unexpectedly. When he saw the face of the man who had intercepted him, he was not so surprised. Qin Xiola. Yes, the one who just intercepted the basketball was Qin Xiola. His big hands stole the ball directly. What a steal! His jumping ability and reaction ability are really amazing, Ronaldinho. I didn't expect that there is such a talented basketball student in your University of East China. What a good seedling! Good seedlings! Xia Nan praised it twice, saying it was a good idea. To be honest, in all these years, he has never seen anyone as young and powerful as Qin Xiola. Be it basketball skills or physical fitness, there is nothing to complain about. That jumping ability, dunking, passing, and speed. This is all national level. Xia Nan even felt that Qin Xiola's strength was better than some basketball players on the national basketball team. With this strength, he can directly enter the national team. Maybe he can even achieve good results on behalf of China. On the court, Qin Xiola held the ball, accelerated directly, and got rid of 2 people. Then, he jumped and shot directly from outside the 3-point line. Pull up for 3 points. The ball goes in. Suddenly, the whole audience cheered. Damn, that's awesome, right? Oh my god, so handsome, I love it. Is this my idol? Why do I feel like I'm in love? Awesome.
Mu Qianxue, who was watching the game on the side, was so excited that she almost jumped up, her little face flushed red.
The goal was so neat and clean, it was really cool.
The main reason was that Qin Xiaoxi was not with her today, so her emotions suddenly became agitated.
I was so excited.
The entire basketball court was filled with excitement because of Qin Xiola's goal.
Countless people's eyes lit up.
Xia Nan even touched her chin, with a hint of excitement and joy in her eyes. But after looking at these few goals, he knew that he had definitely made the right decision today. This young man has terrifying basketball skills. He stood aside, his eyes full of satisfaction.
Soon. The first half of the game is over. Computer Science, 23. Communications, 12.
The difference between the two sides reached a terrifying 11 points. You know, Communications has always been the favorite to win this time's Information College Freshman Cup.
Unexpectedly, because of Qin Xiola's own efforts, we fell behind by so many points.
Of the 23 points scored by the Computer Science Department, 16 were scored by Qin Xiola alone.
What does this indicate? One person carried a team.
This posture is a bit mysterious. It can be said that if Qin Xiola had not been there today, the Jika team would have been beaten in the first half and would not have been able to be so calm.
Halftime. Qin Xiola walked to Mu Qianxue's side.
She handed over a bottle of mineral water, her eyes full of joy. You must be tired, drink some water. When Qin Xiaoxi was not around, Mu Qianxue instantly let go of herself, and her words showed more concern.
Of course, there were many students watching around, so she couldn't be that intimate. However, every word and action extended to only Qin Xiola. The stars in my eyes are all you. This one sentence is enough to sum it all up.
Qin Xiola took the water handed to him by Mu Qianxue with a smile, then opened the bottle and gulped down a few gulps.
Playing basketball is a consuming sport.
Short-term pull-up jump shots, fast running, especially playing full court, will inevitably consume more energy. It can be seen that Qin Xiola's entire body seems to be smoking.
Very tired and hot.
Just as he was drinking water, a voice came to his ears.
Hello, is this Professor Mu?
Qin Xiola and Mu Qianxue turned their heads at the same time.
Luo Xiao said with a smile.
Seeing Luo Xiao's smiling face, Mu Qianxue was stunned.
There are many teachers in the school. To be honest, she really can't remember who the one in front of her is. She nodded gently and said, Yes, who are you?
Luo Xiao introduced himself with a smile.
Hello, Professor Mu. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm the head coach of our East China University basketball team. My name is Luo Xiao.
Head coach, Luo Xiao?
I have heard of this name Mu Qianxue. She is quite famous in Dongda University.
It is said that he was once a player on the national team. Later, he retired due to injury, and then was brought to Dongda University by Mu Qianxue's grandfather at a high price to be the head coach of the basketball team. Now, he is the leader of the Tokyo University basketball team. Moreover, in recent years, his coaching ability level has been very good. In college basketball competitions against Peking University and Tsinghua University, Tokyo University achieved quite good results. Even several basketball players were sent to the national team.
This is incredible. Mu Qianxue nodded gently and said calmly, Coach Luo, what's up?
Although Luo Xiao is very famous, it seems that he has little interaction with him.
So, Mu Qianxue really didn't know what he wanted to do for a moment.
Luo Xiao said with a smile.
Actually, I'm not looking for you. No, not me either. It's Coach Xia Nan next to me. He wants to find the student next to you. Xia Nan?
When she heard these two words, Mu Qianxue was suddenly stunned.
Why?
Because these two words are definitely quite famous in China. He was once a key player of the Huaxia basketball team.
The current coach of the Chinese national team.
Such a resume will attract a lot of attention no matter where it is placed.
Although Mu Qianxue doesn't play basketball, she knows Xia Nan. Chapter 116 Champion.
Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaola both looked behind Luo Xiao. He was a fat man over 1.8 meters tall, probably in his 50s or 60s, with rough skin and a fat body.
Xia Nan stepped forward with a smile, stood in front of Qin Xiaola and said, Hello, I've been watching you play basketball.
Your skills are very good, and your speed and jumping ability are top-notch.
Right from the start, Xianan praised Qin Xiula in all aspects without reservation.
There are not many people in China who can receive such praise from the head coach of the national basketball team.
Therefore, even Qin Xiula couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed.
He scratched his head and said with a smile,
"Thank you, coach, for the compliment." Xianan laughed and said,
"I'm not exaggerating, you deserve this praise." Just when Xianan wanted to say something else, suddenly, the referee blew the whistle and the second half of the game was about to begin.
Qin Xiula smiled and said, "Thank you, coach. The game is about to start.
I'll go over first."
"Good." Xianan naturally had nothing to say and nodded with a smile.
Qin Xiula smiled at Mu Qianxue and then ran over.
Xianan looked at Mu Qianxue and said with a smile, "Professor Mu, that was your student just now, right?"
"Yeah, that's right."
Mu Qianxue nodded. "What's his name?"
"Qin Xiula." Mu Qianxue did not hesitate and directly told Xianan Qin Xiula's name.
"Qin Xiula? Not bad, not bad." After knowing Qin Xiula's name, Xianan's face became more smiling. This young man is really good. Soon, the basketball game has begun. After the opponent's communication was abused in the first half, their morale was obviously much lower in the second half.
After all, they had all fought with Qin Xiula and knew what a terrifying guy he was. His strength is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. Playing basketball with them is like a dimensionality reduction attack.
How could everyone have the confidence to win? However, the game must go on.
Qin Xiula held the ball and broke through directly.
The other side learned their lesson this time. 3 people came to defend him directly.
In short, there is only one strategy.
Be vigilant against Qin Xiula. Don't give him the chance to break through and shoot. As long as they can prevent Qin Xiula from dying, they still have hope.
After all, apart from him, the skills of the other people in Jiku are not very strong.
Even shooting or breaking through is not that strong.
As long as his accuracy rate is not as terrible as Qin Xiula's. It can be said that the 3 people's strict defense did cause some trouble to Qin Xiula to a certain extent. However, they still underestimated Qin Xiula's basketball skills. After several consecutive dribbles and passes, he found an opportunity to shoot and made a direct shot from outside the 3-point line.
Suddenly, everyone exclaimed again. "Damn, he was able to score even with 3 people guarding him so tightly, that's awesome. Oh my god, this basketball skill is good enough to play in the CBA."
Of course not, this technique and this height are really amazing. You know, the 3 people who besieged Qin Xiula were all quite tall. Each of them was a player on the school basketball team when they were in high school. Under such siege, no one could stop him from scoring.
One can imagine how terrifying this strength is. Xianan, who was standing by, was applauding in amazement.
It is said that an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Qin Xiula is so powerful.
A good seedling who was born to play basketball. Xianan's excitement was beyond words.
But Mu Qianxue on the side was a little surprised.
This is a bit too exciting, isn't it? The most important thing is.
There was an indescribable feeling in his eyes when he looked at Qin Xiula. Mixed with a hint of desire.
That's right, desire.
This desire made Mu Qianxue feel a little unhappy.
After a while,
she shook her head.
"How come I can be jealous of the old man?" Sure enough, once girls enter the stage of love, their brains will become a lot duller. In love.
Soon, the pace of the second half quickened. Qin Xiula started the pace again by himself.
However, the opponent's defense against him was too tight.
Therefore, after getting the ball, he would often pass it to Tang Meng and others, allowing them to score goals. However, the accuracy of the 4 of them is not that high.
Not very efficient in scoring. In the blink of an eye.
But with the advantage in the first half, they were still very confident in the second half.
Shoo! With a whistle. The game is over. Both teams stopped their movements and took a few breaths. Computer science, 45 points. Communication, 38 points.
Although, they were trying their best to catch up with the score in the second half.
However, the gap is still too big.
In the end, the difference between the 2 teams was fixed at 7 points.
However, this is not easy for communication.
Recalling the previous scene of Telecom, Qin Xiula scored 30 points in the second half.
The 7-point difference is enough to show their strength. The referee walked to the center of the basketball court and blew a whistle. I declare that the champion team of the Xinyuan Freshman Cup is Computer Science. Suddenly, the scene cheered again. Especially the students of computer science who were watching from the side were extremely excited. This game. They won. Freshman Cup, they are the champions. As spectators, they all felt a sense of excitement and honor. Oh my god, Jiku really won. Ah, my boy is so handsome. Oh my god, this basketball skill, I just love it. Wow, what kind of man is this? He's too good, isn't he? The most discussed topic in the audience was still about Qin Xiaola. His appearance and strength completely shocked everyone. So strong. It's impossible not to love a boy like this. After giving some speeches to express his gratitude for the award, Qin Xiaola quickly ran out while there were many people around. Because he had already seen the scene where those girls were about to attack him. It's really scary. So scary. He quickly ran to Mu Qianxue, lowered his head and said, "Go." After saying that, Qin Xiaola left. Mu Qianxue also knew what was going on, so she quickly followed Qin Xiaola and left. She still knew how terrible it was when girls chased stars. Although, Qin Xiaola is not a star. However, at this moment, he is more popular than those so-called stars. After the two of them left quickly, Xia Nan and Luo Xiao looked at each other, then quickly followed. It's so hard to find such a good seedling, we can't give up just like that. With Qin Xiaola's skills and talent, after a little training, he will definitely be a good player for the national team. Can we let such a talent leave like this? Of course not. The four of them quickly left the basketball court, and behind them, Xia Nan hurriedly called Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue. Chapter 117 Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaola actually. Classmate Qin Xiaola, Professor Mu. Professor Mu, wait a moment. Hearing the call behind them, they both stopped and turned around. Xia Nan quickly ran in front of the two of them. Wait a moment. Qin Xiaola looked at him curiously and said, "What's the matter?" Xia Nan looked at Qin Xiaola with a smile and said, "Student Qin Xiaola, maybe you don't know me very well yet, let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Nan, and I'm the head coach of the Chinese national basketball team. It also brought out many outstanding basketball players." The reason why Xia Nan said this was, of course, to enhance her own status. Seeing Qin Xiaola's bewildered look, he smiled and said, "I came to you to invite you to join our national team. I just watched your entire match. I have to say, with your talent and strength, it's a pity that you didn't make the national team." Xia Nan was indeed moved with compassion. Qin Xiaola's strength and talent are what many people who like to play basketball dream of. With this ability, it would be a shame if he didn't make the national team. Moreover, Qin Xiaola is still young and will definitely go further in his future career. At this moment, Xia Nan looked at Qin Xiaola, as if he saw a shining future Chinese basketball superstar who was about to rise. Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue looked at each other in surprise. National team coach invites Qin Xiaola to join? This seems a bit mysterious, right? Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and said, "Coach Xia, where are you going to have this training?" Xia Nan said with a smile, "We train in a professional setting, in Kyoto, where the national team trains collectively. Moreover, we have all kinds of professional facilities and equipment, and usually we have to conduct closed training for several months to a year." A few months to a year of closed training? How can this be possible? The two have just started dating and are still in the passionate stage. Mu Qianxue is like a little girl who has tasted the sweetness of love. How could she possibly want her boyfriend to leave her for a year or two? Long time no see. The longing will continue to accumulate. She looked at Qin Xiaola with some worry, not knowing what choice he would make. If Qin Xiaola really wants to go, then even if her heart is full of longing, she will not stop him. Will also support her dreams. However, Mu Qianxue definitely didn't want Qin Xiaola to go. No girl wants to be separated from her boyfriend. This is inevitable. Qin Xiaola also knew that this was definitely a good opportunity. Bring glory to China in international competitions. After all, the level of Chinese basketball has indeed fallen far behind in recent years. Compared with the American Dream Team, the gap is obvious. But if you join the Chinese national basketball team, you may have to go through closed training for such a long time. Moreover, whether it is competition or training in the future, It would never be as free as it is now.
It is even more impossible to meet Mu Qianxue so casually, play with her, and take advantage of her. He turned his head and glanced at Mu Qianxue.
It seemed as if I could immediately see the reluctance in her eyes.
So, Qin Shiola smiled slightly without any hesitation. I'm sorry, thank you, coach, for your kindness, but I'm afraid I won't go.
No. Not going? Xia Nan was stunned.
I didn't expect Qin Shiola to refuse so straightforwardly.
He paused and said, Student Qin, do you want to reconsider this? Your physical talent and skills are absolutely top-notch.
I guarantee that when you join the national team, you will be able to obtain top-notch resources and training.
To be honest, Xia Nan was still reluctant to give up this good opportunity. What a pity. Such talent is rare to find.
There are not many people in the whole of China who are as capable as Qin Shiola. As the head coach of the Chinese national team,
Xia Nan loves talents and also cherishes them. Of course, I don't want to give up so easily. However, no matter how much Xia Nan said, Qin Shiola would not go. One reason is because of Mu Qianxue. The two of them had just established a romantic relationship. If he just walked away like this, for the sake of his own future, he would be like a scumbag. Besides, he himself couldn't bear to do it. Second one.
Although joining the national team is very glorious, countless people are scrambling to get in.
But, compared with freedom, Qin Shiola would choose freedom without hesitation.
After all, he couldn't stand training every day like that. This has to do with his personal character.
Of course, it's mainly because he doesn't have that special liking for basketball.
If there is no liking, there is no passion, and naturally there will be no persistence. Everything in the world, whether it is studying or doing other things.
The most important point is passion. Only with passion can you last long and achieve more success. This is the key point.
Sorry, I really don't have this idea for the time being. Qin Shiola smiled, but still refused righteously.
Xia Nan and Luo Xiao looked at each other.
To be honest, there was some confusion in their eyes. Over the years they have witnessed the efforts made by many young people to enter the national team.
But, in the end, it was screened out.
And, such a good opportunity is in front of Qin Shiola. He rejected me mercilessly, and so straightforwardly.
Some of it is incomprehensible. Xia Nan's eyes revealed deep disappointment.
To be honest, this was the first time his invitation was rejected.
Okay, in that case, then. I won't force you. Take this business card. If you change your mind, feel free to call me. There was no way. Since Qin Shiola didn't want to, Xia Nan couldn't force him.
I can only give him my business card. If Qin Shiola changes his mind one day, he can still join the national team.
I have to say, this is a great honor.
Qin Shiola took the business card and looked a little embarrassed. After all, it's always a bit embarrassing to reject someone so clearly.
Okay, if I change my mind, I will definitely call Coach Xie. After hearing this, Xia Nan's expression looked a little better.
He glanced at Mu Qianxue, smiled slightly, and after saying goodbye to the two coaches, Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue left together.
Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Xia Nan sighed. What a pity, such a good seedling. Why? Such a promising basketball player gave up because of love, what a pity.
Xia Nan was also an experienced person, so she could naturally see the deep affection in Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue's eyes. These two must have fallen in love.
Luo Xiao didn't react for a while.
Coach Xia, are you saying that the two of them are in love?
Nonsense, can't we see that at a glance? Luo Xiao. Damn. The ice goddess of Tokyo University is actually in love with a student? Oh my god. This world is crazy. Chapter 118. If I leave, you will be a widow. Luo Xiao felt as if his three perspectives were shattered. Shocked. Mu Qianxue, the goddess professor who is famous throughout the entire University of Tokyo.
He is a person of both talent and good looks, and it is even said that he has an extraordinary background. Marrying her is equivalent to saving 20 years of struggle.
Such a beautiful goddess is actually in love with a freshman? This is him. It must be fake. If this were to be told to others, I'm afraid few would dare to believe it. Of course, Mu Qianxue's acting has always been pretty good.
He is always aloof, and doesn't talk too much or have too many changes in his eyes, so it's hard for ordinary people to notice him.
But
Just now, because she was afraid that Qin Shiola would leave her, her eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of nervousness and reluctance.
And Xian Nan was also a romantic person when she was young. I have dated many girls. So, he could understand this feeling very well. You can see the deep affection in their eyes at a glance. He glanced at Luo Xiao, who was still in shock, and sighed. Forget it, everyone has their own aspirations, don't force it. By the way, don't spread rumors about their affairs. Let the young people solve their own problems. It is obvious that Xian Nan also had an unknown youthful past when she was young. Therefore, he didn't want anyone to disturb the pure love between Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue. It can also be regarded as a kind of faith that is expressed in my heart. Luo Xiao is not a fool either. If he said this, it would definitely not bring him any good and would offend others. Besides, he also knew that Mu Qianxue's background was not simple. How could I ruin my future just because I can't control my mouth? He is not a fool. In the adult world, do not offend anyone if you can avoid offending them. Because you never know what kind of achievements they will achieve in the future. Don't worry, Coach Xia, I won't say anything nonsense. Xia Nan hummed and nodded slightly. Let's go. The two sighed and left together. The other side. Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue also walked away. It's already past 7 in the afternoon. I feel a little tired after playing basketball. The two of them went out directly from the west gate and found a nearby restaurant to eat. Originally, Mu Qianxue didn't like eating outside food. But I can't take Qin Shiola home with me. After all, if Qin Xiaoxi suddenly appeared, wouldn't they both be exposed? I didn't drive, I just walked slowly on the road. After leaving the school gate and walking for a while, Qin Shiola naturally took Mu Qianxue's hand. The white and tender little hands are so delicate and fragile, as if they were made by nature, so beautiful. Why didn't you agree to him just now? Halfway through the journey, Mu Qianxue suddenly spoke. She turned her face to the side, her pretty face slightly red, and seemed a little nervous. Qin Shiola turned around, looked at her with a smile and said, "Why, do you really want your man to leave?" Ah! Mu Qianxue was suddenly stunned, especially the three words "your man," which seemed to have infinite magic and began to ferment in her heart all of a sudden. No, I'm just curious why you would give up such a good opportunity. In the future, you will be able to represent China in battles, and you may become an idol in the hearts of all Chinese people. Moreover, Xian Nan herself promised that she would give Qin Shiola the best treatment and benefits. In the future, there will naturally be opportunities to play. Wealth, status, and even beauties around you will definitely increase. If it were someone else, they would have accepted this opportunity long ago. Even for many athletes who have played basketball for many years and started practicing basketball since childhood, their biggest goal may be to get this contract. It can be said that what Qin Shiola rejected was the dream in the hearts of countless people. Moreover, he refused so calmly. Qin Shiola stopped, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked into Mu Qianxue's eyes and said softly, "Because of me?" Mu Qianxue was suddenly stunned, raised her head and stared at him blankly. Qin Shiola said with a smile, "If I leave, you will be lonely in Dongduo, wouldn't that be like being a widow?" Keep a widow? Mu Qianxue's pretty face suddenly turned red all the way to her ears. She punched Qin Shiola lightly on the chest and spat at him. Pooh! Who is a widow? We haven't even gotten married yet. Looking at Mu Qianxue's delicate appearance, Qin Shiola smiled and held her in his arms. It's okay, don't worry, it's only a matter of time. The smile on Qin Shiola's face and his confident words immediately infected Mu Qianxue. She pursed her lips, and although she didn't say anything, her heart was full of happiness and excitement. There is something a little sweet inside. Mu Qianxue even began to fantasize about marrying Qin Shiola in her mind. Wearing a white wedding dress, it must be very beautiful. But, to be honest, the main reason I'm not going is because I don't want to be separated from you. Holding Mu Qianxue's body, the two walked slowly on the road, and Qin Shiola said seriously, "There are many reasons not to go. For example, I don't want to be so lonely, I don't want my life to be so monotonous and boring, and I don't like basketball to the extreme. But actually, there is only one main reason. That is because he doesn't want to be too far away from Mu Qianxue. In fact, life is just plain and simple, which is good enough. Have a girlfriend who loves you and whom you love by your side, and have your own friends and brothers. There is a good school. Every night I can walk, stroll, and chat with my girlfriend. This kind of life is so pleasant and comfortable. Really, it's addictive. Life is a one-way journey. With this time, why not live a more comfortable life? Isn't it wonderful to be with the one you love? Hearing Qin Xiola's serious words, Mu Qianxue felt as sweet as eating honey. She giggled and leaned her little head on Qin Xiola's shoulder. I don't want to be separated from you either. What Qin Xiola said was exactly what Mu Qianxue was thinking. Lovers who are in the passionate period of love don't want to be separated from each other. Once separated, there will be an indescribable pain in the heart. The two looked at each other, smiled at each other, and understood each other's feelings. I don't want to separate, I don't want to be away. This is the best answer. Walking on the streets in the sunset. Magic City is a very beautiful city. Whether it's night or evening, it's so beautiful. There is a constant stream of people coming and going on the streets. However, for those who work to make a living, there is not much time to enjoy such moments. Not long after they walked, they arrived at a mid to high-end restaurant called Maggie's. This is a mid to high-end restaurant near the school. Chapter 119 Eating. The two walked into the restaurant, went up to the second floor, and asked for a seat near the window. It was almost dinner time, and there were quite a few people sitting in this Maggie Chung restaurant. Most of them are white-collar couples who work nearby, but students are relatively rare. After all, the cost of this restaurant is not low, and few ordinary students can afford such expenses. The second point is, of course, because today is Wednesday and it is not yet Saturday or Sunday, so the students nearby are generally in school. There are very few people who come out to eat like Qin Xiela and Mu Qianxue. So, the restaurant was mostly filled with adults. Let us order. The waiter brought a menu and Qin Xiela handed it to Mu Qianxue, asking her to order. Aha! Mu Qianxue looked at the menu in her hand, ordered 2 dishes, and then asked Qin Xiela to order 1. 3 dishes are just right for 2 people, any more would probably be wasted. In the restaurant, jazz music was playing at a low volume. Very sentimental and atmospheric. The waiters passing around were also quite polite, no one was yelling and there was no loud talking in the restaurant. This kind of quiet restaurant is more comfortable for Mu Qianxue to eat in. She has never liked eating in crowded and noisy places. Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. This is something our ancestors left us. However, in today's society, many people attend drinking parties or banquets. He always likes to talk loudly, without considering other people's feelings at all. Hey, how's your detailed information about your sister going? Sitting opposite Qin Xiela, Mu Qianxue took a sip of the lemonade handed to her by the waiter and said to Qin Xiela curiously. Last night, the two of them just discussed it in general terms. As for the finer details, they have not yet been discussed. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiela immediately stood up with a smile and sat next to Mu Qianxue. This is a big deal. If he doesn't get Qin Xiaoxi away, his wonderful 4 years of college life will be ruined. So, Qin Xiaoxi must go. This matter cannot be delayed. Hey, see if this works. As he spoke, Qin Xiela handed the details he had edited to Mu Qianxue. The memo on the mobile phone contains all the little details about Qin Xiaoxi's life. This all started from the identity of a bootlicker pursuing Qin Xiaoxi. Mu Qianxue watched it from beginning to end. After reading it, she nodded and said, "Yes, that's about it. However, you have to delete this sentence, otherwise I'm afraid she will deduce you." As she spoke, Mu Qianxue pointed to 1. This is information about what kind of pastries Qin Xiaoxi likes to eat. Although Xiaoxi loves to eat cakes, she basically never eats them because she is afraid of gaining weight. Even in front of me, I have never eaten it many times, let alone others. If you write this down, it will most likely be deduced. After all, Qin Xiaoxi is not stupid, but very shrewd. If this was really written and seen by her, no surprise. She has a high probability of being able to deduce Qin Xiela. Then, Qin Xiela was in a miserable situation. Suddenly, Qin Xiela was stunned. What Mu Qianxue said makes sense. He nodded, then quickly deleted the post. The two of them discussed the remaining content in detail and then added some more content. This is considered a complete success. The 2 people closest to Qin Xiaoxi are now planning to stab her in the back. If she knew, she would probably kill them both. After completing all this, Qin Xiela said with a smile, "Done.
Now we just need to hand it over to the internet and the students of Dongda University. For the boys at the University of Tokyo, once there is such a perfect strategy, it will definitely attract many people to give it a try. After all, Qin Xiaoxi's appearance is too attractive. Few boys can resist such temptation. Once someone starts, countless people will follow suit. Then, a series of bootlickers will evolve. Among the bootlickers, there will always be one or two ultimate bootlickers who have evolved. They can lick what ordinary people cannot lick. Do what ordinary people can't do. Once evolved to this level, there is no way Qin Xiaoxi would stay away. So, he. Mu Qianxue smiled, looked at Qin Xiaola, and gently tapped his head. You are so bad. Qin Xiaola's move was really bad. What is this called? Kill with a borrowed knife. With the help of the internet and the help of Donghua University students. Drive Qin Xiaoxi away in one fell swoop. Have questions? No problem. This is the power of love. For the happiness of his 4 years in college, and for his happy love with Mu Qianxue, Qin Xiaola acted decisively. And he did it to his own sister. This is very Jiao. Qin Xiaola said with a smile. This is all for you. If my sister finds out, you'll be the one in danger. Mu Qianxue burst out laughing when she heard this. That's right. The two played for a while, and soon the waiter came up with the prepared dishes. Exquisite dishes are placed on exquisite plates. Another feature of the food made by this Maggie Chung restaurant is that it is very exquisite. It's like a work of art. This is also one of the characteristics. The two of them ate slowly, talking in low voices as they ate. After dinner, they both ordered another dessert. Girls generally prefer sweets. Even a cold goddess like Mu Qianxue is the same. It seems that there is an innate love for this sweet delicacy. It's past 9 o'clock in the evening. It was getting dark outside the window and the streetlights were dimming. The scenery of Magic City is so beautiful. It feels like an international metropolis. Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue quietly looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, feeling a little peaceful in their hearts. Such scenery is very beautiful, very beautiful. Shall we go to the Bund this weekend? Mu Qianxue suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Xiaola with a smile. The Bund. It is a relatively important tourist attraction in Magic City. For many outsiders, the first place they go to when they come to Shanghai is the Bund. Because the scenery is really beautiful. Walking on the Bund at night. There were some dim yellowish streetlights, and the surrounding area was full of magnificent banks. Luxury cars would pass by on the road from time to time. The streets were full of people coming and going. The night view is really beautiful. Qin Xiaola had no objection, he smiled and nodded. You still have to accompany my sister to the movies on Saturdays and go to the Bund with me on weekends. The reservation is quite full. Mu Qianxue burst into laughter and said. The time is divided between you two siblings. An ordinary weekend was filled with Qin Xiaola and Qin Xiaoxi, brother and sister. Qin Xiaola chuckled, then stood up and said. Almost done, shall we go? Okay, I'll go pay the bill. Chapter 120 The essence of human beings is. Originally, Qin Xiaola was planning to pay the bill himself, but Mu Qianxue got there first. Have to. I can only live off her. The dinner for 2 people cost more than 400 yuan. This level of consumption is normal in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable. After all, there are some indoor basketball courts in Shanghai, and just playing basketball for an hour might cost 1 or 2,000. A dinner costing more than 400 yuan is considered relatively cheap. The two walked out of the restaurant and headed towards Mu Qianxue's home. Take your time along the way, enjoying the after-meal stroll. Night. After sending Mu Qianxue downstairs, the two kissed each other gently. Qin Xiaola turned around and went back to the dormitory. Time passes day by day in days like this. This day. Friday night. Qin Xiaola hid his identity and posted a message on the campus forum, confession wall, and various places widely known by students of Dongda University. Blessings from a Peking University bootlicker. I am a student at Peking University. I have been pursuing Qin Xiaoxi for a long time, but to no avail. When I learned that she came to the University of Tokyo, I felt completely devastated. Yes, this 3-year-long secret love and super licking, it's time to end it, my goddess, goodbye, maybe you will find true love, but your future boyfriend will definitely not understand you as well as I do, so let me, a licking dog, do one last thing for you.
Qin Xiaoxi's future boyfriend needs to know. 1. Xiaoxi likes milk tea but not fruit tea.
She has a natural love for milk tea. 2. Xiaoxi is lively and energetic, just like a little kid at heart, and likes to play tricks on others.
99. Xiaoxi's favorite fruit is banana.
This post contains a total of 99 points of attention. Of course, the so-called precautions are actually strategies. If you know a person's hobbies and interests, you can have a high chance of catching up with her.
Attached at the bottom of the post are photos of Qin Xiaoxi that were secretly taken when she was at Peking University. Each one is absolutely beautiful.
As for how these photos were obtained, it is also very simple.
Just search in Peking University's forum and you will find a lot of them.
After all, people with good looks like Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue are always extremely eye-catching no matter where they are.
There are countless suitors.
After sending all this, a smile appeared on Qin Xiola's lips.
She knows Qin Xiaoxi too well. This move is simply a sure kill.
All her escape routes were blocked.
The only thing we can do is to escape from Todai. The post was just published and not many people paid attention to it. However, Qin Xiola was not worried. Let the bullets fly for a while. The longer the time, the more it will ferment. Just wait.
After Qin Xiola and Mu Qianxue talked it out, they washed up and went to bed.
The next day was Saturday.
Today, Mu Qianxue has to accompany Qin Xiaoxi to the movies, so Qin Xiola can only spend this weekend alone in the dormitory. I played some games and read some books, and had a very pleasant time.
Afternoon, cinema.
Mu Qianxue drove her car and took Qin Xiaoxi to the cinema where she and Qin Xiola had been last time. On the way, Qin Xiaoxi said excitedly,
"Qianxue, I heard that this movie is super good and many people highly recommend it. Have you seen it?"
Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue quickly coughed, her expression somewhat unnatural.
Ahem, I haven't. I haven't seen it. Qin Xiaoxi smiled and said,
I haven't seen it either, so it's a good opportunity for us two sisters to watch it together today.
Yeah, okay. To be honest, lying is really not Mu Qianxue's strong point. But,
in order to avoid being discovered, I had no choice but to say this. Mu Qianxue sighed in her heart, looked ahead, and drove carefully.
Not long. The two of them arrived at the cinema. Today is Saturday, and there are obviously a lot more people coming. Coupled with the promotion of the high-quality film Dying to Survive, more people came to see the movie than ever before. In fact, a high-quality movie will attract a lot of traffic to a cinema. There is absolutely no doubt about this. The two walked into the studio, attracting countless looks and gazes along the way.
Both of them are top goddesses. Although their temperaments are different, their looks are both at the ceiling level.
Moreover, the two of them were dressed extremely brightly today. One has a queen-like demeanor, while the other is a bit hot. The two of them holding hands really made many boys' mouths dry.
Even when their girlfriends are around, those men still watch secretly.
There is no way, who can resist such temptation? So tempting.
Even some girls were envious. In fact, girls not only like handsome guys, but also beautiful girls.
The two took the elevator upstairs, got their tickets, and sat on chairs waiting. Keep on and on.
Many boys came over to ask them for their WeChat accounts.
There is even a weird boy. He wants more than one.
He wanted the WeChat accounts of both Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue.
I have to say, this boy has a really big vision.
Of course, without any hesitation, Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue didn't give any. Mu Qianxue naturally wouldn't give her WeChat account to other boys because she has Qin Xiola.
Qin Xiaoxi was simply too lazy to bother.
She is a casual person and hates troublesome things the most. If you give a boy your WeChat ID, he will definitely pester you and you will have to reply to his messages.
This is very troublesome.
So, neither of them gave each other their WeChat accounts. The time was almost up. Qin Xiaoxi and Mu Qianxue entered the venue together.
The boy who checked the tickets looked at Mu Qianxue with a strange look. He remembers. Last time, Mu Qianxue seemed to have come with a very good-looking boy. Why is it happening again? And we watched the same movie?
Although it was several days later.
If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have forgotten it. However, Mu Qianxue's beauty is so deeply rooted in people's hearts. Take one look at it and you may remember it for a week or so, or even keep thinking about it. However, the ticket inspector didn't dare to say much. After checking their tickets carefully, they were allowed in.
After finding their seats, Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaoxi sat down and watched the movie attentively.
By the way, Xiaoxi, did you bring paper? Bring paper? Qin Xiaoxi shook her head. No, why bring that? Mu Qianxue smiled and said.
This movie is quite touching.
I'm afraid you can't handle it. Touching? Can't bear it? Stop kidding. How is it possible? She burst into laughter and said. Qianxue, to be honest, I've never cried while watching a movie. Mu Qianxue. Damn. Why does this sentence feel so familiar? It seemed that I said this to Qin Xiola that day. She sighed. The essence of human beings is the law of true fragrance. Chapter 121, Self-Cultivation of a Dog. They sat in the cinema. Soon, the movie started. It was fine at the beginning, the plot hadn't started yet. Although there are some small touches, most people can still bear it. Qin Xiaoxi sat in a chair, watching with great interest. Although Mu Qianxue had read it once that day. But it's okay to watch this kind of classic plot again, just treat it as a second viewing. However, this drama is worth watching twice. Qianxue, I don't think it's as touching as you said. Look, I didn't cry.
Qin Xiaoxi came up to Mu Qianxue with a smile and spoke softly. There was a hint of pride in his words.
Although the drama looked good, it was far from enough to make her cry. Mu Qianxue sighed inwardly.
The plot has just begun, we are still too young.
It's okay, just keep watching. I heard the latter part is quite touching. Mu Qianxue said softly. However, it was obvious that Qin Xiaoxi didn't believe it.
But he turned his head and continued to watch the movie quietly. As time went by, the plot began to develop.
Soon, sobbing sounds began to be heard in the cinema.
And there are more and more such voices.
Not only girls, but boys are like this too.
There is no way, the tear-jerking moments of this movie are just too strong. Even Mu Qianxue, who had already seen the movie once, had red eyes at this moment, and was also moved by the movie. For a good movie, even if you know the plot development, climax and ending, you will still involuntarily feel your emotions fluctuate as the plot develops.
There are no peeing moments, only tearful moments.
Qin Xiaoxi, who was originally holding on, could no longer hold back when she heard what the old lady said.
Just burst into tears. Crying loudly.
Although she usually looks very cool, she is actually very soft-hearted and compassionate.
This may be related to her family upbringing when she was young. If your family is kind, then the children you raise will also be kind and compassionate. When seeing such a scene, my heart will involuntarily be moved to tears. Qianxue, do you have any paper? My makeup is all ruined by crying.
When Mu Qianxue was still feeling deep down, Qin Xiaoxi suddenly poked her shoulder and said softly.
Mu Qianxue was stunned.
She turned around and saw tears in the corners of Qin Xiaoxi's eyes. Her cheeks were already wet and her makeup was smudged.
Although she usually doesn't wear heavy makeup.
However, thinking about going out to watch a movie today, I still put on some beautiful makeup.
Who knows that my makeup was ruined by crying before I even finished watching the movie?
Looking at Qin Xiaoxi's expression, Mu Qianxue chuckled. As expected, the nature of human beings is the law of true fragrance.
The ancients did not deceive me.
She chuckled, took out a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Qin Xiaoxi.
Wipe it off quickly.
Qin Xiaoxi did not hesitate and quickly took the paper handed to her by Mu Qianxue, wiped her face, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It took Qin Xiaoxi a long while to come back to her senses. I have to say, this movie is so touching. Even she, who never cries at movies, felt very moved. As time passed, the movie finally came to an end.
Qin Xiaoxi used up more than a dozen sheets of paper by himself. So touched. The makeup on her face is so beautiful that it makes me cry.
Fortunately, she is beautiful without makeup, otherwise, she would not be able to go out and meet people in this state.
Mu Qianxue smiled as she looked at Qin Xiaoxi, who had not yet recovered from her shock. This feeling was very similar to the last time Qin Xiola and I watched a movie together.
It cannot be said that they are completely similar, only that they are exactly the same.
Damn the similarity.
She smiled slightly, poked Qin Xiaoxi's arm and said,
What's going on? Let's go back?
Qin Xiaoxi sobbed, and it was obvious that she had not fully recovered yet.
She swallowed and took a deep breath. Qianxue, let's go. Mu Qianxue smiled and shook her head. She took Qin Xiaoxi's hand and walked out together. There were a lot of people coming and going, most of them were there to watch a movie with their partners. Those girls were so moved that they lay in their boyfriend's arms, holding their arms, with tears in their eyes. Mu Qianxue and Qin Xiaoxi were fed a lot of dog food. Oh shit. This dog food came so unexpectedly. Moreover, there are so many of them. The two walked out of the cinema, breathed in a breath of fresh air, and immediately felt much better. Perhaps it is because many people are in a small, enclosed space that the touching scene becomes even more touching. After all, if everyone is crying and you don't cry, it would be unreasonable. Come on, shall we go eat? Sitting in the car, Qin Xiaoxi took a few deep breaths, and he felt much better, and his words became more casual. Mu Qianxue smiled and nodded. Okay, which one? Qin Xiaoxi pondered for a moment and said. I remember there's a Man-U restaurant nearby. The food should be pretty good. Let's go try it. Maggie. Isn't that the place you went with Qin Shola last time? These brother and sister. What a perfect sync. Mu Qianxue coughed dryly and nodded helplessly. Well, okay, let's go with that one. Qin Xiaoxi giggled, then picked up her phone and started playing. Mu Qianxue was driving while she played with her phone, quite happy to have some free time. However, 3 minutes later. Ah! Qin Xiaoxi suddenly cried out. Qin Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, and was so scared that she almost dropped the steering wheel. What's wrong? Mu Qianxue looked at her curiously. For some reason, Qin Xiaoxi suddenly shouted out. Qin Xiaoxi put the phone in front of Mu Qianxue and said with an unpleasant expression. Fuck, who sent this thing? Mu Qianxue happened to encounter a red light, stopped the car, and took a look at Qin Xiaoxi's phone. The picture is exactly the forum of Tokyo University. The first post on the forum was extremely popular, with countless people viewing and commenting. The number of messages alone has exceeded 20,000. You have to know that this is a university forum, not a Weibo or something like that. There are so many comments, it's really scary. Moreover, the number 1 on the popularity ranking is more popular than the number 2 to 10th combined. This post was made by Qin Shola, and it was about a bootlicker who had a crush on Qin Xiaoxi. It gives a detailed introduction to Qin Xiaoxi's life hobbies, what he likes to eat and what he doesn't like to eat, just like a bootlicker. There are even a few photos of her at Peking University and Qin Xiaoxi's contact information attached below. WeChat, Penguin, etc. It can be said that it has everything. The comments on this post are also very interesting. Oh my god, is this the self-cultivation of a bootlicker? Love it. Chapter 122 Angry Qin Xiaoxi. Damn, Qin Xiaoxi? Isn't this the new teacher in our school? Really? What major? I remember it was from the Department of Computer Science. Yes, that's the teacher of the freshman Department of Computer Science. I know. Wow, this photo, this beauty, is absolutely amazing. Damn, this appearance, I have to give it a try, there are so many small details, this is unstable? That's right. There are more than 20,000 replies to the entire post, and the number of replies to this post is still increasing. It's not just the school's forum, there's also the confession wall, and various other channels. All of them were sent by Qin Xiaoxi's suck-up. Seeing this scene on the phone, Qin Xiaoxi was completely dumbfounded. 99 items about her personal hobbies. To be honest, even Qin Xiaoxi herself doesn't know herself that well. I didn't expect that it would be posted like this by a bootlicker. The key is that every one of them is so accurate. Scary accurate. Qin Xiaoxi scrolled through the comments one by one, her expression becoming increasingly ugly. Damn it. If I knew who posted this, I would make him pay. When saying this, Qin Xiaoxi gritted his teeth and looked unsightly. This thing was posted and paired with her photo. Below, a large group of people are clamoring to pursue her, and as public opinion ferments, this trend will probably become more obvious. What the fuck? It's complete social death. Not only is he annoyed by the dogs who bootlick him, but so many people also know about it. That's simply too social. Although Mu Qianxue knew that it was Qin Shola who did it, she didn't dare show it on her face. She coughed dryly and said, Xiaoxi, can you find out who did it? Qin Xiaoxi snorted coldly and gritted his teeth.
I don't know which Peking University bootlicker this is, it's so annoying.
When she was at Peking University, Jin Xiaoxi enjoyed extraordinary treatment.
As a famous goddess professor in Peking University, and because she usually wears sexy clothes, she has a lot of fans in Peking University. All those suitors surrounded her every day. Some of them are even the chosen ones in various majors and are top students. However, I fell in love with Jin Xiaoxi at the first sight. Later, they could no longer control their emotions, so one by one they started chasing Jin Xiaoxi like crazy. After all, when it comes to emotions, sometimes you really can't control your inner desires. Especially those girls who are good looking, have good figures, and wear sexy clothes. For those students who only know how to study, they are like naked temptation.
They don't have the resistance to resist.
It's not that the brother can't control himself, it's mainly because his sister is too charming.
Absolutely beautiful. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. Can't find it? Very good. However, she still looked angry. How can this person be like this?
He has no bottom line in licking dogs. You see, everything about your personal hobbies is known to the students of Tokyo University.
They know everything about you.
If there are a few shameless people who insist on pursuing you and pestering you, then life would be.
Mu Qianxue's words stopped abruptly.
When Jin Xiaoxi thought of the picture described by Mu Qianxue, he was immediately shocked and began to panic. No one knows better than her how terrible those bootlickers are.
It's like, it licks you to the point that you doubt the existence of life. Each one is absolutely amazing. Qianxue, what should I do? How about I leave? Leaving to die.
At this point, Jin Xiaoxi really didn't know what to do. I had just arrived at the University of Tokyo and had no idea that something like this would happen.
If it were someone else, it would be fine. After all, if you are not good looking, even if you post something, people will just watch it for fun.
But
Jin Xiaoxi is so beautiful.
Someone who can cause a stir by just posting a photo, let alone having such a detailed strategy.
Which boy can resist such temptation?
So, Jin Xiaoxi was indeed a little panicked at this moment. If she was really entangled by some bootlickers, her life would be too bleak and there would be no hope in her life.
Mu Qianxue chuckled in her heart.
Although he agreed with Jin Xiaoxi's decision to flee from Dongda, he still had to follow Qin Xiola's instructions and could not say so out loud.
She coughed dryly and said, Xiaoxi, you just came to Dongda, and you're leaving like this? Otherwise, let's think of other ways, there will always be a way.
Way?
What else can we do?
Unless we find the lickspittle who posted it and make him delete it.
But this won't help.
Even if we find the other party, things have obviously gone too far by this point.
There is probably no one in the entire Dongda University who doesn't know Jin Xiaoxi. It can be said that she became famous overnight at the University of Tokyo. That's not going to work. Jin Xiaoxi sighed, her eyes dim. Forget it, Qianxue. Let's not go to eat. Let's go home first. I'll think of a solution.
After this incident, Jin Xiaoxi lost her appetite for food.
I just want to go home and think of a solution quietly.
And much more.
She wanted to find the guy who posted the message and give him a good beating. Oh shit. It's such a rip-off.
I finally got to the University of Science and Technology, and my happy life has just begun. In the class, there are younger brothers who can be teased and played with every day, and they can act arrogantly without restraint. I also have a good girlfriend who works with me.
This life is so comfortable. However,
the appearance of the bootlicker ruthlessly breaks her hard-earned peaceful life.
All right. Mu Qianxue said hello, then turned the car around and prepared to go home.
Along the way, Jin Xiaoxi felt like she had lost all hope in life.
Looking at the scenery outside the window, I feel a little lost. Although Mu Qianxue felt a little distressed, she didn't dare to say the truth. After all, she was involved. This thing is an accomplice.
If Jin Xiaoxi found out, not only would Qin Xiola be finished, but he himself would also be in trouble.
Jin Xiaoxi is a very smart girl.
In order to get Qin Xiaoxi away, Qin Xiola put in a lot of effort this time. Whether it is Tieba or major confession walls, he is anonymous, and then uses his hacking skills to clear all traces of himself.
It can be said that there is no flaw.
As long as Qin Xiola and Mu Qianxue perform flawlessly, there will be no problem. Mu Qianxue drove the car back to the downstairs of the community, and the two got out of the car. Then, after going upstairs, she sent a message to Qin Shiola, asking him to go home.
Chapter 123. Let the bullets fly for a while. Qin Shiola was playing games in the dormitory.
He had just finished a game when he saw the message from Qin Xiaoxi.
When I saw the letter she sent, I could see deep anger between the lines.
Qin Shiola roughly guessed what had happened.
It was the same post he posted last night. Let the bullets fly for a while.
At this moment, the bullets have started to hit the ground and have caused a certain impact.
Qin Shiola didn't ask Qin Xiaoxi the reason.
He replied the message without hesitation, then changed his clothes and ran over with a smile.
He walked quickly all the way to Qin Xiaoxi's door. Along the way, Qin Shiola's smile never stopped. Happy. I am so happy.
When he thought that Qin Xiaoxi was about to leave, and that he and Mu Qianxue could spend a happy time together in their own world without this million-watt light bulb and firecracker disturbing them, he felt very comfortable.
But arrived at Qin Xiaoxi's door. His expression changed immediately.
He took a deep breath and pretended to be harmless, with his face showing 3 parts confusion, 3 parts sincerity, and 4 parts helplessness.
If there was an Oscar for Best Actor, Qin Shiola is definitely the most worthy male actor.
He knocked on the door gently. Soon, the door opened. The one who opened the door was Mu Qianxue. When she saw Qin Shiola, she blinked slightly, and then without any other movement, she welcomed him in.
Seeing Mu Qianxue's expression, Qin Shiola roughly knew what was going on. The happiness in those eyes cannot be erased.
This shows
things are moving in the right direction. Just what they both were looking forward to. This is very Nika. Qin Shiola walked in without changing his shoes.
At this moment, Qin Xiaoxi was sitting on the sofa with a dim and dazed look in her eyes.
Qin Shiola pretended to know nothing and sat next to Qin Xiaoxi curiously. Sister, why did you call me here so urgently? What?
Qin Xiaoxi raised her head and glanced at Qin Shiola dimly.
Didn't you see the phone post? Qin Shiola shook his head innocently.
No, I was playing games in the dorm and happened to advance from Eternal Diamond to Star Glory.
Hee, what do you think? My skills are pretty good, right?
Seeing that Qin Shiola knew nothing and looked so happy, even though Qin Xiaoxi was extremely smart, she couldn't guess that the dog-licking man was Qin Shiola in disguise, who came to stab her in the back.
Qin Xiaoxi said viciously.
Playing games, all you know is playing games, your skills are not that good, and you are a novice but you love to play.
Qin Shiola. Good job.
When he got angry, he started to attack his younger brother crazily.
This is what my sister did. Damn. Qin Shiola pretended not to know and sat next to Qin Xiaoxi, and asked curiously. What's going on? Is there something wrong with you? Qin Xiaoxi snorted coldly, too angry to speak.
Mu Qianxue at the side coughed and said.
Take a look at the post. Qin Shiola quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the forum with a look of curiosity. 30 seconds later. Qin Shiola immediately put down his phone and said excitedly. Oh my god, sister, you are so popular.
One post has more than 30,000 replies. When Qin Xiaoxi looked at it just now, there were still more than 20,000 posts. Now, it has jumped to more than 30,000 posts in a short period of time.
This speed is amazing.
Qin Xiaoxi felt like crying but had no tears at this moment.
What's good about this? This guy is socially dead. If I find out who did this, I will break his neck. Qin Shiola. Hearing Qin Xiaoxi's angry words, Qin Shiola couldn't help but feel a chill on his neck. Oh my god. So scary. No, she must not find out about this. Besides, she had to be taken away quickly.
Qin Shiola said cautiously.
Sister, what are you going to do now? What to do?
Qin Xiaoxi turned around, looked at Qin Shiola and said.
I called you here because I want your advice. Qin Shiola pondered for a moment and said cautiously. Maybe it's not as serious as you think. Why don't you stay in the University of Tokyo for a while? The internet is almost always ephemeral, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Qin Shiola's last sentence made a lot of sense. The internet is almost always short-lived. Even if a social hotspot appeared a month ago, after a month of fermentation, it will gradually cool down and be forgotten. This is the memory of the internet.
Qin Xiaoxi pondered for a moment, and calmed down a little.
She nodded. What you said makes sense, so let's wait and see what happens. However, Mu Qianxue on the side was stunned. What's going on? Does the nurse want to let Qin Xiaoxi go? How did you succeed in persuading him to stay?
However, in front of Qin Xiaoxi, Mu Qianxue did not dare to ask and could only suppress the doubts in her heart. After staying at home for a while, Qin Xiaola had dinner and left.
Of course, dinner was made by Mu Qianxue.
Before leaving, he asked Qin Xiaoxi to have a good rest and not to think too much.
Immediately, he closed the door and left. But
after leaving Qin Xiaoxi's house, Qin Xiaola did not return to school, but went directly to Mu Qianxue's house. Before this, Mu Qianxue secretly gave Qin Xiaola the key to his house so that he could come in and out at any time. After all, she really treated Qin Xiaola as her boyfriend, so naturally she had no distrust.
After a while,
Qin Xiaola, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard the sound of a door opening.
He turned his head and saw Mu Qianxue walking in. He said with a smile, "You're back too. Is my sister in an okay mood?" Mu Qianxue closed the door, nodded, and then sat down next to Qin Xiaola. "It's okay, but..." Qianxue was already planning to leave. "Why are you trying to persuade her to stay?"
Seeing Mu Qianxue's puzzled look, Qin Xiaola smiled and shook his head.
"Young, or too young?
Qin Xiaola and Qin Xiaoxi have rich experience and struggle. Therefore, he understood too well what Qin Xiaoxi was thinking at the moment.
In fact, she was still undecided at that moment, and had no intention of leaving Tokyo University.
So, at this time, persuade her to leave.
There is a high probability that Qin Xiaoxi will not leave.
Even if she leaves, she will come back in a short time.
She must be made to feel the dangers of society and the horror of bootlickers. Only then will she really leave.
After explaining it briefly to Mu Qianxue, she nodded repeatedly.
I see. So what are you going to do next? Qin Xiaola smiled. Do nothing, let the bullets fly for a while. That's right, what we are waiting for now is the fermentation of time. One word, wait.
Seeing Qin Xiaola planning his strategy, Mu Qianxue chuckled. If you were born in ancient times, you would definitely be a conspirator who plays with people's hearts.
Qin Xiaola said with a smile. It's too small, the pattern is too small. Can this be called playing? This is called grasping. Listen to my brother's advice. If you can't control it, let me do it. Chapter 124 Death Under the Peony Flower.
Seeing Qin Xiaola's evil smile, Mu Qianxue raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said angrily.
You are the only one who has a lot of thoughts. It's getting late, hurry up and leave.
As she spoke, Mu Qianxue grabbed Qin Xiaola's hand and tried to pull him up.
However, her strength is far inferior to Qin Xiaola's.
Qin Xiaola sat there with a smile on his face, looking at Mu Qianxue, who was a little excited.
He smiled and said, Why are you in such a hurry? I just didn't have dinner tonight. Let's eat here before leaving. Qin Xiaola was not polite at all. It's simply the shamelessness taken to the extreme. When you come to someone else's house to eat, you can say it so confidently and without any politeness. Is this what a person says? Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him and said, That's wishful thinking. What if your sister suddenly comes down later? Wouldn't we both be doomed? If Qin Xiaoxi suddenly came down and launched a surprise attack, wouldn't the two of them be discovered? Qin Xiaola smiled and shook his head. Of course not. My sister is in such a bad mood right now that she doesn't want to talk to anyone. I guess she's sulking at home right now. He knew Qin Xiaoxi's life characteristics very well. This was the time when she was unhappy. So, normally, she would not go out at this time, but would stay at home and meditate alone. She doesn't like being disturbed by others. Mu Qianxue thought about it carefully. It's true. Qin Xiaoxi is indeed like that. Once angry, he likes to lock himself in the door and ignore outsiders. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiaola really understood everything. I didn't expect that you two siblings have such a deep bond. You really understand Xiaoxi well enough. A deep sister-brother relationship? Pooh. Qin Xiaola shrugged helplessly and said, I have been bullied by her for so many years since I was a child. If I hadn't been more careful, I would have been cheated so many times. Qin Xiaola knows Qin Xiaoxi very well, just as Qin Xiaoxi knows himself very well.
The brother and sister have been competing with each other for years and are used to it. They are very familiar with each other's daily routines.
Mu Qianxue burst out laughing.
She has no brothers or sisters and is just an only child, so she cannot understand this kind of relationship at all. However, she still envied the relationship between Qin Xiaola and Qin Xiaoxi.
It's so nice to have a younger brother to play and fight with you. However,
before she could recover from the shock, she suddenly felt a strong force on her arm, pulling her over.
Next moment,
when Mu Qianxue reacted, her body had already fallen into Qin Xiola's arms.
What are you doing?
Suddenly, Mu Qianxue felt a steady and powerful heartbeat in her chest. Looking at Qin Xiola's half-smile, Mu Qianxue's pretty face suddenly blushed and her voice became inarticulate.
Qin Xiaola said with a smile. What do you think? Seeing his expression, Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at her.
This guy, just looking at his expression, you can tell what he wants to do.
Just a pervert. Mu Qianxue pretended not to know, holding Qin Xiola's chest and preparing to get up and escape.
I'll go cook for you first. Having said that, she prepared to get up and leave.
However, Qin Xiaola grabbed his wrist and he couldn't move.
He smiled and said,
As for cooking, there's no rush. You can just cook it for me later. It's faster.
As he spoke, he gently held Mu Qianxue's little head and brought it closer to his face. The warm breath made Mu Qianxue's heart beat faster and her heart was pounding.
This guy always looks so domineering.
But Mu Qianxue herself really fell for it. So, she stopped resisting. Their lips touched slightly, and then Qin Xiaola seemed to be activated and began to kiss skillfully. The two of them lay on the sofa with their eyes closed, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. I have to say that Mu Qianxue's kissing skills have improved greatly since she got together with Qin Xiaola.
In fact, regular kissing is good for your health. It will help both boys and girls improve their appearance. This point actually has some scientific verification. So, do you have a partner?
As time passed, the atmosphere in the room gradually became more charming.
Qin Xiola's hands began to become restless.
Although Mu Qianxue wanted to stop it, she felt a little weak in this situation. My arms have no strength at all.
So, we can only let it go.
From time to time, a few whimpering sounds were heard in the living room.
About 4 or 5 minutes passed.
The breathing of both of them became rapid. The lips are slightly parted.
Qin Xiaola and Mu Qianxue opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other affectionately.
The two looked at each other affectionately.
Suddenly, Qin Xiaola smiled and said, How is it? Is it comfortable? Comfortable? How can you ask someone if they felt comfortable after kissing them? Mu Qianxue pouted and rolled her eyes at him. You bastard, keep your hands away.
As she spoke, Mu Qianxue looked at her chest. Qin Xiaola was seen holding it up with one hand, and reaching inside his clothes very naturally.
Is this something a human would do?
Seeing this, Qin Xiaola coughed dryly, then slowly pulled his hand out with a smile.
To be honest, it's so warm and soft in there, I really don't want to leave so soon.
However, under Mu Qianxue's murderous gaze, Qin Xiaola had no choice but to pull away. Before leaving, he pinched it gently.
It feels good. Flexible and elastic in moderation. Worth a try. Seeing Qin Xiaola's expression, Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. This guy is really becoming more and more unscrupulous. Even this kind of thing can be so fair and aboveboard. She glared at Qin Xiaola fiercely and huffed. If you dare to do this again next time, I will beat your hand until it is swollen. The kind you hit with a hammer.
Mu Qianxue looked vicious and frustrated, just like an angry child, and her words were somewhat incoherent. Qin Xiaola was not afraid either.
Swelling? How is that possible?
There was no way Mu Qianxue could bring herself to do that. The blow was on my body, but the pain was in his heart.
He smiled and said,
Oh, don't be angry, I didn't do it on purpose, I just couldn't help myself.
It's all your fault. Mu Qianxue? You touched me and now you blame me?
Qin Xiaola shrugged and said, If you weren't so charming, I wouldn't be able to resist such temptation.
Tell me, is it your fault? There's no way, it's too tempting. Who can stop this? Once a man is in love, nothing can stop him. Otherwise, why would there be so many ghosts who died under the peony flowers and became romantic ghosts? Mu Qianxue. So sexy. You are worthy of it. Chapter 125 confused Qin Shiola. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him. Then he groaned and stood up with the help of the sofa. Looking down at this guy, even though he was a foul-mouthed person, she couldn't get angry at all. If someone talked nonsense in front of her every day, she would have punched him a long time ago. They might even call the police directly. However, Qin Shiola was an accident. Mu Qianxue rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Sit on the sofa, I'll cook for you. This guy is like a boss. Eat and drink for free and kiss each other every day. It makes me feel like I owe him something in my previous life. Qin Shiola sat up straight with a smile and said, You're so good. Go ahead. I'll play games on the sofa. Your skills are really useless. Mu Qianxue snorted disdainfully, then turned and went into the kitchen. She had also seen the scene of Qin Shiola playing games before. To be honest, after playing for such a long time, I haven't even reached the star glory level yet. It's really useless. This technique is too bad. Qin Shiola? Do you look down on my superb skills? Is the sharpshooter 100 miles away kidding you? Hee. Let me play a ranked match and let you open your eyes. What does it mean to hit the target every time? The best shot in the canyon. Qin Shiola shook his head, then sat on the sofa and opened the King of Glory. Today is Saturday, and there are a lot of people here at this time. Of course, it is mainly the number of students that drives the king. There are many students playing this game, and many of them are quite good. For them, this game is fun and can also help them to meet girls, which is really good. But unfortunately, there have been rumors recently that they will strictly restrict students under the age of 18 from playing games. Estimate. The mentality of the student party is about to collapse. After all, many people have recharged a lot of money into it, and this is the result of their hard work. Because of reports from some parents, the entire gaming group has to be subject to restrictions, which is very unpleasant. However, there are both good and bad sides to this matter. After all, the starting point is good, but no one knows what the results will be. Qin Shiola sat on the sofa and played a ranked game. In the kitchen, Mu Qianxue was cooking virtuously. Although she usually appears to be an ice goddess outside, when it comes to cooking, she is much better than those delicate girls. There are many girls who are delicate and not very good looking, but have a lot of demands. It's okay to have many demands. The most important thing is that I can't cook or wash clothes. I can't do anything except playing. You said, if she was just pretty, it would be fine, she could be pleasing to the eye as a vase. The key is, she doesn't look that good. This is speechless. Some people say that jewels are in troubled times and women are in prosperous times. This statement is absolutely true. Soon. The delicious smell of rice wafted out from the kitchen, and Qin Shiola could smell it clearly even while sitting on the sofa. I have to say, Mu Qianxue's craftsmanship is really good. Even if you open a restaurant, you can make a lot of money. About half an hour later, Mu Qianxue poked her head out and said, Dinner is ready. Have you finished playing games? It's time to eat. Oh, 3 minutes, it'll be over soon. Qin Shiola stared at the screen without blinking, his fingers sliding across the screen. During the operation, I dared not be distracted, for fear of losing this round. I have to say that the Star Glory division is quite difficult. This is the second game. It has been 20 minutes since the start, but both sides have entered a stalemate. No one dared to take the lead in team fighting. Because once you lose the team fight, you're doomed to lose the game. Mu Qianxue took off her apron, smiled slightly, and walked over. Seeing Qin Shiola's obscene actions, she shook her head and said, Give me the phone, I'll call. Qin Shiola was stunned and glanced at her. Bailey, can you play? It's not that he doesn't believe in Mu Qianxue. After all, a hero like Bailey needs a period of practice. Otherwise, he won't be able to aim the second skill accurately and can only rely on normal attacks. In this way, the power will be greatly weakened. The threat capability will be greatly reduced. Mu Qianxue didn't say anything, she just snatched Qin Shiola's phone and stared at the screen. Direct long-range sniping. One shot. Bang! The bullet flew out quickly and hit Sun Shangxiang on the opposite side. She was already low on health and died instantly. Damn, so accurate? Qin Shiola was stunned. Mu Qianxue's shot was so accurate. Such a long distance is almost the maximum range.
Surprisingly, Sun Shangxian was killed so easily. At this time, the teammates also saw that the other side was missing a person, and that person was a shooter, so they chose to fight in a team without hesitation.
The advantage of team fighting is the greatest at this time.
After all, how can the opponent win without a hero with such explosive damage? When several teammates surrounded him, Mu Qianxue controlled Bailey to set up the artillery at the back.
One with low health. Bang!
The opposing mage died.
2 more shots and the jungler is gone. Direct triple kill.
At this time, the bullets were used up, so she just stuck to the wall and attacked.
2 shots, and the top laner Kai is gone.
With the last shot, Sun Bin finished.
Suddenly,
a pentakill image appeared on the phone screen. Seeing all this, Qin Shiola opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost.
Fuck, 5 kills?
Qin Shiola's speech became a little slurred. I've been playing King of Glory for such a long time, but I haven't gotten a pentakill, let alone a quadruple kill.
And Mu Qianxue actually got a pentakill so easily? Oh my god. It must be fake. At this moment, Mu Qianxue's teammates were all going crazy. Wang Zhaojun, damn, Bailey is awesome, isn't this the win? Li Xin, fuck, this technique is quite good, brother, can you try it again?
Han Xin, 666, brother, I'm really good at jungle, 2-5, let's play together in the next game, I'll let you shoot.
Nanny, damn, why didn't I have this skill just now? Did someone change people?
At this time, the 4 teammates showed different degrees of surprise.
Bailey's pentakill is enough to prove his strength. The final outcome of the game was naturally no surprise.
They were all wiped out, so the opponents didn't hesitate and just clicked surrender. When the game was over, Mu Qianxue put down her phone with a smile and threw it to Qin Shiola.
Okay, we're done, let's eat. Qin Shiola. What the hell? Just to make yourself hurry up and eat, you just got a pentakill? Isn't this a bit arrogant? Qin Shiola put away his phone, stared at Mu Qianxue blankly and said, what exactly are your strengths? This technique is a bit scary.
Mu Qianxue frowned slightly and shook her head. Nothing much, I just played it for a while before. Bailey also played a few games, it was pretty good.
In terms of ability, it seems that he has won several national standards. Qin Shiola. What the hell?
Chapter 126 Zhang Yu's tricks.
Qin Shiola was stunned when he heard this. Wow, just a few national standards? Is this what a human being would say?
It took him so long to reach star glory. In comparison, Qin Shiola felt like a waste.
The gap is too big.
Qin Shiola sighed, and then followed Mu Qianxue to eat.
At the dinner table, Mu Qianxue said,
let's go to the Bund at 7 p.m. tomorrow night.
It's a nice spot. What is the best thing about the Bund? It's actually a night view.
Many people from other places will definitely come to the Bund when they come to Shanghai, and their purpose is naturally to see the night view here.
Because it's really beautiful. Good. Qin Shiola had no objection.
He had never been to the Bund, so naturally he needed Mu Qianxue, who was familiar with the Magic City, to lead the way.
The two had a quiet dinner.
During the meal, Qin Shiola and Mu Qianxue didn't talk much, and might only chat a few words occasionally.
9:30 at night. Qin Shiola left after finishing his meal. Walking slowly on the road, feeling the evening breeze, it feels quite pleasant. Such times are beautiful. Some people say that college is the last quiet and beautiful time in your life. In fact, this sentence is very true.
Once you graduate from college, you have to shoulder the responsibilities of a man. Start earning money to support the family, get married, have children, buy a car and a house.
To be honest, these are very stressful. All the pressure from society is focused on these young people.
They carry their country on their shoulders.
There is also pressure put on them by unscrupulous capitalists. Go back to the dormitory. Tang Meng and Wu Luo were the only ones left in the dormitory for 4. Qin Shiola didn't pay attention at first. After all, it's just past 10 o'clock, so it's not too late.
So, after washing up and studying in front of the computer for a while, he decided to go to bed.
At this time, Zhang Yu had not come back yet. He looked at the two of them curiously and said, Old Wu, Old Tang, where is Zhang Yu? Why hasn't he come back yet? It's already past 11 o'clock and the dormitory door is almost locked. This point has not come back yet. Is it too late? Wu Luo said with a smile. Brother Lu, that guy just sent me a message saying he's out watching a movie and probably won't be back tonight. Tang Meng? If you don't come back, where will you live? He looked at the two of them with a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, Qin Xiaola and Wu Luo looked at each other and let out obscene smiles. Old Tang, you don't understand this, right? The pattern is small. Where do you live? Of course it's the hotel. It's late at night, I want to watch a movie, but when I go out, I find it's too late and the dormitory is closed, so I go to a hotel and get a room. Oops. What? No more double bed? Don't worry, just get a king-size room. Don't worry, I will never do anything to you. I am an honest person. Then, those who understand will understand. This thing is an old trick. Qin Xiaola touched his chin and smacked his lips. How did Lao Zhang convince that girl? She actually agreed to go to the movies with him so late at night? The two had only been dating for about a month. Girls are more or less on guard. After all, boyfriends are the most dangerous creatures late at night. If I really can't come back, that would be too troublesome. Wu Luo smiled and said. He's very naughty, the movie was only scheduled for this afternoon. There were no good seats left for the earlier shows, so I had to book a later show. The girl watched a game that started at 7 o'clock and there were 2 good seats left, but this guy let me take them first and then pretended that there was no seat. Qin Xiaola. WTF? Hi, really hi. You know, this recent drama Am I a God of Medicine is very popular. There are a lot of people watching every show. Especially some good seats, if you book too late, they will be gone. After much difficulty, they found a venue with a good time and available seats, but that bastard Zhang Yu even asked Wu Luo to make a reservation first, creating the illusion that the seat had been taken by someone else. Then you can book a later session with ease. In this way. It was already very late after watching the movie, so it would be understandable if we didn't come back and rent a hotel outside. Hi. It's really high. After listening to the two people's questions and answers, Tang Meng was confused. Damn. You city people really know how to have fun. Is this even possible? As a bachelor, he has never even held a girl's hand, let alone kissed her. As for opening a room? Can I still do it in my lifetime? Shit. Brother Lao Wu, do you have any good resources? I want to have a girlfriend. Tang Meng was really stimulated by the two of them. There are 4 people in a dormitory, and except him, everyone has a girlfriend. Among them, except for Lugo's girlfriend who is not in this school and is selling tea outside. Zhang Yu and Wu Luo's girlfriends are both majoring in broadcasting at the same school. I am really envious. Qin Xiaola and Wu Luo looked at each other and smiled. Wu Luo said with a smile. There are quite a few singles in my girlfriend's class. I'll ask her to ask for you tomorrow. Thanks, brother. If it works, I'll treat you to a feast. Tang Meng was immediately delighted and said excitedly. No one could understand the excitement in the heart of a strong man who had been single for 19 years. Wu Luo said with a smile. Send me a photo of yourself that looks the best. I'll send it to my girlfriend later and ask her to help you think of something. When you go to college, the most reliable way to find a partner is not to directly ask people for their contact information. Instead, find a reliable friend to help you make connections. With this friend as your guarantee, your progress will definitely be very rapid. At least, the character of both parties is guaranteed, and there is no need to worry about encountering Aquaman or something like that. Moreover, it will save a lot of unnecessary time and temptation. No problem, I'll send it to you later. Although Tang Meng doesn't like taking photos very much. However, there are still a few good photos on the phone. Although not very handsome, he is definitely not ugly. What's more, there is the height requirement. He is about 185 centimeters tall and has a strong build, and is very popular on the university campus. At least, such people give people a sense of security. Wu Luo smiled and said hello. Looking at Tang Meng's excitement, Qin Xiaola chuckled and said nothing. In fact, this kind of emotional change is normal when you go to college. I just simply want to find a partner and have a relationship. No other ideas. Soon, it was already 11:30. Lights out in the dormitory. Qin Xiaola lay on the bed, said good night to Mu Qianxue, and then went to sleep. Recharge your energy for a trip to the Bund tomorrow.
He has been in Shanghai for so long, but he has not been to most of the fun places. Firstly, time was tight, and secondly, there was no one to accompany him. It just so happens that going to the Bund with Mu Qianxue to see the night view is definitely a good choice.
Chapter 127 Zhang Yu at the end of the battle. The next day, Qin Xiula spent the morning in the dormitory. After having lunch with Wu Luo and Tang Meng, the three of them returned to the dormitory and prepared to rest and take a nap. However, when the three of them opened the dormitory door, they were all stunned. There was a sound of heavy breathing in the dormitory. The three of them were suddenly shocked. Is there anyone else in the dormitory? The three of them searched carefully. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from Zhang Yu's bed, and then a figure sat up. Immediately, he looked towards them.
Lao Zhang? Seeing the figure sitting up, the three of them spoke in unison.
Grass? When did this guy come back?
Zhang Yuzhuan turned around, looked at the three of them, and a smile appeared on his face.
Hey, brothers are back. Wu Luo closed the door, looked at him curiously and said, When did you come back?
Zhang Yu scratched his head and smiled.
I just came back.
I was so tired that I lay down on the bed and took a nap.
Too tired?
I saw the dark circles under his eyes were as thick as a ghost's.
Qin Xiula was shocked. Good job. Could it be that he has not been awake all night? About to be squeezed dry? Is this the legendary 7 times a night? There's something. Qin Xiula coughed dryly and said with a smile. Lao Zhang, is your kidney still okay? If not, we brothers will donate some money to you and replace it with a new one. Zhang Yu. Listen, is this human language? He coughed dryly, patted his chest and said. My kidneys are fine. I have the spirit of a dragon and a tiger. The more I fight, the stronger I will become. Men, who dares to say that his kidneys are not good? This completely touches a man's bottom line and dignity.
The three of them chuckled.
Qin Xiula said with a smile. You should have a good rest. You have been fighting all night. You should conserve your energy. Zhang Yu chuckled and nodded.
Indeed, I was very tired after fighting all night last night.
Yesterday was definitely a memorable day for him. First time in life.
The four of them did their own things in tacit understanding.
6 o'clock in the afternoon.
After Qin Xiula tidied himself up, he changed into a white short-sleeved shirt and a black hooded sweatshirt on top. He wore a pair of black straight jeans and a pair of white sneakers. Just looking at the outfit, he looks like the boy next door. Not to mention his good looks, if he goes out wearing this, people will probably ask for his WeChat after he walks a few steps.
So dazzling.
Before leaving, he even sprayed some perfume. He bought this perfume during the summer vacation of his senior year in high school while working part-time. It cost over 700 yuan and is from the Sea Salt series, a pretty good brand.
Brother Le, you look so handsome in this outfit, what are you doing? Are you going to pick up girls? Tang Meng's eyes lit up.
Recently, I don't know if this guy is addicted to love. Always fantasize about falling in love. As soon as I saw Qin Xiula going out dressed so handsomely, I immediately became excited.
Qin Xiula coughed dryly. What are you thinking about? I'm just going out for a walk. Okay, I'm leaving.
Zhang Yu chuckled. Brother Lu, take care of yourself. If you really can't get well, I have Lu Wei Dihuang pills here.
I'll give you as much as you want. Qin Xiula. Damn. You are really a slut. You have all this stuff? It's really awesome. In Qin Xiula's opinion, the whole dormitory was full of vigor and vitality. It's almost overflowing.
He even worried that one day he would become as sexy as them.
Thinking of that greasy picture, Qin Xiula couldn't help but shudder. Horrible, so terrible. Qin Xiula shook his head helplessly, then turned and left.
After going downstairs, he quickly walked over to the place he had agreed to meet with Mu Qianxue. The school's open-air parking lot is usually not crowded and not many students come here.
Qin Xiula saw Mu Qianxue's figure at a glance. She stood by the car, looking around. Qin Xiula smiled slightly, ran over quickly, and said with a smile. Have you been waiting for a long time? Seeing that it was Qin Xiula who came, Mu Qianxue's icy face showed a smile. It's okay. I just arrived. It's not true that I just arrived. I've been waiting here for a while.
Although it is not the first date, it is the first time I drive out for fun with Chin Shiola, so I should take it seriously.
Not only that, she also dressed up carefully today.
She wore a black skirt with exquisite black stockings on the lower body and a pair of long boots on her feet.
So cool.
Royal sister style. Not only that, a fresh fragrance emanated from Mu Qianshua's body from time to time.
It is a unique mature charm.
The most important thing is that Mu Qianshua actually put on makeup, which is rare. Although her makeup was not very heavy, it was very delicate. Her facial features were already very beautiful without makeup, and now she looked like a peerless beauty.
In one word, absolutely. To be honest, Chin Shiola has seen many beauties over the years.
After all, his sister is a goddess-level figure. Logically speaking, he is relatively immune to beautiful women.
However, when he saw Mu Qianshua, Chin Shiola couldn't help but be stunned.
So beautiful, so pretty. Chin Shiola swallowed subconsciously. This scene happened to be seen by Mu Qianshua. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she felt very satisfied.
This is the effect we want. Over the years, Mu Qianshua has only been so dedicated when doing scientific research. At other times, I never took it so seriously.
She seldom dresses like this and puts on careful makeup before going out. Only Chin Shiola has such treatment. She smiled and waved in front of Chin Shiola.
What are you thinking about?
You're obsessed.
Chin Shiola smiled and said frankly without lying.
You look so good today, I'm totally obsessed with you.
No wonder some people said that the king would no longer hold court early in the morning from then on. If there is a concubine like Mu Qianshua, who the hell would be willing to get up early in the morning to attend court? Wouldn't it be better to sleep soundly every day? Isn't he happy sleeping till death? Mu Qianshua chuckled.
If someone else said this, at most she would roll her eyes. But Mu Qianshua was still very happy when Chin Shiola said this. She said with a smile.
TSK, I don't believe it. Okay, get in the car, let's go.
Although she said she didn't believe it, Mu Qianshua was actually very happy in her heart. Chin Shiola smiled slightly, and naturally saw that she was not saying what she meant.
He chuckled and didn't say much, then followed Mu Qianshua into the passenger seat.
After they got in the car and fastened their seatbelts, Mu Qianshua started driving.
She has very good driving skills and drives steadily and not too fast.
As soon as he walked out of the school gate, Chin Shiola opened the window.
At this time in the evening, it is a beautiful thing to sit in the car with the window open and enjoy the breeze.
Especially with the sunset on the horizon, it looks particularly charming.
Haven't you had dinner yet?
Mu Qianshua said as she drove and glanced at Chin Shiola.
Chapter 128 Western Restaurant.
Chin Shiola heard this and shook his head with a smile.
Without. Mu Qianshua chuckled. Okay, let's go have a meal first. Good. Chin Shiola had no objection. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten dinner yet and was a little hungry. In fact, the Bund is not far from Dongda University. However, it is the evening rush hour after get off work, and there are quite a lot of people. It took more than half an hour for the two to reach the Bund. They found a Western restaurant nearby and walked in. In fact, Chin Shiola doesn't have any special feelings about Western food. In comparison, Chinese food is actually better because of its wide variety and different flavors. After all, these are things that have been passed down on the land of China for thousands of years and are treasures of our ancestors. This kind of Chinese food naturally has more cultural connotations than the so-called Western food. However, there were no delicious Chinese restaurants nearby, so Mu Qianshua brought him to this restaurant. As soon as the two came in, a middle-aged male waiter came to greet them. The two of them were invited to a seat by the window. Look, what do you want to eat? As she spoke, Mu Qianshua handed the menu to Chin Shiola and asked him to order first. Chin Shiola didn't hesitate and opened the menu with a smile. However,
the moment he opened the menu, he was suddenly stunned and his smile froze.
Damn! This steak is so expensive? A normal fillet steak costs more than 700. Oh my god! Is this steak they sell? What you bought is a cow. Chin Shiola had eaten in Western restaurants when he was in Subei City.
It's just that the places my parents took me to were cheaper. A piece of steak costs about 50 or 60 yuan, and a more expensive one costs no more than 1 or 200 yuan.
This one, wow, it's over 700. It's so damn expensive.
However, I just felt it was expensive in my heart, and I didn't show it on my face. Although more than 700 yuan for a steak is very expensive, his family is pretty well off and can be considered middle class. It wouldn't be too sad to have a meal. So, he looked at the menu from front to back and ordered a sirloin steak and a pasta dish. As for Mu Qianxue, she only ordered a filet steak.
Because I had to drive, I didn't order any red wine. After ordering, the waiter went downstairs with the menu.
The two looked at each other and smiled.
Why, you rarely come to places like this?
Looking at Qin Shella looking around, Mu Qianxue chuckled.
Qin Shella didn't care about face or anything like that. He nodded calmly and said, I have eaten Western food before, and the taste is just so-so.
I have rarely been to such high-end Western restaurants.
Mu Qianxue heard this and nodded gently.
However, there are more Western restaurants around the Bund, but fewer good Chinese restaurants.
And there are so many people.
This store is a little quieter, so I brought you here. When choosing a restaurant, Mu Qianxue also had some considerations in mind. The overall style of this restaurant is good, and the flow of people is not that scary, so she brought Qin Shella here.
Qin Shella chuckled and didn't say much. Not long. The food they ordered came out quickly. Qin Shella and Mu Qianxue ate slowly. In fact, neither of them really likes eating.
They may say a word or two occasionally, and then lower their heads and eat their food quietly.
Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping. This is actually the teaching left by our ancestors. Time passed slowly.
In the Western restaurant, some stylish piano music was playing softly, as if giving people an illusion of cultivating sentiment. After about 20 minutes, they both finished eating. I have to say that although the steak is not cheap, the portion is quite large. Qin Shella was quite full after eating a steak and a portion of pasta.
After eating, he stood up and said with a smile, Please sit down.
I'll go pay the bill first.
Ah? Mu Qianxue was stunned and said quickly,
I'll go pay the bill, you sit down. Although this meal was nothing to her, Qin Shella was still a freshman after all.
I don't have a job and I don't have any financial foundation. As for the family situation, Mu Qianxue was not very clear.
However, Qin Shella didn't look like a rich second generation, so this meal was quite stressful for him.
Qin Shella smiled slightly. Okay, stop arguing with me, I'll do it.
Having said that, he stood up and walked quickly to the front desk to pay the bill.
Actually,
when it comes to love, it shouldn't be the case that only one party pays and suffers the loss.
It's a joint responsibility of two people. If a boy and a girl go out to eat, the boy always pays and the girl never even thinks of paying.
Even, no matter your financial situation, you always want to eat expensive and good food.
Well, we can say without hesitation that this girl doesn't like you at all, let alone love you. Only if I like you will I care about you and your life. Instead of putting tremendous pressure on your life and not caring about whether you live or die. Therefore, love must be the effort of two people. Although, Qin Shella doesn't think he is a rich second generation. The family doesn't look like they are rich. But
the expenses required for a relationship should be incurred.
Giving is relative.
Looking at Qin Shella's determined back, Mu Qianxue chuckled.
This little man. I can't believe he's quite responsible.
However, her heart was even sweeter at this moment.
Because Qin Shella did this, she could roughly sense what it meant.
I just want to have a serious relationship with equals.
Coincidentally, this kind of love is what Mu Qianxue wants.
It can be said that Qin Shella understands her very well.
Soon, Qin Shella paid the bill, then chuckled and walked back. Paid, let's go. Okay, I'll treat you to milk tea. Mu Qianxue chuckled, stood up and said with a smile.
Love is about give and take, going and returning.
Qin Shella nodded with a smile. Okay, then I want to drink the most expensive one. Can.
The two chuckled and were about to walk out.
Suddenly,
there was a noisy sound coming from the door of the Western restaurant.
I didn't steal your money. There was only $1,000 in your wallet.
The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing cheap short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, his face full of anxiety.
However,
the black man opposite him refused to give in and sneered.
Didn't you steal it?
I had 3,000 yuan in my wallet, but after you took it, there was only 1,000 yuan left.
If you didn't steal it, then who stole it? Suddenly,
The scene became noisy, and many people outside the Western restaurant began to gather around, watching everything with indifference. The middle-aged man's face was full of helplessness. He just saw the black man's wallet dropped on the road and kindly helped him pick it up.
Chapter 129. Chinese people must have backbone.
But when he hurriedly caught up with the black man and wanted to return his wallet, not only did the other party not say a word of thanks, but he also said that 2,000 yuan was missing from his wallet.
What a grievance, such a huge grievance.
This middle-aged man in his 40s is an honest guy who came to Shanghai to work. I don't steal or rob, and I've never broken the law. I rely on my own physical strength and do some physical work to earn money.
Sometimes I work all day and only make 300 or 400 yuan.
This money was earned at the cost of my life. If he really took the 2,000 yuan, he would definitely return it without saying a word.
But heaven and earth's conscience. He really didn't take it. I really didn't take it.
The middle-aged man said with a bitter face.
He repeated it over and over to the people around him, hoping that they would believe him. However, no one moved forward. Or rather, no one wants to get involved in this mess.
One of the biggest problems facing many Chinese people nowadays is that they turn a blind eye to things that do not concern them. No one wants to meddle in other people's business, for fear of getting into trouble.
Possible.
Because people's hearts have grown cold.
Or maybe the good people are scared.
When the black man saw the middle-aged man's appearance, he became even more rampant. He grabbed the middle-aged man by the collar and said viciously,
"Pay back the money."
Poor Chinese and a ferocious tone. For a moment, the middle-aged man was actually forced to cry. A man who stands tall and proud was actually forced to cry by a black man.
He wasn't just crying about money. But people's hearts are no longer as they used to be. On Chinese soil, their compatriots were being bullied and humiliated, and they just watched. How sad. How lamentable. Suddenly,
a sharp voice came from the Western restaurant.
"You're a nigger, who the FCK allowed you to act so recklessly here?" Boom.
The appearance of this voice was like thunder, waking up the people watching the show.
Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from. Qin Xiela and Mu Qianxue walked over slowly. His face was full of murderous intent. That's right.
It's murderous intent. The displeasure was written all over his face. To be honest, maybe because of his family education, Qin Xiela has never been very interested in foreigners since he was a child. Even, some disgust. Especially these niggers.
Just like a bunch of termites. Nausea. Hearing Qin Xiela's words, the black man seemed particularly angry and furious.
After so many years in China, no one has ever dared to speak to him like this.
He snorted coldly and stared at Qin Xiela fiercely. "Boy, do you want to die?" "Tay."
As he said this, the black man spat on the ground to show his disdain.
However,
Qin Xiela sneered, showing no fear at all. He walked up to him slowly, staring at him coldly and condescendingly. The black man in front of me was about 1.8 meters tall and had a slender build. However, if a fight really broke out, Qin Xiela's physique alone would be enough to completely crush him. So, he is really not afraid.
"Spit out another one for me to see."
"Another spit? What's there to be afraid of?" When he was about to spit on the ground, he suddenly saw Qin Xiela's eyes. Those eyes were filled with murderous intent.
The air around seemed to freeze all of a sudden. A fierce murderous aura surrounded them. For a moment, the black man was stunned. At this moment, he was scared. "I don't dare anymore. Humph, I won't argue with you. He obviously stole my money. Give it back."
As he spoke, the black man turned his attention to the middle-aged man again,
staring at him viciously.
For the black race, most of them have one characteristic.
That means bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I really didn't take it.
The middle-aged man felt inexplicably sad and aggrieved. I clearly didn't take it, but I was still slandered.
There is not even one person around who would speak up for justice.
Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the mission.
Black people are not allowed to be so arrogant on Chinese soil.
Please punish the bad guys and enhance our country's prestige.
Reward, a random skill draw.
Suddenly, a system voice came to Qin Xiola's ears. Although he was a little surprised, he did not hesitate. In fact, even if there was no system reminder, he would not let go of today's matter.
Because this is China.
Qin Shiola sneered, walked forward, protected the middle-aged man behind him, and looked coldly at the black man in front of him.
You said you have 3,000 in your wallet? Right. The black man insisted and nodded affirmatively.
Qin Shiola turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man and said,
You said there was only $1,000 in the wallet you picked up?
Yes, that's right. The middle-aged man replied honestly. I swear to God, the wallet he picked up really only had 1,000 yuan in it. Moreover, he immediately ran over and planned to return it to the black man.
He didn't steal it at all. Qin Shiola smiled slightly, turned around, and snatched the wallet from the black man.
You have $3,000 in your wallet, but this uncle only has $1,000 in the wallet he picked up. This means that this wallet is not yours at all. After saying that, he put the wallet in the uncle's hand.
Come on, take this wallet and I'll go with you to the police station to find the owner. Suddenly, the black man was confused. Is there such operation?
Looking at Qin Shiola's appearance, he suddenly became anxious. He originally intended to defraud money. How could he not only fail to defraud money but also lose $1,000?
You can't leave.
As he said that, he grabbed Qin Shiola's shoulders, trying to hold him down and prevent him from leaving.
However, how could Qin Shiola be so easy to mess with? With just this little bit of strength, you still dare to challenge me? Joke. This is China, whether you are black or white, you are all fucking screwed. This is the world of the yellow race. Qin Shiola snorted coldly, already feeling unhappy. This is perfect.
The other party started the fight first, so he can't be blamed.
He turned around and gave the black man an evil smile. He kicked out suddenly. Qin Shiola's power is already very great. With this kick, the black man was kicked 2 or 3 meters away. This is the result of Qin Shiola putting in some effort. Otherwise, one kick and the opponent will be half crippled.
However, China is a place where laws are followed after all.
The law is not your own vigilante justice.
He slowly walked up to the black man, stepped on his dark face with one foot, and said slowly,
To be honest, if I step on your face, I feel like you'll be defiling my feet. Plain and indifferent words slowly came out from Qin Shiola's mouth. Suddenly, the entire Western restaurant, including countless onlookers, were shocked at this moment. Everyone's heartbeat quickened and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Oh my God, what did I just hear? This is so domineering.
It was as if it suddenly awakened the passion that had been hidden in their hearts for many years.
Chinese people should be passionate and have backbone. Chapter 130. Want to leave? Qin Shiola's words made countless people's hearts beat faster. Everyone's face was red. Why? Because it's so inspiring. It's like a powerful shot of stimulant injected into your body. This sentence is so domineering.
Even Mu Qianxue felt a little dizzy at the moment.
She didn't like these niggers, she could even say she hated them.
But it is impossible for a girl to say such things in public. Qin Shiola's simple and plain words just now made her heart beat faster.
This little man. I didn't expect it to be so domineering.
Before this, in her mind, Qin Shiola was more of a coquettish and naughty guy. However, today this perception has completely changed. The domineering Qin Shiola suddenly became three-dimensional.
At this moment, the black man who was stepped on by Qin Shiola was suddenly extremely angry. How dare this yellow man step on me? In the eyes of these black people, white people have a higher status than black people. The status of black people is higher than that of yellow people.
So, in fact, some black people still look down on the yellow race in their hearts.
Only. Some of them didn't say it out loud and even acted very friendly.
The purpose is naturally to make money in China.
Someone said, it is easy for foreigners to make money in China. As long as you can speak the language and say a few words I love China, you can make a lot of money. Even, girls are asked to pay for it without asking for money. To be honest, it's hard to understand girls like this.
The Chinese have lived in this world for thousands of years.
I have always been hardworking, brave, simple, and willing to work hard. Moreover, our nation has produced countless treasures of wisdom and culture. You can say that. The yellow race is the kindest and best race in the world. But some people are shameless. Qin Shiola snorted coldly and pulled his foot back.
The black man quickly got up from the ground and looked at Qin Shiola with a fierce look on his face.
How dare you step on me? The black man spoke in clumsy Chinese. Qin Shiola sneered. Why, do you still want to be stepped on? This kind of person should not be spoiled. Just like a jumping clown. The more you indulge him, the more powerful he becomes. On my Chinese land, you slander my Chinese people. If this happened during the Han and Tang dynasties, the person would be beheaded. Damn it! It really gave him face. The black man was furious and said viciously. Okay, you're good, don't regret it if you can. After saying that, he took out the cell phone from his clothes and made a call. He said a lot of things in a bird language that no one could understand, then put down the phone, sneered at Qin Shiola and said, If you have the guts, just wait here and don't leave. Qin Shiola sneered. Judging from the situation, he is calling for help. But it's true. This group of blacks are quite united. Generally speaking, in a city, if you mess with one black person, there will often be a large group of black people. Just like a bunch of black rats. Very annoying. On the side, Mu Qianxue suddenly became a little nervous. She came close to Qin Shiola and whispered. Xiaolu, he's calling for help, why don't we go? There is strength in numbers. No matter how good Qin Shiola is at fighting, he is no match for a group of black people. What if I get hurt? Mu Qianxue was afraid that Qin Shiola would suffer a loss and was unwilling to let him take risks. Qin Shiola smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, this is China, a bunch of black people can't cause any trouble. Call someone? He. So what? Qin Shiola has top-notch fighting skills and a physique far superior to that of ordinary people. Would he be afraid of these people? Besides, this is the magic city of China. This is the territory of the Chinese. Outsiders, you all have to stay here quietly. Otherwise, the anger of the Chinese people is not something that ordinary people can bear. Mu Qianxue felt a little more at ease after hearing this, but she was still vaguely uneasy. However, she didn't have time to say anything. 3 black men rushed in hurriedly. They are in the same group as the guy in front of them. I usually hang out around here, and sometimes when I have no money I go to cheat. To be honest, there are a lot of these black scammers in China. When I have money, I go to bars and nightclubs to pick up Chinese women. When they have no money, they go out on the streets to cheat and defraud people. The 3 of them surrounded the black man who had just been beaten, and were talking to each other in mumbles. They didn't speak English, probably their local dialect. About half a minute passed. The burly black man in the lead looked at Qin Shiola with some ferocity. He was about 1.85 meters tall, about the same height and build as Qin Shiola, with a dark face that revealed a murderous look. You're the one who beat my brother? His Chinese is not very standard and is quite poor. However, I can barely understand it. Qin Shiola sneered, mercilessly. Who do you think you are to ask me that? What a bunch of trash. Qin Shiola hates and disdains them from the bottom of his heart. This is the thing I hate the most in my life. If it was a friendly exchange, Qin Shiola would not be so rude. But the other party came to China obviously to cheat and deceive people. It would be strange if Qin Shiola could treat them well. Sure enough, after hearing what Qin Shiola said, the black man in the lead suddenly flew into a rage and pointed at Qin Shiola and said, Fuck. After saying that, the 4 of them planned to go forward and take action together. At this time, among the Chinese crowd, 2 overweight men stood up. This is China's territory, you have no right to be so arrogant. That's right, I'm telling you, I've called the police, just wait for them to handle it. The 2 people's voices seemed like a spark that ignited a raging fire. Suddenly, a trace of anger ignited in the people around. Here. It is the land of China. How can we Chinese allow these blacks to bully our people on our land? Are they worthy? Seeing such united Chinese people, the 4 black people looked at each other and suddenly panicked. If Qin Shiola was alone, they wouldn't be so scared. But when everyone united, they backed off. These niggas are like that. Bully the weak and fear the strong. When you are stronger and more ruthless than them, they will be afraid of you. At this moment, they were scared. Everyone is stagnant and at a loss. The black man in the lead saw this scene and glared at Qin Shiola fiercely. But he also knew that he must not act impulsively at this time. If they get impulsive, these few people will not be able to withstand the attacks of so many Chinese people. He could be crippled in minutes.
A few people snorted coldly and instantly lost their temper, intending to bypass Qin Xiaola and leave in shame.
However,
when they were planning to go around Qin Xiaola stood in front of those people and sneered.
You guys defrauded the Chinese people, and you think you can just leave like this? Dream. Wait here for the police to come.